hello everyone, if you able to support me, link in below. 13 Environmental Protection Agency, Mandiyam Ganesa Mission Statement, creating a better environmental tomorrow with clean air, safe water, healthy soil, and thriving communities. A conservative U.S. Environmental Protection Agency (EPA) will take a more supportive role toward local and state efforts, building them up so that they may lead in a meaningful fashion. This will include the sharing of federal resources and agency expertise. Creating environmental standards from the ground up is consistent with the concept of cooperative federalism embedded within many of the agency's authorizing statutes, and will create earnest relationships among local officials and regulated stakeholders. This in turn will promote a culture of compliance. A conservative EPA will track success by measured progress as opposed to the current perpetual process, and will convey this progress to the public in clear, concise terms. True transparency will be a defining characteristic of a conservative EPA. This will be reflected in all agency work, including the establishment of open-source science, to build not only transparency and awareness among the public, but also trust. The challenge of creating a conservative EPA will be to balance justified skepticism toward an agency that has long been amenable to being co-opted by the left for political ends against the need to implement the agency's true function, protecting public health and the environment in cooperation with states. Further, the EPA needs to be realigned away from attempts to make it an all-powerful energy and land-use policymaker and returned to its congressionally sanctioned role as environmental regulator. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise overview, the status quo. Not surprisingly, the EPA under the Biden administration has returned to the same top-down, coercive approach that defined the Obama administration. There has been a reinstitution of unachievable standards designed to aid in the transition away from politically disfavored industries and technologies and toward the Biden administration's preferred alternatives. This approach is most obvious in the Biden administration's assault on the energy sector, as the administration uses its regulatory might to make coal, oil, and natural gas operations very expensive and increasingly inaccessible, while forcing the economy to build out and rely on unreliable renewables. This approach has also been applied to pesticides and chemicals as the Biden administration pushes the greening of agriculture and manufacturing among other industrial activities. As a consequence of this approach, we see the return of costly, job-killing regulations that serve to depress the economy and grow the bureaucracy but do little to address, much less resolve, complex environmental problems. In some instances, these actions even work to undermine environmental efforts as they push industries overseas to countries whose enforcement of pollution control requirements is seriously deficient, if indeed they have any meaningful requirements at all. Meanwhile, agency costs and staffing have increased significantly. The EPA's fiscal year 2023 request included a 28.8% increase in funding and a 13.3% increase in staffing, making it the highest funding ever in EPA's history. Compared to the Obama administration, there is one key difference in the Biden administration's approach. In a concerted effort to diminish congressional oversight, the position of EPA administrator has been overshadowed by the creation of multiple climate czars at the Biden White House. In effect, current EPA Administrator Michael Regan, who has a reputation as a well-meaning, generally capable former state official, has been left out of the political loop, serving mostly as a pleasant distraction from EPA's expansive, costly, and economy-destroying agenda. A co-opted mission. The EPA has been a breeding ground for expansion of the federal government's influence and control across the economy. Embedded activists have sought to evade legal restraints in pursuit of a global, climate-themed agenda, aiming to achieve that agenda by implementing costly policies that otherwise have failed to gain the requisite political traction in Congress. Many EPA actions in liberal administrations have simply ignored the will of Congress, aligning instead with the goals and wants of politically connected activists. Pursuit of this globally focused agenda has distracted the agency from fulfilling its core mission, thereby creating a backlog of missed statutory deadlines, and at times has even led to preventable environmental disasters. During the Obama administration, for example, the U.S. experienced two of the worst environmental protection agency disasters in decades, including the Flint, Michigan, water crisis in 20,144 and the Gold King mine spill in 2015.5. Beyond creating such immediate and tangible harm in various communities, an EPA led by activism and a disregard for the law has generated uncertainty in the regulated community, vendetta-driven enforcement, weighted analytics, increased costs, and diminished trust in final agency actions. Although the U.S. environmental story is very positive, there has been a return to fear-based rhetoric within the agency, especially as it pertains to the perceived threat of climate change. Mischaracterizing the state of our environment generally and the actual harms reasonably attributable to climate change specifically is a favored tool that the left uses to scare the American public into accepting their ineffective, liberty-crushing regulations, diminished private property rights, and exorbitant costs. In effect, the Biden EPA has once again presented a false choice to the American people, that they have to choose between a healthy environment and a strong, growing economy. Historical role and purpose. For many decades, rapid industrial activity with an unorganized approach to environmental standards significantly degraded the country's environment. Particle pollution in the form of a thick, fog-like haze that at times was laced with harmful metals was a frequent occurrence across the country. More than 40% of communities failed to meet basic water quality standards, and in 1969, the Cuyahoga River infamously caught fire after sparks from a passing train ignited debris in the water, which was filled with heavy industrial waste. EPA was established on December 2, 1970, following a call by President Richard Nixon to rationally and systematically organize existing piecemeal efforts to clean up and protect the environment. 9 Under Reorganization Plan No. 3. The EPA was to initiate a coordinated attack on the pollutants which debase the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the land that grows our food. 10 Numerous authorities were consolidated and given to the EPA, including research, monitoring, standards setting, and enforcement activities. The mission to protect public health and the environment was born, and the first administrator was sworn in on December 4, 1970. Congress followed suit with the landmark Clean Air Act of 1970 CAA 11 and the Federal Water Pollution Control Act of 1972.12. The subsequent Clean Air Act amendments of 199,013 played a significant role in the expansion of EPA's responsibilities and legal authority, with the agency then being tasked with the development of new regulatory mechanisms that included, among other things, cap-and-trade programs for the control of sulfur dioxide and technological standards for nitrogen oxide emissions from coal-fired power plants, a vastly expanded hazardous air pollutant program, a federal operating permit program, and new regulations governing phase-out of the production of ozone-depleting substances in conjunction with U.S. ratification of the Montreal Protocol in 1988.14. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise subsequently, especially during the Obama administration, EPA experienced massive growth as it was used to pursue far-reaching political goals to the point where its current activities and staffing levels far exceeded its congressional mandates and purpose. This expansive status is entirely unnecessary. It has nothing to do with improving either the environment or public health. The EPA's initial success was driven by clear mandates, a streamlined structure, recognition of the state's prominent role, and built-in accountability. Fulfilling the agency's mission in the manner consistent with a limited government approach proved to be extremely effective during the agency's infancy. Back to basics. EPA's structure and mission should be greatly circumscribed to reflect the principles of cooperative federalism and limited government. This will require significant restructuring and streamlining of the agency to reflect the following: L. State leadership. EPA should build earnest relationships with state and local officials and assume a more supportive role by sharing resources and expertise, recognizing that the primary role in making choices about the environment belongs to the people who live in it. Accountable progress. Regulatory efforts should focus on addressing tangible environmental problems with practical, cost-beneficial, affordable solutions to clean up the air, water, and soil, and the results should be measured and tracked by simple metrics that are available to the public. Streamlined process. Duplicative, wasteful, or superfluous programs that do not tangibly support the agency's mission should be eliminated, and a structured management program should be designed to assist state and local governments in protecting public health and the environment. Healthy, thriving communities. EPA should consider and reduce as much as possible the economic costs of its actions on local communities to help them thrive and prosper. Compliance before enforcement. EPA should foster cooperative relationships with the regulated community, especially small businesses, that encourage compliance over enforcement. Transparent science and regulatory analysis. EPA should make public and take comment on all scientific studies and analyses that support regulatory decision-making. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator's Office and Reorganization Responsibility. The Office of the Administrator is intended to provide executive and logistical support for the EPA Administrator. Its stated purpose is to support EPA leadership and activities. To implement policies that are consistent with a conservative EPA, the agency will have to undergo a major reorganization. The Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy position within the Administrator's Office should be renamed the Deputy Chief of Staff for Regulatory Improvement. This position would oversee a reorganization effort that includes the following actions: returning the environmental justice function to the AO, eliminating the standalone Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. Returning the enforcement and compliance function to the media offices, air, water, land, and emergency management, etc., and eliminating the standalone Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assistance, which has created a mismatch between standards setting and implementation. Using enforcement to ensure compliance, not to achieve extra statutory objectives. Developing a plan for relocating regional offices so that they are more accessible to the areas they serve and deliver cost savings to the American people. Restructuring the Office of International and Tribal Affairs into the American Indian Environmental Office and returning the international liaison function to media offices where appropriate. Eliminating the Office of Public Engagement and Environmental Education as a standalone entity and reabsorbing substantive elements into the Office of Public Affairs. Relocating the Office of Children's Health Protection and the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization from the AO and reabsorbing those functions within the media offices, air, water, land, and emergency management, etc. Reviewing the grants program to ensure that taxpayer funds go to organizations focused on tangible environmental improvements free from political affiliation. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise resetting science advisory boards to expand opportunities for a diversity of scientific viewpoints free of potential conflicts of interest. Restoring the guidance portal to ensure that regulatory and sub-regulatory standards are clear to affected entities. Working with assistant administrators to implement major reforms in media offices. Day 1 Executive Order. To initiate the review and reorganization, a Day 1 executive order should be drafted for the incoming president with explicit language requiring reconsideration of the agency's structure with reference to fulfilling its mission to create a better environmental tomorrow with clean air, safe water, healthy soil, and thriving communities. The order should set up pause and review teams to assess the following: major rules and guidance materials. Identify existing rules to be stayed and reproposed and initiate rule development in appropriate media offices. Pending petitions. Grant new petitions for rule reconsideration and stays of rules. Grants. Stop all grants to advocacy groups and review which potential federal investments will lead to tangible environmental improvements. Legal settlements. reassess any sue and settle cases and develop a new policy to establish standard review and oversight, including public notification and participation. L. Employee review. Determine the opportunity to downsize by terminating the newest hires in low-value programs and identify relocation opportunities for senior executive service (SES) positions. L. Budget review. Develop a tiered-down approach to cut costs, reduce the number of full-time equivalent (FTE) positions, and eliminate duplicative programs. EPA should not conduct any ongoing or planned activity for which there is not clear and current congressional authorization, and it should communicate this shift in the President's first budget request. L. Risk management policy. Revise guidance documents that control regulations such as the social cost of carbon, discount rates, timing of Environmental Protection Agency regulatory review before options are selected, causality of health effects, low-dose risk estimation, linear no-threshold analysis, and employment loss analysis. Personnel. The majority of the political appointee team must be assembled, vetted, and ready to deploy before day 1. To the extent provided by the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, 15 appointees in consideration for Senate-confirmed positions, excluding the administrator, should be prepared to serve as a deputy or principal deputy to get into the agency on day 1, while their nomination and affiliated confirmation processes proceeds. In addition to a deputy slated for the assistant administrator role, each office will need a political chief of staff, senior advisors designated to run sub-offices, and energized assistants. Teams should be balanced with technical knowledge, legal expertise, and political exposure. Ideally, they should also be geographically diverse. Appointee positions should also extend to all the regional offices and specialty labs. Office of Air and Radiation or develops national programs, policies, and regulations to control air pollution and radiation exposure. In recent decades, OR and its statutory responsibilities under the Clean Air Act have been reimagined in an attempt to expand the reach of the federal government. The U.S. Supreme Court has stopped and stricken several actions from OR under liberal administrations, citing a lack of requisite legal support. A reformed OR should focus on EPA's mission of limiting and minimizing criteria and hazardous air pollutants in partnership with the states. Cross-cutting reforms. OR consists of 4 sub-offices with 2 located in Washington, D.C., 1 in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and 1 at Research Triangle Park in Raleigh, North Carolina. The following reforms should be implemented across all OR offices. L. Issue a rule to ensure consistent and transparent consideration of costs. L. When doing cost-benefit analysis, use appropriate discount rates, focus on the benefits of reducing the pollutant targeted by Congress, identify co-benefits separately, and acknowledge the uncertainties involved in quantifying benefits. L. Review and revise reasonably available control technology (RACT) cost guidance to ensure that calculations are accurate and reflect the actual regulatory burden, including costs of air rules implementation and compliance. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise L. Obey Congress's direction in CAA paragraph 32,116 to conduct continuing evaluations of the employment and plant closure effects of air regulations. L. Ensure that all provisions of CAA paragraph 307(d)(17) are observed. Congress placed special constraints on air rules, and that intent should be respected. L. To the extent that the Inflation Reduction Act (IRA) 18 remains in place, ensure to the maximum extent possible that grants and funding are provided to state regulatory entities and not to nonprofits. L. Remove any regulations or requirements that confer on third parties any authorities that have been provided to EPA, such as the Oil and Gas Supplemental, which created a super-emitter response program that allows third parties to act as EPA enforcers. Policy-specific actions. National Ambient Air Quality Standards (NOAQS). EPA adopted by regulation a goal of restoring natural visibility by 2064. The statute does not require this, and EPA should consider whether a longer timeline is less disruptive or more realistic. Regional haze rules should be revised to prevent subsequent planning periods from being abused to compel the shutdown of disfavored facilities. L. Under the Good Neighbor Program/Interstate Pollutant Transport Program, review Biden-era regulations to ensure that they do not over-control upwind states in violation of the statute as construed by the U.S. Supreme Court. Reverse the program's 2022 expansion beyond power plants. L. Putting guardrails on downwind states is an abuse of the CAA paragraph 126b 19 petition process. EPA must ensure, in keeping with statutory text, that petitions identify a reasonably discrete group of upwind sources alleged to violate the Good Neighbor provision. L. Ensure that the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee (CASAC) considers all of the statutorily charged factors, for example, social and economic effects resulting from NOx attainment and maintenance strategies. L. Ensure that the requirements EPA puts on a state that has achieved attainment status from non-attainment status are limited to those that Environmental Protection Agency are statutorily required, and remove any regulatory differences between attainment and maintenance that are not explicitly required by law. L. Streamline the process for state and local governments to demonstrate that their federally funded highway projects will not interfere with NOx attainment. L. Adopt policies to prevent abuse of EPA's CAA Error Correction Authority. EPA historically has used this to coerce states into adopting its favored policies on pain of imposition of a Federal Implementation Plan (FIP). L. Limit EPA's reliance on CAA paragraph 30,121 General Rulemaking Authority to ensure that it is not abused to issue regulations for which EPA lacks substantive authority elsewhere in the statute. L. If possible, return the standard-setting role to Congress. Climate change. L. Remove the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program (GHGRP) for any source category that is not currently being regulated. The overall reporting program imposes significant burdens on small businesses and companies that are not being regulated. This is either a pointless burden or a sword of Damocles threat of future regulation, neither of which is appropriate. L. Establish a system, with an appropriate deadline, to update the 2009 endangerment finding. L. Establish a significant emissions rate (SEER) for greenhouse gases (GHGs). Regulating hydrofluorocarbons (HFCs) under the American Innovation and Manufacturing (AIM) Act 22. L. Repeal Biden administration implementing regulations for the AIM Act that are unnecessarily stringent and costly. L. Refrain from granting petitions from opportunistic manufacturers to add new restrictions that further skew the market toward costlier refrigerants and equipment. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise. L. Conduct realistic cost assessments that reflect actual consumer experiences instead of the current unrealistic ones claiming that the program is virtually cost-free. Mobile source regulation by the Office of Transportation and Air Quality. L. Establish GHG car standards under Department of Transportation. Leadership that properly consider cost, choice, safety, and national security. L. Review the existing ramp rate for car standards to ensure that it is actually achievable. L. Include life cycle emissions of electric vehicles and consider all of their environmental impacts. L. Restore the position that California's waiver applies only to California-specific issues like ground-level ozone, not global climate issues. L. Ensure that other states can adopt California's standards only for traditional/criteria pollutants, not greenhouse gases. L. Stop the use of the International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO) to increase standards on airplanes. L. Reconsider the Cleaner Trucks Initiative to balance the goal of driving down emissions without creating significant costs or complex burdens on the industry. Air permitting reforms for new source review, pre-construction permits, and Title V operating permits. L. Develop reforms to ensure that when a facility improves efficiency within its production process, new permitting requirements are not triggered. L. Restore the Trump EPA position on once in, always in, that major sources can convert to area sources when affiliated emissions standards are met. L. Revisit permitting and enforcement assumptions that sources will operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. This artificially inflates a source's potential to emit PTE, which can result in more stringent permit terms. Environmental Protection Agency L. Defend the position that petitions to object to Title V should not be used to second-guess previous state decisions. L. Clarify the relationship between new source review and Title V to ensure that Title V is used only as intended by Congress. CAA Section 11123 L. Restore the position that EPA cannot regulate a new pollutant from an already regulated source category without making predicate findings for that new pollutant. L. Institute automatic withdrawal of any proposed rule that is not finalized within the statutorily prescribed one-year period. L. Revise general implementing regulations for existing source regulatory authority under CAA paragraph 111 D24 to ensure that EPA gives full meaning to Congress's direction, including source-specific application, and that the state planning program is flexible, federalist, and deferential to the states. CAA Section 112 Hazardous air pollutants 25 L. Unregulated point or non-point source fugitive emissions of an already regulated hazardous air pollutant do not require a maximum available control technology (MECT) standard. L. Ensure that Section 112 regulations are harmonized with Section 111 regulations that apply to the same sector/sources. L. Ensure that cost-benefit analysis is focused on a regulation's targeted pollutant and separately identify ancillary or co-benefits. Radiation L. Assess and update the agency's radiation standards so that they align with those of other agencies, including the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Department of Energy, and Department of Transportation, as well as international standards. L. Level set past, misleading statements regarding radiological risk and reassess the linear non-threshold standard. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise personnel, budget, and office restructuring. L. Place a political appointee in Ann Arbor, Michigan, for the Office of Transportation and Air Quality (OTAC), regulating mobile sources, and a political appointee in Research Triangle Park, North Carolina, for the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards (OAQPS), regulating stationary sources, and give those appointees the requisite titles and authority to oversee the OTAC and OAQPS staff. L. Establish a political chief of staff in D.C. to manage the entire Air Office. L. Pull the Renewable Fuel Standard (RFS) program out of OTAC. Establish its own sub-office in D.C. with status parallel to OTAC and OAQPS that is headed by a political appointee. And establish a Memorandum of Understanding with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Energy to work together to establish RFS programs. L. Require regional air offices to receive approval from OR before moving forward with enforcement actions in order to ensure that enforcement is meeting the requirements established by regulations and is not going beyond them. Office of Water OW is responsible for ensuring safe drinking water and restoring and maintaining oceans, watersheds, and their aquatic ecosystems to protect human health, support economic and recreational activities, and provide healthy habitats for fish, plants, and wildlife. Its two main statutes include implementing the Clean Water Act (QA) 26 and Safe Drinking Water Act (SDWA). 27 OW has generated a large number of expansive regulations that infringe on private property rights, most notably with the Waters of the U.S. program. Needed reforms. The overarching theme for reform is guidance on guidance. OW relies heavily on guidance documents that are outdated and that sometimes have been in a deliberative state for years. Additionally, there are significant issues surrounding OW's holding up guidance as something more than simply guidance, as something akin to law in certain circumstances. The August 6, 2019, Office of Water Policy for Draft Documents Memorandum 28 should be strictly enforced to ensure transparency as well as good governance by not letting guidance linger in draft form and by also ensuring that guidance documents are clearly just that, guidance. They do not have the effect of law and should not be treated by the office as if they did have any such effect. Environmental Protection Agency. As a matter of broad practice, OU should be complying with statutorily established deadlines in all situations with only minimal exceptions. In cases where statutory deadlines will not be met, senior management should be made aware of the delay and should have an opportunity to determine whether alternative courses should be taken. Depending on the outcome of regulations from the Biden administration as well as intervention by the Supreme Court on both waters of the United States, WOTUS, and QIS Section 401,29, the repeal and reissuance of new regulations should be pursued. New policies. New regulations should include the following: a WOTUS rule that makes clear what is and is not a navigable water and respects private property rights. Coordinate with Congress to develop legislation, if necessary, to codify the definition in Rep. Note v. United States that waters of the United States can refer only to relatively permanent, standing or continuously flowing bodies of water, as opposed to ordinarily dry channels through which water occasionally or intermittently flows. 30. A rule that provides clarity and regulatory certainty regarding the QIS Section 401 water quality certification process to limit unnecessary delay for needed projects, including by establishing a discharge-only approach with a limited scope from point sources into navigable waters, assessing only water quality factors that are consistent with specific QIS sections, and excluding speculative analysis regarding future potential harm. A rule to ensure that QIS Section 30,831 has a clear and enforced time limit. A rule to clarify the standard for criminal negligence under QIS Sections 40,232 and 404.33. A rule to prohibit retroactive or preemptive permits under QIS Section 404. A rule to promote and shape nutrient trading that utilizes a carrot versus stick approach when dealing with nutrient compliance. A rule to update compensatory mitigation that imposes no new or additional requirements beyond current law. A rule on updates necessary for the effective use of the QI Needs Survey. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. An executive order requiring EPA to find avenues and expedite the process for states obtaining primacy in available QI and STWI programs. This order would require coordination with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of the Interior. Implementation of additional policies to address challenges in water workforce, issues surrounding timely actions on primacy applications, and cybersecurity. Budget. While the overall goal is certainly to reduce government spending, there is one very targeted area where increased spending would be in the nation's interest. The Clean Water Act Needs Survey is the entire basis for how congressionally appropriated funds directed to state revolving funds, standard annual appropriations that are the true underpinning of all infrastructure funding for drinking water and clean water, are distributed by EPA across the country. Because this program is currently underfunded, money is being thrown at untargeted locations while water infrastructure is crumbling at other locations. Increased targeted funding would greatly benefit water systems across the country at a time when intervention is crucial, leaving fewer communities with significant water service challenges. Personnel would benefit greatly from the reshifting of SES employees to different programs and from headquarters out to regional offices. Office of Land and Emergency Management, OLEM. OLEM's mission is to partner with other federal agencies, states, tribes, local governments, and communities to clean up legacy pollution and revitalize land for reuse. OLEM executes this mission by protecting human health and the environment while leveraging economic opportunities and creating jobs. OLEM also oversees the agency's emergency response. The main statutes that OLEM executes are the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, RCRA 34 to regulate waste management, the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, CHRCLA 35 to clean up Superfund sites and provide resources for cleaning up brownfield sites, and Section 112R of the Clean Air Act 36 to reduce the likelihood of accidental chemical releases. Needed reforms. OLEM's main function is to oversee the execution of cleanups under CHRCLA and RCRA. Therefore, it is critical that OLEM staff focus on project management more than policy creation. emphasizing productivity more than process and policies. Environmental Protection Agency can result in more work on the ground in communities where Americans live and work. OLAM can accomplish this goal by determining the scope of work based on an actual reduction in exposure to chemicals as opposed to the elimination of theoretical potential exposures. To manage cleanups more effectively, OLAM should require training in project management for project managers, as opposed to all staff having a general science background. Adopt EPA's Lean Management System (ELMS) across all OLAM programs. Delegate all CHRCLA authority from the administrator to the OLAM assistant administrator as opposed to a direct delegation to the regional administrators. Find opportunities to transfer work and funding to states and tribes. New Policy Superfund. To execute more efficient and effective cleanups, the following changes are needed in the Office of Superfund Remediation and Technology Innovation (OSRT). Revise the National Oil and Hazardous Substances Pollution Contingency Plan (NCP) to modernize and streamline the cleanup process using lessons learned from the execution of the NCP over the past 40+ years. Increase the use of CHRCLA removal authority to execute short-term cleanups, which will provide clarity and finality for potentially responsible parties (PRPS) and return cleaned up land to communities more swiftly. Streamline the process for determining applicable or relevant and appropriate requirements based on commonalities across sites as opposed to making such determinations on a site-by-site basis. Revise groundwater cleanup regulations and policies to reflect the challenges of omnipresent contaminants like PFAS. Revisit the designation of PFAS chemicals as hazardous substances under CHRCLA. Allow PRPS to perform the statutorily required 5-year reviews of Superfund cleanups to free OLAM resources. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise expand and fully stand up the Office of Mountains, Deserts and Plains to support innovative approaches to the cleaning up of abandoned mines. Develop and execute a 10-year cleanup plan to address lead at all existing cleanup sites that includes benchmarks and milestones that allow for congressional and public oversight of the schedule. To streamline waste management, the following changes are needed in the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery (ORCR). Create an RCRA post-closure care permit that is tailored only to post-closure obligations. Modify regulations that impede resource efficiency, recycling, and reuse by providing clearly that these materials are not waste. This can be done by promulgating a rule that provides an alternative pathway to hazardous waste regulation to allow the transport of material to legitimate recyclers or back to manufacturers to support the recycling and reuse of material. Change the electronic manifest (e-manifest) regulations to a 100% electronic system and eliminate all paper manifests and manual filing and data input. This system should operate from a range of common handheld devices and could be expanded to accommodate solid waste and materials for reuse and recycling. Reassign regulation and enforcement of air emission standards under the authority of ORCR Section 300,437 to OR and revise and modernize the regulations to comport and integrate with CAA rules. Risk Management Program. If a new Risk Management Program (RMP) rule is finalized by the Biden administration, it should be revised to reflect the amendments finalized in 2019 to protect sensitive information. Personnel. The following organizational changes could create resource efficiencies to focus on the highest value opportunities. Eliminate or consolidate the regional laboratories and allow OLAM to use EPA, other government, or private labs based on expertise and cost. Environmental Protection Agency. Consolidate non-core functions, communications, economists, congressional relations, etc. into one OLAM sub-office to allow the subject matter offices to focus on the execution of field work. Eliminate the Office of Emergency Management and reassign its functions. 1. Move the Emergency Management function, currently OEM, into Homeland Security under the Administrator's Office. 2. Incorporate Removal Authority, currently OEM, into OSRT. 3. Retain the oversight and enforcement of the RMP program within OLAM. 4. Drop emergency management from OLM's name. Budget. While the overall goal is certainly to reduce government scope and spending, OLM's programs present the best opportunity to use taxpayer dollars to execute EPA's core mission of cleaning up contamination. Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention (OCSP). OCSP primarily oversees the regulation of new and existing chemicals under the Toxic Substances Control Act (SCA) 38 and the regulation of pesticides under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act (FIFRA) 39 and Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act (FDCA). 40. These activities are managed in two separate offices within OCSP, the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics (OPT), Chemicals, and Office of Pesticide Programs (OP), Pesticides. OCSP is constantly pressured to ban the use of certain chemicals, typically based on fear as a result of mischaracterized or incomplete science. Needed reforms and new policy in OPT chemicals will ensure that decision-making is risk-based rather than defaulting to precautionary, hazard-based approaches like the Integrated Risk Information System (IRIS). Will focus the scope of chemical evaluations on pathways of exposure that are not covered by other program offices and other environmental statutes, and eliminate scope creep to ensure that evaluations can be completed in a timely manner consistent with the statutory requirements. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise will ensure that new chemical evaluations are conducted in a timely manner, consistent with statutory requirements, to ensure the competitiveness of U.S. manufacturers. For new chemicals, reset the program to ensure that reviews are completed on a timeline that is consistent with the statute. This includes revising the regulations governing the reviews of new chemicals. Ensure that risk evaluations and risk management rules presume that workplaces are following all OSHA requirements, including requirements for personal protective equipment (PPE). Apply real-world use of chemicals when assessing conditions of use for risk evaluations. Transition the Safer Choice program to the private sector. Right-size the SCA fees rule so that it is consistent with the tasks that the agency is actually completing within the timelines of the statute and is not covering the costs of EPA inefficiency or overreach. Revise existing policies to address the requirements of the 2016 Lautenberg Amendment to the SCA.41. Develop a framework rule for risk management approaches that will be used under SCA for existing chemicals. Needed reforms and new policy in OP pesticides. OP should rely on Department of Agriculture and state usage data that reflect actual pesticide use in registration reviews and Endangered Species Act (ESA) 42 analyses. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service should rely on similar data in their ESA analyses. OP has rigorous testing requirements that registrants must meet before pesticides are allowed on the market. However, when pesticides undergo registration review every 15 years, EPA relies on publicly available data with differing levels of quality and transparency. Data standards are needed to ensure that information relied on by EPA is made available to the agency at a similar level as the original testing data conducted by registrants to ensure that EPA can conduct a robust review and analysis of the data. Environmental Protection Agency ESA reform for pesticides is necessary. When approving pesticides, FIFRA allows for cost-benefit balancing, recognizing that pesticides are effective precisely because they harm pests. However, the ESA does not allow for any consideration of the beneficial effects of pesticides. In order to meet ESA obligations, pesticide uses are severely restricted, leaving growers with limited tools for crop protection. New policies are needed to ensure that other program offices, such as ORD, OW, and OLM, will defer to OP on toxicity issues. OP has rigorous testing requirements for pesticide ingredients and products to ensure before they go to market that their use will not harm human health and the environment. Assessments by other offices are redundant. While individual pesticide registrations are considered adjudications and not reviewed by the Office of Management and Budget (OMB), consistent with a 1993 OMB guidance, when pesticide tolerances and registrations are withdrawn by the agency as opposed to being withdrawn voluntarily by registrants, these actions should undergo coordinated interagency review managed by OMB. Budget. The Biden administration has expanded the scope and breadth of regulatory actions with respect to opt and OP, but both programs continue to maintain that resources are insufficient. Opt chemicals suffers from a lack of leadership and an inability to complete the most basic requirements efficiently and in a timely fashion. While EPA has asked for more resources, including higher industry fees, it is not clear that it has the capacity to use additional dollars efficiently. With regard to OP pesticides, pesticide manufacturers feel that the program is underfunded and would like its budget to be increased so that pesticide actions can be reviewed more quickly. Manufacturers are also willing to pay higher fees to the fee-based portion of the program. However, grower groups have been disappointed by EPA's actions and have significant concerns about EPA's ability to conduct science-based risk assessments and take risk management actions that appropriately balance benefits and risks as required by FIFRA. Guardrails and third-party audits should be part of any funding increases through the Pesticide Registration Improvement Act (PREA) 43 or other mechanisms. Office of Research and Development (ORD), and related science activities. While much of this work has not been authorized by law, EPA conducts a wide variety of intramural and extramural research, development, regulatory science, mandate for leadership, the conservative promise science advisory, peer review, risk assessment, and risk management activities. This enterprise includes the Office of Research and Development (ORD), the agency's largest employer, as well as science activities across other key programs, regions, and cross-cutting parts of the Administrator's Office. EPA's scientific enterprise, including ORD, has rightly been criticized for decades as precautionary, bloated, unaccountable, closed, outcome-driven, hostile to public and legislative input, and inclined to pursue political rather than purely scientific goals. Needed reforms. Day 1 priorities. Notify Congress that EPA will not conduct any ongoing or planned science activity for which there is not clear and current congressional authorization. This priority should be underscored in the President's first budget request. The new President's Inauguration Day regulatory review/freeze directives should avoid exceptions for EPA actions. This freeze should explicitly include quasi-regulatory actions, including assessments, determinations, standards, and guidance, that have failed to go through the notice and comment process and may date back years. Pause for review all contracts above $100,000 with a heavy focus on major external peer reviews and regulatory models. Call for the public to identify areas where EPA has inconsistently assessed risk, failed to use the best science, or participated in research misconduct. Eliminate the use of unauthorized regulatory inputs like the social cost of carbon, black box and proprietary models, and unrealistic climate scenarios, including those based on Representative Concentration Pathway (RCP) 8.5. Personnel. Quickly nominate a reform-minded Assistant Administrator for Research and Development. Appoint and empower a science advisor reporting directly to the administrator in addition to a substantial investment. No fewer than 6 senior political appointees charged with overseeing and reforming EPA research and science activities. Qualifications for these positions should emphasize management, oversight, and execution skills, including in leading state environmental agencies, as opposed to personal scientific output. Environmental Protection Agency. Suspend and review the activities of EPA advisory bodies, many of which have not been authorized by Congress or lack independence, balance, and geographic and viewpoint diversity. Retract delegations for key science and risk assessment decisions from assistant administrators, regional offices, and career officials. L. Eliminate the use of Title 42 hiring authority that allows ORD to spend millions in taxpayer dollars for salaries of certain employees above the civil service scale. L. Announce plans to streamline and reform EPA's poorly coordinated and managed laboratory structure. Budget. Back to basics. Rejection of unauthorized or expired science activities. A top priority should be the immediate and consistent rejection of all EPA ORD and science activities that have not been authorized by Congress. In FY 2022, according to EPA's opaque budgeting efforts, science and technology activities totaled nearly $730 million. EPA's FY 2023 budget request for the Office of Research and Development seeks funds for more than 1,850 employees, a dramatic increase for what is already the largest EPA office with well above 10% of the agency's workforce. 44 ORD conducts a wide-ranging series of science and peer review activities, some in support of regulatory programs established by our environmental laws, but often lacks authority for these specific endeavors. Several ORD offices and programs, many of which constitute unaccountable efforts to use scientific determinations to drive regulatory, enforcement, and legal decisions, should be eliminated. The Integrated Risk Information System, for example, was ostensibly designed by EPA to evaluate hazard and dose response for certain chemicals. Despite operating since the 1980s, the program has never been authorized by Congress and often sets safe levels based on questionable science and below background levels, resulting in billions in economic costs. The program has been criticized by a wide variety of stakeholders, states, Congress, the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, NASEM, and the U.S. Government Accountability Office, GAO, among others. EPA has failed to implement meaningful reforms, and this unaccountable program threatens key regulatory processes as well as the integrity of Clean Air Act and SCA implementation. Needed EPA advisory body reforms. EPA currently operates 21 federal advisory committees. 45 These committees often play an outsized role in determining agency scientific and regulatory policy, mandate for leadership, the conservative promise, and their membership has too often been handpicked to achieve certain political positions. In the Biden administration, key EPA advisory committees were purged of balanced perspectives, geographic diversity, important regulatory and private sector experience, and state, local, and tribal expertise. Contrary to congressional directives and recommendations from the GAO and intergovernmental associations, these moves eviscerated historic levels of participation on key committees by state, local, and tribal members from 2017 to 2020. As a result, a variety of EPA regulations lack relevant scientific perspectives, increasing the risks of economic fallout and a failure of cooperative federalism. EPA also has repeatedly disregarded legal requirements regarding the role of these advisory committees and the scope of scientific advice on key regulations. 46 Needed science policy reforms. Instead of allowing these efforts to be misused for scaremongering, risk communications and enforcement activities, EPA should embrace so-called citizen science and deputize the public to subject the agency's science to greater scrutiny, especially in areas of data analysis, identification of scientific flaws, and research misconduct. In addition, EPA should shift responsibility for evaluating misconduct away from its Office of Scientific Integrity, which has been overseen by environmental activists, and toward an independent body. Work, including with Congress, to provide incentives similar to those under the False Claims Act 47 for the public to identify scientific flaws and research misconduct, thereby saving taxpayers from having to bear the costs involved in expending unnecessary resources. Avoid proprietary, black box models for key regulations. Nearly all major EPA regulations are based on non-transparent models for which the public lacks access or for which significant costs prevent the public from understanding agency analysis. Reject precautionary default models and uncertainty factors. In the face of uncertainty around associations between certain pollutants and health or welfare endpoints, EPA's heavy reliance on default assumptions like its low-dose, linear non-threshold model bake orders of magnitude of risk into key regulatory inputs and drive flawed and opaque decisions. Given the disproportionate economic impacts of top-down solutions, EPA should implement an approach that defaults to less restrictive regulatory outcomes. Environmental Protection Agency (ELRI) focus its research activities on accountable real-world examinations of the efficacy of its regulations with a heavy emphasis on characterizing and better understanding natural, background, international, and anthropogenic contributions for key pollutants. It should embrace concepts laid out in the 2018 Back to Basics process for reviewing national ambient air quality standards Memo 48 to ensure that any science and risk assessment for the NOx matches congressional direction. Legislative reforms. While some reforms can be achieved administratively, especially in areas where EPA clearly lacks congressional authorization for its activities, Congress should prioritize several EPA science activity reforms. Use of the Congressional Review Act for Congress to disapprove of EPA regulations and other quasi-regulatory actions and prohibit substantially similar actions in the future. Reform EPA's Science Advisory Board and other advisory bodies to ensure independence, balance, transparency, and geographic diversity. Build on recent bipartisan proposals to increase transparency for advisory bodies, subject to the Federal Advisory Committee Act 49 as well as recommendations from the Administrative Conference of the U.S., to strengthen provisions for independence, accountability, geographic diversity, turnover, and public participation. This should include a prohibition on peer review activities for unaccountable third parties that lack independence or application of these same principles to non-governmental peer review bodies, including NASEM. Add teeth to long-standing executive orders, memoranda, recommendations, and other policies to require that EPA regulations are based on transparent, reproducible science as well as that the data and publications resulting from taxpayer-funded activities are made immediately available to the public. Reject funds for programs that have not been authorized by Congress, like IRIS, as well as peer review activities that have not been authorized by Congress. Revisit and repeal or reform outdated environmental statutes. A high priority should be the repeal or reform of the Global Change Research Act of 1990,50, which has been misused for political purposes. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise repeal Inflation Reduction Act programs providing grants for environmental science activities. American Indian Office (IO) is a vital EPA function. It is mandated to carry out a 1992 Act of Congress that administers the Indian Environmental General Assistance Program. 51 Because of the sovereign-to-sovereign relationship between the U.S. government and federally recognized sovereign Indian nations, this Act's purpose is to assist tribes in developing the capacity to manage their own tribal environmental protection programs and set them up to implement programs for the management of solid and hazardous waste. This office also is the chief office under which the EPA's 1984 Indian policy functions. Needed reforms. IO should be significantly elevated as a standalone EPA Assistant Administrator Office. This would send a clear message to American Indians and Alaska Native villages that the agency takes seriously the environmental issues plaguing Indian country. While designated a headquarters office with direct reporting to the administrator, its location should be in the American West, closer to most tribal nations. This could include Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Dallas, Texas, or Denver, Colorado. The state of Oklahoma is considered the tribal center of America and is home to 39 federally recognized tribes, including the 5 civilized tribes. The other 2 options are also close to numerous tribes and home to EPA regional offices. New policies. All EPA tribal grants and tribal matters should be run from this office as a one-stop shop for all tribal affairs. Budget and personnel. IO should be led by a politically appointed, Senate-confirmed assistant administrator, ideally one with strong ties to a federally recognized tribe. He or she should have political deputies and staff to assist the political leadership in carrying out agency policies. Career EPA tribal staff are located throughout the nation in all regional offices, but are paid mostly under the budget of the current Office of International and Tribal Affairs, which will be significantly restructured as international functions are reabsorbed into the appropriate media offices, for example, air, water, and land and emergency management. Because of this, tribal staff should be fully under the authority of the new American Indian Office and its assistant administrator, not the regional offices. Environmental Protection Agency Office of General Counsel (UC) serves as the chief legal advisor to EPA's policy-making officials. It also provides legal support to regional actions and enforcement and compliance litigation. UC lawyers represent the agency in court alongside the Department of Justice, typically defending agency actions. Needed reforms and new policies will review EPA's environmental justice and Title VI authority. Wherever possible, the Biden administration is broadening EPA's use and interpretation of environmental justice, A 52 and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 196,453 beyond long-standing understandings of the legal limits of that authority. As a threshold matter, there is an opportunity to redefine AI as a tool for the agency to prioritize environmental protection efforts and assistance to communities in proximity to pollution or with the greatest need for additional protection. Allocations of agency resources, increased EPA enforcement, and/or agency distribution of grants should be based on neutral constitutional principles. In 2023, the Supreme Court is expected to provide guidance on the constitutionality of race-based discrimination as it considers students for fair admissions v. University of North Carolina. 54. Accordingly, the next administration should pause and review all ongoing AA and Title VI actions to ensure that they are consistent with any forthcoming Scottish decision. It'll establish a policy of legally speaking with one voice. Some EPA offices, for example, the Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance and the Offices of Regional Counsel, assert legal positions and interpretations of the law that conflict with an administration's interpretation as articulated by IC with input from program offices. It is unacceptable for the agency to have inconsistent legal positions, particularly with respect to key interpretative issues. All attorneys with authority to represent EPA, not necessarily all attorneys, should therefore be housed in IC. These offices include 1. The Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance (ECA). ECA was established during the Clinton administration. Enforcement attorneys tend to take legal positions to win cases or obtain settlements that may be inconsistent with those of IC and program offices. ECA attorneys should be moved into IC. Additionally, non-attorney program staff in ECA could be moved into their relevant program offices. For example, the Clean Air Act enforcement advisor could mandate for leadership, the conservative promise be moved into or. Beyond the avoidance of inconsistent legal positions, this policy would reduce the agency's overall expenditures and duplication of work. To accommodate this new function, IC could establish a new Deputy General Counsel for Enforcement position to manage the enforcement attorneys at headquarters and in the regions. 2. The Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs (ACHIR). ACHIR employees should not take legal positions. In all administrations, White House counsel is key with respect to oversight issues and has an important relationship with IC. There must be a strategic relationship between ACHIR and IC, but IC, in consultation with agency clients and White House counsel, should assert EPA legal positions to Congress. For example, the assertion of interests regarding congressional subpoenas, witness availability and testimony, and document production. 3. The Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights (OEJECR). OEJECR was established during the Biden administration. A and civil rights functions were taken from IC and moved into a standalone office as well as spread through the regions. OEJECR should be disbanded. OEJECR's attorneys should be moved back into IC, and non-legal staff, for example, policy advisors, should be moved back into the administrator's office as is customary. 4. The offices of Regional Council (ORCs). Regional A staff efforts, both in the ORCs and in the policy-making offices, are highly variable. EPA is therefore likely to take inconsistent legal positions. To the extent that legal positions are taken by the ORCs and/or regional staff, they should be coordinated and approved by ORC and the appropriate regional leadership. For example, nearly all regional offices have A action plans and/or A implementation plans. Region 1's A action plan is 6 pages, and Region 2's is 66 pages. The Region 2 A action plan, for example, specifies that ORC will conduct A training for all legal staff to provide attorneys with a simple standard A analysis they can use regardless of the context, enforcement, grants, permits, referrals, etc., of the case. 55. In addition, EPA should refrain from publicly undermining the National Environmental Policy Act (NEPA) 56 process at other agencies and should instead focus on providing constructive, technical support during the interagency process. Environmental Protection Agency personnel review resources to consider reorganization of other attorney functions and leadership for consolidation into a cross-cutting issues law office. Review telework policies and attorneys with permanent duty stations not at EPA headquarters or a regional office. Consider invoking the rotation of SES managers within IC and ORCs to other EPA offices where appropriate. Monitor all external communications conveying a legal position. Do not allow public events at which the agency puts forth its legal position unless they are specifically approved. For example, agency webinars on sensitive issues. Budget will increase with consolidation of FTE funding that follows attorneys who come from other EPA offices. Reassess duplicative skill sets with the consolidation and allow for attrition if needed. Consider allocated resources for regional recruiting to increase geographic diversity from law schools from each state. Office of Mission Support (OMS). OMS leads the agency's core mission support functions to improve efficiency, coordination, and customer experience for internal customers, stakeholders, and the public, including protection of EPA's facilities and other critical assets nationwide, acquisition activities, contracts, grants management, human capital, information technology, and information management activities. Grant reform. EPA now awards up to $30 billion in grants annually, up to half of the agency's annual budget. Of these funds, $500 million is awarded as discretionary. This grant-making, discretionary and otherwise, is driven by ideology instead of need. Of particular concern is a practice whereby numerous small-dollar grants are administered to a great number of grantees, while larger grants are given to academic institutions. As a result, grant funds produce little to no meaningful improvements in the environment and public health, and instead fund questionably mandate for leadership. The conservative promise relevant projects at elite, private academic institutions that invariably produce radical environmental research. Steps should be taken to ensure that grants are awarded based on need instead of ideological affiliation or academic preference. Specifically, EPA should institute a pause and review for all grants over a certain threshold. Put a political appointee in charge of the grants office to prioritize distribution of grants to those who are most in need and toward projects that will tangibly improve the environment. Cap the number and dollar amounts of grants that the Office of Research and Development can award and require that they be reviewed by the Administrator's Office. Office of the Chief Financial Officer (OCFO). OCFO formulates and manages EPA's annual budget and performance plan, coordinates EPA's strategic planning efforts, develops EPA's annual performance and accountability report, and implements the Government Performance and Results ACT. 57 Needed reforms. EPA has been audited by the agency's Inspector General for decades, well beyond accepted norms for private sector financial audits. Audit teams should be diversified. Staffing assignments, especially at the senior level, should be reviewed and streamlined, and the office should consolidate space to save agency costs. For example, 6 offices need 6 security contracts to protect employees when one contract would suffice. New policies review travel and reimbursement policies for best practices aligned for industry norms. Personnel. The Deputy Chief Financial Officer position is currently reserved for a career official, but political appointees may serve as Associate CFO, Special Advisor, and other senior officials. In addition to evaluating whether the Deputy Chief Financial Officer position should be reserved for a career official, a new administration should immediately fill these positions with political appointees and establish a new political leadership position for Appropriations Liaison, which is currently overseen by career employees. Environmental Protection Agency Budget OCFO is responsible for drafting and sharing the President's budget with Congress. The CFO often testifies along with the administrator. Efforts to simplify the budget request could improve the overall transparency and general understanding of the agency's work. Conclusion: a more conservative EPA that aligns with the policies outlined in this chapter will lead to a better environmental future without unintended consequences. It will prevent unnecessary expenditures by the regulated community, allowing for investment in economic development and job creation, which are keys to thriving communities. Cutting EPA's size and scope will deliver savings to the American taxpayer. Improved transparency will serve as an important check to ensure that the agency's mission is not distorted or co-opted for political gain. Importantly, a conservative EPA will deliver tangible environmental improvements to the American people in the form of cleaner air, cleaner water, and healthier soils. Author's note: this chapter could not have been completed without the assistance of numerous policy experts, legal professionals, and former appointees. A special note of thanks to David Harlow, Justin Schwab, Aaron Chabot, Clint Woods, and Scott Mason IV. The author alone assumes responsibility for this chapter. No views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise and Notes. 1. Gabriella Hoffman, Fact Check, is net zero an effective policy for stopping climate change? Independent Women's Forum, October 31, 2022, https://www.iwf.org/2022/10/3/check-is-net-0-effective policy-for-stopping-climate-change/ access to January 25, 2023. 2. Stephen Lee, Pat Rizzuto, Dean Scott, and Jennifer Hijazi. EPA would see highest funding ever under Biden budget plan. 2. Bloomberg Law, March 28, 2022, https://news.bloomberg.com/environmental-energy/epa-would-see-highest-funding-level-ever-budget-plan. Access to January 25, 2023. See also U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, United States Environmental Protection Agency Fiscal Year 2023 Justification of Appropriation Estimates for the Committee on Appropriations, April 2022, https://www.epa.gov/system/files/documents/2022-04/FY-2023-congressional-justification-all-tabs.pdf accessed March 20, 2023. 3. William Yeatman, EPA's missed deadlines cause widespread dysfunction, Competitive Enterprise Institute blog, August 3, 2016, CEI.org access to January 25, 2023. 4. Shannon Osaka, the EPA failed Flint. Now we know exactly how. Grist, July 19, 2018, grist.org article/The EPA failed Flint. Now we know exactly how/ access to January 25, 2023. 5. Alan Newhouser, EPA to blame for preventable Gold King mine spill, U.S. News and World Report, October 22, 2015, https://www.usenews.com/news/articles/2015/EPA-TO-blame-for-preventable-gold-king-ministerial-department-finds. Access to January 25, 2023. 6. Christopher Hillman, EPA official not only touted crucifying oil companies, he tried it. Forbes, April 26, 2012, https://www.forbes.com/site/Christopher Hillman/2012/26/EPA-official-not-only-touted-crucifying oil-companies-it?-tried-it=5B74772B15DC9. Accessed March 20, 2023. 7. News release. EPA celebrates 50 years of progress. Delegates Conference Center to First Administrator, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, December 2, 2020. EPA.gov EPA celebrates 50-year progress. Delegates Conference Center First Administrator. Access to January 25, 2023. 8. Case Western Reserve University, Encyclopedia of Cleveland History, Cuyahoga River Fire, case.edu/articles/c/Cuyahoga River Fire. Access to January 25, 2023. 9. President Richard Nixon, Reorganization Plan No. 3 of 1970, special message from the President to the Congress about reorganization plans to establish the Environmental Protection Agency and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, July 9, 1970, EPA.gov reorganization-plan-NO-3-1970.html. Access to January 25, 2023. 10. IBID. 11. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Clean Air Act, 42 Us. See paragraph 7401 at SEC. 1970, last updated September 12, 2022, EPA.gov. Access to January 27, 2023. 12. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Clean Water Act, 33 Us. See paragraph 1251 at SEC. 1972, last updated July 6, 2022, EPA.gov. Access to January 25, 2023. 13. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, 1990 Clean Air Act Amendment Summary, last updated November 28, 2022, EPA.gov. Access to January 25, 2023. 14. U.S. Department of State, Office of Environmental Quality, the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, https://www.state.gov/key-topics-office-environmental-quality-and-transboundary issues/the-Montreal-Protocol-and-substances-that-deplete-the-ozone-layer/. Access to January 25, 2023. 15. 5 U.S. Code Paragraph 3345 at SEC. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed March 20, 2023. 16. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7261 A. Govinfo.gov Title 42-Chap 85-Subchappy-SEC 7621.htm. Access to January 25, 2023. 17. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7607 D. Govinfo.gov Title 42-Chap 85-Subchappy-SEC 7607.htm. Access to January 25, 2023. 18. H.R. 5376, Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, Public Law No. 117-169, 117th Congress, August 16, 2022, https://www.congress.gov/117/pl/117publ169/pl-117publ169.pdf accessed March 20, 2023. Environmental Protection Agency 1942 U.S. Code Paragraph 7426 B. Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 20. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7410 K5-6 Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 21. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7601 A. Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 22. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7675 Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 23. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7411 Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 24. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7411 D. 25. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7412 Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 26. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Clean Water Act, 33 Use. See Paragraph 1251 at SEC. 1972, last updated July 6, 2022, EPA.gov, accessed January 26, 2023. 27. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Safe Drinking Water Act, 42 Use. See Paragraph 300F at SEC. 1974, last updated September 12, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-regulations/summary-safe-drinking-water-act https://www.epa.gov/SDWI accessed January 26, 2023. 28. Memorandum from David P. Ross, Assistant Administrator, Environmental Protection Agency, to Office of Water Program Directors. Subject, Office of Water Policy for Draft Documents, August 6, 2019, https://www.epa.gov/sites/default/files/2020-1-OW_policy_draft_documents_TO_OW_program_002.pdf accessed January 26, 2023. 29. 33 U.S. Code Paragraph 1341, Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 30. Repanote v. United States, 547 U.S. 715, 2006, Supreme.justia.com Index. PDF accessed January 25, 2023. 31. 33 U.S. Code Paragraph 1318, Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 32. 33 U.S. Code Paragraph 1342, Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 33. 33 U.S. Code Paragraph 1344, Law.cornell.edu accessed January 26, 2023. 34. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, 42 Use. See Paragraph 6901 at SEC. 1976, last updated September 12, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-resource-conservation-and-recovery-act, access to January 27, 2023. 35. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act Superfund, 42 Use. See paragraph 9601 at SEEK. 1980, last updated September 12, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-regulations/summary-compensation-and-liability-act, access to January 27, 2023. 36. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 7412 R. law.cornell.edu, access to January 27, 2023. 37. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 6924 N. law.cornell.edu, access to January 27, 2023. 38. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Toxic Substances Control Act, 15 Use. See paragraph 2601 at SEEK. 1976, last updated October 4, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-regulations/summary-toxic-substances-control-act, access to January 27, 2023. 39. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, 7 Use. See paragraph 136 at SEEK. 1996, last updated September 12, 2022, EPA.gov Summary Federal Insecticide Fungicide and Rodenticide Act, access to January 27, 2023. 40. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, 21 Use. See paragraph 301 at SEEK. 2002, last updated September 12, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-regulations/summary-federal food-drug-and-cosmetic-act, access to January 27, 2023. 41. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act, last updated March 24, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/assessing-and-managing-chemicals-under-ska/frank-lautenberg-chemical-safety-21SD-Century-Act, access to January 27, 2023, and highlights of key provisions in the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act for the 21st Century, last updated February 12, 2020, https://www.epa.gov/assessing-and-managing-chemicals-under-ska/highlights-key-provisions-frank-r-lautenberg chemical, access to January 27, 2023. 42. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the Endangered Species Act, 16 Use. See paragraph 1531 at SEEK. 1973, last updated September 12, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-regulations/summary-endangered species-act, access to January 27, 2023. 43. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, PREA Overview and History, last updated July 19, 2022, www.epa.gov/prea-fees/prea-overview-and-history, access to January 27, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 44. Table, EPA budget by National Program Manager and Major Office, in U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, United States Environmental Protection Agency Fiscal Year 2023 Justification of Appropriation Estimates for the Committee on Appropriations, p. 1076. 45. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, all federal advisory committees at EPA, last updated March 10, 2023, EPA.gov, accessed March 20, 2023. 46. For example, EPA has steadfastly refused to follow Clean Air Act requirements that the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee provide, in the words of the U.S. Supreme Court, unquestionably pertinent advice on the relative contribution to air pollution concentrations of natural activity as well as any adverse public health, welfare, social, economic, or energy effects which may result from various strategies for attainment and maintenance of the NOACs. Memorandum from E. Scott Pruitt, Administrator, Environmental Protection Agency, to Assistant Administrators, Subject, Back to Basics Process for Reviewing National Ambient Air Quality Standards, May 9, 2018, p. 4. EPA.gov Image 2018-05-09-173219.pdf accessed January 25, 2023, cited hereafter as Pruitt Memorandum, May 9, 2018, and Whitman v. American Trucking Associations, 531 U.S. 457, 470 2001, Supreme. Justia.com/cases/federal/US/531/457/case.pdf accessed January 25, 2023. Similarly, EPA has refused to follow legal requirements dating to the late 1970s regarding congressional requests for scientific advice. Pruitt Memorandum, May 9, 2018. U.S. Government Accountability Office, EPA Science and Advisory Panels, Preliminary Observations on the Processes for Providing Scientific Advice, Testimony of J. Alfredo Gomez, Director, Natural Resources and Environment, GAO, before the Subcommittee on Superfund, Waste Management, and Regulatory Oversight, Committee on Environment and Public Works, U.S. Senate, GAO 15-636T, May 20, 2015, GAO.gov, accessed January 25, 2023, and U.S. Government Accountability Office, EPA Science Advisory Board, Policy Statement on Science Quality and Integrity, GAO 17-526R, June 8, 2017, GAO.gov, accessed January 25, 2023. 47. 31 U.S. Code Paragraph 3729 et seq. Law.cornell.edu, accessed March 20, 2023. 48. See Pruitt Memorandum, May 9, 2018. 49. H.R. 4383, Federal Advisory Committee Act, Public Law 92-463, 92nd Congress, October 6, 1972, www. congress.gov/92/statute/statute-86-pg770.pdf accessed March 20, 2023. 50. 15 U.S. Code Chapter 56A, law.cornell.edu accessed January 27, 2023. 51. Indian Environmental General Assistance Act of 1992, 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 4368b, law.cornell.edu use code/text/42/4368b accessed January 27, 2023. 52. See U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Office of General Counsel, EPA Legal Tools to Advance Environmental Justice, May 2022, EPA.gov tools %U0 May %U0 2022 %U0 final.pdf accessed January 25, 2023, and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Office of General Counsel, Office of Policy, Interim Environmental Justice and Civil Rights in Permitting Frequently Asked Questions, August 2022, EPA.gov and %U0 CR %U0 IN %U0 Permitting %U0 FAQs %U0 508 %U0 Compliant.pdf accessed January 25, 2023. 53. 2 U.S. Code Paragraph 2000D-2000D-7, law.cornell.edu accessed January 27, 2023. 54. Students for Fair Admissions, Incorporated v. University of North Carolina, Number 1, 14 CV 954 MDNC September 30, 2019, legal.com accessed January 27, 2023. 55. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA Region 2 Environmental Justice Action Plan, p. 24, www. epa.gov/sites/2016-03/documents/region_2_environmental_justice_action_plan.pdf accessed January 27, 2023. 56. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Summary of the National Environmental Policy Act, 42 Us. See paragraph 4321 at Seek. 1969, last updated September 12, 2022, https://www.epa.gov/laws-regulations/summary-national environmental-policy-act accessed January 27, 2023. 57. 31 U.S. Code Paragraph 1115, law.cornell.edu accessed January 27, 2023. 14 Department of Health and Human Services, Roger Severino I.F. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services (HHS) were a separate country. Its approximately $1.6 trillion budget would rank as the world's fifth largest national budget. For good or ill, HHS activities personally impact the lives of more Americans than do those of any other federal agency. Under President Trump, HHS was dedicated to serving all Americans from conception to natural death, including those individuals and families who face economic and social well-being challenges. Under President Biden, the mission has shifted to promoting equity in everything we do for the sake of populations sharing a particular characteristic, including race, sexuality, gender identification, ethnicity, and a host of other categories. 2 As a result of HHS's having lost its way, U.S. life expectancy, instead of returning to normal after the COVID-19 pandemic, continued to drop precipitously to levels not seen since 1996, with white populations alone losing 7% of their expected lifespan in just 1 year. 3 Nothing less than America's long-term survival is at stake. Accordingly, HHS must return to serving the health and well-being of all Americans at all stages of life instead of using social engineering that leaves us sicker, poorer, and more divided. Overview: HHS consists of 11 operating divisions that have varying degrees of practical independence from the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and 15 staff divisions that are directly under the Office of the Secretary. This chapter's recommendations are limited to those divisions that most need reform and address, wherever possible, 5 cross-cutting goals. Mandate for leadership: the conservative promise goal number 1, protecting life, conscience, and bodily integrity. The Secretary should pursue a robust agenda to protect the fundamental right to life, protect conscience rights, and uphold bodily integrity rooted in biological realities, not ideology. From the moment of conception, every human being possesses inherent dignity and worth, and our humanity does not depend on our age, stage of development, race, or abilities. The Secretary must ensure that all HHS programs and activities are rooted in the deep respect for innocent human life from day one until natural death. Abortion and euthanasia are not health care. A robust respect for the sacred rights of conscience, both at HHS and among governments and institutions funded by it, increases choices for patients and program beneficiaries and furthers pluralism and tolerance. The Secretary must protect Americans' civil rights by ensuring that HHS programs and activities follow the letter and spirit of religious freedom and conscience protection laws. Radical actors inside and outside government are promoting harmful identity politics that replaces biological sex with subjective notions of gender identity and bases a person's worth on his or her race, sex, or other identities. This destructive dogma, under the guise of equity, threatens Americans' fundamental liberties as well as the health and well-being of children and adults alike. The next Secretary must ensure that HHS programs protect children's minds and bodies and that HHS programs respect parents' basic right to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children. Goal number 2, empowering patient choices and provider autonomy. Basic economics holds that costs tend to decrease and quality and options tend to increase when there is robust and free competition in the provision of goods and services. Healthcare is no exception. Healthcare reform should be patient-centered and market-based and should empower individuals to control their healthcare-related dollars and decisions. Of course, providers who deliver healthcare also need the freedom to address the unique needs of their patients. States should be the primary regulators of the medical profession, and the federal government should not restrict providers' ability to discharge their responsibilities or limit their ability to innovate through government pricing controls or irrational Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement schemes. Finally, America's broken insurance system, run largely through confusing provider networks and third-party payers, employers, induces overconsumption of health care, limits consumer shopping, and hides true costs from patients. The federal government should focus reform on reducing burdens of regulatory compliance, unleashing innovation in healthcare delivery, ceasing interference in the daily lives of patients and providers, allowing alternative insurance coverage options, and returning control of healthcare dollars to patients making decisions with their providers about their healthcare treatments and services. Department of Health and Human Services Goal number 3, promoting stable and flourishing married families. Families comprised of a married mother, father, and their children are the foundation of a well-ordered nation and healthy society. Unfortunately, family policies and programs under President Biden's HHS are fraught with agenda items focusing on LGBTQ+ equity, subsidizing single motherhood, disincentivizing work, and penalizing marriage. These policies should be repealed and replaced by policies that support the formation of stable, married, nuclear families. Working fathers are essential to the well-being and development of their children, but the United States is experiencing a crisis of fatherlessness that is ruining our children's futures. In the overwhelming number of cases, fathers insulate children from physical and sexual abuse, financial difficulty or poverty, incarceration, teen pregnancy, poor educational outcomes, high school failure, and a host of behavioral and psychological problems. By contrast, homes with non-related boyfriends present are among the most dangerous place for a child to be. HHS should prioritize married father engagement in its messaging, health, and welfare policies. In the context of current and emerging reproductive technologies, HHS policies should never place the desires of adults over the right of children to be raised by the biological fathers and mothers who conceive them. In cases involving biological parents who are found by a court to be unfit because of abuse or neglect, the process of adoption should be speedy, certain, and supported generously by HHS. Goal number 4, preparing for the next health emergency. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how catastrophic a micromanaging, misinformed, centralized, and politicized federal government can be. Basic human rights, medical choice, and the doctor-patient relationship were trampled without scientific justification and for extended periods of time. Excess deaths, not due to COVID-19, skyrocketed because of forced lockdowns, isolation, vaccine-related mass firings, and colossal disruptions of the economy and daily rhythms of life. The federal government's public health apparatus has lost the public's trust. Before the next national public health emergency, this apparatus must be fundamentally restructured to ensure a transparent, scientifically grounded, and more nimble, efficient, transparent, and targeted response that respects the unique needs and input of patient populations and providers. Every one of the overreaching policies during the pandemic, from lockdowns and school closures to mask and vaccine mandates or passports, received its supposed legal justification from the state of emergency declared and renewed by the HHS Secretary. Tellingly, however, the threshold for what constitutes a public health emergency, how many cases, hospitalizations, deaths, etc., was never defined. For the sake of democratic accountability, we must know with clarity what will trigger the next emergency declaration and, just as important, what will trigger its end. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise unaccountable bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci should never again have such broad, unchecked power to issue health guidelines that will certainly be the basis for federal and state mandates. Never again should public health bureaucrats be allowed to hide information, ignore information, or mislead the public concerning the efficacy or dangers associated with any recommended health interventions because they believe it may lead to hesitancy on the part of the public. The only way to restore public trust in HHS as an institution capable of acting responsibly during a health emergency is through the best of disinfectants, light. Goal number 5, instituting greater transparency, accountability, and oversight. The next administration should guard against the regulatory capture of our public health agencies by pharmaceutical companies, insurers, hospital conglomerates, and related economic interests that these agencies are meant to regulate. We must erect robust firewalls to mitigate these obvious financial conflicts of interest. All national institutes of health, centers for disease control and prevention, and Food and Drug Administration regulators should be entirely free from private biopharmaceutical funding. In this realm, public-private partnerships is a euphemism for agency capture, a thin veneer for corporatism. Funding for agencies and individual government researchers must come directly from the government with robust congressional oversight. We must shut and lock the revolving door between government and big pharma. Regulators should have a long cooling-off period on their contracts. 15 years would not be too long. That prevents them from working for companies they have regulated. Similarly, pharmaceutical company executives should be restricted from moving from industry into positions within regulatory agencies. Finally, HHS should adopt metrics across the agency that can objectively determine the extent to which the agency's policies and programs achieve desired health and welfare outcomes, not agency outputs. What is not measured is not achieved. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention (CDC), COVID and Structural Reform. COVID-19 exposed the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention (CDC) as perhaps the most incompetent and arrogant agency in the federal government. CDC continually misjudged COVID-19, from its lethality, transmissibility, and origins to treatments. We were told masks were not needed, then they were made mandatory. CDC botched the development of COVID tests when they were needed most. When it was too late, we were told to put our lives on hold for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That turned into 2 years of interference and restrictions on the smallest details of our lives. Congress should ensure that CDC's legal authorities are clearly defined and limited to prevent the recurrence of any such arbitrary and vacillating exercise of power. The CDC should be split into 2 separate entities housing its 2 distinct functions. On the one hand, the CDC is now responsible for collecting, synthesizing, Department of Health and Human Services and publishing epidemiological data from the individual states, a scientific data-gathering function. This information is crucial for medical and public health researchers around the country. On the other hand, the CDC is also responsible for making public health recommendations and policies, an inescapably political function. At times, these two functions are in tension or clear conflict. In February 2022, for example, it was reported that woeful years into the pandemic, the agency leading the country's response to the public health emergency has published only a tiny fraction of the data it has collected, much of which could have helped state and local health officials better target their efforts to bring the virus under control. A CDC spokesman said that one of the reasons was fear that the information might be misinterpreted. For these distinct functions should be separated into two entirely separate agencies with a firewall between them. We need a national epidemiological agency responsible only for publishing data and required by law to publish all of the data gathered from states and other sources. A separate agency should be responsible for public health with a severely confined ability to make policy recommendations. The CDC can and should make assessments as to the health costs and benefits of health interventions, but it has limited to no capacity to measure the social costs or benefits they may entail. For example, how much risk mitigation is worth the price of shutting down churches on the holiest day of the Christian calendar and far beyond, as happened in 2020? What is the proper balance of lives saved versus souls saved? The CDC has no business making such inherently political and often unconstitutional assessments and should be required by law to stay in its lane. The CDC's initial COVID-19 testing failures were largely the result of that agency's prioritizing its own development and production of tests using its internal staff and facilities. The private sector is much better positioned to tackle the challenges inherent in developing and manufacturing novel products, as illustrated by the relative success of the alternative approach to facilitating the development of COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics by private companies that was adopted by the Food and Drug Administration, FDA. When it comes to testing, the CDC's role should similarly be to facilitate rather than supplant the efforts of private test developers, academic laboratories, state public health laboratories, and clinical testing providers. When responding to a novel pathogen, the CDC should focus on gathering and disseminating information, including specimens needed for development of positive controls and reference panels, and ensuring that test developers can develop and validate diagnostic tests. These changes will require a shift in priorities and culture at the CDC, and throughout HHS more broadly. 5 Most problematically, the CDC presented itself as a kind of super doctor for the entire nation. The CDC is a public health institution, not a medical institution. According to its mission statement, the agency focuses on disease prevention and mandate for leadership, the conservative promise control, environmental health, and health promotion and health education activities. 6. It is not qualified to offer and usually does not purport to offer professional medical opinions applicable to specific patients. From time to time, the CDC offers findings and recommendations that competent medical practitioners often will consider in arriving at a professional medical judgment for a particular patient. In this respect, CDC guidelines are analogous to guidelines from other public health associations or medical societies. They are informative, not prescriptive. By statute or regulation, CDC guidance must be prohibited from taking on a prescriptive character. For example, never again should CDC officials be allowed to say in their official capacity that school children should be masked or vaccinated through a schedule or otherwise, or prohibited from learning in a school building. Such decisions should be left to parents and medical providers. We have learned that when CDC says what people should do, it readily becomes a must, backed by severe punishments, including criminal penalties. CDC should report on the risks and effectiveness of all infectious disease mitigation measures dispassionately and leave the should and must policy calls to politically accountable parties. Conflicts of interest. There was a time when the CDC could not take money from the pharmaceutical industry, but in 1992, the agency discovered a loophole in federal law that allowed it to accept pharma contributions through the nonprofit CDC Foundation. The money started flowing immediately. From 2014 through 2018, the CDC Foundation received $79.6 million from pharmaceutical corporations like Pfizer, Biogen, and Merck. 7 This practice presents a stark conflict of interest that should be banned. Data systems. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the disastrous public health consequences of the CDC's failure to follow multiple congressional mandates to modernize its data infrastructure. Current reporting methods are burdensome for frontline medical workers, yet they result only in fragmented data that are not available in real time or usable across systems. Congress should require HHS to prioritize the electronic collection and dissemination of robust, privacy-protected data that better leverages existing systems while reducing burdens on clinicians. HHS should also enter into a public-private partnership with a data management expert to develop a system that makes critical information available to healthcare workers and policymakers in real time. 8 The CDC operates several programs related to vaccine safety, including the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System (VAERS), Vaccine Safety Data Link (VSD), and Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment (CISA) project. Those functions and their associated funding should be transferred to the FDA, which is responsible for post-market surveillance and evaluation of all other drugs and biological products. Respect for life and conscience. The CDC should eliminate programs and projects that do not respect human life and conscience rights and that undermine Department of Health and Human Services family formation. It should ensure that it is not promoting abortion as health care. It should fund studies into the risks and complications of abortion and ensure that it corrects and does not promote misinformation regarding the comparative health and psychological benefits of childbirth versus the health and psychological risks of intentionally taking a human life through abortion. The CDC oversaw and funded the development and testing of the COVID-19 vaccines with aborted fetal cell lines, insensitive to the consciences of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people who objected to taking a vaccine with such a link to abortion. As evidenced by litigation across the country, it is likely that thousands were fired unjustly because of the exercise of their consciences or faith on this question, which could have been avoided with a modicum of concern for this issue from CDC. There is never any justification for ending a child's life as part of research, and the research benefits from splicing or growing aborted fetal cells and aborted baby body parts can easily be provided by alternative sources. All such research should be prohibited as a matter of law and policy. CDC should update its public messaging about the unsurpassed effectiveness of modern fertility awareness-based methods (FABMs) of family planning and stop publishing communications that conflate such methods with the long-eclipsed rhythm or calendar methods. CDC should fund studies exploring the evidence-based methods used in cutting-edge fertility awareness. Data collection. The CDC's abortion surveillance and maternity mortality reporting systems are woefully inadequate. CDC abortion data are reported by states on a voluntary basis, and California, Maryland, and New Hampshire do not submit abortion data at all. Accurate and reliable statistical data about abortion, abortion survivors, and abortion-related maternal deaths are essential to timely, reliable public health and policy analysis. Because liberal states have now become sanctuaries for abortion tourism, HHS should use every available tool, including the cutting of funds, to ensure that every state reports exactly how many abortions take place within its borders, at what gestational age of the child, for what reason, the mother's state of residence, and by what method. It should also ensure that statistics are separated by category: spontaneous miscarriage, treatments that incidentally result in the death of a child, such as chemotherapy, stillbirths, and induced abortion. In addition, CDC should require monitoring and reporting for complications due to abortion and every instance of children being born alive after an abortion. Moreover, abortion should be clearly defined as only those procedures that intentionally end an unborn child's life. Miscarriage management or standard ectopic pregnancy treatments should never be conflated with abortion. Comparisons between live births and abortion should be tracked across various demographic indicators to assess whether certain populations are targeted by mandate for leadership, the conservative promise abortion providers, and whether better prenatal physical, mental, and social care improves infant outcomes and decreases abortion rates, especially among those who are most vulnerable. The Ensuring Accurate and Complete Abortion Data Reporting Act of 20,239 would amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act and Public Health Service Act to improve the CDC's abortion reporting mechanisms by requiring states, as a condition of federal Medicaid payments for family planning services, to report streamlined variables in a timely manner. The CDC should immediately end its collection of data on gender identity, which legitimizes the unscientific notion that men can become women and vice versa, and encourages the phenomenon of ever-multiplying subjective identities. Food and Drug Administration (FDA). The FDA's mission includes ensuring the safety and efficacy of drugs, biological products, and medical devices. Federal laws that shield Big Pharma from competition. Because generics generally cost far less than brand-name drugs, consumers begin to save money as soon as a generic product comes on the market. The vast majority are very affordable, with 93% of generic products costing $20 or less. Savings would be even higher under proposals that prevent brand-name manufacturers from slowing down or impeding the entrance of generic products into the marketplace. Specifically, the FDA should prohibit pharmaceutical companies from purposely sitting on their legally available right to be the first to sell generic versions of their drugs. Additionally, Congress should create legal remedies for generic companies to obtain samples of brand-name products for their generic development efforts, and should prohibit meritless citizen petitions submitted by manufacturers to delay approval of a generic competitor. 10 Approval process for laboratory-developed or modified medical tests. Learning from the failed early COVID-19 testing experience, Congress and the FDA should focus on reforming laws and regulations governing medical tests, especially with respect to laboratory-developed tests. Commercial tests are developed with the intention of being widely marketed, distributed, and used, while laboratory-developed tests are created with the intention of being used solely within one laboratory. A test developed by a lab in accordance with the protocols developed by another lab. Non-commercial sharing currently constitutes a new laboratory-developed test, because the lab in which it will be used is different from the initial developing lab. To encourage inter-laboratory collaboration and discourage duplicative test creation and associated regulatory and logistical burdens, the FDA should introduce mechanisms through which laboratory-developed tests can easily be shared with other laboratories without the current regulatory burdens. 11 Department of Health and Human Services. The laboratory-developed tests category currently encompasses a range of possible tests, many of which would be characterized more appropriately as laboratory-modified tests, because they are not truly novel tests, but rather modified versions of existing tests. To avoid stifling innovation and access to medical care, the applicable statutes and regulations should be revised to facilitate greater access to such modified tests. 12 Finally, the FDA has long held that it has regulatory authority over such tests, while others have argued that they should be considered clinical services regulated by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services (CMS). The FDA currently has regulatory authority over in vitro diagnostics, and under the Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments (CLIA) 13, the CMS ensures that labs meet analytical validity standards for test methods. Congress, the FDA, and the CMS need to clarify and disentangle overlapping authorities over tests to eliminate regulatory confusion. 14 Drug shortages. The very thin profit margins and the regulatory burdens associated with generic drug manufacturing discourage inventory and capacity investments by manufacturers and contribute to drug shortages. HHS and the FDA should encourage more dependable generic drug manufacturing. The FDA should expand its current pass-fail approach to drug facility inspections into a graded system that recognizes manufacturers that exceed minimum standards by investing in improving production reliability. The FDA should also add facility codes to drug packaging and construct a searchable database that cross-references product codes and facility codes. That would enable wholesalers and pharmacy benefit managers to identify and preference drugs manufactured at more reliable facilities, thus encouraging generic drug manufacturers to compete on reliability as well as on price. For its part, HHS should exempt multi-source generic drugs from requirements to pay rebates to Medicaid and other federally funded health programs, as those provisions penalize new investments in expanding manufacturing capacity when supply is unable to meet demand. 15 Additionally, FDA and NIH should promote efficacy trials of new applications for generic drugs, which might include NIH funding such trials or conducting its own. Abortion pills. Abortion pills pose the single greatest threat to unborn children in a post-Roe world. The rate of chemical abortion in the U.S. has increased by more than 150% in the past decade. More than half of annual abortions in the U.S. are chemical rather than surgical. The abortion pill regimen is typically a two-part process. The first pill, mifepristone, causes the death of the unborn child by cutting off the hormone progesterone, which is required to sustain a pregnancy. The second pill, misoprostol, causes contractions to induce a delivery of the dead child and uterine contents, usually into a toilet at home. The abortion pill regimen is currently approved for up to 70 days mandate for leadership, the conservative promise 10 weeks into pregnancy and before Biden was subject to a heightened safety restriction called a Risk Evaluation and Mitigation Strategy (REMS) that requires an in-person visit with a physician who can check for dangerous contraindications such as ectopic pregnancies and can advise the mother seeking an abortion of the risks of chemical abortion, including hemorrhaging, and what to do in such circumstances. Chemical abortion has been found to have a complication rate 4 times higher than that of surgical abortion. Since its approval more than 20 years ago, mifepristone has been associated with 26 deaths of pregnant mothers, over 1,000 hospitalizations, and thousands more adverse events, but that number does not account for all complications. Of course, this does not count the hundreds of thousands to millions of babies whose lives have been unjustly taken through chemical abortion. FDA should therefore reverse its approval of chemical abortion drugs because the politicized approval process was illegal from the start. The FDA failed to abide by its legal obligations to protect the health, safety, and welfare of girls and women. It never studied the safety of the drugs under the labeled conditions of use, ignored the potential impacts of the hormone-blocking regimen on the developing bodies of adolescent girls, disregarded the substantial evidence that chemical abortion drugs cause more complications than surgical abortions, and eliminated necessary safeguards for pregnant girls and women who undergo this dangerous drug regimen. Furthermore, at no point in the past 2 decades has the FDA ever acknowledged or addressed federal laws that prohibit the distribution of abortion drugs by postal mail. To the contrary, the FDA has permitted and actively encouraged such activity. Now that the Supreme Court has acknowledged that the Constitution contains no right to an abortion, the FDA is ethically and legally obliged to revisit and withdraw its initial approval, which was premised on pregnancy being an illness and abortion being therapeutically effective at treating this illness. The FDA is statutorily charged with guaranteeing the safety and efficacy of drugs and therefore should withdraw this drug that is proven to be dangerous to women and by definition fatally unsafe for unborn children. As an interim step, the FDA should immediately restore the REMS by removing the in-person dispensing requirement to eliminate dangerous teleabortion and abortion by mail distribution. Mail-order abortions. Allowing mail-order abortions is a gift to the abortion industry that allows it to expand far beyond brick-and-mortar clinics and into Department of Health and Human Services pro-life states that are trying to protect women, girls, and unborn children from abortion. The FDA should therefore reinstate earlier safety protocols for mifepristone that were mostly eliminated in 2016 and apply these protocols to any generic version of mifepristone. a bare minimum policy of limiting abortion pills to the pre-2016 policy of 49 days gestation, returning to the pre-2021 in-person dispensing requirement, and returning to requiring prescribers to report all serious adverse events, not just deaths, to the drug sponsor would increase women's health and safety. I'll address weaknesses in the current FAERS FDA adverse events reporting system. The administration and policymakers should ensure that healthcare workers, particularly those in hospitals and emergency rooms, report abortion pill complications. Women who experience complications from abortion pills typically go to an emergency room, not to the abortion pill prescriber, so putting the onus of reporting on the prescriber, who typically has no idea that a complication has occurred, means that the FAERS is seriously undercounting adverse events. Submitting an adverse event to the database should be a quick and efficient process for busy healthcare practitioners. Currently, providers report that the process is difficult and convoluted. I'll implement a policy of transparency about inspections of the abortion pills sponsors, Danco and GenBioPro, as well as facilities that manufacture the pills. The FDA should respond to congressional requests and Freedom of Information Act (FOIA) requests about inspections, compliance, and post-marketing safety in a timely manner. I'll stop promoting or approving mail-order abortions in violation of long-standing federal laws that prohibit the mailing and interstate carriage of abortion drugs. 16 Vaccine importation. Thousands of Americans of faith and conscience wish to receive various childhood vaccinations for themselves and their families, but are not allowed to receive vaccines that are derived through or tested on aborted fetal cells. For example, the chickenpox, hepatitis, and MMR vaccines in the U.S. are all linked to abortion in this way. There are ethically derived alternatives abroad that have been used safely there for decades, but the FDA makes it exceedingly difficult for Americans to import them. In January 2021, the HHS Office for Civil Rights (OCR) and the FDA jointly announced that HHS was required by the Religious Freedom Restoration Act mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise (RFRA) 17, to allow bulk importation by doctors of certain Japanese-made vaccines to accommodate religious needs of patients, but the Biden FDA unlawfully revoked this waiver. The FDA should restore the waiver to comply with RFRA and for the obvious public health benefits of increased childhood vaccination by families seeking ethically derived alternatives. To avoid future moral coercion of the sort experienced with the COVID-19 vaccines, the FDA and NIH should require the development of drugs and biologics that are free from moral taint and switch to cell lines that are not derived from aborted fetal cell lines or aborted baby body parts. Conflicts of interest. A 2018 report in Science found that more than two-thirds of FDA reviewers later ended up at the same companies whose products they had been reviewing while they were working for the government. 18 This revolving door is one mechanism by which pharmaceutical companies capture the agencies that regulate them. The FDA should impose a lengthy cooling-off period for reviewers, preventing them from working for companies they regulated. In 1997, the FDA relaxed regulations to permit broadcast drug advertisements, after which Big Pharma began routine direct-to-consumer advertising, making the United States and New Zealand the only countries where such practices are legal. Following the 1997 changes, Pharma became the largest advertiser for all major media organizations. This buys considerable influence in the newsroom, whether media companies acknowledge this or not, and distorts independent reporting on public health issues. The FDA or Congress should regulate where and how paid advertising is used by pharmaceutical companies more stringently, especially on media outlets. National Institutes of Health (NIH). The National Institutes of Health (NIH) is the world's largest biomedical research agency and is made up of 27 different components called institutes and centers. Despite its popular image as a benign science agency, NIH was responsible for paying for research in aborted baby body parts, human-animal chimera experiments, and gain-of-function viral research that may have been responsible for COVID-19. Bioethics reform. Research using fetal tissue obtained from elective abortions is immoral and obsolete. Research using human embryonic stem cells also involves the destruction of human life and should not be subsidized with taxpayer dollars. Good science and life-affirming, ethical research are not mutually exclusive. In fact, ethically derived sources such as discarded surgical tissue and adult stem cells made pluripotent, not tissue obtained from elective abortions, have contributed the most successful treatments for a variety of ailments. Congress authorized HHS to choose not to fund extramural abortion-derived fetal tissue research that fails Ethics Advisory Board review, and in 2019, the Department of Health and Human Services Trump administration's HHS chose that course. Subsequently, however, the Biden administration restored unrestricted funding of abortion-derived fetal tissue research. HHS should promptly restore the Ethics Advisory Committee to oversee abortion-derived fetal tissue research, and Congress should prohibit such research altogether. And intramural research projects using tissue from aborted children within the NIH, which should end its human embryonic stem cell registry. Aggressively implement a plan to pursue and fund ethical alternative methods of research in order to ensure that abortion and embryo-destructive related research, cell lines, and other testing methods become both fully obsolete and ethically unthinkable. In addition, the administration should reconvene a new National Council on Bioethics (NCB) to discuss new and emerging areas of ethical concern, to assess whether the ends justify the means when it comes to the promise of therapies and cures, and to establish what limiting principles should guide research and health policy. Because the male-female dyad is essential to human nature and because every child has a right to a mother and father, three-parent embryo creation and human cloning research should be banned. A new NCB should convene leading experts to examine these issues and provide policy recommendations for the new frontier of bioethical questions that our country will have to address in the coming years. Finally, HHS should create and promote a research agenda that supports pro-life policies and explores the harms, both mental and physical, that abortion has wrought on women and girls. Conflicts of interest. NIH maintains inappropriate industry ties that create serious conflicts of interest. In 2018, it was revealed that a $100 million NIH study on the benefits of moderate drinking was funded by the beer and liquor industry. 19 More recently, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases (NIAID), Anthony Fauci's division of the NIH, owns half of the patent for the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, among thousands of other pharma patents. 20 Rather than providing grants to university-based investigators to run the clinical trials on their own Moderna vaccine, the NIH conducted this research internally, a clear conflict of interest. The NIAID will earn millions from this vaccine's revenue, with several NIH employees and their heirs personally receiving up to $150,000 annually from Moderna vaccine sales. 21 Mandate for Leadership, the conservative promise. In May 2022, documents obtained pursuant to a FOIA request revealed that NIH Director Francis Collins, NIAID Director Anthony Fauci, and Fauci's Deputy Director, Clifford Lane, all received royalties from pharmaceutical companies between 2009 and 2014. 2 Nonprofit watchdog Open the Books estimates that from 2010 to 2020, third parties paid more than $350 million in royalties to NIH and its scientists, who are credited as co-inventors. Most problematically, in the years when they received payments, Collins, Fauci, and Lane were NIH administrators, not researchers, with no plausible claim to be scientific co-discoverers. Most of the world's other advanced science countries have stricter prohibitions on such conflicts, which helps to explain why the most significant studies on COVID treatments, on natural immunity, and on vaccine efficacy have come mostly from outside the U.S. Funding for scientific research should not be controlled by a small group of highly paid and unaccountable insiders at the NIH, many of whom stay in power for decades. The NIH monopoly on directing research should be broken. term limits should be imposed on top career leaders at the NIH, and Congress should consider block granting NIH's grants budget to states to fund their own scientific research. Nothing in this system would prevent several states from partnering to co-fund large research projects that require greater resources or impact larger regions. Likewise, the establishment of funding for scientific research at the state level does not preclude more modest federal funding through the National Institutes of Health. The two models are not mutually exclusive. The CDC and NIH foundations, whose boards are populated with pharmaceutical company executives, need to be decommissioned. Private donations to these foundations, a majority of them from pharmaceutical companies, should not be permitted to influence government decisions about research funding or public health policy. Woke policies. Under Francis Collins, NIH became so focused on the #MeToo movement that it refused to sponsor scientific conferences unless there were a certain number of women panelists, which violates federal civil rights law against sex discrimination. This quota practice should be ended, and the NIH Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which pushes such unlawful actions, should be abolished. NIH has been at the forefront in pushing junk gender science. Instead, it should fund studies into the short-term and long-term negative effects of cross-sex interventions, including affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones and surgeries, and the likelihood of desistance if young people are given counseling that does not include medical or social interventions. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services (CMS), with the goal of being a societal safety net. Medicare and Medicaid touch more American lives than does any other federal program. While they help many, the Department of Health and Human Services operate as runaway entitlements that stifle medical innovation, encourage fraud, and impede cost containment, in addition to which their fiscal future is in peril. Both programs should be managed so that the individuals enrolled are empowered to make decisions for themselves and have quality options with affordable prices driven by competition and innovation. Providers who participate should retain or have restored the freedom to practice medicine and take care of their patients according to their patients' unique needs. Medicare. Medicare should be reformed according to 4 goals and principles. Increase Medicare beneficiaries' control of their health care. Patients are best positioned to determine the value of healthcare services, working with their healthcare providers. They also benefit from increased choice of doctors, hospitals, and insurance plans. Access to reliable information with respect to physicians, hospitals, and insurers is therefore essential. Reduce regulatory burdens on doctors. Doctors must be free to focus on treating patients first, not entering codes on computers, and should not be tempted to change their medical judgment based on arbitrary or illogical reimbursement incentives. Ensure sustainability and value for beneficiaries and taxpayers. Prices are best for patients when determined by economic value rather than political power and when they are known in advance of the receipt of services. Government's use of non-market-based methods to determine reimbursement leads to overspending on low-value services and products and underpayment for high-value services and products, stifles beneficial innovation, and because of Medicare's size distorts payments throughout the healthcare system. Intermediate entities that can manage financial risk and ensure quality of care are important in transitioning to value-based care within the Medicare program. Reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, including through the use of artificial intelligence for their detection. Regulatory reforms. Medicare regulations restrict choice of coverage and care. The next administration should reintroduce and restore regulations and demonstrations from the Trump administration that were withdrawn, weakened, or never finalized by the Biden administration, including the Medicare coverage of innovative technologies (McIT) rule, mandate for leadership, the conservative promise the risk adjustment data validation (RADV) rule, the Medicare Advantage qualifying payment arrangement incentive (McKee) demonstration, and the Global and Professional Direct Contracting (GPDC), rebranded as the Accountable Care Organization Realizing Equity, Access, and Community Health or ECOREACH model. Additionally, regulations should advance site neutrality by eliminating the inpatient-only list and expanding the ambulatory surgical center covered procedures list. Medicare generally pays more for inpatient hospital procedures and less for the same procedures performed in an outpatient setting. Whether a medical service is delivered in a physician's office, a clinic, or a hospital setting, the Medicare payment for that service should be the same. CMS should expand the application of site-neutral payment options to more settings. Such a policy would level the playing field among providers and remove the financial disabilities for medical professionals who would compete with hospital systems. 23 Finally, HHS needs to restore and enhance conscience protection regulations that allow medical practitioners to participate in federal healthcare programs without being compelled to provide sex changes or similar services. Legislative proposals. Remove restrictions on physician-owned hospitals. The Affordable Care Act (ACA) 24 imposed restrictions prohibiting Medicare from reimbursing physician-owned and specialty hospitals. The current restrictions do little more than serve the special interests of large hospital systems and undercut consumer choice of high-quality, specialty care. These restrictions should be removed so that physician-owned hospitals can compete with other hospitals in serving Medicare patients. 25 Encourage more direct competition between Medicare Advantage and private plans. Medicare Advantage (MA), a system of competing private health plans, is the major alternative to traditional Medicare for America's large and growing cohort of seniors. The program provides beneficiaries with a wide range of competitive health plan choices, a richer set of benefits than traditional Medicare provides, and at a reasonable cost. Equally as important, the MA program has been registering consistently high marks for superior performance in delivering high-quality care. Critical reforms are still needed to strengthen and improve the program for the future. Specifically, Department of Health and Human Services 1. Make Medicare Advantage the default enrollment option. 2. Give beneficiaries direct control of how they spend Medicare dollars. 3. Remove burdensome policies that micromanage MA plans. 4. Replace the complex formula-based payment model with a competitive billing model. 5. Reconfigure the current risk adjustment model. 6. Remove restrictions on key benefits and services, including those related to prescription drugs, hospice care, and medical savings account plans. 26 Legacy Medicare Reform. Legislation reforming legacy non-MA Medicare should base payments on the health status of the patient or intensity of the service rather than where the patient happens to receive that service. Replace the bureaucrat-driven fee-for-service system with value-based payments to empower patients to find the care that best serves their needs. Codify price transparency regulations. Restructure 340B drug subsidies 27 toward beneficiaries rather than hospitals. Repeal harmful health policies enacted under the Obama and Biden administrations such as the Medicare Shared Savings Program 28 and Inflation Reduction Act. 29 Medicare Part D reform. The Inflation Reduction Act (IRA) created a drug price negotiation program in Medicare that replaced the existing private sector negotiations in Part D with government price controls for prescription drugs. These government price controls will limit access to medications and reduce patient access to new medication. This negotiation program should be repealed, and reforms in Part D that will have meaningful impact for seniors should be pursued. Other reforms should include eliminating the coverage gap in Part D, reducing the government share-in mandate for leadership, the conservative promise the catastrophic tier, and requiring manufacturers to bear a larger share. Until the IRA is repealed, an administration that is required to implement it must do so in a way that is prudent with its authority, minimizing the harmful effects of the law's policies and avoiding even worse unintended consequences. 30 Medicaid. Over the past 45 years, Medicaid and the health safety net have evolved into a cumbersome, complicated, and unaffordable burden on nearly every state. The program is failing some of the most vulnerable patients, is a prime target for waste, fraud, and abuse, and is consuming more of state and federal budgets. The dramatic increase in Medicaid expenditures is due in large part to the ACA, Obamacare, which mandates that states must expand their Medicaid eligibility standards to include all individuals at or below 138% of the federal poverty level (FPL), and the public health emergency, which has prohibited states from performing basic eligibility reviews. The overlap of available benefits among the various health agencies has led to a complex, confusing system that is nearly impossible to navigate, even for recipients. Recipients are often faced with a welfare cliff of benefit losses as they earn above a certain amount, which is contrary to the fundamental purpose of empowering individuals to achieve economic independence. Benefits increasingly involve non-medical services such as air conditioning and housing, many of which are already handled by departments other than HHS. Improper payments within Medicaid are higher than those of any other federal program. These payments are evidence of the inappropriateness of Medicaid's expansion, which, stemming largely from public health emergency maintenance of effort (MO) requirements and the Affordable Care Act, has crowded out the primary targets of these programs, those who are most in need. True healthcare reform cannot be accomplished in a bureaucratic silo or only through Medicaid and health safety net programs. Reform of the tax code is also essential to genuine, effective reform of our healthcare system. All components of the healthcare system should be part of the reform efforts, and it is imperative that the system be modified to assist states with their current programs. Therefore, the next administration should reform financing. Allow states to have a more flexible, accountable, predictable, transparent, and efficient financing mechanism to deliver medical services. This system should include a more balanced or blended match rate, block grants, aggregate caps, or per capita caps. Any financial system should be designed to encourage and incentivize innovation and the efficient delivery of healthcare services. Federal and state financial participation in the Medicaid program should be rational, predictable, and reasonable. It should also incentivize states to save money and improve the quality of health care. Department of Health and Human Services will direct dollars to beneficiaries more effectively and responsibly. The current funding structure for the Medicaid program rewards expansions, lacks transparency, and promotes financing gimmicks. CMS should 1. End state financing loopholes. 2. Reform payments to hospitals for uncompensated care. 3. Replace the enhanced match rate with a fairer and more rational match rate. 4. Restructure basic financing and put the program on a more fiscally predictable budget, which should include reform of disproportionate share hospital payments to hospitals. 31. Strengthen program integrity. Make program integrity a top priority and the responsibility of the states. To protect the taxpayers' investment, 1. Incentivize states. An enhanced contingency fee should be paid to states that successfully increase their efforts to decrease waste, fraud, and abuse. The current system's IT development 90/10 matching rate should be allowed for improvements in states' current fraud and abuse and eligibility systems. Innovative programs that show a positive return on investment for both the state and federal governments should be allowed without the onerous waiver process. 2. Improve Medicaid eligibility standards to protect those in need. As Medicaid enrollment continues to climb, it is imperative that there are appropriate and accurate eligibility standards to ensure that the program remains focused on serving those who are in need. To this end, CMS should a. Hold states accountable for improper eligibility determinations. b. Require more robust eligibility determinations. c. Strengthen asset test determinations within Medicaid. 323. Conduct oversight and reform of managed care. 33L. Incentivize personal responsibility. CMS should allow states to ensure that Medicaid recipients have a stake in their personal health care and a say in decisions related to the Medicaid program. Personal responsibility mandate for leadership. The conservative promise and consumer choice for Medicaid recipients must go together as standard components of the safety net, especially for able-bodied recipients. Medicaid recipients, like the rest of Americans, should be given both the freedom to choose their health plans and the responsibility to contribute to their health care costs at a level that is appropriate to protect the taxpayer. Add work requirements and match Medicaid benefits to beneficiary needs. Because Medicaid serves a broad and diverse group of individuals, it should be flexible enough to accommodate different designs for different groups. For example, CMS should launch a robust personal option to allow families to use Medicaid dollars to secure coverage outside of the Medicaid program. CMS should also, 1. Clarify that states have the ability to adopt work incentives for able-bodied individuals, similar to what is required in other welfare programs, and the ability to broaden the application of targeted premiums and cost-sharing to higher-income enrollees. 2. Add targeted time limits or lifetime caps on benefits to disincentivize permanent dependence. 3.4L Allow private health insurance. Congress should allow states the option of contributing to a private insurance benefit for all members of the family in a flexible account that rewards healthy behaviors. This reform should also allow catastrophic coverage combined with an account similar to a health savings account (HSA) for the direct purchase of health care and payment of cost sharing for most of the population. Increase flexible benefit redesign without waivers. CMS should add flexibility to eliminate obsolete mandatory and optional benefit requirements and, for able-bodied recipients, eliminate benefit mandates that exceed those in the private market. This should include flexibility to redesign eligibility, financing, and service delivery of long-term care to serve the most vulnerable and truly needy and eliminate middle-income to upper-income Medicaid recipients. Eliminate current waiver and state plan processes. CMS should allow providers to make payment reforms without cumbersome waivers or state plan amendment processes where possible. More broadly, the federal government's role should be oversight on broad indicators like cost-effectiveness and health measures like quality, health improvement, and Department of Health and Human Services wellness, and should give the balance of responsibility for Medicaid program management to states. This reform would include adding Section 111,535 waiver requirements in some cases, such as imposing work requirements for able-bodied adults, while rescinding requirements in others, such as non-health care benefits and services related to climate change. Affordable Care ACT and private health insurance, remove barriers to direct primary care. Direct Primary Care (DPC) is an innovative healthcare delivery model in which doctors contract directly with patients for their care on a subscription basis regardless of how or where the care is provided. The DPC model is improving patient access, driving higher quality and lower cost, and strengthening the doctor-patient relationship. DPC has faced many challenges from government policymakers, including overly exuberant attempts at regulation and misclassification. Changes should clarify that DPC's fixed fee for care does not constitute insurance in the context of health savings accounts. 36L Revisit the No Surprises Act on surprise medical billing. The No Surprises Act 37 protected consumers against balance bills, but it also established a deeply flawed system for resolving payment disputes between insurers and providers. This government-mandated dispute resolution process has sown confusion among arbiters and regulators as judges have sought to ascertain its meaning. The No Surprises Act should scrap the dispute resolution process in favor of a truth in advertising approach that will protect consumers and free doctors, insurers, and arbiters from confused and conflicting standards for resolving disputes that the disputing parties can best resolve themselves. 38L Facilitate the development of shared savings and reference pricing plan options. Under traditional insurance, patients who choose lower-cost care do not benefit financially from that choice. Barriers to rewarding patients for cost-saving decisions should be removed. CMS should ensure that shared savings and reference pricing models that reward consumers are permitted. L. Separate the subsidized ACA exchange market from the non-subsidized insurance market. The Affordable Care Act has made insurance more expensive and less competitive, and the ACA subsidy scheme simply masks these impacts. To make health insurance coverage more affordable for those who are without government subsidies, CMS should develop a plan to separate the non-subsidized insurance market mandate for leadership, the conservative promise from the subsidized market, giving the non-subsidized market regulatory relief from the costly ACA regulatory mandates. 39L. Strengthen hospital price transparency. In 2020, CMS completed its rule to require hospitals to post the prices of common hospital procedures. 40 Future updates of these rules should focus on including quality measures. Combined with the shared savings models and other consumer tools, these efforts could deliver considerable savings for consumers. 41 Center for Consumer Information and Insurance Oversight (CHO). CMS also plays an outsized role in overseeing the Obamacare exchanges, including managing healthcare.gov, through the Center for Consumer Information and Insurance Oversight (CIO). While Obamacare limits plan options, CIO has been overly prescriptive in dictating what benefits and types of health plans may participate in the exchanges, thereby actually stifling market innovation and driving up costs. Congress should build on the Trump administration's efforts to expand choices for small businesses and workers, both in and out of the exchanges, by codifying an expansion of association health plans, short-term health plans, and health reimbursement arrangements, including individual coverage HRAs. CHO should also work with the Treasury Department and the Office of Management and Budget (OMB) to give consumers more flexibility with their healthcare dollars through expanded access to health savings accounts. Emergency preparedness. L. Expand the scope of practice of low-complexity and moderate-complexity clinical laboratories. During the COVID-19 pandemic, allowing laboratories greater regulatory flexibility regarding CLIA requirements increased access to testing. However, the need for regulatory flexibility is not limited to emergency situations. Ongoing innovations in medical care will continue to drive demand for clinical testing and new tests. One way that increasing demand for other medical services has been accommodated is by revising restrictions on scope of practice to enable providers to practice at the so-called top of their license. CMS should similarly revise CLIA rules regarding scope of practice for clinical laboratories and testing personnel. 42L. Create CLIA certification equivalent pathways for non-clinical laboratories and researchers. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that the U.S. needs to leverage the expertise of non-clinical laboratories and researchers in order to bolster clinical testing capacity. To accomplish this, Department of Health and Human Services (CMS) should create pathways for granting non-clinical laboratories and their testing personnel CLIA certification equivalency. Non-clinical researchers already demonstrate their technical expertise through online training and certification programs. CMS should build on that existing framework so that those laboratories and personnel can similarly demonstrate their clinical testing capabilities. 43 Life, conscience, and bodily integrity. L. Prohibit abortion travel funding. Providing funding for abortions increases the number of abortions and violates the conscience and religious freedom rights of Americans who object to subsidizing the taking of life. The Hyde Amendment 44 has long prohibited the use of HHS funds for elective abortions, but an August 2022 Biden Executive Order 45 pressed the HHS Secretary to use his authority under Section 1115 demonstrations to waive certain provisions of the law in order to use taxpayer funds to achieve the administration's goal of helping women to travel out of state to obtain abortions. Moreover, the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel (DOJ) issued a politicized legal opinion declaring, for the first time in the history of Hyde, that this action did not violate the Hyde Amendment and that Hyde applies only to the performance of the abortion itself in violation of the plainly broad language that Congress used. Two of the first actions of a pro-life administration should be for HHS to withdraw the Medicaid guidance and any Section 1115 waivers issued thereunder, and for DOJ to withdraw and disavow its interpretation of the Hyde Amendment. L. Prohibit Planned Parenthood from receiving Medicaid funds. During the 2020 to 2021 reporting period, Planned Parenthood performed more than 383,000 abortions. 46 The national organization reported more than $133 million in excess revenue. 47 and more than $2.1 billion in net assets. 48 During this same year, Planned Parenthood reports that its affiliates received more than $633 million in government funding and more than $579 million in private contributions. 49 Planned Parenthood affiliates face accusations of waste, abuse and potential fraud with taxpayer dollars, failure to report the sexual abuse of minor girls, and allegations of profiting from the sale of organs from aborted babies. Policymakers should end taxpayer funding of Planned Parenthood and all other abortion providers and redirect funding to health centers that provide real health care for women. The bulk of federal funding for Planned Mandate for Leadership, the conservative Promised Parenthood, comes through the Medicaid program. HHS should take 2 actions to limit this funding. 1. Issue guidance re-emphasizing that states are free to defund Planned Parenthood in their state Medicaid plans. 2. Propose rulemaking to interpret the Medicaid statute to disqualify providers of elective abortion from the Medicaid program. Congress should pass the Protecting Life and Taxpayers Act, 50, which would accomplish the goal of defunding abortion providers such as Planned Parenthood. CMS should resolve pending Section 1115 waivers from Idaho, South Carolina, and Tennessee, which, like Texas in January 2022, are seeking both to prohibit abortion providers from participating in state-run Medicaid programs and to work with other states to do the same. Abortion is not health care, and states should be free to devise and implement programs that prioritize qualified providers that are not entangled with the abortion industry. L. Withdraw Medicaid funds for states that require abortion insurance or that discriminate in violation of the Weldon Amendment. The Weldon Amendment 51 declares that no HHS funding may go to a state or local government that discriminates against pro-life health entities or insurers. In blatant violation of this law, 7 states require abortion coverage in private health insurance plans, and HHS continues to fund those states. HHS under President Trump disallowed $200 million in Medicaid funding from California because of the state's flouting of the law, but the Biden administration restored it. HHS/CMS should withdraw appropriated funding, up to and including 10% of Medicaid funds, from states that require abortion insurance coverage. DOJ should commit to litigating the defense of those funding decisions promptly to the Supreme Court in order to maximize HHS's ability to withdraw funds from entities that violate the Weldon Amendment. Additionally, California has announced that it will discriminate against pharmacies that do not carry chemical abortion drugs outside of California. California's discrimination takes the form of cutting state contracts with such pharmacies and clearly violates the Weldon Amendment. The violation should likewise face the penalties discussed above. Department of Health and Human Services will rewrite the ACA Abortion Separate Payment Regulation. Section 1303 of Obamacare requires that insurers collect a separate payment for certain abortion coverage in qualified health plans that are approved to be sold on exchanges, and that they keep those separate payments in separate accounts that are used only to pay for elective abortion services. Neither the letter nor the spirit of the law was enforced under President Obama, and a Trump-era regulation sought to correct this problem. The Biden HHS rescinded this regulation to allow insurance companies once again, contrary to the law, to collect combined payments for what are clearly required to be separate payments for elective abortion coverage. Separate does not mean together. HHS should reinstate a Trump administration regulation and enforce what the plain text of Section 1303 requires. That regulation should be further improved by requiring CMS to ensure that consumers pay truly separate charges for abortion coverage. Audit Hyde Amendment compliance. HHS should undertake a full audit to determine compliance or non-compliance with the Hyde Amendment and similar funding restrictions in HHS programs. This audit should include a full review of the Biden administration's post-Dobbs executive actions to promote abortion. It should also encompass a review of Medicaid-managed care plans in pro-abortion states. Reverse distorted pro-abortion interpretations added to the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act. The Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act (EMTALA) 52 prohibits hospitals that receive Medicare funds from dumping emergency patients who cannot pay by sending them to other hospitals. It also mandates that hospitals stabilize pregnant women and explicitly protects unborn children. Hospitals or physicians found to be in violation of the statute could lose all of their federal health funding, Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, and other funds, and face civil penalties of up to nearly $120,000. In July 2022, HHS/CMS released guidance mandating that EMTALA-covered hospitals and the physicians who work there must perform abortions, to include completing chemical abortions even when the child might still be alive. The guidance also declared that EMTALA would protect physicians and hospitals that perform abortions in violation of state law if they deem those abortions necessary to stabilize the women's health. This novel interpretation of EMTALA is baseless. EMTALA requires mandate for leadership, the conservative promise no abortions, preempts no pro-life state laws, and explicitly requires stabilization of the unborn child. HHS should rescind the guidance and end CMS and state agency investigations into cases of alleged refusals to perform abortions. DOJ should agree to eliminate existing injunctions against pro-life states, withdraw its enforcement lawsuits, and in lawsuits against CMS on the guidance agree to injunctions against CMS and withdraw appeals of injunctions. Reissue a stronger transgender national coverage determination. CMS should re-promulgate its 2016 decision that CMS could not issue a National Coverage Determination (NCD) regarding gender reassignment surgery for Medicare beneficiaries. In doing so, CMS should acknowledge the growing body of evidence that such interventions are dangerous and acknowledge that there is insufficient scientific evidence to support such coverage in state plans. Enforce EMTALA. The undeniable reality of abortion is that it do not always result in a dead baby, and these born-alive babies are left to die. HHS should use EMTALA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, 53, which prohibits disability discrimination, to investigate instances of infants born alive and left untreated in covered hospitals. CMS, OCR, and OIG should be required to follow through on these investigations with specific enforcement actions. HHS should revive a Trump administration proposed regulation, special responsibilities of Medicare hospitals in emergency cases and discrimination on the basis of disability in critical health and human service programs or activities, 54 to achieve this end. In addition, Congress should pass the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act 55 to require that proper medical care be given to infants who survive an abortion and to establish criminal consequences for practitioners who fail to provide such care. Permanently codify both the Hyde family of amendments and the protections provided by the Weldon Amendment. Congress can accomplish this through legislation such as the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion and Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act 56, Hyde, and the Conscience Protection Act 57, Weldon. Department of Health and Human Services radical redefinition of sex. On August 4, 2022, HHS published a proposed rule entitled Non-Discrimination in Health Programs and Activities. 58. This rule addresses non-discrimination provisions of the Affordable Care Act, known as Section 1557, which is enforced by the Office for Civil Rights and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Section 1557 prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, age, disability, and sex in covered health programs or activities. Under the proposed rule, sex is redefined. Discrimination on the basis of sex includes, but is not limited to, discrimination on the basis of sex stereotypes, sex characteristics, including intersex traits, pregnancy or related conditions, sexual orientation, and gender identity. 59. In other words, the department proposes to interpret Section 1557 as if it created special privileges for new classes of people, defined in ways that are highly ideological and unscientific. The redefinition of sex to cover gender identity and sexual orientation and pregnancy to cover abortion should be reversed in all HHS and CMS programs, as was done under the Trump administration. This includes the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP. Low-income families who rely on CHIP should not be coerced, pressured, or otherwise encouraged to embrace this ideologically motivated sexualization of their children. However, while the Biden administration's Section 1557 regulation should be altered and corrected, the lactation room requirements added in the regulation should either be consistently included in any upcoming Section 1557 rulemaking or be proposed in a new individual rule. COVID-19 vaccination and mask requirements. Healthcare workers were praised for their self-sacrifice in caring for sick patients at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, but then they were fired if they objected to receiving COVID-19 vaccines with or without complying with onerous masking requirements, and regardless of whether they already had the virus and had gained natural immunity. With the disease being endemic and constantly mutating, vaccines and universal masking in healthcare facilities do not have appreciable benefits in reducing COVID-19 transmission throughout the community. Moreover, more recent COVID strains pose fewer health risks than the earlier strains, and the pandemic has been declared to be at an end. CMS should announce non-enforcement of the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccination mandate on Medicaid and Medicare hospitals. Revoke corresponding guidance and regulations. Refrain from imposing general COVID-19 mask mandates on healthcare facilities or personnel. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise pay damages to all medical professionals who were dismissed directly because of the CMS vaccine mandate. Administration for Children and Families TANF. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families (TANF) program is a federal block grant that gives states significant flexibility to fund a broad array of programs aimed at helping low-income families break the cycle of poverty and achieve economic self-sufficiency. States use TANF to fund monthly cash assistance payments to low-income families with children, as well as a wide range of services that include work activities, work supports and supportive services, child care, administration and systems, tax credits, pre-K/Head Start, child welfare, and other services. The TANF program serves 1.8 million individuals. Since 1996, when the program was reformed, federal TANF outlays have been $16.5 billion. The state match is $14.9 billion, bringing the total state and federal TANF investment to $31.4 billion. The TANF statute requires that states engage 50% of single-parent families in work for at least 30 hours a week, 20 hours a week for single parents with children under age 6, though states have the option to waive the requirement for families with children under the age of 6, and most do. States also have 90% work requirements for two-parent families to engage in work for 35 hours per week. Because of the caseload reduction credit, states' work engagement targets are reduced if their assistance caseloads have fallen since 2005. As a result, 21 states had a work engagement target of 0% in 2017. Generally, states apply their work requirement only to beneficiaries receiving basic assistance, who account for 22.3% of TANF outlays. The Trump administration proposed a Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program (SNAP) rule to increase program integrity and reduce fraud, waste, and abuse that would have prevented an individual from qualifying for SNAP simply because he or she received a pamphlet from the TANF program. 60. This rule defined non-cash benefits as those that are worth at least $50 a month and received for at least 6 months. The tenets of this rule should be applied to the TANF program as well. This definitional change would apply the TANF work requirements to any non-cash benefit worth $50 a month and received for 6 consecutive months. To increase transparency, HHS should clarify how states, in their quarterly and annual reports, ought to track and audit the outcomes from how they spend TANF funds to meet the TANF programs for statutory purposes. Additionally, TANF priorities are not implemented in an equally weighted way. Marriage, healthy family formation, and delaying sex to prevent pregnancy are virtually ignored in terms of priorities, yet these goals can reverse the cycle of poverty in meaningful ways. CMS should require explicit measurement of these goals. Department of Health and Human Services Teen Pregnancy Prevention (TPP) and Personal Responsibility Education Program (PrEP). TPP is operated by the Office of Population Affairs in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health. PrEP is operated by the ICF Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation. Both programs should ensure that there is better reporting of subgrantees and referral lists so that they do not promote abortion or high-risk sexual behavior among adolescents. CMS should ensure that sexual risk avoidance proponents receive these grants and are given every opportunity to prove their effectiveness. SRA programs, both at ICF and at OISH and both discretionary and mandatory, should be equal in funding and emphasis. Qualitative research should be conducted on both types of programs to ensure continuous improvement. In addition, certain provisions should be employed so that these programs do not serve as advocacy tools to promote sex, promote prostitution, or provide a funnel effect for abortion facilities and school field trips to clinics, or for similar purposes. Parent involvement and parent-child communication should be encouraged and be a part of any funded project. Risk avoidance should be prioritized, and any program that submits a proposal that promotes risk rather than health should not be eligible for funding. Site visits should be revamped to ensure adherence to these optimal health metrics, and a cost analysis of programming as compared to students served should be a metric in funding, taking into account that in certain cases, intensive programs will serve fewer students and can have more positive results. These same parameters should apply to sex education programs at ICF. Any lists with approved curriculum or so-called evidence-based lists should be abolished. HHS should not create a monopoly of curriculum, adding to the profit of certain publishers. Furthermore, lists created in the past have given priority to sex promotion textbooks. HHS should create a list of criteria for evaluating the sort of curriculum that should be selected for any sex education grant programs, both at OISH and at ICF, with the aim of promoting optimal health and adhering to the legislative language of each program. Adoption reform. There are roughly 400,000 children across the nation on the waiting list for foster care and 100,000 awaiting adoptive families, and the opioid/fentanyl crisis is putting more at risk every day. Unfortunately, many of the faith-based adoption agencies that serve these children are under threat from lawsuits, or else their licenses and contracts have been halted because they cannot in good conscience place children in every household due to their religious belief that a child should have a married mother and father. HHS, through ICF and the Assistant Secretary for Financial Resources (ASFR), should repeal the unnecessary 2016 Regulation 61 that imposes non-statutory sexual orientation and gender identity non-discrimination conditions on agency grants and return to the policy of maximizing the options for placing vulnerable children. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise in their forever homes. ICF and OCR should also survey their programs to consider whether additional waivers of HHS grant conditions, waivers the Biden administration revoked in 2021, are needed for faith-based agencies. Additionally, Congress should pass the Child Welfare Provider Inclusion Act 62 to ensure that providers and organizations cannot be subjected to discrimination for providing adoption and foster care services based on their beliefs about marriage. Office of Refugee Resettlement, or the Office of Refugee Resettlement, should be moved to the Department of Homeland Security. Having health and welfare functions managed by HHS and border security functions managed by DHS has created intolerable failures in both. HHS and OR have forgotten their original refugee resettlement mission and instead have provided a panoply of free programs that incentivize people to come to the U.S. illegally. Even more troubling, or has too often placed children into dangerous situations when releasing them into the country. Nearly all of HHS's care, custody, and placement of children is done through cooperative agreements with private agencies, many of which may have broken federal law by inducing or being accomplices in illegal immigration. Those arrangements could be handled far more effectively by DHS. Congress should reform the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act 63 to transfer all duties for unaccompanied alien children to DHS and eliminate the Flores Settlement Agreement. 64 Regardless of where OR's functions reside, OR staff and care providers should never be allowed to facilitate abortions for unaccompanied children in its custody, including by transporting minors across state lines from pro-life states to abortion-friendly states. Pregnant, unaccompanied girls in OR custody should be treated with dignity, not trafficked across state lines to be victimized by the abortion industry. OR should withdraw its policy of allowing elective abortions for children in OR care and issue a new policy of instructing care providers not to allow girls to be transported for elective abortions. HHS and the White House should insist that DOJ fight to defend that policy up to the U.S. Supreme Court in light of Dobbs. Office of Child Support Enforcement (OCS). Congress established aid to families with dependent children in 1935 to assist single-parent families who were suffering financially from the loss of a breadwinning husband and father. Within 2 decades, however, the majority of families receiving aid were dependent because of paternal abandonment rather than death. Today, nearly a third of America's children live without a father present in the home, and a fourth of them are enrolled to receive child support. The glaring issue in child support enforcement today is a non-resident father's ability to provide full or consistent child support payments. The literature reflects this divide, as fathers have been categorized as deadbeat dads, then as deadbroke Department of Health and Human Services dads, and now as disconnected dads who do not commit to the mother and child. Child support in the United States should strengthen marriage as the norm, restore broken homes, and encourage unmarried couples to commit to marriage. Child support tax credit. National or state guidelines and tax law should be updated to ensure that non-resident parents with child support orders can receive a non-dependent child support tax credit. Single filers of up to $41,756 and married or joint filers of up to $47,646 would be eligible for a child support tax credit similar to the current earned income tax credit. Filers could receive a maximum of $538 in annual returns for one child and a maximum of $3,584 in annual returns for 2 or more children, based on a credit rate of 34%. A child support tax credit would use the low-income, non-resident parents' own earned income and history of employment to assist them further in the task of caring for their children. The key to this policy is that it empowers fathers with their own resources and money rather than creating another government assistance program or a fully refundable credit devoid of the father's own monetary efforts. This way, the non-resident father's role as financial provider and relational figure is affirmed, and much-needed financial resources are given to the children. Visitation. Visitation is key to revitalizing child support and increasing payment frequency. The most effective way to lower a non-resident parent's monthly child support order is to spend more court-accounted-for time with the child. For example, Texas combined its child support court with its visitation court to ensure that resident and non-resident parents received state-mandated financial support orders and enforceable visitation orders. Child support payment and interactive smartphone application. Each state should be induced to implement a high-tech, easy-to-use application to centralize child support payments. As with Venmo or Cash App, non-resident parents would link their bank accounts and provide one-click monthly payments or contribute incrementally throughout the month while tracking how much is due. Additionally, the non-resident parents could track informal gifts from money, groceries, clothes, sports gear, and more through the app. This would address one of the main issues within current child support payment systems. Non-resident parents claim that they are spending much of their own money to provide for children outside of their monthly payments, and resident parents claim that they spend little and neglect their official child support orders. Currently, only the latter claim can be tracked reliably. This process would enable non-resident parents to track the amount of informal support they provide and the reason for it, while ensuring that the resident parent acknowledges and accepts the contribution. Healthy Marriage and Relationship Education (MER) program. The MER program is part of the Office of Family Assistance. The following policies should be implemented. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative promise will utilize MER funding or grants to provide state-level high school education resources and curriculum on healthy marriages, sexual risk avoidance, and healthy relationships. Early interventions and prevention are much more cost-effective than our efforts to reach people already in broken relationships. It'll allow child welfare funding to be used for marriage and relationship education. Congress should adopt the following recommendation from a report issued by members of Congress's Joint Economic Committee. Children are far more likely to experience abuse when they are raised outside of their married parent family. Title II of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act provides grants to communities for the purpose of preventing child abuse and neglect, and one of the stated purposes for which the grants can be used is for efforts to increase family stability. However, Congress could change the law to make it clear that Title II funding can be used for healthy marriage and relationship education. Funding provided under Title IVB of the Social Security Act, which provides grants to states for foster care and adoption services, can also be used for promoting healthy marriage. States should consider using some of their Title IVB funding for providing healthy marriage and relationship education for families at risk of having their children placed in foster care. 65L provide educational information on healthy marriage and relationship at Title X family planning clinics. HHS should require clinics it funds under Title X family planning to provide information to customers about the importance of marriage to family and personal well-being, and refer them to available federal, state, and non-profit marriage resources. It'll ensure proper assessments with enough time to assess MER programs. Although some widely available assessments of MER programs report poor outcomes, many of these assessments either utilized a poor methodology or tried to measure program success prematurely. Recent assessments have shown increasing effectiveness and positive community-level marital outcomes. 66 The MER program should receive a fair and realistic assessment. Additionally, the positive role of faith-based programs should be protected. Department of Health and Human Services and prioritized so that these programs do not receive undue scrutiny or pressure to conform to non-religious definitions of marriage and family as put forward by the recently enacted Respect for Marriage Act. 67L protect faith-based grant recipients from religious liberty violations and maintain a biblically based, social science reinforced definition of marriage and family. Social science reports that assess the objective outcomes for children raised in homes aside from a heterosexual, intact marriage are clear. All other family forms involve higher levels of instability. The average length of same-sex marriages is half that of heterosexual marriages. Financial stress or poverty, and poor behavioral, psychological, or educational outcomes. For the sake of child well-being, programs should affirm that children require and deserve both the love and nurturing of a mother and the play and protection of a father. Despite recent congressional bills like the Respect for Marriage Act that redefine marriage to be the union between any two individuals, MER program grants should be available to faith-based recipients who affirm that marriage is between not just any two adults, but one man and one unrelated woman. Healthy Marriage and Responsible Fatherhood (HMRF) program. This program is located within the Office of Family Assistance. Its goal, like that of the MER program, is to provide marriage and parenting guidance for low-income fathers. This includes fatherhood and marriage training, curriculum, and subsequent research. It'll implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign. With nearly 41% of children born without a married father in the home and nearly 69% among Black Americans, the fatherhood problem is clear. Similar to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis's 2022 fatherhood bill, HMRF funds should be used to support national messaging campaigns that affirm the role fathers play in the lives of their children, that recognize the financial hardships the fathers themselves face, and that seek to provide relationship education to fathers who were raised without a father in the home. Fund effective HMRF state programs. Grant allocations should protect and prioritize faith-based programs that incorporate local churches and mentorship programs, or increase social capital through multi-layered community support, including, for example, job training and social events. Programs should affirm and teach fathers based on a biological and mandate for leadership, the conservative promise sociological understanding of what it means to be a father, not a gender-neutral parent, from social science, psychology, personal testimonies, etc. Administration on Children, Youth, and Families (ASIF), allocate funding to strategy programs promoting father involvement or terminate parental rights quickly. ASIF is currently considering different programs to encourage parents, especially fathers, to engage with their children in foster care. While these program ideas and initiatives are still in the early planning stages, promoting responsible parenthood to reintegrate children or at least keep a consistent male figure in the minor's life is crucial. At the same time, in cases where the father or mother does not make a sincere or serious effort to be involved in the child's upbringing, termination of parental rights for children in foster care should be swift. Office of Head Start (OS) eliminate the Head Start program. Head Start, originally established and funded to support low-income families, is fraught with scandal and abuse. With a budget of more than $11 billion, the program should function to protect and educate minors. Sadly, it has done exactly the opposite. In fact, approximately 1 in 4 grant recipients had incidents in which children were abused, left unsupervised, or released to an unauthorized person between October 2015 and May 2020. 68 research has demonstrated that federal Head Start centers, which provide preschool care to children from low-income families, have little or no long-term academic value for children. Given its unaddressed crisis of rampant abuse and lack of positive outcomes, this program should be eliminated along with the entire OS. At the very least, the program's COVID-19 vaccine and mask requirements should be rescinded. Administration for Community Living (ACL) support palliative care. Physician-assisted suicide (PA) is legal in 10 states and the District of Columbia. Legalizing PA is a grave mistake that endangers the weak and vulnerable, corrupts the practice of medicine and the doctor-patient relationship, compromises the family and intergenerational commitments, and betrays human dignity and equality before the law. Instead of embracing PA, policymakers should focus on the benefits of palliative care, which works to improve a patient's quality of life by alleviating pain and other distressing symptoms of a serious illness. HHS-ACL should survey their programs to ensure that they are supporting vulnerable persons of age or disability and are not facilitating or encouraging participation in PA. Department of Health and Human Services redress the national strategy to support family caregivers. While in theory the strategy aims to support family members with duties to care for older family members, the plan is overly focused on racial and LGBTQ+ equity. The strategy should be examined to establish an efficient plan to support caregivers and their families. There should also be a review of its COVID-19 policies. Health Resources and Services Administration (HRSA). Congress should allow CMS to use the 340B data that HRSA collects rather than having CMS conduct its own survey, especially in view of the U.S. Supreme Court's American Hospital Association v. Becerra decision. 69 The legislation should also create penalties for those who do not respond to HRSA's data collection. Legally define the locus of service as where the provider is located during the telehealth visit rather than where the patient is. With such a definition, states could continue to reserve their powers to establish the standards for licensure and scope of practice. The providers could ensure continuity and consistency of care no matter where their patients might move while maintaining the licenses that make the most sense for them. Americans are far more mobile and technologically advanced today than they were when most healthcare laws were written. Telehealth has become increasingly important, particularly during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. It also has great potential in rural and other areas where there are shortages of healthcare providers. HRSA's Office for the Advancement of Telehealth includes a program known as the Licensure Portability Grant Program, which bolsters state efforts to reform licensing laws to maximize telehealth flexibility. HRSA does not have the authority through this office to dictate licensure laws. That power has typically been reserved to the states. However, telehealth across state lines, when permitted, is interstate commerce, which can be regulated by the federal government according to the Constitution. Restore Trump religious and moral exemptions to the contraceptive mandate, also a CMS rule. HHS should rescind, if finalized, the regulation titled Coverage of Certain Preventive Services under the Affordable Care Act, proposed jointly by HHS, Treasury, and Labor. 70 This rule proposes to amend Trump-era final rules regarding religious and moral exemptions and accommodations for coverage of certain preventive services under the ACA. Preventive services include contraception, and mandate for leadership. The conservative promise it appears the proposed rule would change the existing regulations for religious and moral exemptions to the ACA's contraception mandate. There is no need for further rulemaking that curtails existing exemptions and accommodations. Require HRSA to use rulemaking to update the Women's Preventive Services mandate. The contraceptive mandate issued under Obamacare has been the source of years of egregious attacks on many Americans' religious and moral beliefs. The mandate was issued as part of the Women's Preventive Services Guidelines, which were issued without any rulemaking that involved public notice and an opportunity to comment. Instead, HRSA issued and changed the mandate by simply posting changes to its website. HRSA also started off not requiring coverage of fertility awareness-based methods of family planning, then requiring them, and then removing the requirement without notifying the public. A federal judge recently ruled that this failure to undergo notice and comment in issuing the mandate is unlawful. HRSA should be required to repromulgate any women's preventive services mandates through the notice and comment process that is compliant with the Administrative Procedures Act. Moreover, since the Obama administration, HRSA entered into long-term contracts with the pro-abortion American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists (ACOG) and related entities to serve as an exclusive advisor with respect to the content of this mandate. HRSA has used this arrangement to ignore comments that members of the public were sometimes able to submit in the process, and ACOG has abused its position to attack HHS's allowance of religious and moral exemptions to the contraceptive mandate. HHS should rescind these contracts and establish an advisory committee that is compliant with the Federal Advisory Committee Act and has members that are committed to women's preventive services and are not pro-abortion ideologues. Expand inclusion of fertility awareness-based methods and supplies to family planning in the Women's Preventive Services Mandate. The ACA requires coverage of and prevents insurance plans from imposing any cost-sharing requirements on women who obtain preventive care and screenings as defined by HRSA. In 2016, HHS included instruction in fertility awareness-based methods as part of this requirement. However, in December 2021, HHS removed that language from its list without using the notice and comment process or giving any rationale, both of which are mandated by the Administrative Procedures Act. In August, Department of Health and Human Services 2022, a federal court blocked this attempt to eliminate health insurance coverage for fertility awareness-based methods of family planning from requirements that cover at least 58 million women, and the judge made his ruling permanent in December 2022. HRSA should promulgate regulations consistent with this order. HHS should more thoroughly ensure that fertility awareness-based methods of family planning are part of women's preventive services under the ACA. FABs often involve costs for materials and supplies, and HHS should make clear that coverage of those items is also required. FABMs are highly effective and allow women to make family planning choices in a manner that meets their needs and reflects their values. L. Eliminate men's preventive services from the Women's Preventive Services Mandate. In December 2021, HRSA updated its Women's Preventive Services Guidelines to include male condoms after claiming for years that it had no authority to do so because Congress explicitly limited the mandate to women's preventive care and screenings. HRSA should not incorporate exclusively male contraceptive methods into guidelines that specify they encompass only women's services. L. Eliminate the week after pill from the contraceptive mandate as a potential abortifacient. One of the emergency contraceptives covered under the HRSA Preventive Services Guidelines is ulipristal acetate. Like its close cousin, the abortion pill mifepristone, ELA is a progesterone blocker and can prevent a recently fertilized embryo from implanting in a woman's uterus. HRSA should eliminate this potential abortifacient from the contraceptive mandate. L. Withdraw Ryan White guidance allowing funds to pay for cross-sex transition support. HRSA should withdraw all guidance encouraging Ryan White HIV/AIDS program service providers to provide controversial gender transition procedures or gender-affirming care, which cause irreversible physical and mental harm to those who receive them. L. Ensure that training for medical professionals, doctors, nurses, etc., and doulas is not being used for abortion training. HHS should ensure that training programs for medical professionals, including doctors, nurses, and doulas, are in full compliance with restrictions on abortion funding and conscience protection laws. In addition, HHS should mandate for leadership the conservative Promise 1. Investigate state medical school compliance with the Coates-No Amendment, 71, which prohibits discrimination against healthcare entities that do not provide or undergo training for abortion. 2. Ensure that the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education (UGM) complies with all relevant conscience statutes and regulations, and that states have taken the affirmative steps, for example, by issuing regulations to assure compliance with Coates-No. 3. Communicate to medical schools that any abortion-related training must be on an opt-in rather than opt-out basis. 4. Require states that receive HHS funds to issue regulations or enter into arrangements with accrediting bodies to comply with the Coates-No Amendment's prohibition of mandatory abortion training by individuals or institutions. The Coates-No Amendment specifically requires such state regulations or arrangements. L. Prioritize funding for home-based childcare, not universal day care. As HRSA's Early Childhood Health page outlines, currently, only about half of U.S. preschoolers are on track with their development and ready for school. And more than 1 in 4 of children, 28%, who experience abuse or neglect are under 3 years old. 72 concurrently, children who spend significant time in daycare experience higher rates of anxiety, depression, and neglect as well as poor educational and developmental outcomes. Instead of providing universal daycare, funding should go to parents either to offset the cost of staying home with a child or to pay for familial, in-home childcare. L. Provide education and resources on early childhood health. By partnering with new organizations like the Center on Child and Family Poverty, HRSA should provide resources and information on the importance of the mother-child relationship in child well-being. This should include relationship education curricula that equip mothers and caregivers to connect with and improve their understanding of their infants, toddlers, and young children. Maternal and child health. Currently, the HRSA Maternal and Child Health Program is collecting data on the benefits of doulas in improving the health, safety, and emotional well-being of mothers at birth. Doulas provide a patient-focused, non-medical support system for single or married mothers that decreases the Department of Health and Human Services overall cesarean rate by 50%, the length of labor by 25%, the use of oxytocin by 40%, and requests for an epidural by 60%. Doulas often use the power of touch and massage to reduce stress and anxiety during labor. 73. Given concerns about maternal mortality or postpartum depression that is worsened by poor birth experiences, doulas should be an active option for all women whether they are giving birth in a traditional hospital, through midwifery, or at home. Additionally, since most doulas services are not covered by traditional insurance programs, the Maternal and Child Health Program should work to provide funding for low-income mothers. Indian Health Service (IHS). The Indian Health Service serves our American Indian and Alaska Native populations. Reforms are needed to improve America's ability to deliver on its promises to these important populations and must take account of cultural preferences and lifestyles, limitations due to geography such as challenging terrain, and limited internet access. For example, contacting individuals within some of these communities and tribes during the COVID-19 pandemic proved to be difficult because many had transient addresses and unreliable cell service. During the transition to the Biden administration, IHS abandoned tribes as their sources of COVID-19 tests and vaccine supplies disappeared. It is important to guard against such situations in order to preserve these tribes' access to health resources during public health emergencies. Fees. Even before the pandemic, services available to these populations through federal resources and personnel, such as vision care, were often scarce or non-existent. Patients in these populations should be empowered to rely on alternatives to IHS through better access to private healthcare providers. Exploring positive reforms contained in the VA Mission Act 74 could reveal similar opportunities for increased options and access for American Indians and Alaska Natives. Rural health. A growing concern is the decreasing access to healthcare services for Americans living in rural, less populated areas. Many find themselves in regions that were not previously as rural as industries move away, taking with them economic prosperity and often medical providers. Others are in essential professions such as farming that by nature necessitate living in regions with fewer city accommodations and economic opportunities. Seeking space for one's family and cultivating the land are valued goals that are deeply rooted in America's fabric. Both Congress and an administration must continually keep in mind how healthcare policies uniquely affect these regions because their market trends and populations are different from those of more populous regions. Often, rural patients face an hour's drive to the nearest medical provider or facility or have mandate for leadership. The conservative promise limited or no internet access, which restricts their access to telehealth services, especially video visits. To improve its healthcare policies that affect rural regions, HHS should reduce the regulatory burden and unleash private innovation that can discover solutions to unique, local needs. Implement or encourage policies that increase the supply of healthcare providers, such as increased telehealth access and interstate licensure, a historically state matter, including for volunteers wishing to provide temporary, charitable services across state lines. Encourage flexibility in modes of healthcare delivery, including less expensive alternatives to hospitals and telehealth independent of expensive air ambulances. Office of the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and the Office of the Secretary necessarily set the tone for the entire department. The Secretary is the most accountable individual within HHS and, along with his or her immediate staff, should therefore be responsible for setting the policies that govern the department's operations instead of allowing the operational divisions to assume the leading role in policy making, thereby diffusing responsibility. Practical reforms to enhance the Secretary's accountability should include the following. Restrict HHS's ability to declare indefinite public health emergencies. Fees. Currently, HHS is merely required to notify Congress of such a declaration within 48 hours. Congress should establish a set time frame for any fee, placing on the Secretary the burden of proof as to why an extension of the fee is necessary. Reinstate the HHS sunset, securing updated and necessary statutory evaluations timely. Rule. 75 Congress should codify the now reversed Trump administration rule that required all HHS agencies to review regulations retrospectively and publish results. Without such a review, regulations expire. L. Investigate, expose, and remediate any instances in which HHS violated people's rights by Department of Health and Human Services. 1. Colluding with big tech to censor dissenting opinions during COVID. 2. Colluding with abortion advocates and LGBT advocates to violate conscience protection laws and the Hyde Amendment. The Life Agenda. The Office of the Secretary should eliminate the HHS Reproductive Health Care Access Task Force and install a pro-life task force to ensure that all of the department's divisions seek to use their authority to promote the life and health of women and their unborn children. Additionally, HHS should return to being known as the Department of Life by explicitly rejecting the notion that abortion is health care and by restoring its mission statement under the strategic plan and elsewhere to include furthering the health and well-being of all Americans from conception to natural death. The next administration should create a dedicated special representative for domestic women's health. In the Trump administration, there was a special representative for global women's health that focused on international issues, but this position lacked authority to be the lead on international policies because of overlapping issues with the U.S. Department of State and USAID, and at times a lack of clarity as to the lead point of contact and policy decisions at the White House. The new special representative would serve as the lead on all matters of federal domestic policy development related to life and family with support from the DPC for implementation and coordination among agencies. In the post-Dobbs era, advancing support for mothers will include coordination among agencies outside of HHS, and the special representative would provide a clear focal point for all issues related to protecting life and serving families. The Family Agenda. The Secretary's anti-discrimination policy statements should never conflate sex with gender identity or sexual orientation. Rather, the Secretary should proudly state that men and women are biological realities that are crucial to the advancement of life sciences and medical care, and that married men and women are the ideal, natural family structure because all children have a right to be raised by the men and women who conceived them. Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health, OISH/Office of the Surgeon General, OSS. The Assistant Secretary for Health, ASH, is the 4-star Admiral for the United States Public Health Service Commissioned Corps, USFS, and the Surgeon General, SG, is the 3-star Admiral. The ASH is tasked with overseeing not only the USFS, but also 10 regional health offices, multiple presidential and secretarial advisory committees, and other offices such as the Offices of Minority Health, Women's Health, and Population Affairs. The Secretary can further expand the ASH's responsibilities, for example, by mandate for leadership, the conservative promise designating the ASH as liaison to the CDC. The SG officially oversees the daily operations of the USFS, although those are actually under the control of the Director of the USFS Commissioned Corps Headquarters. The SG also issues information to the public, Surgeon General's advisories, calls to action, and reports, serving in effect as a key public health spokesperson for the federal government. USFS officers are assigned to various agencies such as the CDC, NIH, and Bureau of Prisons. Their organizational structure is similar in some respects to the National Guard's, and their salaries are paid primarily by the agencies to which they are assigned, which serves to limit USFS appropriations. USFS officers can be deployed on missions to respond to domestic or international crises, for example, a hurricane in Florida or an Ebola outbreak in Africa, at any time. The USFS should be restructured to make it more like its sister uniformed services with a more streamlined chain of command and corresponding appropriations to ensure efficiency and clarity of mission. Its core mission should be refocused to emphasize prompt, responsive deployments that meet specific criteria and are less dependent on the various agencies to which the officers are assigned. Fulfillment of specific tasks should not be duplicated by non-uniformed civil servants and USFS officers, and any roles that can be filled by civilians should be filled by them. The ASH and SG positions should be combined into one 4-star position with the rank, responsibilities, and authority of the ASH retained but with the title of Surgeon General and some of the SG's communications responsibilities, which would include disseminating other HHS messages and sharing general medical advice without legal weight. The holder of this consolidated position, which should be filled by a healthcare provider, would be better positioned to ensure that the use is properly focused and deployed. With such reforms, the supporting office, previously the OISH and OS, would be better equipped than other HHS offices or agencies to reduce silos and consolidate or eliminate duplicative functions. Congress should consider legislation that would require this office to take such actions or at least make such recommendations to the Secretary. Such legislation would require a thorough analysis of the various legal authorities impacting the department's current organizational structure. The position previously known as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Health should be combined with and have the title of Deputy Surgeon General and become a 3-star position with operational control including financial and deployment decisions. The Director of the Headquarters should be responsible for implementing the decisions of the Deputy Surgeon General. Promoting life and family. In dealing with sexually transmitted diseases and unwanted pregnancies, the OISH should focus on root cause analysis with a focus on strengthening marriage and sexual risk avoidance. Strong leadership is needed. Department of Health and Human Services in the Office of Science and Medicine to drive investigative review of literature for a variety of issues including the effect of abortion on prematurity and breast cancer, lack of evidence for so-called gender-affirming care, and physical and emotional damage following cross-sex treatments, especially on children. The OISH should withdraw all recommendations of and support for cross-sex medical interventions and gender-affirming care. Title X. The Title X Family Planning Program should be reframed with a focus on better education around fertility awareness and holistic family planning, and a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Population Affairs that understands the program and is able to work within its legislative framework, ideally, an MD. In addition, the Office of Population Affairs should eliminate religious discrimination in grant selections and guarantee the right of conscience and religious freedom of healthcare workers and participants in the Title X program. In 2021, HHS reversed a Trump administration regulation that required grantees to maintain strict physical and financial separation between Title X activity and abortion-related activity. 76 Under the Biden administration's Regulation 77, Title X activity can be conducted alongside abortion activity without strict physical and financial separation. The regulation also requires grantees to refer for abortions despite sincere moral or religious objections. This effectively bans otherwise qualified pro-life grantees from participating in the program. HHS should rescind the Biden administration's regulation and reinstate the Trump administration regulation for the program. It should also do this quickly. The Biden administration completed its regulatory process and issued a final rule in less than 9 months and expand the potential grantee population beyond abortion providers like Planned Parenthood. Congress should complement these efforts by passing legislation such as the Title X Abortion Provider Prohibition Act, 78, which would prohibit family planning grants from going to entities that perform abortions or provide funding to other entities that perform abortions. This would help to protect the integrity of the Title X program even under an abortion-friendly administration. Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, ASPR versus FEMA. When the President declares a national emergency per the Stafford Act related to a public health emergency declared by the HHS Secretary, FEMA is activated and controls instead of HHS/ASPR. While this arrangement has some benefits because of FEMA's unique logistical capabilities, the arrangement should be reviewed, especially considering the COVID-19 pandemic, for improvements in efficiency according to expertise and available resources, reduced confusion for ASPR and among HHS agencies, and avoidance of duplicated efforts among agencies and personnel. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise strategic national stockpile. The President should invoke the Defense Production Act, 79, which is a form of temporary takeover of private enterprises, only in the gravest circumstances. The Strategic National Stockpile, SNS, should be reformed to consider the potential supply chain disruptions of pandemics or global conflicts. Also, during the COVID pandemic, many states received ventilators from the SNS and hoarded them in places where a rush of COVID patients needing ventilators never materialized. The SNS should clarify its mission as supplier of last resort to the federal government, state governments, or first responders and key medical staff, and should not portray itself as serving the public as a whole. Office of General Counsel (OC). The Office of General Counsel is essential to ensuring that HHS is operating within the bounds of its numerous governing statutes. However, legal caution can outweigh practical necessity and often slows processes and decisions when time is of the essence. Such problems were evident both before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Internal processes should be reformed to streamline necessary legal determinations during crises, and general processes should be reviewed for efficiency. OC should also rescind its PrEP Act liability memo. OC issued a PrEP Act liability memo that suspended application of civil rights and other laws in the context of the administration of covered countermeasures during the pandemic. It should be rescinded as contrary to law. Rescind efforts to curtail OCR authority over conscience and religious freedom. All OC memos and Federal Register notices of organization or delegations of authority moving any OCR conscience and religious freedom enforcement to OC, including RFRA, should be rescinded, and independent authority over these matters should be restored to OCR. Encourage DOJ to repeal all memos allowing abortion funding despite HIDE and memos allowing federal enclave immunity to perform abortions despite the assimilative crimes ACT.80. Rescind legal analysis that authorized HHS to impose a moratorium on rental evictions during COVID. Rescind the legal analysis saying that the injunction in Bowen v. American Hospital Association 81 prevents any proposed HHS regulations or enforcement actions concerning the denial of care Department of Health and Human Services to newborn infants with disabilities by covered healthcare entities without or parental consent. Rescind the legal analysis supporting the Biden administration's decision to dismiss the University of Vermont Medical Center case dealing with the forced participation of a nurse in abortion in violation of law. Rescind the legal analysis restoring $200 million in Medicaid funds to California after having been found to be in violation of the Weldon Amendment by OCR. Office of Global Affairs (OGA). The Director of the Office of Global Affairs should have the title of Assistant Secretary so that he or she can adequately represent HHS and the Secretary and serve as the lead on global health diplomacy for the government. The designation Director is not understood to indicate the leadership role that this position holds in the international arena. In addition, all divisions that work on international health efforts should be responsive to requests and direction from the Assistant Secretary with coordination for all health diplomacy emanating from OGA. OGA should have a clear and consistent voice for the administration's pro-life and pro-family priorities in all international engagements. OGA should hold oversight authority for implementation of the Mexico City policy throughout all divisions. Every effort should be made to locate all OGA staff in the same building for better oversight and communication. Health attachés in various global locations should be trained in the administration's policies with clear expectations communicated and with accountability, including replacement, when their conduct and advocacy are contrary to administration policies and programmatic priorities. Office for Civil Rights (OCR), Conscience Enforcement. Existing statutes that protect rights of conscience, such as the Church, Coates Snow, and Weldon Amendments, do not explicitly mandate for leadership. The conservative promise provide a private right of action that would allow victims to seek legal redress in court. At the same time, when it continues to fund governmental and private entities that violate these laws, HHS is spending taxpayer funds unlawfully. Under liberal administrations, OCR has amassed a poor record of devoting resources to conscience and religious freedom enforcement, and is often complicit in approving or looking the other way at the administration's own attacks on religious liberty. Congress should pass the Conscience Protection Act so that victims can pursue redress through courts without having to depend exclusively on OCR. In addition, LOCR should return to Trump administration policies that initiated robust enforcement of these conscience laws. It should restore and fully fund the office of the Deputy Director for the Conscience and Religious Freedom Division (CRFD) and ensure that it has the necessary delegations from the Secretary to enforce these laws. The Secretary should give adequate delegations to OCR to pursue enforcement of conscience laws, including RFRA, and require all HHS components that provide funding or grants to cooperate with OCR-CRFD investigations. The Secretary, the Deputy Secretary, and principals in other HHS divisions should endorse the remedial measures recommended by OCR-CRFD and limit territorial objections and slow down attempts by other divisional officials including AC. HHS should withdraw funding from any violating entities that refuse to correct their behavior, and OCR-CRFD should work with ASFA to ensure that all grant announcements and instruments inform grantees and applicants of their obligations to comply with federal healthcare conscience laws specifically as a condition of obtaining or maintaining their funding. A draft OCR and religious freedom rule from the Trump administration should be issued and finalized. These regulations would provide a clear process for OCR's enforcement in coordination with other HHS divisions and existing HHS grants regulations. LHHS should re-establish waivers for state and child welfare agencies for religious exemptions, especially for faith-based adoption and foster care agencies. It should also rescind subjective case-by-case evaluations for religious and faith-based organizations that request religious exemptions. These case-by-case determinations are currently coordinated with ACF and OCR. The recommended waivers should be granted to all states and agencies that request them, and OCR memos finding that RFRA would be violated if the waivers are not granted should be restored. Department of Health and Human Services LHHS should restore OCR authority to review requests for and render opinions on the application of RFRA to requests for religious accommodation of people, families, and doctors who cannot in good conscience take or administer vaccines, including those made or tested with aborted fetal cell lines. LHHS should restore Section 1557, Section 504, and other OCR regulations and fix guidance documents. In 2020, the Trump administration's OCR published regulations under Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act that restored the agency's enforcement of that law to the limits of its statutory text, deferred to the ACA's widespread use of a binary biological conception of sex discrimination, and specified that the regulation must comply with the religious exemption and abortion neutrality clauses in Title IX from which it is derived as well as the Religious Freedom Restoration Act and other laws. Courts blocked core provisions of that rule from going into effect. In 2022, the Biden administration proposed to reinstate a rule contradicting the scope of the statute and imposing non-discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. It is expected that this rule will be finalized in 2023 even though several courts have issued rulings against the interpretation on which it is based. LCR should return its enforcement of sex discrimination to the statutory framework of Section 1557 and Title IX. Specifically, it should, 1. Remove all guidance issued under the Biden administration concerning sexual orientation and gender identity under Section 1557, particularly the May 2021 announcement of Enforcement 82 and March 2022 statement threatening states that protect minors from genital mutilation. 832. Issue a general statement of policy specifying that it will not enforce any prohibition on sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination in the Section 1557 regulation and that it will prioritize compliance with the First Amendment, RFRA, and federal conscience laws in any case implicating those claims. DOJ should commit to defending these actions aggressively against inevitable court challenges, including under cases such as Heckler v. Cheney. 84 Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 3. Issue a proposed rule to restore the Trump regulations under Section 1557, explicitly interpreting the law not to include sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination based on the textual approach to male and female biology taken by Congress in the ACA, the need to recognize biological distinctions as part of the sound practice of health care, and the need to ensure protections of medical judgment and conscience. DOJ should agree to defend this rule to the Supreme Court if necessary. 4. Issue a general statement of policy announcing that it plans to enforce Section 1557 discrimination bans by refocusing on serious cases of race, sex, and disability discrimination. In particular, OCR should highlight its 2019 investigation and voluntary resolution agreement with Michigan State University based on the sexual abuse of gymnasts by Larry Nassar. OCR should also coordinate with the Department of Education on a public education and civil rights enforcement campaign to ensure that female college athletes who become pregnant are no longer pressured to obtain abortions. Pursue race discrimination claims against entities that adopt or impose racially discriminatory policies such as those based on critical race theory, and announce its intention to enforce disability rights laws to protect children born prematurely, children with disabilities, and children born alive after abortions. 5. Issue and finalize the Trump-era draft disability rights regulations concerning crisis standards of care and use of quality of life adjusted years, COLIES, and reissue and finalize a disability regulation withdrawn by the Biden administration that prohibited discriminatory application of assisted suicide and denial of life-saving treatments for disabled newborns. LCR should withdraw its pharmacy abortion mandate guidance. OCR should withdraw its obligations under federal civil rights laws to ensure access to comprehensive reproductive health care services. Guidance for retail pharmacies, 85, which purports to address non-discrimination obligations of pharmacies under federal civil rights laws and in fact orders them to stock and dispense first-trimester abortion drugs. The guidance invents this so-called requirement and fails to acknowledge that pharmacies and pharmacists have the right not to participate in abortions, including pill-induced abortions, if doing so would violate their sincere moral or religious objections. Moreover, no federal civil rights laws preempt state pro-life statutes. Department of Health and Human Services (LOCR) should withdraw its Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act (HIPAA) 86 guidance on abortion. OCR should withdraw its June 2022 Guidance 87 that purports to address patient privacy concerns following the Dobbs decision, but is actually a politicized statement in favor of abortion and against Dobbs. HIPAA covers patients in the womb, but this guidance treats them as non-persons contrary to law. The guidance is unnecessary and contributes to ideologically motivated fearmongering about abortion after Dobbs. Author's note: the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of selfless individuals involved in the 2025 presidential transition project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume and include former officials in the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and other agencies, as well as academics, attorneys, and experts in the healthcare and insurance fields. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise and Notes. 1. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Strategic Plan, FY 2018 to 2022, p. 50, asp.hhs.gov/file/document/fee346AC96784463986799140EC/hhs-strategic-plan-FY-2018-2022.pdf accessed February 7, 2023. 2. Strategic Goal 1, protect and strengthen equitable access to high-quality and affordable health care in IBID. In the context of HHS, this strategic plan adopts the definition of underserved communities listed in Executive Order 13985, advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government to refer to populations sharing a particular characteristic, as well as geographic communities, who have been systematically denied a full opportunity to participate in aspects of economic, social, and civic life. This definition includes individuals who belong to underserved communities that have been denied such treatment, such as Black, Latino, and Indigenous and Native American persons, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders and other persons of color, members of religious minorities, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ+ persons, persons with disabilities, persons who live in rural areas, and persons otherwise adversely affected by persistent poverty or inequality. Individuals may belong to more than one underserved community and face intersecting barriers. This definition applies to the terms underserved communities and underserved populations throughout this strategic plan. IBID. Emphasis in original. 3. Karen Weintraub, Americans' life expectancy continues to fall, erasing health gains of the last quarter century. USA Today, December 22, 2022, https://www.usatoday.com/story/news/health-202/US-LV-expectancy-continues-fall-erasing-257478002/ accessed February 6, 2023. 4. Apo or the Mandavili, the CDC isn't publishing large portions of the data it collects. The New York Times, updated February 22, 2022, Congress.gov IF 02-20220302-SD004. PDF accessed March 22, 2023. 5. Zachary B. Sluzala and Edmund F. Heiselmeyer, Lessons from COVID-19, How Policymakers Should Reform the Regulation of Clinical Testing, Heritage Foundation Background No. 3696, March 28, 2022, www. heritage.org/public-health/lessons-covid-19-how-policymakers-should-reform-the-regulation-clinical. 6. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, cdc.gov, March 16, 2023. 7. Judith Garber, CDC. Disclaimers. Hide financial conflicts of interest. Loan Institute Accountability Blog, November 6, 2019. Loaninstitute.org. Accessed February 6, 2023. See also U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC Foundation Active Programs, October 1, 2014 September 30. 2015, www. cdc.foundation/upload/pdf/cdc/upload/pdf/active-programs-fy2015.pdf. Accessed February 7, 2023. CDC Active Programs, October 1, 2015 September 30. 2016, CDC-foundation. org/site/default/files/upload/pdf/cdc-foundation-active-programs-fy2016.pdf. Accessed February 7, 2023. CDC Foundation Active Programs, October 1, 2016 September 30. 2017, cdc-foundation.org site/default/files/upload/pdf/cdc-foundation-active-programs-fy2017.pdf. Accessed February 7, 2023. CDC Foundation Active Programs October 1, 2017 September 30, 2018, cdcfoundation.org file/upload/pdf/cdcfoundation-active programs-fy2018.pdf accessed February 7, 2023. CDC Foundation Active Programs October 1, 2018 September 30, 2019, cdcfoundation.org pdf/cdcfoundation-active programs-fy2019.pdf accessed February 7, 2023. CDC Foundation Active Programs October 1, 2029 September 30, 2020, cdcfoundation.org accessed February 7, 2023, and CDC Foundation Active Programs October 1, 2020 September 30, 2021, cdcfoundation.org accessed February 7, 2023. 8. Joel White and Doug Badger. In order to defeat COVID-19, the federal government must modernize its public health data. Heritage Foundation background info. 3527, September 3, 2020, Heritage. org/sites/default/2020-09/bg3527_0.pdf. 9. S15, Ensuring Accurate and Complete Abortion Data Reporting Act of 2023, 118th Congress, introduced January 23, 2023, Congress.gov, accessed March 22, 2023, and H.R. 632, Ensuring Accurate and Complete Abortion Data Reporting Act of 2023, 118th Congress, introduced January 30, 2023, Congress.gov, accessed March 22, 2023. 10. Doug Badger, How Congress Can Make Real Progress on Drug Prices, Heritage Foundation Issue Brief No. 5016, December 9, 2019, heritage.org. Department of Health and Human Services 11. Zluzala and Heiselmeyer, Lessons from COVID-19, How Policymakers Should Reform the Regulation of Clinical Testing. 12. IBID. 13. H.R. 5471, Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments of 1988, Public Law No. 100-578, 100th Congress, October 31, 1988, uscode.house.gov, accessed March 17, 2023. 14. Zluzala and Heiselmeyer, Lessons from COVID-19, How Policymakers Should Reform the Regulation of Clinical Testing. 15. Edmund F. Heiselmeyer, Ensuring Americans Access to Pharmaceuticals, A Primer and Roadmap for Policymakers, Heritage Foundation background info. 3545, October 20, 2020, heritage.org sites/default/2020-10/bg3545.pdf. 16. ITN-Use. C1461, law.cornell.edu, accessed March 16, 2023, and 18-Use. C1462, law.cornell.edu, accessed March 16, 2023. 17. H.R. 1308, Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993, Public Law No. 103-141, 103rd Congress, November 16, 1993, Congress.gov, accessed March 18, 2023. 18. Charles Pillar, Is FDA's Revolving Door Open Too Wide? Science, Volume 361, No. 6397, July 6, 2018, p. 21, science.org, accessed February 6, 2023. 19. Joel Achenbach, NIH halts $100 million study of moderate drinking that is funded by alcohol industry. The Washington Post, May 17, 2018, https://www.washingtonpost.com/news/TO-your-health/WP/2018/05/17/Nahalts-controversial-study-of-moderate-drinking/accessed February 6, 2023. 20. Alexander Tin, Moderna offers NIH co-ownership of COVID vaccine patent amid dispute with government. CBS News, November 15, 2021, https://www.cbsnews/moderna-covid-vaccine-patent-dispute national-institutes-health/ accessed February 6, 2023. 21. Informed Consent Action Network, NIH officials profiting from COVID-19 vaccine, June 3, 2021, www.ekindaside.org/NIH-officials-profiting-from-COVID-19-vaccine/ accessed February 6, 2023. 22. Adam Andrzejewski, Substack investigation, Fauci's royalties and the $350 million royalty payment stream hidden by NIH, Open the Books Substack, May 9, 2022, openthebooks.substack.com divided by P divided by Faucis minus royalties minus and minus the minus 350 minus million. @_source =/profile /24,758,236 Adam Andrzejewski and @_medium =reader 2 and s =w. Accessed February 6, 2023. 23. Robert E. Moffat, Time to Reverse Hospital Market Consolidation, Heritage Foundation Commentary, January 5, 2022, heritage.org. 24. H.R. 3590, Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Public Law No. 111-148, 111th Congress, March 23, 2021, congress.gov. Accessed March 16, 2023. 25. Brian J. Miller, Robert E. Moffat, James Fick, Joseph Marine, and Jesse Ehrenfeld, Reversing Hospital Consolidation, The Promise of Physician-Owned Hospitals, Health Affairs Forefront, April 12, 2021, https://www.healthafairs.org/do/1077/forefront.202108.9806440/ accessed February 13, 2023. 26. Robert E. Moffat, Medicare's Future, Challenges and Opportunities, Testimony before the Special Committee on Aging, U.S. Senate, November 21, 2022, https://www.heritage.org/testimony/medicare's-future-challenges and-opportunities. 27. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 256b, law.cornell.edu. Accessed March 16, 2023. 28. H.R. 3590, Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Paragraph 3022. 29. H.R. 5376, Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, Public Law No. 117-169, 117th Congress, August 16, 2022, https://www.congress.gov/117/pl/pub169/pl-117pub169.pdf. Accessed March 16, 2023. 30. Robert E. Moffat, reducing patient access to new medications is the left's latest Medicare price-fixing scheme. Heritage Foundation Commentary, July 22, 2022. Heritage.org. Reducing patient access new medications, the left's latest Medicare price-fixing, and Badger, how Congress can make real progress on drug prices. 31. Nina Aucharenko-Schaefer, Medicaid at 55, understanding the design, trends, and reforms needed to improve our healthcare safety net. Heritage Foundation background info. 3604, April 14, 2021, https://www.heritage.org/site/default/files/2021-04/BG3604_0.pdf, and Brian C. Blaze, Punishing Conservative States, Payment Cut to Hospitals Where Federal Spending is Already Low, Paragon Health Institute, December 2021, https://paragoninstitute.org/wp-content/upload/2022-06/punishing-conservative-state-html. Accessed February 13, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. 32. Aucharenko-Schaefer, Medicaid at 55, understanding the design, trends, and reforms needed to improve our healthcare safety net. 33. Brian Blaze, Managed Care in Medicaid, Need for Oversight, Accountability, and Reform, Paragon Health Institute Policy Brief, October 13, 2022. Paragoninstitute.org. Managed-care-in-medicaid-need-for-oversight-accountability-and-reform-for-distribution-v2.pdf. Accessed February 13, 2023. 34. Aucharenko-Schaefer, Medicaid at 55, understanding the design, trends, and reforms needed to improve our healthcare safety net. 35. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 1315, law.cornell.edu. Accessed March 17, 2023. 36. Chad D. Savage and Lee S. Gross, Direct Primary Care, Update and Roadmap for Patient-Centered Reforms, Heritage Foundation background info. 3635, June 28, 2021, heritage.org files/2021-06/BG3635.pdf. 37. H.R. 133, Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2021, Public Law No. 116-260, 116th Congress, December 27, 2020, Division BB, Title I, Congress.gov. Accessed March 17, 2023. 38. Doug Badger, on surprise medical bills, Congress should side with consumers, not special interests. Heritage Foundation Commentary, January 31, 2020, heritage.org commentary/surprise medical bills. Congress should side consumers, not special. 39. Edmund F. Heiselmeyer and Abigail Slagle, Premiums, Choices, Deductibles, Care Access, and Government Dependence under the Affordable Care Act, 2021 State-by-State Review, Heritage Foundation background info. 3668, November 2, 2021, heritage.org. 40. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Internal Revenue Service, U.S. Department of Labor, Employee Benefits Security Administration, and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Transparency in Coverage, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 219, November 12, 2020, pages 72,158-72,310, govinfo.gov content/pkg/afr-2020/pdf/2020-24591.pdf. Accessed March 17, 2023. 41. David N. Bernstein and Robert E. Moffat. New price transparency rule will help transform America's healthcare system. Heritage Foundation commentary. November 1, 2020. https://www.heritageorg/health-care-reform/commentary/new-price-transparency-rule-health-health-care. 42. Zluzala and Heiselmeyer, Lessons from COVID-19, How Policymakers Should Reform the Regulation of Clinical Testing. 43. IBID. 44. Most recently enacted in H.R. 2471, Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2022, Public Law No. 117-103, 117th Congress, March 15, 2022, Division H, Title V, Paragraph 506-507, Congress.gov.law-117 Pub 103.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 45. President Joseph R. Biden, Jr., Executive Order 14,079, Securing Access to Reproductive and Other Healthcare Services, August 3, 2022, in Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 154, August 11, 2022, pages 49,505-49,507, https://www.govinfo.gov/content/pkg/fr-2022-08-1/pdf/2022-17420.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 46. Planned Parenthood, 2020 to 2021 Annual Report, p. 27, PlannedParenthood.org filer_0/8F/408FC2AD-CH2-48DA-AD7-BE5CC257D370/211-214-FA-ANA all report-20-21-C3-digital.pdf accessed March 22, 2023. 47. IBID. Pages 30 and 31. Total revenue of $1,714.4 million. P. 30 minus $1,580.7 million in total expenses. P. 31 yields $133.7 million. 48. IBID. P. 28. 49. IBID. P. 30. 50. H.R. 372, Protecting Life and Taxpayers Act of 2023, 118th Congress, introduced January 17, 2023, www. Congress.gov/118/bills/HR 372/bills-118 HR 372IH.pdf accessed March 17, 2023. 51. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 18023, law.cornell.edu accessed March 17, 2023. 52. H.R. 3128, Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1985, Public Law No. 99-272, 99th Congress, April 7, 1986, Title 9, Subtitle E, Part 1, Subpart B, Paragraph 9121, Congress.gov Statute-100-PGA2.pdf accessed March 17, 2023. 53. H.R. 8070, Rehabilitation Act of 1973, Public Law No. 93-112, 93rd Congress, September 26, 1973, www. Congress.gov/93/statute-87/statute-87-PG355.pdf accessed March 17, 2023. Department of Health and Human Services 54. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Office of Civil Rights, and Office of the Secretary, Special Responsibilities of Medicare Hospitals in Emergency Cases and Discrimination on the Basis of Disability in Critical Health and Human Service Programs or Activities, Draft of Proposed Rule, January 14, 2021, hhs.gov, accessed March 17, 2023. 55. H.R. 26, Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, 118th Congress, introduced January 9, 2023, https://www.congress.gov/118/bills/HR26/bills-118HR26pcs.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 56. H.R. 7, No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion and Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act of 2023, 118th Congress, introduced January 9, 2023, congress.gov, accessed March 17, 2023. 57. S-401, Conscience Protection Act of 2021, 117th Congress, introduced February 24, 2021, Congress. gov/117/bills/S401/bills-117s401is.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 58. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and Office of the Secretary, Non-Discrimination in Health Programs and Activities, Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, Notice of Tribal Consultation, Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 149, August 4, 2022. Pages 47,824-47,920, GovInfo. gov/content/pkg/afr-2022-08-04/pdf/2022-16217.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 59. IBID. P. 47,916. 60. The regulation was not finalized before the end of the administration. U.S. Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Services, revision of categorical eligibility in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, Proposed Rule, Federal Register, Volume 84, No. 142, July 24, 2019, pages 35,570-55,581, https://www.federalregister.gov/documents/2019-15670/24/2019-157-0/revision-of-categorical-eligibility-in-the supplemental-nutrition-assistance-program-SNAP, accessed March 17, 2023. 61. 45 Code of Federal Regulations Paragraph 75.300 C and D, ECFR.gov Subchapter-A/Part-75/Support-D/Subject-Group-ECFR 911E5E1A30BFBCB/Section-75.300, accessed March 17, 2023. 62. H.R. 1750, Child Welfare Provider Inclusion Act of 2021, 117th Congress, introduced March 10, 2021, https://www.congress.gov/117/bills/HR1750/bills-11750ih.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023, and S-656, Child Welfare Provider Inclusion Act of 2021, 117th Congress, introduced March 10, 2021, congress.gov S-656/bills-117s656is.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 63. S3949, Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2022, Public Law No. 117-348, 117th Congress, January 25, 2023, Congress.gov, accessed March 17, 2023. 64. Kelsey Y. Santa Maria, Child Migrants at the Border, the Flores Settlement Agreement and Other Legal Developments, Congressional Research Service in Focus No. IF 11799, April 1, 2021, CRSREPORTS.Congress. gov/product/pdf/if/IF 11799, accessed March 17, 2023. 65. Report, Building a Happy Home, Marriage Education as a Tool to Strengthen Families, Social Capital Project Report Number 1-22, March 2022, p. 17, https://www.jec.senate.gov/public/_d480D924-6F0D-46886/BuildingA-happy-home.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. The cover of the report reflects that the Social Capital Project is a project of the Joint Economic Committee, Republicans. 66. See, for example, Alan J. Hawkins, are federally supported relationship education programs for lower-income individuals and couples working? A review of evaluation research, American Enterprise Institute, September 2019, www. congress.gov/117/PLAW/publ228/PLAW-117publ228.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 67. H.R. 8404, Respect for Marriage Act, Public Law No. 117-228, 117th Congress, December 13, 2022, www. congress.gov/117/PLAW/publ228/PLAW-117publ228.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 68. Madison Marino, over 1,000 safety violations mark head start. Children Deserve Better, Heritage Foundation Commentary, November 10, 2022, https://www.heritage.org/education/commentary/over-1000-safety violations-mar-head-start-children-deserve-better. 69. American Hospital Association v. Becerra, 596 US___, 2022, supremacourt.gov opinions/20-1114_09m1.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 70. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Internal Revenue Service, U.S. Department of Labor, Employee Benefits Security Administration, and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, coverage of certain preventive services under the Affordable Care Act, Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, Federal Register, Volume 88, No. 22, February 2, 2023, pages 7236 to 7281, www. govinfo.gov/content/pkg/afr-2023-02-02/pdf/2023-01981.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 71. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 238N, law.cornell.edu, accessed March 17, 2023. 72. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration, Early Childhood Health, last reviewed October 2022, https://mchb.hrsa.gov/programs-impact/focus-areas/early-childhood-health, accessed March 17, 2023. 73. American Pregnancy Association, having a doula, what are the benefits? American Pregnancy org/healthy pregnancy/labor and birth/having a doula/#, text equals other %20 studies %20 have %20 shown %20 that %20 having %20 %20 doula, massage %20 to %20 reduce %20 stress %20 and %20 anxiety %20 during %20 labor, accessed March 17, 2023. 74. S2372, VA Mission, Maintaining Internal Systems and Strengthening Integrated Outside Networks, Act of 2018, Public Law No. 115-182, 115th Congress, June 6, 2018, Congress.gov Law-115 Pub 182.pdf, accessed March 17, 2023. 75. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, securing updated and necessary statutory evaluations timely. Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 11, January 19, 2021, pages 5694 to 5764, GovInfo. gov/content/pkg/afr-2021-01-19/pdf/2021-00597.pdf, accessed March 22, 2023. 76. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Secretary, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health, Compliance with Statutory Program Integrity Requirements, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 84, No. 42, March 4, 2029, pages 7714 to 7791, govinfo.gov, accessed March 18, 2023. 77. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Secretary, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health, ensuring access to equitable, affordable, client-centered, quality family planning services, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 192, October 7, 2021, pages 56144-56180, govinfo.gov pkg/afr-2021-1007/pdf/2021-2154.pdf, accessed March 18, 2023. 78. S624, Title X Abortion Provider Prohibition Act, 118th Congress, introduced March 2, 2023, www. congress.gov/118/bills/s624/bills-118s624is.pdf, accessed March 18, 2023. 79. 50 U.S. Code Chapter 55, law.cornell.edu, accessed March 22, 2023. 80. 18 U.S. Code Paragraph 13, law.cornell.edu, accessed March 18, 2023. 81. Bowen v. American Hospital Association, 476 U.S. 610, 1986, tile.loc.gov/usrep476/usrep476/usrep476/610.pdf, accessed 22, 2023. 82. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Secretary, Notification of Interpretation and Enforcement of Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act and Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 99. May 25, 2021. Pages 27,984-27,985. https://www.gov.gov/content/pkg/afr2021-05-25/2021-104777.pdf. Accessed March 18, 2023. 83. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office for Civil Rights, HHS Notice and Guidance on Gender-Affirming Care, Civil Rights, and Patient Privacy, March 2, 2022, https://www.hhs.gov/sites/default/files/hhsocr-notice-and-guidance-gender-affirming-care.pdf. Accessed March 18, 2023. 84. Heckler v. Cheney, 420 U.S. 821, 1985, caselaw.findlaw.com. Accessed March 18, 2022. 85. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office for Civil Rights, Guidance to Nations Retail Pharmacies, Obligations under Federal Civil Rights Laws to ensure access to comprehensive reproductive health care services. Content last reviewed July 14, 2022. hhs.gov special-topics/reproductive-healthcare/pharmacies-guidance/index.html. Accessed March 18, 2023. 86. H.R. 3103, Health Insurance and Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, Public Law No. 104-191, 104th Congress, August 21, 1996, Congress.gov. Accessed March 18, 2023. 87. U.S. Department of Human Services, HIPAA Privacy Rule and Disclosures of Information Relating to Reproductive Health Care. Content last reviewed June 29, 2022. Accessed March 18, 2023. See also, protecting the privacy and security of your health information when using your personal cell phone or tablet. Content last reviewed June 29, 2022. hhs.gov/phone-epa/index.html. Accessed March 18, 2023. 15. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Benjamin S. Carson, Sr., MD. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development (HUD) administers a web of federal programs with mandates to support access to homeownership and affordable rental housing, relieve temporary housing instability for homeless persons, preserve a stable inventory of public housing units, and enforce mandates with powers to settle compliance matters ranging from housing quality standards to housing discrimination cases. Politicians across party lines use HUD to promise ever greater public benefits. In addition, HUD programs tend to perpetuate the notion of bureaucratically provided housing as a basic life need and, whether intentionally or not, fail to acknowledge that these public benefits too often have led to intergenerational poverty traps, have implicitly penalized family formation in traditional two-parent marriages, and have discouraged work and income growth, thereby limiting upward mobility. A new conservative administration will therefore need to reset HUD. This effort should specifically include a broad reversal of the Biden administration's persistent implementation of corrosive progressive ideologies across the department's programs. Implement an action plan across both process and people. This plan should include both the immediate redelegation of authority to a cadre of political appointees and the urgent implementation of administrative regulatory actions with respect to HUD policy and program eligibility. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise will reverse HUD's mission creep over nearly a century of program implementation dating from the department's New Deal forebears. HUD's new political leadership team will need to re-examine the federal government's role in housing markets across the nation and consider whether it is time for a reform, reinvention, and renewal, one that transfers department functions to separate federal agencies, states, and localities. Overview. HUD was created by the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1952 and since then has administered several programs that had been administered by the Housing and Home Finance Agency. With a proposed fiscal year FY budget authority totaling $71.9 billion and 8,326 full-time equivalent FTE employees, it remains the largest government agency charged with implementing federal housing policy. In addition to its headquarters in Washington, D.C., HUD has 10 regional offices as well as field offices and centers to implement specialized operational and enforcement responsibilities. 4 HUD program offices also interface with various networks of implementing organizations such as locally chartered public housing agencies and federal, state, and local government and judicial bodies as well as such private industry participants as mortgage lenders. The Secretary of Housing and Urban Development can delegate authority to various entities across an array of HUD programs. 5 The Secretary also oversees the Office of the Deputy Secretary. 6 The Office of Hearings and Appeals OHA. 7 The Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization OSDBU. 8 and the Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships CFBNP. 9 The Office of the Secretary also comprises a team of politically appointed positions and career support staff. Each of the following offices should be headed by political appointees except where otherwise noted. L. Office of Administration, headed by the Chief Administration Officer. The Office of Administration has responsibilities for the Office of the Chief Human Capital Officer OCO, headed by the Chief Human Capital Officer, currently a career position, and the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer CPO, headed by the Chief Procurement Officer, currently a career position. L. Office of the Chief Financial Officer, headed by the Chief Financial Officer. L. Office of the Chief Information Officer, headed by the Chief Information Officer. Department of Housing and Urban Development L. Office of Public Affairs, headed by a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary as or Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary (PDAS). L. Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Relations Circle, headed by a Senate-confirmed as or PDAS. L. Office of Community Planning and Development CPD, headed by a Senate-confirmed as or Principal DAS. CPD administers various entitlement and non-entitlement programs across community development, disaster recovery, and housing for the homeless and individuals with special needs, including housing opportunities for persons with AIDS (HOPWA). The 2 largest CPD-administered programs are the Community Development Block Grant (CDBG) Program, 11 which includes disaster recovery funding, and the Home Investment Partnerships Program (HOME). 12 CPD's Relocation and Real Estate Division (RRED) has departmental delegated authority for the Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policies Act of 1970.13 L. Office of Public and Indian Housing (PI), headed by a Senate-confirmed as or PDAS. PI administers public housing and tenant-based rental assistance programs, as well as authorities for Native American and Native Hawaiian housing assistance and loan guarantee programs under the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act (NASDA). 14 Tenant-based rental assistance represents the major portion of HUD's non-emergency discretionary budget. HUD describes its Housing Choice Voucher program as an essential component of the federal housing safety net for people in need. 15 PAY also implements funding for the Self-Sufficiency Coordinator Program, the Public Housing Fund Operating and Capital Funds for the administration of Section 9 Public Housing and Section 8 Voucher programs, and Choice Neighborhoods, zeroed out during the Trump administration budget request, but included in HUD's FY 2023 budget, which requests $250 million for the program. 16 L. Office of Housing and Federal Housing Administration (FHA), headed by a dual-hatted, Senate-confirmed as and Federal Housing Commissioner or Acting Federal Housing Commissioner. The Office of Housing oversees implementation of the department's project-based rental assistance multifamily housing portfolio, Section 202 Supportive Housing for the Elderly Program, Section 811 Program for Disabled Persons Housing, and Housing Counseling Assistance Program. The Federal Housing Administration administers the Mutual Mortgage Insurance Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise Program (MIF), and various other mortgage insurance, direct loan, and loan guarantee programs for single-family housing, multifamily housing, hospitals, and healthcare facilities that meet certain conditions. 17L Government National Mortgage Association (NMA), headed by a Senate-confirmed NMA President or Executive Vice President. NMA oversees more than $2 billion in federal guarantees to mortgage-backed securities structured from mortgages that are pooled from various federal programs, including mortgages backed by programs outside of HUD, principally the single-family mortgage guarantee programs administered by the Department of Veterans Affairs (VA) and the Rural Housing Service at the U.S. Department of Agriculture (USDA). Insured single-family housing mortgages comprise the largest share of NMA guaranteed mortgage-backed securities. L Office of Departmental Equal Employment Opportunity, headed by a Director. L Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity (FHEO), headed by a Senate-confirmed as ORPDAS. The Assistant Secretary for FHEO is the designated HUD official responsible for enforcing Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, and Section 109 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. After informal efforts to resolve non-compliance, the AS4 FHEO may make a formal finding of non-compliance and initiate enforcement action before an administrative tribunal or a referral to the Department of Justice. L Office of General Counsel headed by the General Counsel or Principal Deputy General Counsel. Handles department-wide legal and compliance oversight advice with supervision responsibilities for the Deputy General Counsel for Housing Programs, Deputy General Counsel for Operations, and Deputy General Counsel for Enforcement and Fair Housing, as well as the Departmental Enforcement Center. 20L Office of Healthy Homes and Lead Hazard Control (OLHC), headed by a Director. OLHC was established in the early 1990s to eliminate lead-based paint hazards in America's privately owned and low-income housing, address healthy housing initiatives, and enforce lead-based paint regulations authorized under the Residential Lead-Based Paint Hazard Reduction Act of 1992, Title X of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1992. 21 These functions overlap with similar functions of the Environmental Protection Agency, also authorized to enforce lead-based Department of Housing and Urban Development paint regulations under Title X, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Healthy Homes Initiative, Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program, and National Asthma Control Program. L Office of Policy Development and Research (PDR), headed by a Senate-confirmed as ORPDAS. PDR was established in the early 1970s and today administers research activities, including external contract research grants, and provides analytical and policy advice to senior HUD staff. PDR also provides publicly available statistics through the American Housing Survey (AHS), which is sponsored by HUD and conducted by the Census Bureau, the State of the City's Data Systems, data on the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit (LIHTC), and annual fair market rents and income limits data, among other statistical publications and datasets on the characteristics of families assisted under HUD programs. L Office of Inspector General (OIG), headed by an Inspector General. The OIG is independent of HUD and one of 12 Inspectors General across the federal government authorized under the Inspector General Act of 1978.22 operating under its own budget authority and strategic plan. The HUD OIG conducts internal and external audits and investigations of HUD programs and operations. While independent of HUD and holding no enforcement powers over HUD programs, HUD OIG works closely with the Office of General Counsel, the Departmental Enforcement Center, and HUD program offices. The Inspector General serves as an advisor to and non-voting member of the FMortgage Review Board. Office of Field Policy and Management (FPM), headed by an Assistant Deputy Secretary for FPM. FPM supports the Secretary through regional and field office communication and external engagement with various community stakeholders to ensure the successful implementation of secretarial initiatives and special projects. HUD reform pillars. Ideally, Congress would redelegate authorities that have been diverted to HUD's administrative bureaucracy and safeguard taxpayers against the mission creep that inevitably occurs when Congress delegates power to an empowered and unelected bureaucracy that is insulated by civil service protections. If implemented, the reforms proposed in this chapter can help a new conservative administration to use its Article 2 powers to rectify bureaucratic overreach, reverse the expansion of programs beyond their statutory authority, and end progressive policies that have been put in place at the department. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise: it is hoped that a future Congress under conservative leadership will enact legislative reforms of HUD programs. With or without congressional action, however, it is vital that a conservative administration immediately institute guardrails across HUD programs to remove the administrative state's bureaucratic overreach of Article I authorities, thereby ensuring formal execution of Article 2 process and personnel reforms of the sort outlined below. First Day and First Year Administrative Reforms 23. A new conservative administration can and should implement the following reforms that focus on both People 24 and Process. 25 Implementation of these reforms simply requires courageous political leadership across all of HUD's key appointed positions. HUD political leadership should immediately assign all delegated powers to politically appointed PDAs, DAS, and other office leadership positions. Change any current career leadership positions into political and non-career appointment positions, and use Senior Executive Service (SES) transfers to install motivated and aligned leadership. The President should issue an executive order making the HUD Secretary a member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., which will gain broader oversight authorities to address foreign threats, particularly from China, with oversight of foreign ownership of real estate in both rental and ownership markets of single-family and multi-family housing. 26 With trillions worth of real estate secured across HUD's portfolio, the Secretary should initiate a HUD task force consisting of politically appointed personnel to identify and reverse all actions taken by the Biden administration to advance progressive ideology. 27 The Office of the Secretary or the leadership in the Office of General Counsel should conduct a thorough review of all subregulatory guidance that has been instituted outside of the Administrative Procedure Act (APA). Additionally, departmental leadership should 1. Immediately end the Biden administration's property appraisal and valuation equity (PAVE) policies and reverse any Biden administration actions that threaten to undermine the integrity of real estate appraisals. 2. Repeal climate change initiatives and spending in the department's budget request. 29 Department of Housing and Urban Development 3. Repeal the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing (IFFH) regulation reinstituted under the Biden administration. 30 And any other uses of special purpose credit authorities to further equity. 314 Eliminate the new Housing Supply Fund. 32 The Office of the Secretary should recommence proposed regulation put forward under the Trump administration that would prohibit non-citizens, including all mixed-status families, from living in all federally assisted housing. 33 HUD statutory obligations include providing housing for American citizens who are in need. HUD reforms must also ensure alignment with reforms implemented by other federal agencies where immigration status impacts public programs, certainly to include any reforms in the public charge regulatory framework administered by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security (DHS). Local welfare organizations, not the federal government, should step up to provide welfare for the housing of non-citizens. The Office of the Secretary should execute regulatory and sub-regulatory guidance actions across HUD programs and applicable to all relevant stakeholders that would restrict program eligibility when admission would threaten the protection of the life and health of individuals and fail to encourage upward mobility and economic advancement through household self-sufficiency. Where admissible in regulatory action, HUD should implement reforms reducing the implicit anti-marriage bias in housing assistance programs. 34. Strengthen work and work readiness requirements. 35. Implement maximum term limits for residents in PBRA and PBRA programs. 36. And end housing first. 37. Policies so that the department prioritizes mental health and substance abuse issues before jumping to permanent interventions in homelessness. 38. Notwithstanding administrative reforms, Congress should enact legislation that protects life and eliminates provisions in federal housing and welfare benefits policies that discourage work, marriage, and meaningful paths to upward economic mobility. The as for the Office of Policy Development and Research should suspend all external research and evaluation grants in the Office of Policy Development and Research and or realign to another office any functions that are not involved in the collection and use of data and survey administration functions and do not facilitate the execution of regulatory impact analysis studies. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise of leadership should increase the mortgage insurance premium (MIP) for all products above 20-year terms and maintain MIP for all products below 20-year terms and all refinances. Should encourage wealth-building homeownership opportunities, which can be accomplished best through shorter duration mortgages. 39. Ideally, Congress would contemplate a fundamental revision of HUD's statutory restriction of single-family housing mortgage insurance to first-time home buyers. 40. This would include, with support from HUD leadership, 1. Moving the Home Equity Conversion Mortgages (HECM) program once again to its own special risk insurance fund. 2. Revising loan limit determinations. 3. Providing statutory flexibility for shorter-term products that amortize principal earlier and faster. Statutorily restricting eligibility for first-time home buyers and abandoning the affirmative obligation authorities erected for the single-family housing programs across federal agencies and government-sponsored enterprises. 41. The HUD Secretary should move the HUD Real Estate Assessment Center (REAC) from PIT to the Office of Housing, which already implements property standards in its multifamily housing lending programs through the Multifamily Accelerated Processing (MAP) lending guidelines, giving HUD the authority to streamline the enforcement of compliance with housing standards across the federal government, and flexibility for physical inspections through private accreditation should also be considered. HUD should maintain its requested budget authority for modernization initiatives that are applicable to the Office of the Chief Information Officer and program offices across the department. Longer-term policy reform. CONSIDERATIONS 42. Congress has charged HUD principally with mandates for construction of the nation's affordable housing stock in addition to setting and enforcing standards for decent housing and fair housing enforcement. Regardless of intent, HUD's efforts have yielded mixed results at best. Even today, more than a half-century after Congress put enforcement of so-called fair housing in the hands of the HUD bureaucracy, implementation of this policy is muddled by the repeated application of affirmative race-based policies. Also, the production mandate for HUD's Department of Housing and Urban Development housing portfolio has waned for decades, with the department effectively working to maintain the public housing portfolio from the late 1990s when the Faircloth Amendment capped HUD's public housing portfolio. 43. Longer-term reforms of HUD rental assistance programs should encourage choice and competition for renters, encourage participation by landlords where appropriate. 44. And encourage all non-elderly, able-bodied adults to move towards self-sufficiency. This can be pursued through regulations and legislative reforms that seek to strengthen work requirements, limit the period during which households are eligible for housing benefits, and add flexibility to rent payment terms to facilitate the movement of households towards self-sufficiency. Obviously, using government vouchers or other such programs to expand housing choice options is not without its downsides. The turn toward mobility vouchers constitutes an abandonment of America's public housing stock, and efforts to increase competition in the public housing market must not come at the expense of local autonomy and the ability of cities, towns, neighborhoods, and communities to choose for themselves the sort of housing they want to allow. freedom of association and self-government at the most local level possible must remain primary considerations in any conservative effort to increase competition in the public housing market. Congress should also consider those areas in which federal policy negatively interacts with private markets, including when federal policy crowds out private sector development and exacerbates affordability challenges that persist across the nation. It is essential that legislation provides states and localities maximal flexibility to pursue locally designed policies and minimize the likelihood of federal preemption of local land use and zoning decisions. In the same manner, Congress should prioritize any and all legislative support for the single-family home. Homeownership forms the backbone of the American dream. The purchase of a home is the largest investment most Americans will make in their lifetimes, and homeownership remains the most accessible way to build generational wealth for millions of Americans. For these reasons, American homeowners and citizens know best what is in the interest of their neighborhoods and communities. Localities rather than the federal government must have the final say in zoning laws and regulations, and a conservative administration should oppose any efforts to weaken single-family zoning. Along the same lines, Congress can propose tax credits for the renovation or repair of housing stock in rural areas so that more Americans are able to access the American dream of homeownership. Additionally, enhanced statutory authorities for local autonomy should extend to the prioritizing of federal rental assistance subsidies that emphasize choice and mobility in housing voucher subsidies over static, site-based subsidies, and provide authority for maximal flexibility to direct for land sales that involve the existing stock of public housing units. Congress must consider the future of the public mandate for leadership, the conservative promise housing model. At best, any new public investments will provide maintenance funds to bring substandard housing units and properties up to livability standards, but will still fail to address larger aims of upward mobility and dynamism for local housing markets, where land can be sold by FAs and put to greater economic use, thereby benefiting entire local economies through greater private investment, productivity and employment opportunities, and increased tax revenue. Any long-term view of HUD's future must include maintaining the strong financial operations and reliable reporting that are needed to run a $50 billion per year agency. Before the Trump administration, HUD effectively did not have a chief financial officer (CFO) for 8 years, and HUD's financial infrastructure inevitably deteriorated. The department's auditors were unable to conclude that HUD's internal operations were producing accurate financial reporting. The auditors had identified multiple material weaknesses and significant deficiencies in the department's internal financial controls. Overall, the deterioration of HUD's financial infrastructure led to a lack of accountability with respect to the use of taxpayer funds as well as to pervasive difficulties with operations and program implementation. However, by hiring a new CFO from the private sector with a proven track record of visionary leadership, HUD was able to implement an agency-wide governance structure that improved its financial processes and internal controls, and harnessed the power of innovative new technologies to bring a modernized business mindset to the agency's financial infrastructure. By the end of the Trump administration, for the first time in nearly a decade, HUD was able to address all of its previously identified material weaknesses, and the auditors were able to issue their first clean audit report on HUD's financial statements and internal controls. Finally, and more fundamentally, Congress could consider a wholesale overhaul of HUD that contemplates devolving many HUD functions to states and localities with any remaining federal functions consolidated to other federal agencies, for example, by transferring loan guarantee programs to SBA, moving Indian housing programs to the Department of the Interior, moving rental assistance, mortgage insurance programs, and NMA to a redesignated housing and home finance agency. Generally, this reform path could consolidate some programs, eliminate others that have failed to produce meaningful long-run results, and narrow the scope of many programs so that they are closer to what they were when they were created. Department of Housing and Urban Development Endnotes 1. At a 1998 Senate hearing, Then HUD Secretary Andrew Cuomo acknowledged that the department faced a competence gap and had the dubious distinction of being the only federal agency designated as high risk by the General Accounting, now Government Accountability Office (GAO), even referencing the Section 8 rental subsidy as on the brink of becoming the next savings and loan scandal, and explained how the department was stepping up enforcement efforts focused on closing the competence gap by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. See testimony of Secretary Andrew Cuomo before the House Appropriations Subcommittee on VA, HUD, and Independent Agencies, March 25, 1998, archives.hud.gov testimony/1998/TSD32598.CFM, accessed March 4, 2023. 2. H.R. 7984, Housing and Urban Development Act of 1965, Public Law No. 89-117, 89th Congress, August 10, 1965, Congress.gov, accessed March 4, 2023. 3. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 2023 Budget in Brief, pages 2 and 7, hud.gov site/files/cfo/documents/2023_budget in brieffinal.pdf, accessed March 4, 2023. 4. For example, the Special Applications Center (SAC), located in Chicago, Illinois, was established in 1998 as a division of the Office of Public and Indian Housing to accept, review, and approve all non-funded, non-competitive applications and plans for demolition, disposition, and conversion of land subject to an annual contributions contract (ACC) in public housing. 5. The Secretary has delegated full authority for the administration and enforcement of the Fair Housing Act to the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, but also has delegated limited assignment and decision-making authority to the General Counsel. 6. Effectively the HUD Chief Operating Officer and appointed by the President with Senate advice and consent. 7. The Office of Hearings and Appeals (OHA) is an independent adjudicatory office within the Office of the Secretary. Led by a director who is appointed by the Secretary, it supervises the administrative judges of the Office of Appeals, the administrative law judges of the Office of Administrative Law Judges, and the OHA support staff. The HUD Secretary appoints administrative judges and administrative law judges in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act, 5 Us. See Chapter 5, law.cornell.edu Chapter 5, accessed March 4, 2023. 8. HUD currently has a Departmental Equity Assessment Working Group, supported with 5 FTEs funded by the OSTBU, as part of the President's Executive Order 13985, Executive Order on Advancing Racial Equity and Support for Underserved Communities through the Federal Government. See U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 2023 Congressional Justifications, p. 35-15, hud.gov files/cfo/documents/2023 HUD Congressional Justifications Final Electronic Version.pdf, accessed March 4, 2023, and President Joseph R. Biden Jr., Executive Order 13985, Advancing Racial Equity and Support for Underserved Communities through the Federal Government, January 20, 2021, in Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 14, January 25, 2021, pages 7009 to 7013, govinfo.gov 01753. PDF accessed March 4, 2023. 9. Interestingly, T 2023 President's Budget request $748,000 for CFB&P, which is $436,000 less than the 2022 annualized CR level. The budget reflects total funding carryover and new authority of $1.20 million, $448,000 less than 2022 total funding. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 2023 Congressional Justifications, p. 35-16. 10. CHR 558, Stuart B. McKinney Homeless Assistance Act, Public Law No. 100-77, 100th Congress, July 22, 1987, govinfo.gov. Accessed March 5, 2023. Later renamed the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. 11. Established under the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, 42 Us. See paragraph 5301 at seek. https://www.law.cornell.edu/uscode/text/42. Accessed March 4, 2023. 12. S-566, Cranston-Gonzalez National Affordable Housing Act, Public Law No. 101-625, 101st Congress, November 28, 1990, Title II, Congress.gov. Accessed March 5, 2023. 13. S1, Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policies Act of 1970, Public Law No. 91-646, 91st Congress, January 2, 1971, Congress.gov. Accessed March 4, 2023. The URA establishes the minimum federal requirements for the acquisition of real property for federally funded programs and projects, and for the relocation of persons who must move from Mandate for Leadership, the conservative promise their homes, businesses, or farms as a direct result of acquisition, rehabilitation, or demolition for a federally funded program or project. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD Exchange, 49 CFR Part 24 URA Regulations, published February 2005, https://www.hoodexchange.info/ura-andreal-property-acquisition-policies-act-49-CFR-part-24/accessed March 4, 2023. HUD is one of the 18 federal departments and agencies that are subject to the Uniform Act. U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition for Federal and Federally Assisted Programs, Federal Register, Volume 84, No. 243, December 18, 2019, pages 69,466-69,521, especially p. 69,484, govinfo.gov. Accessed March 4, 2023. 14. H.R. 3219, Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Public Law No. 104-330, 104th Congress, October 26, 1996, Congress.gov. Accessed March 4, 2023. 15. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 2023 Congressional Justifications, p. 6-1. The U.S. Housing Act of 1937, Wagner-Steagall Act, established the origins of locally chartered housing agencies that administer federal funding for various rental assistance programs, a quintessentially progressive New Deal-era policy that expanded the administrative state's powers to the housing market, with the primary legislative intent of eradicating slum housing in urban areas, boosting jobs, and providing housing for the working poor. 42 Us. See paragraph 1437 at seek. law.cornell.edu. Accessed March 4, 2023. A decade later, the Housing Act of 1949 codified federal standards for housing livability, a rationale that HUD and federal legislators have continued to use to justify federal intervention in housing, establishing as a national policy objective the provision of a minimum standard of housing quality for all Americans. This legislation also statutorily established many of the rural housing programs that are administered at USDA and expanded programs facilitating the removal of slum housing in urban areas. 42 Us. See paragraph 1441 at seek. https://www.law.cornell.edu/uscode/text/42 accessed March 4, 2023. 16. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 2023 Congressional Justifications, pages 1-2 and 2-2. 17. The National Housing Act of 1934 established the FA and the statutory authority for the secondary market. The main stated premise was to stimulate jobs and facilitate the housing and construction sector during the Great Depression. 42 Use. See paragraph 1701 at seek. law.cornell.edu accessed March 4, 2023. 18. 42 Use. See paragraph 2000D at seek. law.cornell.edu accessed March 4, 2023. 19. 29 Use. See paragraph 701 at seek. law.cornell.edu accessed March 4, 2023. 20. HUD's Departmental Enforcement Center (DEC) is led by a director. It was established in 1998 as part of a broader effort to streamline and consolidate functions at HUD and was later merged with the Office of General Counsel. The DEC is comprised of the Office of the Director, the Compliance Division, the Operations Division, and 5 satellite offices, and describes its mission as assuring the highest standards of ethics, management and accountability in the resolution of HUD's troubled properties. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Departmental Enforcement Center, Program Offices, Departmental Enforcement Center, HUD.gov, accessed March 4, 2023. 21. H.R. 5334, Housing and Community Development Act of 1992, Public Law No. 102-1017, 102nd Congress, October 28, 1992, Title X, Congress.gov, accessed March 4, 2023. 22. H.R. 8588, Inspector General Act of 1978, Public Law No. 95-452, 95th Congress, October 12, 1978, www. congress.gov/95/statute/statute-92/statute-92-pg1101.pdf accessed March 4, 2023. 23. Guiding questions. What immediate administrative reforms of HUD and its programs can be made with high probability of success? What short-term legislative reforms can be proposed that, in tandem with administrative reforms, would achieve the HUD vision/mission objective? What HUD offices should be eliminated and/or realigned to reduce any redundancy that may persist in programmatic functions? 24. Wholly aside from reforms that would require legislation, the next administration must ensure that key political appointees are able to acquit themselves as change agents to execute administrative reforms. Otherwise, whether because of a sheer lack of skill and expertise or simply a lack of will and philosophical alignment with reforms, staff may frustrate the efforts of committed political appointee staff and leadership to execute substantive administrative reforms. To achieve the policy and regulatory reforms outlined in this chapter, political appointees must be carefully placed in positions that reflect not only technical, market/industry, and operational expertise, but also a shared will and commitment. Department of Housing and Urban Development 25. Process must prioritize where political leadership can implement administrative reforms through regulatory action and sub-regulatory guidance reforms. 26. China and other foreign nations should not be able to disrupt our nation's housing markets, including by artificially driving up prices and reducing affordability and access to housing for Americans who are crowded out of the market by such market participation. 27. These initiatives are maintained under such designations as diversity, equity, and inclusion Day, critical race theory (CRT), Black, Indigenous, Pacific Islander, and other people of color (BIPOC), and environmental, social, and governance as 28. At a minimum, these efforts duplicate what the federal government already collects and assesses. At worst, they institute arbitrary procedures in real estate appraisal practices that undermine integrity and perversely introduce arbitrary biases into what should be an unbiased system for determining financial value. 29. Revise regulatory and sub-regulatory guidance, where applicable within statutory authorities, that adds unnecessary delay and cost to the construction and development of new housing and has been estimated to account for about 40% of new housing unit costs in multifamily housing. 30. The Biden administration has issued a proposed rule to replace the Trump administration's Preserving Community and Neighborhood Choice rule that had repealed earlier rules expanding AFFH enforcement. See U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Fair Housing, Preserving Community and Neighborhood Choice, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 153, August 7, 2020, pages 47,899-47,912, govinfo.gov, accessed March 5, 2023, and U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, Proposed Rule, Federal Register, Volume 88, No. 27, February 9, 2023, pages 8,516 to 8,590, www.govinfo.gov/content/pkg/afr-2015-07-16/pdf/1703.pdf, accessed March 5, 2023. 31. Certain pilot initiatives may encourage greater take-up of loan products designed for faster equity accumulation, including loans with shorter terms and accelerated amortization schedules. In concept, the FAS Home Equity Accelerator Loan, HEAL, and Good Neighbor Next Door (GNND) pilot initiatives might lead to meaningful wealth generation for first-time buyers, but they should be available to all eligible households only when they do not arbitrarily discriminate based on race or other characteristics. 32. Housing supply does remain a problem in the U.S., but constructing more units at the low end of the market will not solve the problem. Investors and developers can deliver at more efficient cost new units that will allow for greater upward mobility of rental and ownership housing stock and better target increased construction of mid-tier rental units. Further, and more fundamental to the housing supply challenge in markets across the U.S., localities can consider revising land use, zoning, and building regulations that constrict new housing development, adding time delays and costs that impede construction. Federal housing policy should get out of the way where possible and minimize the distortive impact that stimulating greater demand through loose lending can have in driving up housing prices for households that are looking for affordable entry into the housing market. 33. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Housing and Community Development Act of 1980, Verification of Eligible Status, Proposed Rule, Federal Register, Volume 84, No. 91, May 10, 2019, pages 20,589-20,595, govinfo.gov, accessed March 5, 2023. 34. Reforms should contemplate rent payment flexibilities, allow escrow savings, and set maximum term limits that can reduce implicit penalties for increasing household incomes over eligibility terms for housing assistance, and reweight waiting list prioritization for two-parent households. 35. Some FAs have been able to implement work requirements and term limit policies in various congressionally authorized demonstration programs, notably the Moving to Work (MTW) demonstration program established in 1996 for 39 FAs. Congress has since authorized another 100 FAs, in which participating MTW FAs were given authority to implement rent reforms, work requirements and other experimental policies in rental assistance programs along with flexibilities in the use of capital and operating appropriations. 36. The FSS program has a general 5-year term with a possible 2-year extension, which could be applied at the term limit for overall benefits, and certain FSS have imposed 5-year to 7-year term limits. Families in these programs build escrow savings during their term eligibility that helps to facilitate successful transitions to family self-sufficiency and unassisted housing. Mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise. 37. HUD should implement administrative changes in regulation and guidance and seek statutory authority to end all Housing First directives of Continuum of Care grantees and contract homelessness providers, in addition to establishing restrictions on local Housing First policies where HUD grant funds are used. 38. The U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness (USIC) was established in the 1990s, and numerous administrations have devoted enormous resources to the Housing First model, experimenting with various ways to provide federally financed rapid rehousing and permanent housing opportunities. Housing First is a far-left idea premised on the belief that homelessness is primarily circumstantial rather than behavioral. The Housing First answer to homelessness is to give someone a house instead of attempting to understand the underlying causes of homelessness. Federal intervention centered on Housing First has failed to acknowledge that resolving the issue of homelessness is often a matter of resolving mental health and substance abuse challenges. Instead of the permanent supportive housing proffered by Housing First, a conservative administration should shift to transitional housing with a focus on addressing the underlying issues that cause homelessness in the first place. 39. The Senate Low-Income First-Time Home Buyers (LIFT) Act would address this policy goal. CS 2797, Low-Income First-Time Home Buyers Act of 2021, LIFT Home Buyers Act of 2021, 117th Congress, introduced September 22, 2021, Congress.gov, accessed March 5, 2023. 40. FHA did not facilitate the widespread use of 30-year mortgages until the 1950s when, interacting with Federal Reserve policies, federal agencies began broader adoption of the mortgages, which, despite lowering the monthly repayment terms, result in slow equity accumulation and wealth-building opportunities. 41. The Housing and Economic Recovery Act of 2008 fundamentally revised the scope of federal regulation in the nation's housing finance system, placing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac under the purview of a newly established Federal Housing Finance Agency (FHFA) and establishing a Housing Trust Fund (HTF) that is administered in the HUD Office of Community Planning and Development. CHR 3221, Housing and Economic Recovery Act of 2008, Public Law No. 110-289, 110th Congress, July 30, 2008, Congress. gov/110/PLAW/pub289/PLAW-110pub289.pdf accessed March 5, 2023. 42. Guiding questions. What reforms should be proposed that could be accomplished within 5 years? What reforms can be done administratively, and what reforms would need legislative authorization? Are there functions that HUD administers that could be achieved more effectively at another department or agency? What big-picture reforms should be proposed that might take more than 5 years that would reorganize HUD and its programs to meet the objectives in the vision or mission? What would occur in the absence of these public finance subsidies? How much crowd-out do these subsidies create in the market? Would America be a seriously underhoused nation without these subsidies? Who are the policies intended to benefit? What organizational changes must be made? 43. The Faircloth Amendment, Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1998, amended the Housing Act of 1937 to maintain public housing units at 1999 levels, preventing housing authorities from maintaining more public housing than they did then. H.R. 4194, Departments of Veterans Affairs and Housing and Urban Development, and Independent Agencies Appropriations Act, 1999, Public Law No. 105-276, 105th Congress, October 21, 1998, Title V, Congress.gov. Accessed March 5, 2023. In recent years, the statutory restriction on new construction of public housing units has been circumvented through some narrow uses of preservation programs such as the Rental Assistance Demonstration (RAD) program, initially authorized in 2012 and reauthorized several times since under higher program unit conversion caps. Congress also provided paths for renewal and continuation of a portion of existing public housing project/site-based housing stock refinancing with long-term HAP contract commitments, and Section 8 units through the Multifamily Assisted Housing Reform and Affordability Act of 1997, MARA. H.R. 2158, Departments of Veterans Affairs and Housing and Urban Development, and Independent Agencies Appropriations Act, 1998, Public Law No. 105-65, 105th Congress, October 27, 1997, Title V, Congress.gov. Accessed March 5, 2023. 44. As the evolution of HUD rental assistance transitions away from the public housing model toward housing choice vouchers, there should be adequate landlord participation to ensure that the supply of housing units for rent in these programs meets the demand for rent among eligible tenants. This issue has been addressed in various ways, including by a task force instituted at the department during the Trump administration, but could likely remain a challenge in the administration of the program. 16. Department of the Interior. William Perry Pendley. The U.S. Department of the Interior (DOI) oversees, manages, and protects the nation's natural resources and cultural heritage, provides scientific and other information about those resources, and honors the nation's trust responsibilities or special commitments to American Indians, Alaska Natives, and affiliated island communities. Agency overview. DOI's purview encompasses more than 500 million acres of federal lands, including national parks and national wildlife refuges, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, 1.7 billion acres of the Outer Continental Shelf (OCS), 23% of the nation's energy, water in 17 western states, and trust responsibilities for 566 Indian tribes and Alaska Natives. DOI's 2024 budget request totals $18.9 billion, an increase of $2 billion, or 12%, more than the 2023 enacted level. The budget also provides an estimated $12.6 billion in permanent funding in 2024. In 2024, DOI will generate receipts of $19.6 billion. A home department had been considered in 1789 and urged by presidents over the decades until DOI's creation in 1849. The variety of its early responsibilities, the Indian Bureau, the General Land Office, the Bureau of Pensions, and the Patent Office, among others, earned it various nicknames, including Great Miscellany, Hydra-Headed Monster, and Mother of Departments. Its mission became more focused on natural resources with the rise of the conservation movement in the early 20th century. However, it kept its historic, since the days of the Founding Fathers, role as overseer of vast working landscapes involving grazing, mandate for leadership, the conservative promise logging, mining, oil, and gas, and, with the Bureau of Reclamation in 1902, as the nation's dam builder. Today, DOI has 70,000 employees in approximately 2,400 locations with offices across the United States, Puerto Rico, and U.S. territories and freely associated states. Historically, DOI operated in a bipartisan manner consistent with the laws enacted by Congress pursuant to its powers under the Property Clause. Thus, DOI fulfilled its statutory responsibilities in the manner that ensured the ability of western states, counties, and communities to be sustained by both economic and recreational activities on neighboring federal lands, especially given that in some rural western counties, federal lands constituted 50, 60, 70, 80, even 90% of the county's landmass. 3 That ended with the administration of President Jimmy Carter, who, beholden to environmental groups that supported his election, adopted DOI policies consistent with their demands, much to the horror of Western governors, most of whom were Democrats. President Ronald Reagan campaigned against this war on the West, declared himself a sagebrush rebel, and, on taking office, quelled the rebellion by reversing Carter administration policies. President George H.W. Bush distanced himself from Reagan's Western policies, committed to a kinder and gentler America, and proclaimed his desire to be the environmental president, which resulted in changes at his administration's DOI. Again, much to the dismay of Westerners. 5 President Bill Clinton resumed Carter's war on the West, epitomized by his DOI's deploying of wolves into the states bordering Yellowstone National Park, the decreed death of a world-class mine in Montana, and the designation of a vast national monument in Utah over the objections of Utah leaders, but with the support of the Hollywood elite. 6 Although Texas Governor George W. Bush and former Wyoming Representative Dick Cheney Wyoming campaigned in 2000 against Clinton's worst outrages, including the Utah monument, there was no significant ratcheting back of DOI policies that were either objected to by Westerners or contrary to the express provisions of federal statutes. President Barack Obama's DOI resumed the anti-economic federal lands policies activated by Carter and amplified by Clinton. However, Obama's DOI's antipathy to oil and gas activity on federal lands as mandated by Congress could not have come at a worse time. After the demonstrated success of fracking on Bureau of Land Management (BLM) acreage in Wyoming in 1993, the fracking revolution soon swept the nation, 7 yielding massive discoveries on state and private land from coast to coast, but not, thanks to Obama, on Western federal lands. 8 President Donald Trump, on the other hand, immediately ordered his DOI to comply with federal law, conduct congressionally mandated lease sales, and seek to achieve energy dominance or independence. Thanks in part to the success of oil and gas operations on federal land in the West, the United States achieved energy security for the first time since 1957 in 2019. Department of the Interior President Joe Biden's DOI, as is well documented, abandoned all pretense of complying with federal law regarding federally owned oil and gas resources. Not since the administration of President Harry S. Truman, prior to creation of the OCS oil and gas program, have fewer federal leases been issued. 10 at DOI, not since the Reagan administration was the radical environmental agenda first implemented by Carter, resumed by Clinton, and revitalized by Obama rolled back as substantially as it was by President Trump. Trump's DOI change affected not only oil and gas leasing, as noted above, but all statutory responsibilities of its various agencies, bureaus, and offices. Thus, whether the statutory mandate was to promote economic activity, to ensure and expand recreational opportunities, or to protect valuable natural resources, including, for example, parks, wilderness areas, national monuments, and wild and scenic areas, efforts were expended, barriers were removed, and career employees were aided in the accomplishment of those missions. Unfortunately, Biden's DOI is at war with the department's mission, not only when it comes to DOI's obligation to develop the vast oil and gas and coal resources for which it is responsible, but also as to its statutory mandate, for example, to manage much of federal land overseen by the BLM pursuant to multiple use and sustained yield principles. 11 Instead, Biden's DOI believes most BLM land should be placed off limits to all economic and most recreational uses. Worse yet, Biden's DOI not only refuses to adhere to the statutes enacted by Congress as to how the lands under its jurisdiction are managed, but it also insists on implementing a vast regulatory regime for which Congress has not granted authority and overturning, by unilateral regulatory action, congressional acts that set forth the productive economic uses permitted on DOI-managed federal land. Budget structure. At $18.9 billion, DOI's 2024 proposed budget is small relative to many other federal agencies. On the other side of the ledger, the DOI forecasts it will generate more than $19.6 billion in offsetting receipts from oil and gas royalties, timber and grazing fees, park user fees, and land sales, among other sources. Most of the proposed allocations are divided among 9 bureaus. Bureau of Indian Affairs fulfills Indian trust responsibilities on behalf of 566 Indian tribes, supports natural resource education, law enforcement, and social service programs delivered by tribes, operates 182 elementary and secondary schools and dormitories and 29 tribally controlled community colleges, universities, and post-secondary schools. Bureau of Land Management manages and conserves resources for 245 million acres of public land and 700 million acres of subsurface federal mineral estate, including energy and mineral development, forest management, timber and biomass production, and wild horse and burro management. Mandate for leadership: the Conservative Promise Bureau of Ocean Energy Management manages access to renewable and conventional energy resources of the outer continental shelf, including more than 6,400 fluid mineral leases on approximately 35 million OCS acres, issues leases for 24% of domestic crude oil and 8% of domestic natural gas supply, oversees lease and grant issuance for offshore renewable energy projects. Bureau of Reclamation manages, develops, and protects water and related resources, including 476 dams and 337 reservoirs, delivers water to 1 in every 5 Western farmers and more than 31 million people, is America's second largest producer of hydroelectric power. Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement regulates offshore oil and gas facilities on 1.7 billion acres of the outer continental shelf, oversees oil spill response, supports research on technology for oil spill response. National Park Service maintains and manages 401 natural, cultural, and recreational sites, 26,000 historic structures, and more than 44 million acres of wilderness, provides outdoor recreation, provides technical assistance and support to state and local programs. Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement regulates coal mining and site reclamation, provides grants to states and tribes for mining oversight, mitigates the effects of past mining. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manages the 150 million acre National Wildlife Refuge System, manages 70 fish hatcheries and other related facilities for endangered species recovery, protects migratory birds and some marine mammals. U.S. Geological Survey conducts scientific research in ecosystems, climate, and land use change, mineral assessments, environmental health, and water resources, produces information about natural hazards, earthquakes, volcanoes, and landslides, leads climate change research for the department. Restoring American energy dominance. Given the dire adverse national impact of Biden's war on fossil fuels, no other initiative is as important for the DOI under a conservative president than the restoration of the department's historic role managing the nation's vast storehouse of hydrocarbons, much of which is yet to be discovered. The U.S. depends on reliable and cheap energy resources to ensure the economic well-being of its citizens, the vitality of its economy, and its geopolitical standing in an uncertain and dangerous world. Not only are valuable natural resources owned generally by the American people involved, so too are those owned separately by American Indian tribes and individual American Indians, both of which have been injured by Biden's illegal actions. The federal government owns 61% of the onshore and offshore mineral estate of the U.S., but only 22% of the nation's oil and 12% of U.S. natural gas comes from those federal lands and waters, and even that amount is Department of the Interior declining. Additionally, 42% of coal production takes place on federal lands in 11 states. 12 DOI manages a subsurface mineral estate of 700 million acres onshore and 1.76 billion acres offshore, for a total of 2.46 billion acres. The total land area of the U.S. is 2.263 billion acres. Private and state lands, at 1.563 billion acres, make up only 39% of the total onshore and offshore subsurface area of the United States. Oil, natural gas, coal, and other minerals on federal lands and waters are managed by the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement. These agencies' responsibilities frequently overlap with resource management by the U.S. Forest Service in the U.S. Department of Agriculture, state governments, and private property owners. Biden is aligning the management of public lands and waters to support robust climate action, as envisioned in Executive Orders 14,008 and 13,990.13. One of his first actions was to ban federal coal, oil, and natural gas leasing on federal lands and waters to fulfill his campaign promise of no federal oil, followed by actions from Interior Secretary Deb Haaland to rescind the Trump administration's energy dominance agenda. To this end, DOE unilaterally overhauled resource management plans, lease sales, fees, rents, royalty rates, bonding requirements, and permitting processes to prevent new production of coal, oil, and natural gas on federal lands and waters, to dramatically increase production of solar and wind energy, and to accomplish its 30 by 30, America the Beautiful agenda to remove federal lands from multiple, that is, productive use. DOE is abusing National Environmental Policy Act (NEPA) 14 processes, the Antiquities Act 15 and bureaucratic procedures to advance a radical climate agenda, ostensibly to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, for which DOE has no statutory responsibility or authority. 16 The Federal Land Policy and Management Act (FLPMA), Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act (OSCLA), General Mining Law 17 and other congressional acts clearly set forth multiple use principles and processes that include production of coal, oil, natural gas, and other minerals, as legitimate activities consistent with the welfare of all Americans and of environmental stewardship. Biden's DOE is hoarding supplies of energy and keeping them from Americans whose lives could be improved with cheaper and more abundant energy while making the economy stronger and providing job opportunities for Americans. DOE is a bad manager of the public trust and has operated lawlessly in defiance of congressional statute and federal court orders. Administration priorities, rollbacks. A new administration must immediately roll back Biden's orders, reinstate the Trump-era energy dominance agenda, rescind Secretarial Order So 3398, and review all regulations, orders, guidance documents, policies, and mandate for leadership. The conservative promise similar agency actions made in compliance with that order. 18 Meanwhile, the new administration must immediately reinstate the following Trump DOE Secretarial Orders: So 3348, concerning the federal coal moratorium. 19 So 3349, American energy independence. 20 So 3350, America First offshore energy strategy. 21 So 3351, strengthening the Department of the Interior's energy portfolio. 22 So 3352, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. 23 So 3354, supporting and improving the federal onshore oil and gas leasing program and federal solid mineral leasing program. 24 So 3355, streamlining national environmental policy reviews and implementation of Executive Order 13807, establishing discipline and accountability in the environmental review and permitting process for infrastructure projects. 25 So 3358, Executive Committee for Expedited Permitting. 26 So 3360, rescinding authorities inconsistent with Secretary's Order 3349, American Energy Independence. 27 So 3380, public notice of the costs associated with developing Department of the Interior publications and similar documents. 28 So 3385, enforcement priorities. 29 and LSO 3389, Coordinating and Clarifying National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 Reviews. 30 Actions. At the same time, the new administration must reinstate quarterly onshore lease sales in all producing states according to the model of BLM ZIM 2018-034, with the slight adjustment of including expanded public notice and comment. 31 The new administration should work with Congress on legislation, such as the Lease Now Act 32 and Department of the Interior Onshore Act 33 to increase state participation and federal accountability for energy production on the federal estate. Conduct offshore oil and natural gas lease sales to the maximum extent permitted under the 2023 to 2028 lease program. 34 With the possibility to move forward under a previously studied but unselected plan alternative. 35 Develop immediately and finalize a new 5-year plan, while working with Congress to reform the OXLA by eliminating 5-year plans in favor of rolling or quarterly lease sales. Review all resource management plans finalized in the previous 4 years and, when necessary, select studied alternatives to restore the multi-use concept enshrined in FLPMA and to eliminate management decisions that advance the 30 by 30 agenda. Set rents, royalty rates, and bonding requirements to no higher than what is required under the Inflation Reduction Act. 36 comply with the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act (ANILCA) and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 to establish a competitive leasing and development program in the coastal plain, an area of Alaska that was set aside by Congress specifically for future oil and gas exploration and development. It is often referred to as the Section 1002 area after the section of ANILCA that excludes the area from Arctic National Wildlife Refuge's wilderness designation. 37 conclude the programmatic review of the coal leasing program, and work with the congressional delegations and governors of Wyoming and Montana to restart the program immediately. 38 abandon withdrawals of lands from leasing in the Thompson Divide of the White River National Forest, Colorado, the 10-mile buffer around Chaco Cultural Historic National Park in New Mexico, restoring the Compromise Fort in the Arizona Wilderness Act 39, and the Boundary Waters area in northern Minnesota if those withdrawals have not been completed. 40 Meanwhile, revisit associated leases and permits for energy and mineral production in these areas in consultation with state elected officials. Require regional offices to complete right-of-way and drilling permits within the average time it takes states in the region to complete them. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise rulemaking. The following policy reversals require rulemaking. Rescind the Biden rules and reinstate the Trump rules regarding 1. BLM waste prevention. 2. The Endangered Species Act rules defining critical habitat and critical habitat exclusions. 41. 3. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act. 42 and 4. Seek reforms to NEPA. 43 reinstate President Trump's plan for opening most of the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska to leasing and development. Personnel changes. The new administration should be able to draw on the enormous expertise of state agency personnel throughout the country who are capable and knowledgeable about land management and prove it daily. States are better resource managers than the federal government because they must live with the results. President Trump's Schedule F Proposal 44 regarding accountability and hiring must be reinstituted to bring success to these reforms. Consistent with the theme of bringing successful state resource management examples to the forefront of federal policy, DOI should also look for opportunities to burden state federal and tribal federal cooperative agreements. Immediate actions. BLM headquarters. BLM headquarters belongs in the American West. After all, the overwhelming majority of the 245 million surface acres, 10% of the nation's landmass managed by the agency, lies in the 11 western states and Alaska. A mere 50,000 surface acres lie elsewhere. Moreover, 97% of BLM employees are located in the American West. Thus, the Trump administration's decision to relocate BLM headquarters from Washington, D.C., to the West was the epitome of good governance. That is, it was not only well-informed, but it was also implemented efficiently, effectively, and with an eye toward affected career civil servants. Plus, despite overblown chatter from the inside the Beltway media, Congress, with bipartisan support, approved funding the move. Meanwhile, state, tribal, and local officials, the diverse collection of stakeholders who use public lands and Western neighbors became accustomed to having top BLM decision-makers in Grand Junction, Colorado, rather than up to 4 Department of the Interior time zones away. All of them also appreciated that the BLM's top subject matter experts were located not in the District of Columbia, but in the western states that most need their knowledge and expertise. Westerners no longer had to travel cross-country to address BLM issues. Neither did officials in the West, closest to the resources and people they manage. On July 16, 2019, Secretary of the Interior David L. Bernhardt delivered to Congress the proposal for the relocation of nearly 600 BLM headquarters employees. On August 10, 2020, Secretary Bernhardt formally established the Robert F. Burford headquarters, named after the longest-serving BLM director, a Grand Junction native, with a staff of 41 senior officials and assistants. Another 76 positions were assigned to BLM state offices in western communities such as Billings, Montana, Boise, Idaho, Reno, Nevada, Salt Lake City, Utah, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, to meet critical needs. Scores of other positions were assigned to the states that required BLM expertise. For example, wild horse and burro professionals were relocated to Nevada, home to nearly 60% of these Western icons. 61 positions were retained in Washington, D.C., to address public, congressional, and regulatory affairs, Freedom of Information Act compliance, and budget development. Despite the dislocating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the BLM successfully filled hundreds of long vacant positions, as well as those that opened because of the move west. The BLM saw notable numbers of applicants for these positions, so numerous that the BLM capped the number of eligible applicants to no more than 50. Obviously, reduced commuting times, often from hours to mere minutes, lower cost of living, and opportunity to access vast public lands for recreation made these jobs attractive to potential employees. Many, if not most, applicants stated they would not have applied had the positions been based in Washington, D.C. At the same time, Western positions attracted those with the skills needed to meet the BLM's multiple-use, sustained yield mandate, disproving the claim that the BLM was suffering a brain drain. The Trump administration recognized that, despite its attractions, not everyone employed by BLM in Washington, D.C., could move west. The administration applied a hands-on approach, with all employee briefing and question-and-answer sessions, regular email communications, and a website devoted to frequently asked questions. To human resources teams aided employees wishing to remain in federal jobs in the D.C. area, all received new opportunities. The BLM's move west incurred no legal challenges, no formal equal employment opportunity or U.S. Merit Systems Protection Board complaints, and no adverse union activity. It is hard to please everyone, but the Trump administration's BLM did just that, putting the lie to assertions, by some, that the BLM was trying to fire federal employees. The total cost of $17.9 million for relocation incentives, permanent change off-station moves, temporary labor, travel, printing, rent, supplies, equipment, and mandate for leadership. The conservative promise other contracts will save money for the American people. For example, in fiscal 2020, the BLM estimated $1.6 million in travel cost savings, which will grow slightly over time, and $1.9 million in savings from its terminated lease in Washington, D.C. Furthermore, BLM estimated that, by October 2022, the BLM move west would generate a net savings of $3.5 million, which, the following fiscal year, would increase to $10.3 million. Those funds can be devoted to reducing the risk of wildfires, increasing recreational opportunities, conserving public lands, and addressing tough issues such as wild horses and burros. Moreover, those funds will be used more wisely thanks to the efficiency of senior, seasoned managers working closely with BLM field employees in near daily contact with Western officials, stakeholders, and neighbors. In late 2022, Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland announced the return of headquarters and scores of highly paid, senior employees to Washington, D.C. Subsequently, BLM Director Tracy Stone Manning revealed 56 BLM jobs in BLM's Western headquarters and 70 other BLM jobs will remain in Grand Junction, an increase of 15 from the 41 announced by Trump's BLM in 2019, and an increase of 40 other jobs above the 16 first announced by Biden officials. Thus, the director, the 2 deputy directors, 6 of 7 assistant directors and their staffs are now or soon will be in Washington. The Biden administration failed to recognize the wisdom of having BLM's leadership, including its director, deputy directors, and ads in the West. That is why, decades ago, the AD and staff in charge of BLM's firefighters were relocated to Boise, Idaho, where they remain. Not so the head of BLM Law Enforcement and Security, who supervises over 200 uniformed law enforcement rangers and 76 special agents stationed mainly in 11 western states and Alaska. Haaland moved that official to Washington, far from state troopers, county sheriffs and deputies, and city police with whom BLM law enforcement officers keep the peace in the West's wide-open spaces. BLM's top cop might as well be on the moon. The AD in charge of oil, gas, and minerals was also moved to Washington, D.C., notwithstanding that most oil, gas, and minerals are in the West and Alaska. New Mexico's Permian Basin, for example, is second only to Alaska in petroleum potential, and Montana and Wyoming's Powder River Basin contains the world's best low-sulfur coal. The AD responsible for wild horses and burros was moved east as well, despite the fact that the uncontrolled growth of wild horses and burros poses an existential threat to public lands. 60% of the nation's wild horses are in Nevada, 45 but thousands are in 9 other western states. There is no way these and other ads can professionally manage issues thousands of miles and multiple time zones away. It is not just effective and responsive management that has been lost. Colorado lost its chance to become a must-visit destination for BLM stakeholders. Those seeking to develop world-class mineral deposits in Minnesota or another Idaho Department of the Interior Bay in Alaska, to expand recreation across BLM's vast, diverse, and unique landscapes, or to manage timber and rangelands to prevent wildfires, would all journey to Grand Junction. Convention opportunities on Colorado's western slope would abound for BLM's disparate constituencies to congregate and meet with BLM leadership. The Western States Sheriff's Association, for example, whose annual gathering attracts hundreds of law enforcement officers from 17 western and plains states, might have moved its event to Grand Junction. Law enforcement officers. In 2002, at the direction of the Secretary of the Interior in the days following the 9/11 attack, the Inspector General (IG) for DOI made a series of department-wide recommendations regarding law enforcement. Then Secretary of the Interior Gail Norton ordered adoption of those recommendations, which drew strong bipartisan support from Congress. Over the years, most were implemented. One, however, remained undone, placing all BLM law enforcement officers, LEOs, that is, its 212 law enforcement rangers and 76 special agents, in an exclusively law enforcement chain of command. This was not just the IG's recommendation in 2002, but that of every IG who followed. It is also the strong recommendation of the department's top LEO. Moreover, it has been the urgent recommendation of law enforcement professionals across the country, especially in the West, for decades, including the Western States Sheriff's Association. Unfortunately, over time, BLM leadership stonewalled, adhering to a haphazard system in which Leos reported to non-Leo superiors, including not only state directors, but also district and field managers with expertise in other fields, range management or petroleum engineering, for example, with only 24 hours of law enforcement study. Obviously, those managers lack a comprehensive understanding of law enforcement issues, constitutional, legal, and tactical. In addition, they do not uniformly apply or enforce rules of conduct or ethical standards for Leos and special agents, leading to weakened esprit de corps and morale. Worse yet, because of their duties as managers of the multiple-use lands under their jurisdiction, they are exposed to conflicts of interests and may intentionally or unintentionally prevent Leos from investigating violations or applying the law. In the final days of the Trump administration, Secretary David L. Bernhardt ordered, and Deputy Director William Perry Pendley implemented, the IG's recommendation. Of course, leadership heads exploded. They were furious with their loss of authority, not to mention subordinates and budgets. Unfortunately, in the first days of the Biden administration, BLM Deputy Director Mike Ned suspended Pendley's order. Nonetheless, Leos, the BLM, and Westerners want Leos, who make life and death decisions, to be as well trained and well equipped as possible. They should report to a professional, expert, and knowledgeable chain of command. After all, they protect visitors to BLM lands and the natural and cultural resources of those lands, as well as the employees who manage those lands. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise BLM's Leos must keep in touch, work closely, and coordinate with fellow federal, state, and local law enforcement officers. In the Trump administration, they joined state and local law enforcement in arresting dangerous suspects in Cortez, Colorado, responded to a request from a rural sheriff in Arizona to rescue a family stuck in freezing temperatures, and teamed up in an all-hands-on-deck effort to locate a missing American Indian teenager in rural Montana. More important, Western Leos need the assurance that the BLM Leos with whom they work are professionals who report through a professional chain of command. Wild horses and burros. In 1971, Congress ordered the BLM to manage wild horses and burros to ensure their iconic presence never disappeared from the Western landscape. For decades, Congress watched as these herds overwhelmed the land's ability to sustain them, crowded out indigenous plant and other animal species, threatened the survival of species listed under the Endangered Species Act, invaded private and permitted public land, disturbed private property rights, and turned the sod into concrete. BLM experts said in 2019 that some affected land will never recover from this unmitigated damage. There are 95,000 wild horses and burros roaming nearly 32 million acres in the West, triple what scientists and land management experts say the range can support. These animals face starvation and death from lack of forage and water. The population has more than doubled in just the past 10 years and continues to grow at a rate of 10 to 15% annually. This number includes the more than 47,000 animals the BLM has already gathered from public lands, at a cost to the American taxpayer of nearly $50 million annually to care for them in off-range corrals. This is not a new issue. It is not just a Western issue. It is an American issue. What is happening to these once proud beasts of burden is neither compassionate nor humane, and what these animals are doing to federal lands and fragile ecosystems is unacceptable. In 2019, the American Association of Equine Practitioners and the American Veterinary Medication Association, two of the largest organizations of professional veterinarians in the world, issued a joint policy calling for further reducing overpopulation to protect the health and well-being of wild horses and burros on public lands. The National Wild Horse and Burro Advisory Board, a panel of 9 experts and professionals convened to advise the BLM, endorsed the joint policy. Furthermore, animal welfare organizations such as the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and the Humane Society of the United States recognize that the prosperity of wild horses and burros on public lands is threatened if herds continue to grow unabated. The BLM's multi-pronged approach in its 2020 report to Congress 46 included expanded adoptions and sales of horses gathered from overpopulated herds, increased gathers and increased capacity for off-range holding facilities and pastures, more effective use of fertility control efforts, and improved research, in concert with the academic and veterinary communities, to identify more effective Department of the Interior contraceptive techniques and strategies. All of that will not be enough to solve the problem, however. Congress must enact laws permitting the BLM to dispose humanely of these animals. Immediate actions regarding Alaska. Alaska is a special case and deserves immediate action. 47 When Alaska was admitted to the Union in 1959, nearly its entire landmass was federally owned. Therefore, Alaska was granted the right to select 104 million acres out of 375 million acres to manage for the benefit of its residents. 48 In less than 8 years, Alaska selected 26 million acres. Then Interior Secretary Stuart Udall, who served during the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, put a freeze on further land selections to protect any claims that might be asserted by Native Alaskans. 49 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. The discovery of oil at Prudhoe Bay in 1968 made resolution of the issue by Congress a matter of urgency. As a result, in 1971, Congress passed the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act (UNCSA), which allowed the Native community to select 44 million acres. 50 Environmentalists, upset that too much of the land they coveted would be selected by the state and Native Alaskans for development, demanded the inclusion in the Act of a provision, Section 17(d)(2), that ordered the Interior Secretary to withdraw 80 million acres for future designation by Congress as parks, refuges, wild and scenic rivers, and national forests. 51 The deadline for this congressional action was 1978, and as it neared, the Carter administration, impatient and worried, decided to force Congress's hand. The administration unilaterally withdrew 100 million acres from any use by the state or Native Alaskans. 52 Alaska promptly sued, charging that the administration had failed to comply with the National Environmental Policy ACT. 53 In a lame duck session at the end of 1980, Congress passed over the objections of the Alaskan delegation the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, which revoked all of the withdrawals of the Carter administration and substituted congressional designations that put 100 million acres permanently in federal enclaves, doubled the acreage of national parks and refuges, and tripled the amount of land declared to be wilderness. 54 Through all of this, Alaska pressed for the DOI to convey the lands to which Alaska was entitled by federal law, but the department grudgingly transferred only portions of that land. By the time Ronald Reagan took office, Alaska had received less than half the lands to which it was entitled after its admission into the Union, and Native Alaskans had received only 1/3 of the land due to them. 55 From January of 1981 through 1983, however, under Reagan, Alaska received 30 million acres and a commitment of land transfers at the rate of 13 million acres annually. In the same period, Native Alaskans received 11 million acres, which constituted nearly 60% of their entitlement, and an additional 15 million acres were transferred by the end of 1988.56 Mandate for Leadership, the conservative promise. Despite the passage of nearly 40 years since the end of the Reagan administration, the federal government has yet to fulfill its statutory obligation to Alaska and Alaska Natives. Specifically, each group has 5 million acres of entitlement remaining. Standing in the way are public land orders (PLOs) issued by the BLM seizing that land for the agency. Those PLOs must be lifted to permit Alaska and Alaska Natives to select what was promised by Congress. For example, revocation of PLO 515,057 will provide the state of Alaska 1.3 million acres of its remaining state entitlement. This revocation should be a top priority. BLM recommended this revocation in the 2006 report to Congress based on the Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act, and the Interior Secretary has authority to revoke based on the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act under Section D. 1. 58 all other remaining BLM PLOs, all of which are more than 50 years old, should be revoked immediately. Alaska has untapped potential for increased oil production, which is important not just to the revitalization of the nation's energy sector, but is vital to the Alaskan economy. 1/4 of Alaska's jobs are in the oil industry, and half of its overall economy depends on that industry. Without oil production, the Alaskan economy would be half its size. A new administration must take the following actions immediately. Approve the 2020 National Petroleum Reserve Alaska Integrated Activity Plan by resigning the record of decision. Secretary Howland's order reverted to the 2013 EAP, the science for which is out of date, unlike the 2020 EAP. Reinstate the 2020 Arctic National Wildlife Refuge Environmental Impact Statement by secretarial order and lift the suspension of the leases. Approve the 2020 Willow Eyes, the largest pending oil and gas projection in the United States in the National Petroleum Reserve Alaska, and expand approval from 3 to 5 drilling pods. 59 Minerals. Alaska is not just blessed with an abundance of oil, it has vast untapped mineral potential. Therefore, the new administration must immediately approve the Ambler Road Project 60 across BLM-managed lands, pursuant to the Secretary's authority under the ANILCA and based on the final environmental impact statement on the project. 61 This will permit construction of a new 211-mile roadway on the south side of the Brooks Range, west from the Dalton Highway to the south bank of the Ambler River, and open the area only to mining-related industrial uses, providing high-paying jobs in an area known for unemployment. Department of the Interior, Wildlife and Waters. Throughout Alaska's history, the federal government has treated Alaska as less than a sovereign state. This is especially the case when it comes to two of Alaska's most valued resources, its wildlife and its waters. Immediate action is required to end, at least in part, this injustice. A new administration should revoke National Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service rules regarding predator control and bear baiting, which are matters for state regulation. Such revocation is permitted under the 2017 Congressional Review ACT. 62 recognize Alaska's authority to manage fish and game on all federal lands in accordance with ANILCA as during the Reagan administration, when each DOE agency in Alaska signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, ceding to the state the lead on fish and wildlife management matters. 63 issue secretarial order declaring navigable waters in Alaska to be owned by the state, so that the lands beneath these waters belong to Alaska. This will force the BLM to prove that water is not navigable, since in the case of non-navigability, any submerged lands belong to the BLM. Currently, BLM requires Alaska to prove navigability at its own expense, including the BLM's preposterous assertion that the mighty Yukon River is non-navigable. Reinstate President Trump's 2020 Alaska Roadless Rule 64 for the Tongass National Forest in Alaska, which was replaced by a Biden Roadless Rule that continues a 2001 Clinton rule affecting 9.37 million of the forest's 16.7 million acres. 65 The Clinton rule affects an area where communities are in small islands with no road access. It has prevented multiple infrastructure projects, including roads, electric transmission lines, and water and sewer projects, and it forces residents to use a heavily subsidized ferry system. Logging has been shut down to the extent that New York harvests more timber than does all of Alaska. Other actions, the 30 by 30 Plan. 66 President Biden's Executive Order 14,008 30 by 30 Plan. 67 requires that the federal government, which already owns 1/3 of the country, 1. Remove vast amounts of private property from productive use, and 2. End congressionally mandated uses of all federal land. The end result will be total federal control of an additional 440 million acres of land or oceans in the U.S. by 2030. 68 Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. Although the new president should vacate that order, Doi under a conservative president must take immediate action on the 30 by 30 plan by vacating a secretarial order issued by the Biden DOI 69 that eliminated the Trump administration's requirement for the approval of state and local governments before federal acquisition of private property with monies from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. 70 National Monument designations. As has every Democratic president before him beginning with Jimmy Carter, Joe Biden has abused his authority under the Antiquities Act of 1906. Like the outrageous, unilateral withdrawals from public use of multiple-use federal land under the Carter, Clinton, and Obama administrations, Biden's first national monument was one in Colorado, adopted over the objections of scores of local groups and at least one American Indian tribe. 71 In the days before the 2024 election, Biden will likely designate more Western monuments. Although President Trump courageously ordered a review of national monument designations, the result of that review was insufficient in that only 2 national monuments in one state, Utah, were adjusted. 72 monuments in Maine and Oregon, for example, should have been adjusted downward given the finding of Secretary Ryan Zink's review that they were improperly designated. The new administration's review will permit a fresh look at past monument decrees and new ones by President Biden. Furthermore, the new administration must vigorously defend the downward adjustments it makes to permit a ruling on the president's authority to reduce the size of national monuments by the U.S. Supreme Court. Finally, the new administration must seek repeal of the Antiquities Act of 1906, which permitted emergency action by a president long before the statutory authority existed for the protection of special federal lands, such as those with wild and scenic rivers, endangered specials, or other unique places. Moreover, in recent years, Congress has designated as national monuments those areas deserving of such congressional action. Oregon and California Lands Act. One national monument worthy of downward adjustment is in Oregon, where its designation and subsequent expansion interfere with the federal obligation to residents to harvest timber on its BLM lands. A federal district court ruled in 2019 that lands subject to the Oregon and California O&C Grant Lands Act of 193,773 was set aside by Congress to be harvested for the benefit of the people of Oregon. Specifically, those federal lands are to be managed for permanent forest production and its timber sold, cut, and removed in conformity with the principle of sustained yield. 74 As the district court concluded, 75 Beginning in 1990, the federal government erected a trifecta of illegal barriers to the accomplishment of the congressional mandate, beginning with a response to the listing of the northern spotted owl. 76 Continuing a decade later with the designation of the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument. 77 And concluding in 2017 with an expansion of that monument. 78 In Department of the Interior order to fulfill the yet unaltered congressional mandate contained in federal law, to provide for jobs and well-paying employment opportunities in rural Oregon, and to ameliorate the effects of wildfires, the new administration must immediately fulfill its responsibilities and manage the O&C lands for permanent forest production to ensure that the timber is sold, cut, and removed. 79 NEPA reforms. Congress never intended for the National Environmental Policy Act to grow into the tree-killing, project-dooming, decade-spanning monstrosity that it has become. Instead, in 1970, Congress intended a short, succinct, timely presentation of information regarding major federal action that significantly affects the quality of the human environment so that decision-makers can make informed decisions to benefit the American people. The Trump administration adopted common-sense NEPA reform that must be restored immediately. Meanwhile, DOI should reinstate the secretarial orders adopted by the Trump administration, such as placing time and page limits on NEPA documents and setting forth, on page 1, the costs of the document itself. Meanwhile, the new administration should call upon Congress to reform NEPA to meet its original goal. consideration should be given, for example, to eliminating judicial review of the adequacy of NEPA documents or the rectitude of NEPA decisions. This would allow Congress to engage in effective oversight of federal agencies when prudent. Settlement transparency. Interior Secretary David Bernhardt required DOI to prominently display and provide open access to any and all litigation settlements into which DOI or its agencies entered, and any attorney's fees paid for ending the litigation. 80 Biden's DOI, aware that the settlements into which it planned to enter and the attorney's fees it was likely to pay would cause controversy, ended this policy. 81 A new administration should reinstate it. The Endangered Species Act. The Endangered Species Act was intended to bring endangered and threatened species back from the brink of extinction and, when appropriate, to restore real habitat critical to the survival of the species. The Act's success rate, however, is dismal. Its greatest deficiency, according to one renowned expert, is conflict of interest. 82 Specifically, the work of the Fish and Wildlife Service is the product of species cartels afflicted with groupthink, confirmation bias, and a common desire to preserve the prestige, power, and appropriations of the agency that pays or employs them. For example, in one highly influential sage-grouse monograph, 41% of the authors were federal workers. The editor, a federal bureaucrat, had authored one-third of the paper. 83 Meaningful reform of the Endangered Species Act requires that Congress take action to restore its original purpose and end its use to seize private property, prevent economic development, and interfere with the rights of states over their wildlife populations. In the meantime, a new administration should take the following immediate action: mandate for leadership. The conservative Promise LD list the grizzly bear in the greater Yellowstone and northern Continental Divide ecosystems and defend to the Supreme Court of the United States the agency's fact-based decision to do so. 84 LD list the gray wolf in the lower 48 states in light of its full recovery under the ESA. 85 L cede to western states jurisdiction over the greater sage-grouse, recognizing the on-the-ground expertise of states and preventing use of the sage-grouse to interfere with public access to public land and economic activity. L. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to end its abuse of Section 10J of the SA by reintroducing so-called experiment species populations into areas that no longer qualify as habitat and lie outside the historic ranges of those species, which brings with it the full weight of the SA in areas previously without federal government oversight. 86 L. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to design and implement an impartial conservation triage program by prioritizing the allocation of limited resources to maximize conservation returns, relative to the conservation goals, under a constrained budget. 87 L. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to make all data used in ESA decisions available to the public, with limited or no exceptions, to fulfill the public's right to know and to prevent the agency's previous opaque decision-making. L. Abolish the Biological Resources Division of the U.S. Geological Survey and obtain necessary scientific research about species of concern from universities via competitive requests for proposals. L. Direct the Fish and Wildlife Service to 1. Design and implement an Endangered Species Act program that ensures independent decision-making by ending reliance on so-called species specialists who have obvious self-interest, ideological bias, and land use agendas. And 2. Ensure conformity with the Information Quality Act. 88 Office of Surface Mining. The Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement (OSM) was created by the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977 (SMCRA) 89 to administer programs for controlling the impacts of surface coal mining operations. Although the coal industry is contracting, coal constitutes Department of the Interior 20% of the nation's electricity and is a mainstay of many regional economies. The following actions should ensure OSM's ability to perform its mission while complying with SMCRA and without interfering with the production of high-quality American coal. L. Relocate the OSM Reclamation and Enforcement Headquarters to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to recognize that the agency is field-driven and should be headquartered in the coal field. 90 L. Reduce the number of field coal reclamation inspectors to recognize the industry is smaller. L. Reissue Trump Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. 91 L. Permit coal company employees to benefit from the ASM training program, which is currently restricted to state and federal employees. L. Revised the applicant violator system, the nationwide database for the federal and state programs, to permit federal and state regulators to consider extenuating circumstances. L. Maintained the current 10-day notice rule, which requires ASM to work with state regulators in determining if a ASMCRA violation has taken place in recognition of the fact that a coal mining state with primacy has the lead in implementing state and federal law. L. Preserved Directive N 26, which relates to approximate original contour, a critical factor in permitting efficient and environmentally sound surface mining, especially in Appalachia. 9 To Western water issues. The American West, from the Great Plains to the Cascades Range, is arid, as recognized by John Wesley Powell during his famous trip across a large part of its length. Pursuant to an executive order signed by President Trump, and consistent with its authority along with other federal agencies, DOE's Bureau of Reclamation must take the following actions. L. Develop additional storage capacity across the arid West, including by 1. Updating dam water control manuals for existing facilities during routine operations, and mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. 2. Engaging in real-time monitoring of operations. L. Reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies by consolidating federal water working groups. L. Implement actions identified in the Federal Action Plan for improving forecasts of water availability, 93, especially by adopting improvements related to 1. Forecast-informed reservoir operations, and 2. Aerial snow observation systems. L. Clarify the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act 94 to ensure consistent application with other federal infrastructure loan programs under the Federal Credit Reform Act. This should be done to foster opportunities for locally led investment in water infrastructure. L. Reinstate Presidential Memorandum on promoting the reliable supply and delivery of water in the West. 95 American Indians and U.S. trust responsibility. The Biden administration has breached its federal trust responsibilities to American Indians. This is unconscionable. Specifically, the Biden administration's war on domestically available fossil fuels and mineral sources has been devastating. To wit, L. The ability of American Indians and tribal governments to develop their abundant oil and gas resources has been severely hampered, depriving them of the revenue and profits to which they are entitled during a time of increasing worldwide energy prices, forcing American Indians, who are among the poorest Americans, to choose between food and fuel. Indian nations with significant coal resources have some of the highest quality and cleanest burning coal in the world, but the Biden administration has sought to destroy the market for their coal by eliminating coal-fired electricity in the country and to prevent the transport of their coal for sale internationally. Meanwhile, the Biden administration, at great public expense, artificially boosted the demand for electric vehicles, which, because of their remote locations, the absence of increased electricity demands for charging electric vehicles nearby, and the distances to be traveled, are not a choice for Indian communities. Department of the Interior. A significant percentage of critical minerals needed by the United States is on Indian lands, but the Biden administration has actively discouraged development of critical mineral mining projects on Indian lands rather than assisting in their advancement. Despite Indian nations having primary responsibility for their lands and environment and responsibility for the safety of their communities, the Biden administration is reversing efforts to put Indian nations in charge of environmental regulation on their own lands. Moreover, Biden administration policies, including those of the DOE, have disproportionately impacted American Indians and Indian nations. By its failure to secure the border, the Biden administration has robbed Indian nations on or near the Mexican border of safe and secure communities while permitting them to be swamped by a tide of illegal drugs, particularly fentanyl. When ending COVID protocols at Bureau of Indian Education by schools, Biden's DOI failed to ensure an accurate accounting of students returning from school shutdowns, which presents a significant danger to the families that trust their children to that federal agency. The BI is not reporting student academic assessment data to ensure parents and the larger tribal communities know their children are learning and are receiving a quality education. The new administration must take the following actions to fulfill the nation's trust responsibilities to American Indians and Indian nations, end the war on fossil fuels and domestically available minerals and facilitate their development on lands owned by Indians and Indian nations. End federal mandates and subsidies of electric vehicles. Restore the right of tribal governments to enforce environmental regulation on their lands. Secure the nation's border to protect the sovereignty and safety of tribal lands. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise overhaul by schools to put parents and their children first. Finally, the new administration should seek congressional reauthorization of the land buyback program for tribal nations, 96, which provided a $1.9 billion trust land consolidation fund to purchase fractional interests in trust or restricted land from willing sellers at fair market value, but which sunsets November 24, 2022. New funds should come from the Great American Outdoors ACT.97 author's note. The preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 presidential transition project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but some deserve special mention. Kathleen Scamma, Dan Kish, and Katie Tubb wrote the section on energy in its entirety. I received thoughtful, knowledgeable, and swift assistance from Aubrey Betancourt, Mark Cruz, Lanny Erdos, Aurelia Giacometto, Casey Hammond, Jim Magagna, Chad Paget, Jim Pond, Rob Roy Rami II, Kylie Shearer, Tara Sweeney, John Tasuda, Rob Wallace, and Gregory Zerzen. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter. No views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Department of the Interior and Notes. 1. See generally William Perry Pendley, Sagebrush Rebel, Reagan's Battle with Environmental Extremists and Why It Matters Today. Regnery, 2013. Preface, pages 16xxii. 2. U.S. Const. Art. IV, paragraph 3, cl. 2. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. 3. In Wyoming, the federal government owns 48% of the land. In Wyoming's Teton County, the federal government owns 97% of the land. 4. Pendley, Sagebrush Rebel. 5. Keith Schneider, the 1992 campaign. Bush on the Environment, A Record of Contradictions, New York Times, July 4, 1992, https://www.nyc/047/US/the-1992-campaign-bush-o-f-contradictions.html. Accessed March 15, 2023. 6. William Perry Pendley, War on the West, Government Tyranny on America's Great Frontier. Regnery, 1995. 7. William Perry Pendley, Bureau of Land Management Yesterday and Today, Energy Independence, Cowboy State Daily, April 5, 2022, https://cowboystate-daily.com/2022/04/05/bureau-of-land-management-yesterday-and-today-energy-independence/ accessed March 15, 2023. 9. Ibid. 9. William Perry Pendley, Perspective, Biden's War on Western Energy, The Gazette, November 6, 2022, https://gazette.com/opinion/perspective-biden-s-war-1-d-s-a5987-201-1e-584-5b2-111-235c22346-87.html. Accessed March 15, 2023. 10. IBID. 11. Multiple Use Sustained Yield Act of 1960, Public Law 86-517. 12. Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 159, August 20, 2021, pages 46,873-46,877. 13. Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 19, February 1, 2021, pages 7,619 to 7,633, and White House, Executive Order on Protecting Public Health and the Environment and Restoring Science to Tackle the Climate Crisis, January 20, 2021, https://www.whitehouse.gov/briefing-room/presidential-action/20/1/20/executive order-protecting-public-health-and-environment-and-restoring-science-to-tackle-climate-crisis/ accessed March 16, 2023. 14. National Environmental Policy Act, Public Law 91-160. 15. Antiquities Act of 1906, Public Law 59-209. 16. You know what there's not is a shall for? I shall manage the land to stop climate change, or something similar to that, Secretary of the Interior David Bernhardt testified. You guys come up with the shalls. Chris Dioghello, Interior Secretary, blames Congress for his inaction on climate change. High Country News, May 9, 2019. 17. Federal Land Policy and Land Management Act of 1976, Public Law 94-579, Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, Public Law 95-372, and 30 Us. See paragraph 21 at SEC. 18. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3398, Revocation of Secretary's Orders inconsistent with protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle the climate crisis, April 16, 2021, DOI.gov. Accessed March 16, 2023. 19. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3348, concerning the federal coal moratorium, March 29, 2017, DOI.gov. Accessed March 16, 2023. 20. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3349, American Energy Independence, March 29, 2017, https://www.doi.gov/sites/doi.gov/files/upload/so_3349_-american_energy_independence.pdf. Accessed March 16, 2023. 21. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3350, America First Offshore Energy Strategy, May 1, 2017, DOI.gov. Accessed March 16, 2023. 22. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3351, Strengthening the Department of the Interior's Energy Portfolio, May 1, 2017, https://www.doi.gov/sites/doi.gov/files/press-release/secretarial-order-335-1-energy-councilor-508.pdf. Accessed March 16, 2023. 23. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3352, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska, May 31, 2017, https://www.doi.gov/site/doi.gov/file/upload/so-3352.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 24. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3354, supporting and improving the federal onshore oil and gas leasing program and federal solid mineral leasing program, July 6, 2017, doi.gov/upload/so_-3354_signed.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 25. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3355, streamlining national environmental policy reviews and implementation of Executive Order 13807, establishing discipline and accountability in the environmental review and permitting process for infrastructure projects, August 31, 2017, DOI.gov/lips/documents/3000-in_and_permitting_process_for.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 26. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3358, Executive Committee for Expedited Permitting, October 25, 2017, DOI.gov/expedited_permitting_0.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 27. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3360, rescinding authorities inconsistent with Secretary's Order 3349, American Energy Independence, December 22, 2017, DOI.gov documents/3000-360_order_with_secretaries_with_Secretaries_Order_3359_American_Energy_Independence.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 28. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3380, Public Notice of the Costs Associated with Developing Department of the Interior Publications and Similar Documents, March 10, 2020, doi.gov/files/ellipse/documents/so-3398-508_0.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 29. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3385, Enforcement Priorities, September 14, 2020, https://www.doi.gov/sites/doi.gov/files/ellipse/documents/signed-so-3385-enforcement-priorities.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 30. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order 3389, Coordinating and Clarifying National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 Reviews, September 14, 2020, https://www.doi.gov/sites/doi.gov/files/ellipse/documents/signed-so-3385-enforcement-priorities.pdf, accessed March 16, 2023. 31. Bureau of Land Management, Updating Oil and Gas Leasing Reform, Land Use Planning and Lease Parcel Reviews, IM 2018-034, January 31, 2018, BLM.gov, accessed March 16, 2023. 32. Least now act as 4228, 117th Kong. Second Cess. 2022. 33. Onshore Act as 218, 116th Kong. Second Cess. 2019. https://www.congress.gov/bill/116th/congress/senate/bill/218/text accessed March 18, 2023. 34. Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 130, July 8, 2022, pages 40,859-40,863. 35. The Biden administration's 2023 to 2028 proposed program is fatally flawed. Katie Tubb, comment for the 2023 to 2028 National OCS Oil and Gas Leasing Proposed Program, BOOM 2022-0031, October 6, 2022, http://202023-202080%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment%20comment See Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, Public Law No. 117-169, paragraph 50,261-50,263. 37. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, Public Law No. 115-97, paragraph 20,001, and U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3401, Comprehensive Analysis and Temporary Halt on All Activities in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge relating to the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, June 1, 2021, DOI.gov documents/SO-340-1-Comprehensive-Analysis-Temporary-Halt-Oil-and-Gas-Leasing-Program.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. 38. In 2016, Interior Secretary Sally Jewell instituted a moratorium on new coal leases while conducting a programmatic environmental impact statement under NEPA to address concerns about competition and inconsistency with the Obama administration's climate policy. In 2017, Interior Secretary Ryan Zink lifted the moratorium and ended development of a programmatic environmental impact statement. In April 2021, Interior Secretary Deborah Haaland rescinded Zink's order and initiated a new review of the coal leasing program. See U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3338, Discretionary Programmatic Environmental Impact Statement to Modernize the Federal Coal Program, January 15, 2016, DOI.gov. gov/files/ellipse/documents/archived 3000-impact_environmental_impact_statement_to-federal_coal_program.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3348. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3398, and Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 159, August 20, 2021, pages 46,873-46,877. Department of the Interior 39. Katie Tubb, No More Standoffs, Protecting Federal Employees and Ending the Culture of Anti-Government Attacks and Abuse, Testimony before the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands, Committee on Natural Resources, U.S. House of Representatives, pages 2-4, October 22, 2019, Congress.
gov/116/meeting/house/11016-HHRG-116-II116-102.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. 40. News release. Secretary Howland announces steps to establish protections for culturally significant Chaco Canyon landscape. U.S. Department of the Interior, November 15, 2021. DOI.gov. Secretary Howland announces steps establish protections culturally significant Chaco. Accessed March 16, 2023. News release. Biden-Harris administration proposes protections for Thompson Divide. U.S. Department of the Interior, October 12, 2022. https://www.doi.gov/press releases/Biden-Harris-administration proposes-protections-Thompson-Divide. Accessed March 16, 2023. News release. Biden administration takes action to complete study of Boundary Waters Area watershed. U.S. Department of the Interior, October 20, 2021. https://www.doi.gov/press releases/Biden-administration-takes-action-complete-study-Boundary Waters-Area-watershed. Accessed March 16, 2023. And news release. Interior Department takes action on mineral leases improperly renewed in the watershed of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. U.S. Department of the Interior, January 26, 2022. https://www.doi.gov/press releases/interior-department-takes-action mineral-leases-improperly-renewed-watershed-boundary. Accessed March 16, 2023. 41. Endangered Species Act, Public Law 81-135, Paragraph 4b2, and Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 244, December 18, 2020, pages 82,376-82,389. 42. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, governing the take of migratory birds under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. FWS.gov. Accessed March 16, 2023. 43. Dino Grandoni and Anna Phillips. Biden restores climate safeguards in key environmental law, reversing Trump. Washington Post, April 19, 2022. https://www.washingtonpost.com/climate-environment/2022/04/19/Biden-NEPA-climate-Trump/ accessed March 16, 2023. 44. Donald Trump, Executive Order on creating Schedule F in the Accepted Service, Executive Order 13957, October 21, 2020, https://trumpwhitehouse.archives.gov/presidential-actions/executive-order-creating Schedule-F-accepted-service/ accessed March 16, 2023. 45. Kathleen Masterson, Nevada wild horse population skyrockets to new high, Con Public Radio, July 22, 2019, https://www.conrad.org/energy-environment/2019-07-22/Nevada-wild-horse-population-skyrockets-to-new-high, accessed March 20, 2023. 46. U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, report to Congress, an analysis of achieving a sustainable horse and burro program, fact sheet. May 8, 2020, BLM.gov final %U0 fact %U0 sheet %U0 WHB %U0 report %U0 TO %U0 Congress.pdf accessed March 17, 2023. 47. Pendley, Sagebrush Rebel, pages 45-47. 48. James D. Linksweiler, The Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act at 35, Delivering on the Promise, Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Institute, Volume 53, Chap. 12, 2007, paragraph 12.03, 1a, IVE, guessrid.com upload/site/2020-020/05/the-alaska-native-claims-settlement-at-35.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. 49. IBID. Paragraph 12.03, 1a, 7. See generally Richard S. Jones, Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act of 1971, Public Law 92-203, History and Analysis together with subsequent amendments, Report No. 81-127 Gov., June 1, 1981, alaskool.org, accessed March 16, 2023. 50. 43 U.S. Code, Chapter 33. UNCSA also created 12 native-owned regional corporations and authorized $962 million in seed money. Linksweiler, The Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act at 35, paragraph 12.03 2e. 51. UNCSA provided that the withdrawal of the lands would expire in 1978 if Congress had not designated the lands as federal enclaves. John K. Norman Cole and Stephen W. Silver, Alaska's D2 Lands, Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Institute, Volume 6b, Chapter 5, September 1978, and Raymond A. Peck, Jr., and Then There Were None, Evolving Federal Restraints on the Availability of Public Lands for Mineral Development, Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Institute, Volume 25, Chapter 3, 1979. 52. Andrus used purported authority under the FLPMA to withdraw 40 million acres, and Carter used purported authority under the Antiquities Act of to withdraw 56 million acres. James D. Linksweiler, The Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, The First 20 Years, Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Institute, Volume 38 Chapter 2, 1992 at 2.048 c. UNCSA.lawyers.com accessed March 16, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 53. Alaska's request for an injunction was denied. State of Alaska v. Carter, 462 F. Sup. 1155, 1156 D. Alaska 1978, NEPA does not apply to presidential proclamations under the Antiquities Act. Alaska's lawsuit was similar to one filed by Wyoming challenging use of the Antiquities Act to designate the Grand Teton National Monument. Wyoming v. Frank, 58 F. Sup. 890 DYO. 1945. See generally Carol Hardy Vincent and Christina Alexander, National Monuments and the Antiquities Act, Congressional Research Service Report for Congress, R41330, July 20, 2010, digital.library.unt.edu R41330_2011 AUG22.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. In December 1980, President Carter signed the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act. Subsequently, during the Reagan administration, Alaska dropped its lawsuit. 54. Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, Public Law 96-487, codified as amended in scattered sections of 16 Us. C. 43 Us. C. 48 Us. C. and Joseph J. Perkins, Jr., The Great Land Divided but Not Conquered, The Effects of Statehood, UNCSA, and ANILCA on Alaska, Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Institute, Volume 34, Chapter 6, 1988, Paragraph 6.02. 55.
U.S. Department of the Interior, 1983, A Year of Enrichment, Improving the Quality of Life for All Americans, October 1983, p. 25, https://www.reaganlibrary.gov/public/digitallibrary/BOX006/401_2017.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. 56. IBID. The conveyances by the Reagan administration to Alaska and Native Alaskans greatly exceeded the amount of land transferred to each during the Carter administration. See U.S. Department of the Interior, 1983, A Year of Enrichment, pages 86-87. 57. Federal Register, Volume 36, No. 252, December 31, 1971, pages 25,410-25412. On December 28, 1971, 10 days after enactment of OGSA, the Secretary of Interior through his Assistant Secretary issued Public Land Order PLO 5150 which withdrew and reserved various federal public lands, subject to valid existing rights, as a utility and transportation corridor for the Alaska Oil Pipeline. 36 Fed. Reg. 25,410 December 31, 1971. The land order was issued by virtue of the authority vested in the President and pursuant to Executive Order 10,355 of May 26, 1952, 17 Fed. Reg. 4,831. PLO 5150 established a corridor extending from the north slope of Alaska, Prudhoe Bay, south to Valdez on Prince William Sound. Wissenec, Incorporated v. Andrus, 471 F. Sup. 1004, 1006 D. Alaska 1979. 58. Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act, Public Law 108-452. 59. Philip Elliott, Biden may be about to sign off on a huge Alaska oil drilling project. Time, December 13, 2022. Time.com. Accessed March 16, 2023. A Biden approval of the bare minimum 3 pads for ConocoPhillips disincentivized the ability of any other oil and gas company to make the huge investment necessary to operate in PRA. 60. Alaska Department of Natural Resources, Division of Mining, Land and Water, Ambler Road Project, https://dnr.alaska.gov/mlw/ambler-roads/ accessed March 17, 2023. 61. U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Ambler Road, Environmental Impact Statement, Volume 1, March 2020, planning.blm.vice_volume_1-_CHP_3-ampersand_amperes_a-f_.pdf accessed March 18, 2023. 62. 5 U.S. Code Paragraph 801A, 1A. 63. U.S. Department of the Interior, Master Memorandum of Understanding between the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Juneau, Alaska and the U.S. National Park Service, October 14, 1982. U.S. Department of the Interior, Master Memorandum of Understanding between the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Juneau, Alaska and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Survey, March 13, 1982. And U.S. Department of the Interior, Master Memorandum of Understanding between the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Juneau, Alaska and the Bureau of Land Management, August 3, 1983, planning.blm.of/66967/84127/10007027/1000727/BLM_and_adf.pdf accessed March 16, 2023. 64. Federal Register, Volume 85, No.
210. October 29, 2020, pages 68,668-68703. 65. Federal Register, Volume 88, No. 18. January 27, 2023, pages 5252 to 5272. 66. E. Dinerstein et al. A Global Deal for Nature, Guiding Principles, Milestones, and Targets, Science Advances, Volume 5, No. 4. April 19, 2019, Science.org, accessed March 18, 2023. 67. Joseph R. Biden, Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad, Executive Order 14008, www. whitehouse.gov/briefing-rooms/present--crisis-on-tackling-the climate-crisis-at-home-and-abroad/accessed March 17, 2023. Department of the Interior 68. Karen Bud Fallon, Biden's single quote 30 by 30 plan, a slap at American private property rights. Cowboy State Daily, April 15, 2021, https://cowboystate-daily.com/2021/by-30-by-3-American-private-property-rights/ accessed March 16, 2023. 69. U.S. Department of the Interior, Order No. 3396, Rescission of Secretary's Order 3388, Land and Water Conservation Fund Implementation by the U.S. Department of the Interior, February 11, 2021, www. doi.gov/sites/doi.gov/files/ellipse/documents/so-3396-signed-2-11-21-final.pdf accessed March 17, 2021. 70. IBID. 71. Associated Press, Ute Indian Tribe criticizes Biden's Camp Hale Monument designation, Kerr 90.1, October 13, 2022. 72. William Perry Pendley, Trump wants to free up federal lands, his Interior Secretary fails him, National Review Online, September 25, 2017, https://www.nationalreview.com/2017/09/secretary-interior-ryan-zinc-monuments-review-trump-executive-order-accessed March 16, 2023. 73. The Oregon and California Rivested Lands Sustained Yield Management Act of 1937, Public Law 75-405, 43 U.S. Code Paragraph 2601. 74. IBID. And American Forest Resource Council v. Hammond, 422 F's up. 3rd 184, 187 DDC 2019. 75. American Forest Resource Council v. Hammond, 422 F's up. 3rd, pages 187-188. 76. Federal Register, Volume 55, No. 26, June 26, 1990, p. 26114-26194. 77. Federal Register, Volume 65, No. 114, June 13, 2000, pages 37,249-37252. 78. Federal Register, Volume 82, No. 11, January 18, 2017, pages 6145 to 6150. 79. American Forest Resource Council v. Hammond, 422 F's up. Third 184 DDC 2019. 80. U.S. Department of the Interior, Final Consent Decrees/Settlement Agreements, DOI.gov solicitor/transparency/final, accessed March 16, 2023. 81. Michael Doyle, Interior Order Erases Litigation Website, E&E News, June 17, 2022, enews.net articles/Interior Order Erases Litigation Website/ accessed March 16, 2023. 82. Rob Roy Ramey, On the Origin of Species, Lexington Books 2012, pages 77-97. 83. William Perry Pendley, Killing Jobs to Save the Sage Grouse, Junk Science, Weird Science, and Plain Nonsense, Washington Times, May 31, 2012, https://www.washingtontime.com/news/2012/killing-jobs-to-save-the-sage-grouse/ accessed March 16, 2023. 84. Michael Lee, Wyoming's push to delist grizzly bears from endangered species list faces opposition from anti-hunting group, Fox News, January 21, 2022, https://www.foxnews.com/politics/Wyoming-delist-grizzly endangered-species-list-opposition-anti-hunting-group, accessed March 18, 2023. 85. News release, Trump administration returns management and protection of gray wolves to states and tribes following successful recovery efforts, October 29, 2020, https://www.doi.gov/press-releases/Trump administration-returns-management-gray-wolves-states-and-tribes, accessed March 18, 2023. 86. 50 Code of Federal Regulations Paragraph 17, and Sean Page, Rewilding Will Backfire on Colorado, The Gazette, June 19, 2022, Gazette.com D0016672-ED79-1EC-B027-AB62B840A1.html, accessed March 18, 2023. 87. Madeleine C. Bottrell et al. Is conservation triage just smart decision-making? Trends in Ecology and Evolution, Volume 23, No. 12, December 2008, pages 649-654, carcgroup.org. PDF accessed March 16, 2023. 88. Rob Roy Ramey II. Testimony before the Committee on Resources, U.S. House of Representatives, April 8, 2014, naturalresources.house.gov, accessed March 16, 2023. 89. Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977, Public Law 95-87. 90. Pennsylvania is the nation's third largest coal producer, and its state program was the model for SMCRA. 91. Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 207, October 26, 2020, pages 67,631-67,635. 92. U.S. Department of the Interior, Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement, Approximate Original Contour, in 26, June 23, 2020, osmo.gov, accessed March 18, 2023. 93. Tim Gallaudet and Timothy R. Petty, Federal Action Plan for Improving Forecasts of Water Availability, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, October 2019, NOAA.gov legacy/document/2019/oct/federal %20 action %20 plan %24 20 improving %20 forecasts %20 of %20 water %20 availability.pdf accessed March 17, 2023. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise 94. 32 U.S. Code, ch. 52. 95. Donald J. Trump, Presidential Memorandum on Promoting the Reliable Supply and Delivery of Water in the West, October 19, 2018, https://trumpwhitehouse.archives.gov/presidential-actions/presidential memorandum-promoting-reliable-supply-delivery-water-west/ accessed March 17, 2023. 96. U.S. Department of the Interior, Land Buyback Program for Tribal Nations, DOI.gov Buyback Program, accessed March 18, 2023. 97. Great American Outdoors Act, Public Law 116-152. 17. Department of Justice, Gene Hamilton. The Department of Justice, DOJ, has a long and noble history. That history began with the creation of the Office of the Attorney General pursuant to the Judiciary Act of 17,891 and has continued through the creation of the department in 1870, the formation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) in 1908, 3 reforms following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and to the present day. Properly understood within the framework of a constitutional republic that values ordered liberty, the Department of Justice has two primary functions: protecting public safety and defending the rule of law. Unfortunately, the department has lost its way in recent years and has forfeited the trust of large segments of the American people. Large swaths of the department have been captured by an unaccountable bureaucratic managerial class and radical left ideologues who have embedded themselves throughout its offices and components. The department also suffers from institutional inattentiveness to its core functions. Instead of being perceived as possessing the utmost impartiality and fairness as it advances the national interest on behalf of the American people, fighting crime and defending the rule of law, the DOJ has become a department that 46.6% of Americans recently indicated is, in their view, too political, corrupt, and not to be trusted. For the weight of the publicly available evidence indicates that there are many reasons for this lack of trust. For example, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, knowing that claims of collusion with Russia were false, 5 collaborated with Democratic operatives to inject mandate for leadership, the conservative promise the story into the 2016 election through strategic media leaks, falsified Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act (FISA) warrant applications, and lied to Congress. 6L personnel within the FBI engaged in a campaign to convince social media companies and the media generally that the story about the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop was the result of a Russian misinformation campaign, while the FBI had possession of the laptop the entire time and could have clarified the authenticity of the source. 7L The DOJ engaged in conduct to chill the free speech rights of parents across the United States in response to supposed threats against school boards. 8 Yet it failed to engage in any concerted campaign to protect the rights of Americans who actually were terrorized by acts of violence like those perpetrated against pregnancy care centers. 9L The FBI tasked agents with monitoring social media and flagging content they deemed to be misinformation or disinformation, not associated with any plausible criminal conspiracy to deprive anyone of any rights, for platforms to remove. 10L The FBI engaged in a domestic influence operation to pressure social media companies to report more foreign influence than the FBI was actually seeing and stop the dissemination of and censor true information directly related to the 2020 presidential election. 11L The department has devoted unprecedented resources to prosecuting American citizens for misdemeanor trespassing offenses or violations of the FACE Act. 12 While dismissing prosecutions against radical agents of the left like Antifa. 13L The department has consistently threatened that any conduct not aligning with the liberal agenda could violate federal law,
without actually taking a position that the conduct in question is illegal, using the prospect of protracted litigation and federal sanctions to chill disfavored behavior such as with state efforts to restrict abortion 14 or prevent genital mutilation of children. 15L The department has sued multiple states regarding their efforts to enhance election integrity. 16 Department of Justice L The department has failed to do its part to stop the flood of fentanyl and other deadly drugs that are flowing across our borders and decimating families and communities across the United States. 17L The department has abdicated its responsibility to assist in the enforcement of our immigration laws and has engaged in wholesale abandonment of its duty to adjudicate cases in the immigration court system. These actions stand in stark contrast to Attorney General Merrick Garland's assertion before taking office that there must not be one rule for Democrats and another for Republicans, one rule for friends and another for foes. 18 While it is true, as it is with other federal departments and agencies, that there are committed career personnel across the department who perform their duties faithfully and with the best intentions, this small sampling of scandals illustrates that the DOJ has become a bloated bureaucracy with a critical core of personnel who are infatuated with the perpetuation of the radical liberal agenda and the defeat of perceived political enemies. It has become a cabinet-level department whose leadership appears to care more about how they are perceived in the next Politico or Washington Post article, or their stature with any number of radical leftist organizations, than they do about justice and advancing the interests of the American people. It is essential that the next conservative administration place a high priority on reforming the DOJ and its culture to align the department with its core purposes and advance the national interest. Critically, this must include the FBI. Anything other than a top-to-bottom overhaul will only further erode the trust of significant portions of the American people and harm the very fabric that holds together our constitutional republic. At a practical level, not reforming the Department of Justice will also guarantee the failure of that conservative administration's agenda in countless other ways. Successful reform will require more than minor peripheral adjustments. It will require a holistic, energetic, leadership-driven effort to remedy the damage that has been done and advance the national interest. Additionally, some needed reforms will not be possible without legislative changes from Congress. While it is true that certain offices and components, like the FBI or the Civil Rights Division, will require more attention than others, committed direction from the department's political leadership can restore the department's focus on its two core functions, protecting public safety and defending the rule of law. This chapter features prominently the things the department must do to restore its focus on these functions. Of course, there are other important reforms that do not necessarily fit within either of those core functions, so this chapter includes an additional section to address those areas. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise prioritizing the protection of public safety, ordered liberty is at risk when our citizens lack physical safety, when career criminals do not fear the law, when foreign cartels move narcotics and illegal aliens into our nation at will, and when political leaders call citizens domestic terrorists for exercising their constitutional rights. The Department of Justice, in partnership with state and local partners, must recommit in both word and deed to protecting public safety. The overwhelming majority of crimes in the United States are properly handled at the state and local levels. 19 But the DOJ can provide critical technical support for local law enforcement and play a critical agenda-setting role. With respect to the department's core responsibilities, enforcing our immigration laws, combating domestic and international criminal enterprises, protecting federal civil rights, and combating foreign espionage, the federal government has primary authority and, accordingly, accountability. The evidence shows that the Biden administration's Department of Justice has failed to protect law-abiding citizens and has ignored its most basic obligations. It has become at once utterly unserious and dangerously politicized. Prosecution and charging decisions are infused with racial and partisan political double standards. 20 Immigration laws are ignored. 21 The FBI harasses protesting parents, branded domestic terrorists by some partisans, while working diligently to shut down politically disfavored speech on the pretext of its being misinformation or disinformation.
22. A department that prosecutes FACE Act cases while ignoring dozens of violent attacks on pregnancy care centers and/or the coordinated violation of laws that prohibit attempts to intimidate Supreme Court justices by parading outside of their homes. 23. Has clearly lost its way. A department that has twice engaged in covert domestic election interference and propaganda operations, the Russian collusion hoax in 2016 and the Hunter Biden laptop suppression in 2020, is a threat to the Republic. 24L Restoring the department's focus on public safety and a culture of respect for the rule of law is a gargantuan task that will involve at minimum 4 overriding actions. L. Restoring the FBI's integrity. L. Renewing the DOJ's focus on violent crime. L. Dismantling domestic and international criminal enterprises. L. Pursuing a national security agenda aimed at external state and non-state actors, not U.S. citizens exercising their constitutional rights. Department of Justice Restoring the FBI's integrity. The FBI was founded in 1908 to tackle national crime and security issues when there was hardly any systematic way of enforcing the law across this now broad landscape of America. 25. It best serves the American people when it dedicates its resources and energies to attacking violent crime. 26. Criminal organizations. 27. Child predators. 28. Cybercrime, and other uniquely federal interests. 29. Revelations regarding the FBI's role in the Russia hoax of 2016, big tech collusion, and suppression of Hunter Biden's laptop in 2020 strongly suggest that the FBI is completely out of control. To protect the Constitution, fight crime effectively, and protect the nation from foreign adversaries, the next conservative administration should begin to restore the FBI's domestic reputation and integrity and enhance its effectiveness in meeting actual foreign threats. To do so, the next conservative administration should conduct an immediate, comprehensive review of all major active FBI investigations and activities and terminate any that are unlawful or contrary to the national interest. 30. This is an enormous task, but it is necessary to re-earn the American people's trust in the FBI and its work. To conduct this review, the department should detail attorney appointees with criminal, national security, or homeland security backgrounds to catalog any questionable activities and elevate them to appropriate DOJ leadership consistent with a new chain of command discussed below. The department should also consider issuing a public report of the findings from this review as appropriate. Align the FBI's placement within the department and the federal government with its law enforcement and national security purposes. DOJ veterans often opine that the FBI views itself as an independent agency, accountable to no one and on par with the Attorney General in terms of stature, but the fact remains that the Federal Bureau of Investigation is located in the Department of Justice. 31. It is not independent from the department, just as Immigration and Customs Enforcement is not independent from the Department of Homeland Security and does not deserve to be treated as if it were. The next conservative administration should direct the Attorney General to remove the FBI from the Deputy Attorney General's direct supervision within the department's organizational chart and instead place it under the general supervision of the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division and the supervision of the Assistant Attorney General for the National Security Division, as applicable. 32. This can be accomplished. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise through a simple internal departmental reorganization and does not need to be approved by Congress. Such a structure would allow the FBI to play an important role in advising the department's leadership on emerging threats and updating notable investigations through daily briefings conducted with the Criminal Division and National Security Division leadership, but it would also place the FBI under a politically accountable leader with fewer things to manage than the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General have. All notifications and approvals that currently run to the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General should be evaluated and redirected in the first instance, where appropriate, to the relevant Assistant Attorney General. Such a move would better align the FBI with the mission of the divisions with which it most often interacts and emphasize the need for the areas on which it should focus. In general, however, under no circumstances should the FBI ever be able to go around the Attorney General or the department's leadership on any matter within its area of responsibility. Prohibit the FBI from engaging, in general, in activities related to combating the spread of so-called misinformation and disinformation by Americans who are not tied to any plausible criminal activity. The FBI, along with the rest of the government, needs a hard reset on the appropriate scope of its legitimate activities. It must not look to or rely on the past decade as precedent or legitimization for continued action in certain spaces. This is especially true with respect to activities that the FBI and the U.S. government writ large claim are efforts to combat misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. The United States government and, by extension, the FBI have absolutely no business policing speech, whether in the public square, in print, or online. The First Amendment prohibits it. The United States is the world's last best hope for self-government, 33, and its survival relies on the ability of our people to have healthy debate free from government intervention and censorship. The government, through its officials, is certainly able to speak and provide information to the public. That is a healthy component of an informed society. But government must never manipulate the scales and censor information that is potentially harmful to it or its political leadership. This is the way of totalitarian dictatorships, not of free constitutional republics. Department of Justice. The DOJ needs a hard firewall between its legitimate activities, monitoring online activity for potential threats in its mission space, looking at social media profiles for evidence of intent or other criminal activity, etc., and those in which it must not engage, asking or demanding public forums or publishers to remove material based on the content and or viewpoints expressed or itself censoring speech. Streamline the non-law enforcement functions within the FBI, such as its Office of General Counsel, and obtain those services from other offices within the department. The next conservative administration should eliminate any offices within the FBI that it has the power to eliminate without any action from Congress. 34 For example, few Americans know that the FBI maintains a corps of approximately 300 attorneys within its Office of General Counsel, an office that has been involved in some of the FBI's most damaging recent scandals. 35 These attorneys are not necessary to the functioning of the FBI in their current capacity. Legal advice should come from attorneys at the DOJ, whether those attorneys are within the Criminal Division, the National Security Division, the Justice Management Division, or the Office of Legal Counsel. Moving legal review outside the FBI would serve as a crucial check on an agency that has recently pushed past legal boundary after legal boundary. Similarly, the FBI does not need its own Office of Congressional Affairs separate and apart from the DOJ Office of Legislative Affairs, nor does it need its own Office of Public Affairs. Emphasize, fund, and reward field offices while shrinking headquarters staff. While the FBI has essential headquarters functions that must be fulfilled and should likely be fulfilled by a team in Washington, D.C., the next conservative administration should make a priority of deploying, funding, and rewarding the work of the field offices to the greatest extent possible. The Department of Justice must value badges over bureaucracy, must rethink its internal reporting structures, and should aim to realign the FBI's resources accordingly. Submit a legislative proposal to Congress to eliminate the 10-year term for the director. After J. Edgar Hoover's decades-long term as FBI director came to an end following his death in 1972, and in light of oversight conducted by Congress into alleged intelligence community and FBI abuses in the 1970s, Congress limited the director's tenure to one 10-year term. 36 The realities of the FBI's abuses and overreach in recent years demonstrate that further reform is still necessary. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise the director of the FBI must remain politically accountable to the president in the same manner as the head of any other federal department or agency. To ensure prompt political accountability and to rein in perceived or actual abuses, the next conservative administration should seek a legislative change to align the FBI director's position with those of the heads of all other major departments and agencies. Renewing the department's focus on violent crime. Despite the DOJ's pronouncements that violent crime continues to be a top priority, it has increased across the United States.
The department's leadership must make actually reducing violent crime a priority across the United States, and it must do so in partnership with state and local officials in a manner that is tailored to the needs and conditions in those states and localities. Targeting violent and career criminals, not parents. The next conservative administration must ensure that the Department of Justice devotes significant effort to reducing violent crime nationwide. The Attorney General should require all U.S. attorneys to develop a jurisdictional specific plan, whenever possible in coordination with state and local law enforcement, to reduce violent crime within each of their districts. Then the Attorney General should hold each U.S. attorney accountable for achieving actual results. In recent years, federal and state officials have succumbed to calls from anti-law enforcement advocates for so-called criminal justice reform. The pleasant-sounding terminology of reform masks the darker reality of this movement, which is one that has supported dismantling effective federal, state, and local law enforcement and stripped away some of the most fundamental tools that law enforcement has long had at its disposal. This campaign is not just ill-advised. It has clearly had real-world consequences in the form of catastrophic increases in crime, particularly violent crime, nationwide. As discussed in the next section, the Department of Justice has a special obligation to restore law and order in such districts. 37 Juxtaposed against this increase in violent crime are things like Attorney General Merrick Garland's October 4, 2021, memorandum directing the commitment of significant resources and energies to combating imaginary, politically convenient threats of violence toward members of school boards and their staffs during the heat of the Virginia gubernatorial race. 38 There was no similar effort to investigate elected officials and other public officers who conspired with outside allies to target and harass parents who were merely exercising their constitutional and statutory rights. 39 If we are to continue to have informed and civil dialogue in the United States on issues of public concern, the DOJ must enforce applicable civil rights laws in an even-handed way when citizens' livelihoods are threatened merely because they have exercised their rights. Department of Justice enhancing the federal focus on and resources in jurisdictions with rule of law deficiencies. A disturbing number of state and local jurisdictions have enacted policies that directly undermine public safety, leave doubt about whether criminals will be punished, and weaken the rule of law. While the prosecution of criminal offenses in most jurisdictions across the country must remain the responsibility of state and local governments, the federal government owes a special responsibility to Americans in jurisdictions where state and local prosecutors have abdicated this duty. 40 Jurisdictions suffering from deficiencies in the rule of law warrant, as appropriate within our federal system, greater attention and additional federal resources that are sufficient to protect the rights of American citizens and federal interests. In the next conservative administration, the DOJ, acting primarily through its U.S. attorneys, should therefore use applicable federal laws to bring federal charges against criminals when local jurisdictions wrongfully allow them to evade responsibility for their conduct. 41 The department should also increase the federal law enforcement presence in such jurisdictions and explore innovative solutions to bring meaningful charges against criminals and criminal organizations in such jurisdictions. Where warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favored defining characteristics of the would-be offender: race, so-called gender identity, sexual orientation, etc., or other political considerations, for example, immigration status. Pursue policies and legislation that encourage prosecution of violent crimes as well as appropriate sentences for such offenses. The Biden administration has adopted policies that do not prevent armed career criminals, who actually commit violent crimes, from committing those crimes. A recent U.S. Sentencing Commission report shows that armed career criminals are consistently sentenced below their minimum sentencing guidelines range. 42 There are valid reasons for sentence reductions in particular cases. For example, if the defendant has provided substantial assistance in prosecuting other offenders. At the same time, the DOJ must ensure that its line mandate for leadership, the conservative promise attorneys are consistently using the tools at their disposal in cases with violent offenders, including pursuing mandatory minimum sentences under the Armed Career Criminal Act. 43 The department should also support legislative efforts to provide further tools, such as the Restoring the Armed Career Criminal Act, which Senators Tom Cotton, Arkansas, Marsha Blackburn, Tennessee, and Cindy Hyde-Smith, RMS, introduced in 2021 in response to U.S. Supreme Court decisions neutering the ACA. 44 L enforce the death penalty where appropriate and applicable. Capital punishment is a sensitive matter, as it should be, but the current crime wave makes deterrence vital at the federal, state, and local levels. However, providing this punishment without ever enforcing it provides justice neither for the victim's families nor for the defendant. The next conservative administration should therefore do everything possible to obtain finality for the 44 prisoners currently on federal death row. It should also pursue the death penalty for applicable crimes, particularly heinous crimes involving violence and sexual abuse of children, until Congress says otherwise through legislation. 45 Dismantling domestic and international criminal enterprises. Criminal organizations are as old as crime itself, but are more extensive, sophisticated, and dangerous today than at any other point in history. The Department of Justice has a key role in tackling transnational criminal organizations like Mara Salvatrucha MS-13 and Mexican drug cartels, as well as purely domestic criminal organizations like those built on the more traditional mafia crime model as part of its obligation to ensure the safety and security of the American people. The department's primary directive under the next administration should be to return to an unapologetic focus on dismantling these criminal organizations and incarcerating their membership. Once this reprioritization occurs, the department's political leadership should take concrete steps to use agency reach and resources to prevent these criminal organizations from operating and surviving. Assaulting the business model of these criminal organizations, which are massive, diversified enterprises with nationwide or international operations, is essential for success. The next administration will therefore need to revitalize the DOJ's use of the array of statutory tools that exist for dealing with the threat of criminal organizations. The most potent ones are the simplest. For example, the department should, Department of Justice 1. Rigorously prosecute as much interstate drug activity as possible, including simple possession of distributable quantities. 46 Recent efforts to create the impression that drug possession crimes are not serious offenses has contributed to the explosion of criminal organization activities in the United States. 2. Aggressively deploy the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act (RICO) 47, which Congress expressly created to empower the Department of Justice to treat patterns of intrastate-level crimes, such as robbery, extortion, and murder, as federal criminal conduct for criminal organizations and networks. The next administration can use existing tools while it works with Congress to develop new tools. Secure the border, 48, which is the key entry point for many criminal organizations and their supplies, products, and employees. Mexico, which is arguably functioning as a failed state run by drug cartels, is the main point of transit for illegal drugs produced in Central and South America, fentanyl precursors from the Chinese Communist Party-led People's Republic of China, 49 weapons, human smuggling and trafficking, and other contraband. Mexican drug cartels, including the dominant Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel (CJNG), are the main drivers of fentanyl production and distribution in the United States. The southwestern land border is sufficiently porous that Mexican drug cartels have operational control of large sections of the border, which facilitates easy movement of product and personnel. These cartels are also violent and not afraid to demonstrate force on both sides of the border.
Their conduct represents a clear and present danger to the United States and its citizens. In addition to finalizing the southwestern land border wall, the next administration should take a creative and aggressive approach to tackling these dangerous criminal organizations at the border. This could include use of active-duty military personnel and National Guardsmen to assist in arrest operations along the border, something that has not yet been done. A new and forceful approach to interdiction will have a ripple effect on the operations of these criminal organizations, which currently operate freely without concern for criminal prosecution, and will lay the necessary groundwork for initial prosecutions of these organizations and their leaders. It is critical that the federal government staunch the flow of drugs by preventing the far too easy access to the United States that now exists. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise there can be no serious dispute that the Biden administration has opened the southwest border to whomever wants to enter and that some of those entrants are smuggling fentanyl into the country. More than 100,000 Americans died in a one-year period from opioid overdoses, and many of them died specifically from having used fentanyl. 50. The federal government should treat this problem as aggressively as necessary. Enforcing the customs and immigration laws is a matter of life and death. Pursuing a national security agenda aimed at external state and non-state actors, not U.S. citizens exercising their constitutional rights, the Department of Justice plays a vital role in protecting our national security, and it must not refrain from engaging in public initiatives that identify our adversaries and educate the American people about their activities. The DOJ's China initiative under President Trump reflected the department's priority of combating Chinese threats to our national security. 51. Because China was accountable for approximately 80% of all prosecutions for economic espionage and approximately 60% of all thefts of trade secrets, then Attorney General Jeff Sessions set key goals for the China initiative that included development of an enforcement strategy concerning researchers in labs and universities who were being co-opted into stealing critical U.S. technologies, identification of opportunities to address supply chain threats more effectively, and education of colleges and universities about potential threats from Chinese influence efforts on campus. In February 2022, the Biden administration terminated the department's China initiative largely out of a concern for poor optics. 52. While the Biden administration correctly identified China as America's only competitor with both the intent to reshape the international order and, increasingly, the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do it, 53. It folded in the face of political correctness and sent the message that liberal sensitivities outweighed bringing justice to threats from China. The next conservative administration should therefore, restart the China initiative. Pursue other programs to educate the American people about the real and dangerous threats to our national security and economic security that are posed by actors across the globe, most notably China and Iran. Ensure that it is agile enough to devote sufficient resources and attention to other emerging threats that involve federal interests. Department of Justice, such as increases in sextortion, ransomware, and the continued proliferation of child pornography. Defending the rule of law. The DOJ's actions over the course of the Biden administration exhibit scorn for its stated mission, to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. 54. The Biden administration's unprecedented politicization and weaponization of the department therefore demand a comprehensive response from the next administration. Restoration of the department's values of independence, impartiality, honesty, integrity, respect, and excellence must serve as first principles for its efforts on all fronts. Concretely, the DOJ must identify and address all individuals, policies, and directives that have fueled the destruction of these core values and the American people's loss of trust in the department and its officials. The next administration will need to exert significant energy to dismantle the two-tiered system of justice currently in place at the department, while simultaneously applying the rule of law evenly and with neutrality. Specific examples of department corruption, such as the Russia collusion hoax, will need to be tackled, exposed, and addressed head-on. This will require not just winning in a court of law,
but also demonstrating culpability to the public and the media in a concrete and non-refutable manner. These efforts will require commitment and willpower, but they will be essential to restoring the trust of the American people. Promptly and properly eliminating lawless policies, investigations, and cases, including all existing consent decrees. Few things undermine the DOJ's credibility more than brazenly partisan and ideologically driven prosecution of an administration's perceived political enemies, yet the department has readily indulged in such misadventures during the Biden administration. Before even entering the Robert F. Kennedy Building on January 20, 2025, the next administration should conduct a thorough review of all publicly available policies, investigations, and cases. In a manner consistent with applicable law, prepare a plan to end immediately any policies, investigations, or cases that run contrary to law or administration policies. Ensure that upon the next president's inauguration, appointees at the department obtain information about anything that was not learned before taking office and conduct the same analysis. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise and egregious example of the need for such a review is provided by the department's use of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances (FACE) Act 55 to harass pro-life demonstrators while not pursuing similar investigations of shocking acts of violence committed against pro-life pregnancy resource centers. On the morning of September 23, 2022, pro-life activist Mark Houck was arrested by more than 15 FBI agents at his home in Pennsylvania in front of his wife and small children. Agents came to his door with guns drawn to arrest the 48-year-old father of 7 whose alleged crime involved a minor altercation with an activist who was harassing one of his children in front of an abortion clinic almost 1 year before Mr. Houck's arrest by the FBI. 56 Similarly, Paul Vaughn, a 55-year-old father of 11, was arrested at his home in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, by armed FBI agents for allegedly participating in a peaceful protest at an abortion clinic 1 year earlier. 57 These arrests stand in stark contrast to the department's virtual silence on the wave of vandalism and violence directed at religiously affiliated institutions, including pregnancy resource centers, following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. 58 The Catholic News Agency reported more than 100 such incidents as of September 2022. 59 By engaging in disparate and viewpoint-based enforcement of an already controversial law like the FACE Act against pro-life activists, the DOJ has needlessly undermined its credibility with law-abiding people of faith. The department should make every effort to uphold equal protection of the law and avoid politically motivated and viewpoint-based prosecutions. Specifically, it should ensure that its review extends beyond ending the absurd double standards embodied in the ongoing campaign of FACE Act prosecutions and instead be a thorough and holistic review of all DOJ activities, including all consent decrees and settlement agreements currently in force. Seek to terminate any unnecessary or outdated consent decree to which the United States is a party. Consider pursuing intervention in other matters where consent decrees or settlement agreements continue to bind parties years or decades after the fact. As its review concludes, and consistent with applicable law, take appropriate action in all cases, including those on appeal. Enact policies and regulations that prohibit settlement payments to third parties. Department of Justice engaging in zealous advocacy for and defense of the Constitution and lawful administration regulations and policies. The Department of Justice has the exclusive responsibility for the conduct of litigation in which the United States, an agency, or officer thereof, 60 is involved and has been charged with the supervision of all litigation to which the United States, an agency, or officer thereof is a party. 61 However, in politically contentious cases, assistant United States attorneys and other line prosecutors during conservative administrations seek to influence outcomes of cases not because of any legal deficiency in the case or policy being defended, but by refusing to take certain positions, by writing public letters of protest, and by engaging in full resignations from certain internal appointments. This can cause the department to take positions that are inconsistent with the interests of the president and his appointees in other places throughout the administration. While the supervision of litigation is a DOJ responsibility, the department falls under the direct supervision and control of the President of the United States as a component of the executive branch. Thus, and putting aside criminal prosecutions that can warrant different treatment, litigation decisions must be made consistent with the President's agenda. This can force line attorneys to take uncomfortable positions in civil cases because those positions are more closely aligned with the President's policy agenda. Ultimately, the department will have to make tough calls as it manages its litigation, but those calls must always be consistent with the President's policy agenda and the rule of law. A line attorney should never either directly or indirectly pursue a policy agenda through litigation that is inconsistent with the agenda of his or her client agency or the President. The department should also be cognizant of any attempts to slow litigation and outlast the administration to avoid finality. The next conservative administration should therefore issue guidance to ensure that litigation decisions are consistent with the President's agenda and the rule of law. Ensure that, consistent with this principle, the department's leadership is prepared to impose appropriate disciplinary action as circumstances arise. Affirming the separation of powers. Federal courts have jurisdiction to deal with a wide array of issues in law and equity in the United States. The increasingly aggressive posture of federal courts does not change one constitutionally immutable fact: all three branches of the federal government retain not just the right, but the obligation to assess constitutionality. It is this obligation that is the foundation of the separation of powers. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise: the next conservative administration should embrace the Constitution and understand the obligation of the executive branch to use its independent resources and authorities to restrain the excesses of both the legislative and judicial branches. This will mean ensuring that the leadership of the Department of Justice and its components understand the separation of powers, that pushback among the branches is a positive feature and not a defect of our system, and that the federal system is strengthened, not weakened, by disagreement among the branches. One example includes potentially seeking the overruling of Humphrey's Executive v. United States. 62. This case approved so-called independent agencies whose directors are not removable by the President at will. The Supreme Court has chipped away at Humphrey's executor in cases like Sila v. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. 63. But the precedent remains. The next conservative administration should formally take the position that Humphrey's executor violates the Constitution's separation of powers, zealously guarding other constitutional protections. The next conservative administration must ensure that the DOJ zealously guards the constitutional rights of all Americans in all that it does. This extends not only to rights implicated in the department's criminal activities, but to all rights enjoyed by the American people, such as the First Amendment. The department should reject any invitation to limit these fundamental promises based on the political ideology of the speech at issue. A recent Supreme Court case illustrates the problems that arise when the DOJ takes a cramped interpretation of the First Amendment in service of a political ideology. In 303 Creative LLC v. Alinas, the department argued in favor of the government's ability to coerce and compel what the lower courts all found to be pure speech. 64 The oral argument made clear the department's view that it was the viewpoint expressed that gave the government power to censor and compel speech. During oral argument, the United States took the remarkable position that government can compel a Christian website designer to imagine, create, and publish a custom website celebrating same-sex marriage, but cannot compel an LGBT person to design a similar website celebrating opposite-sex marriage. 65 In the government's view, declining to create the latter website was based on an objection to the message, while the former was based on status rather than message. But this argument inevitably turns on the viewpoint expressed. It means that the government gets to decide which viewpoints are protected and which are not, a frightening and blatantly unconstitutional proposition. Just as troubling, the government's arguments against free speech are not limited to the facts of 303 Creative.
As Colorado admitted to the lower courts, all sorts of artists and speakers like speechwriters, photographers, and videographers can be compelled to design custom messages that violate their most fundamental convictions as long as it serves a certain viewpoint that the government wants to promote. Department of Justice. In fact, it was only a few years ago, in Masterpiece Cake Shop, that the government acknowledged the constitutional problems involved in compelling artists to speak government-favored messages. In that case, the United States acknowledged a basic First Amendment principle that freedom of speech prohibits the government from telling people what they must say. 66. The department had it right when it argued that the government may not compel the dissemination of its own preferred message, because the First Amendment protects the individual freedom of mind. 67. It was also correct when it argued that an artist cannot be forced to paint, a musician cannot be forced to play, and a poet cannot be forced to write. 68. The United States' directly contrary position in 303 creative is hard to explain based on anything other than its support for the message the state of Colorado was attempting to compel. It is black-letter law that no official can prescribe what shall be orthodox, or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein. 69. Rather, the First Amendment places the decision as to what views shall be voiced largely into the hands of each of us, in the hope that use of such freedom will ultimately produce a more capable citizenry and more perfect polity. 70. As the Supreme Court has noted, government officials have frequently sought to coerce uniformity of sentiment in support of some end thought essential to their time and country. 71. In the face of such attempts to coerce orthodoxy, the DOJ should maintain its commitment to upholding the Constitution's neutral principles of free speech, which commit the government to preserve an uninhibited marketplace of ideas in which truth will ultimately prevail. 72. Pursuing equal protection for all Americans by vigorously enforcing applicable federal civil rights laws in government, education, and the private sector. Entities across the private and public sectors in the United States have been besieged in recent years by an unholy alliance of special interests, radicals in government, and the far left. This unholy alliance speaks in platitudes about advancing the interests of certain segments of American society, but that advancement comes at the expense of other Americans and in nearly all cases violates long-standing federal law. Even though numerous federal laws prohibit discrimination based on notable immutable characteristics such as race and sex. 73. The Biden administration, through the DOJ's Civil Rights Division and other federal entities, has enshrined affirmative discrimination in all aspects of its operations under the guise of equity. Federal agencies and their components have established so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion day offices that have become the vehicles for this unlawful discrimination, and all departments and agencies have created equity plans to carry out these invidious schemes. 74. To reverse this trend, the next conservative administration should mandate for leadership. The conservative promise will ensure that the DOJ spearheads an initiative demonstrating the federal government's commitment to non-discrimination. The department should also lead a whole-of-government recommitment to non-discrimination and should be working with all other federal agencies, boards, and commissions to ensure that they are both complying with constitutional and legal requirements and using their authorities and funding to prevent discrimination not only internally, but also at the state, local, and private sector levels. This will require particularly close coordination with several key agencies, including such obvious candidates as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Departments of Defense, Education, and Housing and Urban Development, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. It will also require enforcing contractual requirements that prohibit discrimination on federal contractors. Reorganize and refocus the DOJ's Civil Rights Division to serve as the vanguard for this return to lawfulness. The Attorney General and other DOJ political leadership should provide the resources and moral support needed for these efforts.
The Civil Rights Division should spend its first year under the next administration using the full force of federal prosecutorial resources to investigate and prosecute all state and local governments, institutions of higher education, corporations, and any other private employers who are engaged in discrimination in violation of constitutional and legal requirements. Announcing a campaign to enforce the criminal prohibitions in 18 U.S. Code paragraph 1461 and 1462 against providers and distributors of abortion pills that use the mail. Federal law prohibits mailing very article, instrument, substance, drug, medicine, or thing which is advertised or described in a manner calculated to lead another to use or apply it for producing abortion. 75. Following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs, there is now no federal prohibition on the enforcement of this statute. The Department of Justice in the next conservative administration should therefore announce its intent to enforce federal law against providers and distributors of such pills. Reassigning responsibility for prosecuting election-related offenses from the Civil Rights Division to the Criminal Division. The Attorney General in the next conservative administration should reassign responsibility for prosecuting violations of 18 U.S. Code paragraph 24176 from the Civil Rights Division to the Criminal Division where it belongs. Otherwise, voter registration fraud and unlawful ballot correction will remain federal election offenses that are never appropriately investigated and prosecuted. 77 Department of Justice voter fraud includes unlawful practices concerning voter registration and ballot correction. When state legislatures are silent as to procedures for absentee ballot curing or provide specific rules governing that curing, neither counties nor courts may create a cure right where one does not exist, may not modify the law on curing, and certainly cannot engage in creating consent orders with the force of law that are inconsistent with the orders of other similarly situated counties. The DOJ has ceded substantial discretion concerning voter suppression to the Civil Rights Division. Since the Bush administration, DOJ leadership has determined that using the Election Crimes Branch to prosecute fraudulent voter registration, including mail-in ballot fraud, was too politically costly. 78 The Criminal Division's Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses Handbook advised that schemes that violated equal protection constituted voter suppression, prosecutable under 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241 as part of the guidelines for which the department's criminal prosecutors were trained. 79 State-based investigations of election crimes are supposed to be referred to the Public Integrity Section for review. Historically, 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241, conspiracy against rights, was used as a basis for investigating state officials whose statements or orders violated the equal protection rights of voters or deliberately misinformed voters concerning the eligibility of their ballots. Nevertheless, the Department of Justice has formalized the Civil Rights Division's, as opposed to the Criminal Division's, jurisdiction over 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241 investigations and prosecutions. The Criminal Division is no longer involved in consultation or review of 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241 investigations. 80 The Criminal Division has accordingly advised states that in the case of a crime of violence or intimidation, they should call 911 immediately and before contacting federal authorities because state and local police have primary jurisdiction over polling places. 81 Despite clearly applicable federal law, this is a mistake. With respect to the 2020 presidential election, there were no DOJ investigations of the appropriateness or lawfulness of state election guidance. Consider the state of Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State sent guidance to the counties stating that this revised guidance addresses the issuance, voting and examination of provisional ballots under the Election Code. Provisional ballots were originally mandated by Section 302 of the Help America Vote Act of 2002. However, provisional ballot amendments included in Act 77 of 2019 went into effect for the 2020 primary election. Provisional ballot amendments included in Act 12 of 2020 go into effect for the first time on November 3, 2020. 82 however, mandates provisional ballots only for eligible voters who were not on a state's voter registration list. 83 It does not apply to those who registered for mail-in voting but whose ballots were rejected due to some form of spoliation. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise Pennsylvania Act 12, amended in 2020, does not authorize curing by providing provisional ballots for mail-in voters whose ballots were rejected. Act 12 requires, as part of the mail-in application process, an affidavit that the elector shall not be eligible to vote at a polling place on election day unless the elector brings the elector's mail-in ballot to the elector's polling place, remits the ballot and the envelope containing the declaration of the elector to the judge of elections to be spoiled, and signs a statement subject to the penalties under 18 PA.C.S. Paragraph 4904 relating to unsworn falsification to authorities to the same effect. 84 The law in Pennsylvania clearly states that no county may affirmatively provide provisional ballots. The mail-in voter must vote in person and sign a new affidavit. In the 2020 election, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court recognized that the election code contains no requirement that voters whose ballots are deemed inadequately verified be apprised of this fact. Thus, unlike in-person voters, mail-in or absentee voters are not provided any opportunity to cure perceived defects in a timely manner. 85 Given the Pennsylvania Secretary of State's use of guidance to circumvent state law, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State should have been, and still should be, investigated and prosecuted for potential violations of 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241. Investigations and prosecutions under 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241 are currently within the jurisdictional oversight of the Civil Rights Division, not the Criminal Division. 86 Only by moving authority for 18 U.S. Code paragraph 241 investigations and prosecutions back to the Criminal Division will the rule of law be appropriately enforced. Rejecting third-party requests for politically motivated investigations or prosecutions. The DOJ should reject demands from third-party groups that ask it to threaten politically motivated investigation or prosecution of those engaging in lawful and, in many cases, constitutionally protected activity. By acceding to such demands, the department risks diminishing its credibility with the American public. This risk is exacerbated by the fact that communications between government officials and third-party groups are generally unprotected by privilege and subject to disclosure, whether via subpoena to the third-party group or via request made pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act. These communications can even be made public voluntarily by the third-party group. A recent example illustrates the risks posed by such activity. On October 4, 2021, Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memorandum to the Director of the FBI, the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, and the Assistant Attorney General, Criminal Division, calling on the FBI to work with each U.S. attorney to convene meetings with federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial leaders to discuss strategies for addressing threats against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. 87 Subsequent reporting and investigation revealed that the Department of Justice memorandum was prompted by a September 29, 2021, letter sent by the National School Boards Association (NSBA) to President Biden demanding a federal law enforcement response to perceived threats to school board members and public school employees. The NSBA letter made outlandish demands in response to protests that were then occurring at school board meetings in response to COVID policies and revelations about the use of critical race theory-infused curricula in classrooms. Among the letter's demands was a call for a federal investigation into parents' actions, heinous actions that could be the equivalent to a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes under a variety of federal laws including the Gun-Free Zones Act, the Patriot Act in regards to domestic terrorism, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes and Prevention Act, the Violent Interference with Federally Protected Rights Statute, and the Conspiracy Against Rights Statute, and an executive order to enforce all applicable federal laws for the protection of students and public school district personnel, and any related measure. 88. Both the Attorney General's memorandum and the NSBA letter drew swift public condemnation, including from 14 sitting state attorneys general. 89. A subsequent internal investigation commissioned by the NSBA revealed that officials at the White House had been in discussions with NSBA officials about the contents of the letter weeks before it was issued. The investigation also revealed that White House officials indicated they planned to raise the contents of the draft letter with DOJ officials a full week before the NSBA's letter was issued. 90. This cooperation by a third-party group, the White House, and the DOJ to craft and coordinate a response to an ill-advised and politically motivated letter undermines the department's credibility as an impartial law enforcement agency. In the words of the 14 state attorneys general who wrote to oppose the department's memorandum, potential collusion between the White House, the department, and the NSBA in the actual creation of the September 29 letter, as a pretext for threats against parents, raises serious concerns. 91. The DOJ should carefully scrutinize all requests for law enforcement assistance and reject requests by third parties to engage in political grandstanding that ignores the department's traditional jurisdictional limits and that would trample politically controversial but constitutionally protected activity. Ensuring proper distribution of DOJ grant funds. DOJ grants are an underutilized asset in most conservative administrations. When used properly, they can be highly effective in implementing the President's priorities. The Office of Justice Programs (OJP) is comprised of 6 components and is responsible for most DOJ grants to local law enforcement, juvenile justice, and victims of crime as well as for criminal justice research and statistics. The opportunity to support a president's agenda may be greater through OJP grant funding than it is through any of the federal government's other grant-making components. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise consistent with appropriations from Congress, the OJP dispenses approximately $7 billion in various grants. Block grants are given to a state to be awarded pursuant to federal regulations. Some funds to support law enforcement and victims of crime are awarded pursuant to block grants. But most OJP funds are awarded through discretionary grants, specific programs written into the budget by Congress. Although Congress dictates the way in which many grant awards are to be made, federal staff enjoy a tremendous amount of discretion in adding conditions and priority points. Grants operate with a carrot and a stick. To receive grant funding, a recipient must agree to certain conditions, which in many instances include the president's priorities. For instance, under an anti-human trafficking grant during the Obama administration, approximately $110 million in 2020, an awardee had to show a partnership with an LGBTQ organization and always have an interpreter on site. These conditions worked to change culture and overlaid President Obama's priorities, support for the LGBTQ community and for more of the funding to go to areas with large immigrant populations. During the Trump administration, a condition added to grants stated that an awardee had to comply with all federal law stock language, including federal law regarding the exchange of information between federal and local authorities about an individual's immigration status. This condition prevented law enforcement in sanctuary cities from receiving grant awards. While the Trump administration suffered a series of setbacks from several hostile courts, it obtained from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals a decision upholding the department's authority to impose these conditions. 92 To ensure that taxpayer-funded grants are prioritized and distributed properly, the next conservative administration should conduct an immediate, comprehensive review of all federal grant disbursals to ensure not only that the programs are being properly administered by the department, but also that the grant funding is being received and used properly by recipients. Order an overhaul of the DOJ grant application process, to include more rigorous vetting of state, local, and private grant applicants and inclusion of more pre-application criteria to ensure baseline fitness and eligibility for federal grant dollars. This long-overdue enhancement of the grant application and issuance process will ensure that hard-earned taxpayer dollars are going only to lawful actors who support federal law enforcement and demonstrate the ability and willingness to engage in lawful activities.
Department of Justice ensuring proper enforcement and administration of our immigration laws. Although its role has changed over the years, most notably following the passage of the Homeland Security Act of 2002-93, the Department of Justice plays a crucial role in the enforcement and adjudication of our immigration laws. 9 For its leadership and energy, however, have not always reflected the importance placed by Congress on the execution of that crucial mission. With a few notable exceptions, successful fulfillment of the department's responsibilities with respect to immigration was largely neglected until the Trump administration. The Department of Homeland Security may be the largest federal department with immigration responsibilities, but successful fulfillment of the responsibilities prescribed by the immigration laws is not possible without bold and dedicated action by the Department of Justice. The DOJ and its leadership must intentionally prioritize fulfillment of the department's immigration-related responsibilities in the next conservative administration. This will be no small task, as these responsibilities play out across nearly every DOJ office and component. If they hope to fulfill their responsibilities as assigned by Congress and deliver results for the American people, the Department and the Attorney General should issue guidance to all U.S. attorneys emphasizing the importance of prosecuting immigration offenses, 95 and immigration-related offenses. The brunt of these offenses is borne by districts along the southwestern border with Mexico, but the simple fact remains that immigration and immigration-related offenses are present in every district across the country. Successfully pursuing the priorities outlined in this chapter will require creative use of the various immigration and immigration-related authorities in close partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, and other appropriate federal entities depending on the situation. Pursue appropriate steps to assist the Department of Homeland Security in obtaining information about criminal aliens in jurisdictions across the United States, particularly those inside sanctuary jurisdictions. Examine and consider the appropriateness of withdrawing or overturning every immigration decision rendered by Attorney General Garland and any successor Attorney General during President Biden's term. The Attorney General should pick up where the Attorneys General under President Trump left off and exercise his or her authority to adjudicate cases and provide guidance in appropriate cases to mandate for leadership. The conservative promise correct erroneous decisions, provide clarity, and align the Executive Office for Immigration Review decisions with the law. At a minimum, pursue through rulemaking, and in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security where appropriate, the promulgation of every rule related to immigration that was issued during the Trump administration. Such rulemakings include guidance on continuances in immigration court cases, eligibility for asylum, and other related matters. However, the DOJ should not stop there. It should continually evaluate its authorities and operational reality within the immigration court system and promulgate regulations accordingly. Commit sufficient resources to the adjudication of cases in the immigration court system in different environments, for example, in the context of the migrant protection protocols. Pursue proactive litigation to advance the federal government's interests in areas where erroneous precedent curtails authorities provided by Congress, for example, by pursuing the overturning of the Flores Settlement Agreement. Pursue aggressive enforcement of the immigration laws within the Immigrant and Employee Rights section of the Civil Rights Division to ensure that no American citizen is discriminated against in the employment context in favor of a temporary or foreign worker. 6 Ensure the deployment and use of appointees throughout the department who are committed to successful achievement of the department's immigration-related missions. This includes personnel in or overseeing not only the EYR, but also the Office of the Attorney General, Office of the Deputy Attorney General, Office of the Associate Attorney General, Office of the Solicitor General, and nearly every other component/office throughout the department. Pursue a more vigorous anti-fraud program within the EYR. In perhaps no other area of law are there more attorneys who commit acts of fraud against their clients, advancing completely meritless arguments in exchange for exorbitant fees, than there are in the area of immigration.
Fraud and unethical behavior are rampant in the immigration system and must be addressed, not only to ensure that the federal government is operating in a proper manner, but also for the sake of the aliens involved in Department of Justice the process as well as the integrity/credibility of the members of the private immigration bar who do not engage in such conduct. Additional essential reforms, aligning departmental resources with leadership priorities across all components and U.S. attorneys' offices. As the next administration pursues its objectives, it should use the department's resources efficiently in the manner that delivers results for the American people. To accomplish this goal, it will be necessary to ensure the assignment of sufficient political appointees throughout the department. Ensuring adequate accountability throughout the DOJ requires the intentional devotion of sufficient resources by the administration, not simply replicating what was done under prior administrations and reflected in the Plum Book. 97 The number of appointees serving throughout the department in prior administrations, particularly during the Trump administration, has not been sufficient either to stop bad things from happening through proper management or to promote the president's agenda. It is not enough for political appointees to serve in obvious offices like the Office of the Attorney General or the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. The next conservative administration must make every effort to obtain the resources to support a vast expansion of the number of appointees in every office and component across the department, especially in the Civil Rights Division, the FBI, and the E-Wire. And all non-essential details of department personnel, particularly those detailed to congressional offices, until the department can conduct a thorough review of its personnel needs. Considering all of the many challenges facing the DOJ, the next conservative administration should terminate and recall all details of DOJ personnel shortly after the president's inauguration. After a thorough analysis of the department's resources and priorities is completed, details to other portions of the executive branch and to Congress can resume. Ensure accountability for personnel sanctioned or referred for discipline after a finding of misconduct. The next conservative administration should complete a thorough review of any sanctions or findings of misconduct issued over the 4 years preceding the inauguration to ensure that the Biden administration acted appropriately in response to any such sanctions or findings. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise undertake a comprehensive review of DOJ hiring practices. The next conservative administration should conduct a holistic review of hiring practices employed across all DOJ offices and components to ensure that those practices comply with applicable law and policy. All hiring committees associated with hiring for career positions across the department should be assessed for impartiality to ensure that individuals are hired based on merit, aptitude, and legal skill and not based on association with or membership in certain ideologically aligned groups or based on illegal considerations such as race, religion, or sex. Eliminating redundant offices and consolidating functions to increase efficiencies. The next conservative administration should explore the possibility of consolidating and aligning the functions of the DOJ's various components and offices in human resources, legal counsel, public relations, and other related areas. While local access to appropriate personnel and resources is important, there are inefficiencies and redundancies across the department that result in a bureaucratic, Rube Goldberg-style design that ultimately hinders the department's mission. From IT infrastructure to management functions to public relations, DOJ leadership should explore consolidation and intra-departmental efficiencies to obtain the best possible support for its critical missions. For example, the Department of Public Affairs has a dual structure of public information officers in which there are some political appointees who lead the office and provide support, but also career appointees who serve as public information officers for individual divisions, criminal division, national security division, etc. The career officials handle the day-to-day work of the division, which entails monitoring important cases, assisting in editing, and distributing press releases, and the political appointees will step in for larger issues that advance the administration's initiatives. This could be made more efficient by having political appointees for each division under the supervision of the Director of Public Affairs. Additionally, given the interplay of function between the Office of Legislative Affairs (OLA) and the Office of Public Affairs, as well as the fact that the Assistant Attorney General for the OLA is a Senate-confirmed position, the two offices should be folded into one for more efficiency and proper coordination. Under an Office of Public and Legislative Affairs, the Assistant Attorney General's portfolio would encompass both, with one Director/Deputy for Public Affairs and one Director/Deputy for Legislative Affairs. Pursuing other changes in reporting chains to ensure consistency with the law and administration priorities. The next conservative administration should undertake a comprehensive review of the DOJ's current organizational chart and make decisions about its structure, consistent with any authority to do Department of Justice so outside of congressional action, to ensure the most efficient accomplishment of the department's missions. For example, L is the current reporting structure for the Associate Attorney General's office the best and optimal for the achievement of the department's mission? L. Should all of the Deputy Attorney General's direct reports continue to be direct reports, or would a different structure achieve a better, more efficient outcome in fulfilling the department's mission? L. What should the Office of Legal Policy's role be in the next conservative administration? Should it continue to be responsible for assisting with judicial nominations, or should that function be assigned to the Office of Legislative Affairs, which interacts with Congress on a daily basis? Pursuing legislative changes for Assistant United States Attorney's compensation. To ensure that the department can attract and retain top legal talent away from Washington, D.C., the next conservative administration should seek congressional reform of the pay scale used for Assistant United States Attorneys in the field. At a minimum, that reform should include a proposal to compensate Assistant United States Attorneys on at least the same basis as attorneys employed by Main Justice who are compensated under the GS scale. Ensuring that the department can attract and retain top legal talent outside of the D.C. market is essential and will help to emphasize the importance of the field's work in achieving the department's various missions. Protecting the integrity of the Bureau of Justice Statistics and the National Institute of Justice. The DOJ's statistical and research arms should serve the American people and not special interests. The Director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics should focus the BJS on producing the statistics of greatest interest to everyday Americans, and hence of policymakers, rather than those of particular interest to criminal justice academics. The Director should insist that such statistics be as accurate as possible and presented as clearly as possible. The intellectually engaged, everyday American citizen should be able to read and understand the BJS's published statistics and reports rather than having to trust experts because the statistics are not clear. The BJS should focus on the core statistics involving crime and punishment, such as those relating to serious crimes committed, imprisonment, time served, recidivism, and the like. It should not pursue the niche political agendas of academics or advocates. Moreover, a clear line should be maintained between official government statistics and third-party contractor reports. There should be no reports that look like official BJS reports but are authored by private entities such as the Urban Institute as happened under the Obama administration. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise research funded by the National Institute of Justice should follow similar principles. The NIJ should fund high-quality, unbiased research on the topics of greatest interest to everyday Americans and policymakers rather than agenda-driven research desired by advocates or academics. The National Crime Victimization Survey, which is the nation's largest crime survey and predates the BJS, it dates to the Nixon administration, is of particular importance, and the department should prioritize and sufficiently fund it. This survey provides the only comprehensive and credible alternative to police reports for showing who commits crimes. The demographic information that crime victims provide through the survey about who commits crimes against them enables such reports as race and ethnicity of violent crime offenders and arrestees. 2018-98, which was published in January 2021, and finds that police are arresting those who, according to victims, actually commit crimes. Author's note: the preparation of this chapter involved contributions from members of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. Most contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, and in the perfect cancel-proof world, all contributors of ideas would be listed, but the staff at America First Legal Foundation deserves special mention for their assistance while juggling other responsibilities. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Department of Justice Endnotes. 1. Judiciary Act of 1789, ch. 20, seconds 35, 1 stat. 73, 1789, judicial-discipline-reform.org ACT_1789.pdf accessed February 3, 2023. 2. An Act to establish the Department of Justice, Public Law No. 41-97, 16 stat. 162, 1870, Justice. gov/site/default/jmd/legacy/2013/2013/act-pl41-97.pdf accessed February 3, 2023. 3. John F. Fox, Jr., The Birth of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, U.S. Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, History, July 2003, bit.ly accessed February 3, 2023. 4. Trafalgar Group, Nationwide Issues Survey August 2022, pages 19, 22, and 25, Trafalgar Group. org/wp-content/upload/2022/08/cosa-fbi_report-0824.pdf accessed February 3, 2023. 5. John Solomon, FBI email chain may provide most damning evidence of FISA abuses yet. The Hill, December 5, 2018, https://thehil.com/HILTV/rising/41901-FBI-email-chain-may-provide-most-damning-evidence-of-FISA abuses-it/accessed February 3, 2023. Post-editorial board. The FBI knew Russiagate was a lie, but hid that truth. New York Post, June 11, 2022, https://nepost.com/2022/06/11/the-fbi-new-russiagate-was-a-that-truth/ accessed February 3, 2023. 6. John Solomon, collusion bombshell. DNC lawyers met with FBI on Russia allegations before surveillance warrant. The Hill, October 3, 2018, https://thehil.com/HILTV/rising/40981-russia-collusion-bombshell-DNC-LAWYRS-met-with-FBI-dash-with-FBI-dash-ON-DOSIER-before Eric Tucker, Eric Tucker, ex-FBI lawyer admits to false statement during Russia probe. AP News, August 19, 2020, appnews.com B9B3C7If398D00D5F9170D66 FEC accessed February 3, 2023. 7. Jesse O'Neill, FBI pressured Twitter, sent trove of docs hours before post broke Hunter laptop story. New York Post, December 19, 2022, https://nepost.com/2022/1//FBI-reached-out-to-biden-laptop-story/ accessed February 3, 2023. 8. Memorandum from Attorney General Merrick Garland to Director, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Director of the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, Assistant Attorney General, Criminal Division, and United States Attorneys. Subject: partnership among federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement to address threats against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. October 4, 2021. https://www.justice.gov/ag/page/file/1438986/download. Accessed February 3, 2023. Cited hereafter as Garland Memorandum. October 4, 2021. 9. Dylan Burrows. 25 states have now left National School Boards Association as Nebraska departs. Daily Wire. June 13, 2022. https://www.dailywire.com/news/25-state-have-now-left-national-school-boards-association-as-Nebraska-departs. Accessed February 3, 2023. 10. Brianna Hurley, FBI met weekly with Big Tech ahead of the 2020 election. Agent testifies. Fox News, December 3, 2022. https://www.foxnews.com/politics/fbi-weekly-big-tech-ahead-2020-election-agent testifies. Accessed February 3, 2023. Ali Griffin, latest Twitter files show FBI bullied executives over not reporting state propaganda enough. New York Post, December 18, 2022. NewPost.com latest Twitter files show FBI questioned executives over users spouting state propaganda. Accessed February 3, 2023. 11. Michael Schellenberger at Schellenberger. In the end, the FBI's influence campaign aimed at executives at news media, Twitter, and other social media companies worked. They censored and discredited the Hunter Biden laptop story. By December 2020, Baker and his colleagues even sent a note of thanks to the FBI for its work. Twitter, December 19, 2022, 1:35 p.m., Twitter.com. Accessed February 3, 2023. 12. Press release. 11 charged with FACE Act violations stemming from 2021 blockade of Mount Juliet Reproductive Health Clinic. U.S. Department of Justice, United States Attorney's Office, Middle District of Tennessee, October 5, 2022. https://www.justice.gov/uso-mdtn/pr/11-charged-face-act-violations stemming-2021-blockade-Mount-Juliet- Reproductive. Accessed February 3, 2023. Kalen Dees, DOJ official touts prosecution of anti-abortion advocates while vandalized pregnancy centers await justice. Washington Examiner, December 14, 2022. https://www.washingtonexaminer.com/news/justice/DOJ- official-admits-TO-pro-life-advocates. Accessed February 3, 2023. S636, Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act of 1994, Public Law No. 103-259, 103rd Congress, May 26, 1994, Congress.gov statute/statute-108/statute-108-PG694.pdf. Accessed February 5, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promised. 13. Aruna Viswanatha and Sadie Gurman, almost half of federal cases against Portland rioters have been dismissed. The Wall Street Journal, updated April 15, 2021. https://www.wsj.com/articles/almost-federal-cases-against-portland-rioters-have-been-dismissed-11618501979. February 3, 2023. Just the News staff, Antifa-led Portland rioter charged with assault. Police sick has case dismissed after community service. Just the News, updated December 30, 2021. JustTheNews.com courts law/Antifa-led Portland rioter charge assault. Police has case dismissed after. Accessed February 3, 2023. 14. Press release. Justice Department sues Texas over Senate Bill 8. Complaint alleges Senate Bill 8 violates the Constitution by effectively banning most abortions. U.S. Department of Justice, September 9, 2021, https://www.justice.gov/opa/pr/justice-department-sues-Senate-bill-8. Accessed February 3, 2023. 15. Dorian Geiger, DOJ warns states over blocking access to gender-affirming treatment. Axios, March 31, 2022. Axios.com. Accessed February 3, 2023. 16. Joyce White Vance, the Justice Department is suing Georgia. Don't expect Garland to end there. The Washington Post, June 29, 2021, https://www.washingtonpost.com/outlook/2021/06/29/Merrick-Garland suing-Georgia-voting/ Accessed February 3, 2023. David Nakamura and Devlin Barrett, Justice Department sues Texas over state redistricting maps, citing discrimination against Latinos. The Washington Post, December 6, 2021, https://www.washingtonpost.com/national-security/2021/1EC-568-1-1EC-9A18-560A-1-1C78-506C-F3A3-1D_story.html. Accessed February 3, 2023. Holmes Librand and Paula Blank, Justice Department sues Arizona over new election law requiring proof of citizenship. CNN, updated July 5, 2022, https://www.cnn.com/2022/07/05/politics/Arizona-election-law-justice-department/index.html. Accessed February 3, 2023. 17. Zachary Pottle, America's fentanyl crisis is getting worse. Addiction Center, August 26, 2022, www.addictioncenter.com/news/2022/08/America's-fentanyl-crisis/ Accessed February 3, 2023. 18. Emily Jacobs, Merrick Garland speaks at DOJ before swearing in by Vice President Kamala Harris. New York Post, updated March 11, 2021, https://nepost.com/2021/Merrick-Garland-speaks-18-DOJ-before-swearing-in-Kamala-Harris/ Accessed February 3, 2023. 19. Elliot H. Lombard, State and Local Government Crime Control, Notre Dame Law Review, Volume 43, Issue 6, 1968, pages 899-907, scholarship.law.nd.edu. G. https://redir=1 and article =3119 and context =NDLR. Accessed February 3, 2023. 20. Emma Colton, Chip Roy demands DOJ explain light sentence for Floyd riot arsonist who killed father of 5. Fox News, February 10, 2022, https://www.foxnews.com/politics/chip-roy-light-sentence-george-floyd arsonist-riots-2020. Accessed February 3, 2023. Chris N. Lowe, DOJ asked for lenient sentence for 2020 rioter who burned down pawn shop, killing 1 man. Prosecutors even cited MLK. Blaze Media News, January 29, 2022, Blaze.com. Accessed February 3, 2023. Chris Pandolfo, House Republicans release 1,000-page report alleging politicization in the FBI, DOJ. Fox News, November 4, 2022. https://www.foxnews.com/politics/house-republicans-release 1000-page-report-alleging-politicization-FBI-DOJ. Accessed February 3, 2023. Brooks Singman, Cruz slams politicized Biden DOJ for appointing Trump special counsel. Absolutely disgraceful. Fox News, November 19, 2022. https://www.foxnews.com/politics/cruise-slams-biden-DOJ-appointing-special-counsel-investigate Trump-absolutely-disgraceful. Accessed February 3, 2023. 21. 8 U.S. Code Paragraph 1324. Bringing in and harboring certain aliens. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed March 9, 2023. 8 U.S. Code Paragraph 1325. Improper entry by a alien. Law.cornell.edu. Text/8/1325. Accessed February 5, 2023. 8 U.S. Code Paragraph 1326. Re-entry of removed aliens. Law. cornell.edu/usecode/text/8/1326. Accessed February 5, 2023. 8 U.S. Code Paragraph 1327. Aiding or assisting certain aliens to enter. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 5, 2023. 8 U.S. Code Paragraph 1328. Importation of alien for immoral purpose. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 5, 2023. Press release. In brief filed with Supreme Court, IFL hammers Biden administration's termination of MPP, cites alarming statistic that Biden administration has already released more than 750,000 illegal aliens into the United States from the border. America First Legal Foundation, April 14, 2022. Of legal.org. In brief filed with Supreme Court, IFL hammers Biden administration's termination of MPP, citing alarming statistic that Biden administration has already released more than 750,000 Accessed February 5, 2023. Department of Justice 22. Editorial Board. About those domestic terrorist parents. The Wall Street Journal, October 26, 2021. www.wsj.com/articles/about-those-domestic-terrorists-national-school-boards-association-merrick-garland-mimoff-B-11352859000. Accessed February 3, 2023. John Malcolm, are parents being tagged as domestic terrorists by the FBI? Justice Department needs to show its cards. Heritage Foundation Commentary, November 18, 2021. https://www.heritage.org/crime-and-justice/or-parents-being-tagged-domestic-terrorists-theft-justice. Accessed February 3, 2023. Victor Nava, FBI treated Twitter as a subsidiary. Flagged tweets and accounts for misinformation. New York Post. Updated December 16, 2022. https://nepost.com/2022/12/16/fba treated-twitter-as-subsidiary-flagged-tweets-for-misinformation/ accessed February 3, 2023. 23. Mary Margaret Holohan, DOJ's Kristen Clark, a pro-abortion activist enforcing the law against pro-lifers. The Daily Signal, October 26, 2022. https://www.dailysignal.com/2022/1026/dodge-kristen-clark-pro-abortion-activist-enforcing-law-pro-lifers/ Josh Gerstein, DOJ official pressed on targeting of Supreme Court justices. Politico, July 28, 2022. https://
www.politico.com/news/2022/072/070/28/DOJ-official-pressed-on-targeting-OF-supreme-court-justices-000485006 accessed February 3, 2023. 24. Solomon, FBI email chain may provide most damning evidence of FISA abuses yet. Post-editorial board. The FBI knew Russiagate was a lie, but hid that truth. O'Neill, FBI pressured Twitter, sent trove of docs hours before post broke Hunter laptop story. 25. U.S. Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, History, The Nation Calls, 1908-1923, https://www.fbi.gov/history/brief-history/the-nation-calls accessed February 3, 2023. 26. Press release, FBI and law enforcement partners arrest nearly 6,000 violent criminals this summer. U.S. Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, September 13, 2022, FBI.gov press releases/FBI and law enforcement partners arrest nearly 6,000 violent criminals this summer. Accessed February 3, 2023. 27. See, for example, Joseph Goldstein, as seen in Goodfellas. Arrest is mad in single quote 78 Lufthansa robbery. The New York Times, January 23, 2014. https://www.nytimes.com/2014/01/24/Nyregion/arrest-in-cold-case investigation-including-78-heist.html accessed February 3, 2023. 28. Danielle Wallace, FBI nationwide Operation Look It's 121 actively missing kids, child sex trafficking victims, Fox News, August 15, 2022, https://www.foxnews.com/us/fbi-nationwide-operation-look-it's-actively-missing-kids-child-sex-trafficking-victims accessed February 3, 2023. 29. Adam Shaw, FBI stepped in after suspected Chinese spy got close to Swalwell. Other politicians, report finds. Fox News, December 8, 2020, https://www.foxnews.com/politics/FBI-Chinese-spy-Swalwell-other politicians accessed February 3, 2023. 30. The precise scope and contours of this review warrant special consideration. A review of all ongoing drug trafficking investigations or specific violent crime investigations may not warrant the department's attention in the same way as high-profile, politically sensitive investigations likely will. Nevertheless, the goal should be as comprehensive a review as possible. 31. 28 U.S. Code Paragraph 531, law.cornell.edu accessed February 3, 2023. Emphasis added. 32. The same could be said to apply to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and potentially to the U.S. Marshal Service, although the USMS's mission protecting the federal courts could present compelling reasons why the department should maintain it as a direct report to the Deputy Attorney General. 33. See, for example, Alexander Hamilton, The Federalist Papers No. 1, October 27, 1787, Founders.Archives. gov/documents/Hamilton/01-04-02-0152 accessed February 3, 2023. 34. An argument could also be made that the upper echelons of the FBI's leadership should physically relocate back to the Robert F. Kennedy Building to ensure proper accountability and to emphasize organizational reality. The FBI is a component of the department, not its equal, as outlined above. 35.
U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, Audit of the Roles and Responsibilities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Office of the General Counsel in National Security Matters, Report No. 22-116, September 2022, oig.justice.gov, accessed February 3, 2023. 36. S. 2212, Crime Control Act of 1976, Public Law No. 94-503, October 15, 1976, Paragraph 203, 90 Stat. 2427, codified as amended at 28 U.S. Code Paragraph 532, Congress.gov. PDF accessed February 3, 2023. 37. C. Enhancing federal focus and resources in jurisdictions with rule of law deficiencies, infra. Mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise 38. Garland Memorandum, October 4, 2021. Press release, America First Legal seeks 2 federal investigations on Attorney General Merrick Garland's infamous October 4 memo sixing the FBI on concerned parents. America First Legal Foundation, March 14, 2022, https://oflegal.org/america-first-legal-seeks-2-federal investigations-attorney-general-merrick-garlands-infamous-oct-memo-sixing-4th-on-concerned parents/accessed February 3, 2023. 39. Luke Rosiak, in aftermath of enemies list, school committee pledges to silence the opposition. Daily Wire, March 27, 2021, https://www.dailywire.com/news/after-enemies-list-school-body-pledges-to-silence-the-opposition. Accessed February 3, 2023. 40. The language of the Equal Protection Clause reflects that giving equal protection against lawbreakers was at the core of the clause's objectives. Lefebvre v. D'Aquila, 15F.4th 650, 669, 5th Circle 2021, Graves, J. Dissenting, quoting Lawrence Rosenthal, Policing and Equal Protection, Yale Law and Policy Review, Volume 21, No. 53, 2003, p. 70, cert. Denied, 212 ed. Second, 791, 142 S. Court 2732, 2022. Casetext.com. Lefebvre v. D'Aquila 2, accessed February 3, 2023. 41. C. For example, Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler's actions in 2020 calling on federal officials, executing their mission to protect federal property and officials, to leave the city, saying, "They're not wanted here," despite the fact that local reports found that, out of more than 1,000 arrests reported by the Portland Police Bureau and other local law enforcement since late May 2020, only about 8.4% of the cases are still open, and that the rest have been dismissed or listed as no complaint, which means authorities are not currently pursuing charges. BBC News, Portland protests, Mayor demands federal officers leave city, July 20, 2020, BBC.com. Accessed February 3, 2023, and Hannah Lambert, 91% of Portland protest arrests not being prosecuted, Portland Tribune, January 5, 2021, archive.ph OSTBS. Accessed February 3, 2023. 42. Figure 4, trend in average guideline minimum and average sentence imposed for armed career criminals fiscal years 2010 to 2019, in U.S. Sentencing Commission, Federal Armed Career Criminals, Prevalence, Patterns, and Pathways, March 2021, p. 26, usk.gov research-2021/20210303_ACA-report.pdf. Accessed February 3, 2023. 43.
18 U.S. Code paragraph 924 E. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 3, 2023. 44. S. 1586, Restoring the Armed Career Criminal Act, 117th Congress, introduced May 12, 2021, www. congress.gov/bill/117th-congress/senate-bill/1586. Accessed February 6, 2023. 45. This could require seeking the Supreme Court to overrule Kennedy v. Louisiana, 554 U.S. 407, 2008, in applicable cases, but the department should place a priority on doing so. 46. 21 U.S. Code paragraph 801 et seek. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 3, 2023. 47. 18 U.S. Code paragraph 1961 to 1968, law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 3, 2023. 48. For more on this topic generally, see Ensuring Enforcement and Administration of Our Immigration Laws, INFRA. 49. See Paul J. Larkin, 21st Century Illicit Drugs and Their Discontents, The Scourge of Illicit Fentanyl, Heritage Foundation Legal Memorandum No. 313, November 1, 2022, heritage.org files/2022-11/LM313.pdf. 50. Jessica Rendell, 100,000 people died from drug overdoses in the U.S. in 1 year, a record. Connect, November 18, 2021, https://www.connect.com/health/medical/10000000-people-died-from-drug-over-doses-int-us/in-1-year-int. Accessed February 3, 2023. 51. U.S. Department of Justice, National Security Division, information about the Department of Justice's China Initiative and a compilation of China-related prosecutions since 2018, last updated November 19, 2021, https://www.justice.gov/archives/nsd/information-about-department-justice-s-china-initiative- and compilation-related. Accessed February 3, 2023. 52. Ron Blitzer and Jake Gibson, Biden DOJ ending national security initiative aimed at countering China amid complaints about bias. Fox News, February 23, 2022, https://www.foxnews.com/politics/DOJ-ending-China initiative-national-security-program-bias. Accessed February 3, 2023. 53. National Security Strategy, The White House, October 2022, p. 23, whitehouse.gov upload/2022/10/Biden-Harris-administrations-national-security-strategy-10.2022.pdf. Accessed February 3, 2023. See also IBID. p. 8. Department of Justice 54. U.S. Department of Justice, About DOJ, Our Mission, Justice.gov. Accessed February 4, 2023. 55. 18 U.S. Code paragraph 248, law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 4, 2023. 56. Danielle Wallace and Jake Gibson, pro-life activist Mark Houck pleads not guilty to federal charges after FBI arrest. Fox News, September 27, 2022, https://www.foxnews.com/us/pro-life-activist-mark-houck- pleads-not-guilty-federal-charges-FBI-arrest. Accessed February 4, 2023. 57. Patty Knapp,
Paul Vaughn, pro-life father of 11 arrested by FBI speaks out. National Catholic Register, October 18, 2022, https://www.register.com/news/paul-vaughn-pro-life-father-of-by-FBI-speaks out. Accessed February 4, 2023. 58. 597 US__2022, supreme.justia.com. Accessed February 4, 2023. 59. Jonah McKeown, tracker, pro-abortion attacks in the U.S. continue. Updated, Catholic News Agency, last updated September 22, 2022, https://www.catholicmsagansy.com/news/251553/map-vandalism-attacks-continued-80-pro-life-centers-across-US. Accessed February 4, 2023. 60. 28 U.S. Code Paragraph 516, law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 4, 2023. 61. 28 U.S. Code Paragraph 519, law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 4, 2023. 62. 295 U.S. 602, 1935, supreme.justia.com. Accessed February 6, 2023. 63. 591 US___2020, supremecourt.gov. Accessed February 6, 2023. 64. See Brief for the United States, 303 Creative v. Aubrey Linus, No. 21-476, August 2022, www. supremecourt.gov/21/2022081918215542_20 %20 Linus %20 final.pdf. Accessed February 4, 2023. 65. Oral Argument Transcript, 303 Creative v. Aubrey Linus, No. 21-476, December 5, 2022, https://www.supremecourt.gov/oral_argument/argument_transcript/argument_trans_8and59.pdf. Accessed February 4, 2023. 66. Brief for the United States, Masterpiece Cake Shop Limited v. Colorado Civil Rights Commission, No. 16-111, September 2017, p. 9, scottisblog.com. Accessed February 4, 2023. Quoting Agency for International Development v. Alliance for Open Society International, Incorporated, 133 S. Court 2321. 2327, 2013, quoting intern Rumsfeld v. Forum for Academic and Institutional Rights, Incorporated, 547 U.S. 47, 61, 2006. 67. Ibid. p. 10. 68. Ibid. pages 10-11. 69. West Virginia State Board of Education v. Barnett, 319 U.S. 624, 642, 1943, https://tile.loc.gov/storage-services/ll/usrep/usrep319/usrep3196224/usrep3196224.pdf. Accessed February 4, 2023. 70. Cohen v. California, 403 U.S. 15,
24, 1971, constitutionallawreporter.com Cohen-v_California.pdf accessed February 4, 2023. 71. West Virginia State Board of Education v. Barnett, 319 U.S. 640. 72. McCullen v. Coakley, 573 U.S. 464, 476, 2014, Supreme.justia.com case.pdf accessed February 4, 2023, quoting FCC v. League of Women Voters of California, 468 U.S. 364, 377, 1984. 73. C. For example, 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 2000D, law.cornell.edu accessed February 4, 2023. 42 U.S. Code Paragraph 2000E, law.cornell.edu accessed February 4, 2023. 20 U.S. Code Paragraph 1681, law.cornell.edu accessed February 4, 2023. 74. C. Advancing Equity and Racial Justice Through the Federal Government, the White House, www.whitehouse.gov/equity/ accessed February 4, 2023. 75. 18 U.S. Code Paragraph 1461, law.cornell.edu accessed February 6, 2023. See also 18 U.S. Code Paragraph 1462, law.cornell.edu accessed February 6, 2023. 76. 18 U.S. Code Paragraph 241, law.cornell.edu accessed February 6, 2023. 77. A similar argument could be advanced for the department's other criminal law enforcement responsibilities such as those within the Environmental and Natural Resources Division. 78. C. For example, Paul Keel, controversial USA delivered voter fraud indictments right on time, TPM Muckraker, May 1, 2007, web.archive.org archive/003107.php accessed February 4, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 79. C. Craig C. Donsanto and Nancy L. Simmons, Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses, 7th edition, U.S. Department of Justice, May 2007, revised August 2007, pages 61-63, justice.gov default/criminal/legacy/2013/09/3/electbook-RVS0807.pdf #page=79 accessed February 4, 2023. See also Richard C. Pilger, ed. Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses, 8th edition, U.S. Department of Justice, December 2017, pages 56-58, justice.gov accessed February 4, 2023. 80. See U.S. Department of Justice, Capital Eligible Statutes assigned by Section, Justice. gov/archives/jm/criminal resource manual 71 Capital Eligible Statutes assigned section accessed February 5, 2023. 81. See U.S. Department of Justice, Contact List, District Election Officers, October 31, 2022, p. 1, www. justice.gov/criminal/file/132960/download accessed February 4, 2023. 82. Pennsylvania Department of State, Pennsylvania Provisional Voting Guidelines, October 21, 2020, version 1.1, p. 2, dos.pa.gov guidance_1.0.pdf #page=2 accessed February 4, 2023. 83. 52 U.S. Code Paragraph 21082, law.cornell.edu accessed February 4, 2023. 84. Pennsylvania General Assembly, SB 422,
Pennsylvania Election Code, Omnibus Amendments, Act of March 27, 2020, Place 41, No. 12, Section 1302D, legis.state.pa.us. CFM. TXTTYP equals HTM and year equals 2020 and SESCENT equals 0 and SMTHLWIND equals 0 and ACT equals 12. Accessed February 4, 2023. 85. INRI November 3, 2020 General Election, 248.3D 591 Pennsylvania 2020, Legal.com in PACO 20,201,026 A01 Accessed February 4, 2023. 86. U.S. Department of Justice, Enforcement of Civil Rights Criminal Statutes, https://www.justice.gov/jm/enforcement-civil-rights-criminal-statutes. Accessed February 4, 2023. U.S. Department of Justice. Capital eligible statutes assigned by section, updated January 17, 2020, justice.gov Criminal Resource Manual 71 Capital eligible statutes assigned section accessed February 4, 2023. 87. Garland Memorandum, October 4, 2021. 88. C. Viola A. M. Garcia, President, NSBA, and Chip Slavin, Interim Executive Director and CEO, to President Joseph R. Biden, RE. Federal assistance to stop threats and acts of violence against public school children, public school board members, and other public school district officials and educators, September 29, 2021, https://s3.document-cloud.org/documents/to-1098209/buddash-letter-to-ogs/board-members-929-11.pdf accessed February 4, 2023. Emphasis in original. 89. See letter from Todd Rokita, Indiana Attorney General. Steve Marshall, Alabama Attorney General. Tregar Taylor, Alaska Attorney General. Mark Bernovich, Arizona Attorney General. Leslie Rutledge, Arkansas Attorney General. Christopher M. Carr, Georgia Attorney General. Derek Schmidt, Kansas Attorney General. Daniel Cameron, Kentucky Attorney General. Eric S. Schmidt, Missouri Attorney General. Austin Knudson, Montana Attorney General. John M. O'Connor, Oklahoma Attorney General. Alan Wilson, South Carolina Attorney General. Jason R. Ravensburg, South Dakota Attorney General. And Ken Paxton, Texas Attorney General to President Joseph R. Biden, Jr., and Attorney General Merrick B. Garland, Attorney General, RE. NSBA's Fraud on the American People, October 26, 2021. Texas attorneygeneral.gov images/DOJ%20 letter%20 based%20 on%20 NSBA%20 apology%20 letter%20 10.26.21%20 final.pdf accessed February 4, 2023. Cited hereafter as Rokita et al. Letter, October 26, 2021. 90. Philip G. Kiko, Final Report on the Events Surrounding the National School Boards Association September 29, 2021, Letter to the President, ND, nsba.org. PDF. LA equals N and hash equals A0013540D23C98828B54D3982790C9790D91B01FF9. Accessed February 4, 2023. News release. NSBA announces completion of independent review. Takes action based on findings. National School Boards Association, May 20, 2022. NSBA.org 2022 %2C%20 the %20 National %20 School %20 Boards %20 Association, and %20 Assistance %20 with %20 Events %20 at %20 School %20 Board %20 Meetings. Accessed February 4, 2023.
91. Rakita et al. Letter, October 26, 2021. 92. State of New York, State of Connecticut, State of New Jersey, State of Washington, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Commonwealth of Virginia, State of Rhode Island, City of New York v. United States Department of Justice, 964 F.3d 150 2nd Circle 2020, casetext.com, accessed February 4, 2023. Department of Justice 93. H.R. 5005, Homeland Security Act of 2002, Public Law No. 107-296, 107th Congress, November 25, 2002, 116 Stat. 2135, Congress.gov, accessed February 3, 2023. 94. C. For example, 8 U.S. Code paragraph 1103A1 and 1103G, law.cornell.edu, accessed February 3, 2023. 95. C. For example, 8 U.S. Code paragraph 1324 to 1326, law.cornell.edu subchapter 2/part 8, accessed February 3, 2023. 96. Press release, Justice, Labor Departments reach settlements with Facebook resolving claims of discrimination against U.S. workers and potential regulatory recruitment violations, U.S. Department of Justice, October 19, 2021, https://www.justice.gov/opa/justice-labor-departments-reach-settlements Facebook-resolving-claims-against, accessed February 3, 2023. 97. Every 4 years, just after the presidential election, the United States government policy and supporting positions, commonly known as the Plum Book, is published, alternately, by the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Senate Committee Print No. 114-26, United States Government Policy and Supporting Positions, Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, U.S. Senate, 114th Cong. 2nd Sess. December 1, 2016, p. 3, govinfo.gov, accessed February 5, 2023. 98. Alan J. Beck, Race and Ethnicity of Violent Crime Offenders and Arrestees, 2018, U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Statistics, Statistical Brief No. NCJ 255969, January 2021, https://bjs.ojp.gov/content/pub/pdf/revco18.pdf, accessed February 3, 2023. 18 Department of Labor and Related Agencies, Jonathan Berry Mission Statement. At the heart of the conservative promise is the resolve to reclaim the role of each American worker as the protagonist in his or her own life and to restore the family as the centerpiece of American life. The role that labor policy plays in that promise is twofold: give workers the support they need for rewarding, well-paying, and self-driven careers, and restore the family-supporting job as the centerpiece of the American economy. The Judeo-Christian tradition, stretching back to Genesis, has always recognized fruitful work as integral to human dignity, as service to God, neighbor, and family. And Americans have long been known for their work ethic. While it is primarily the culture's responsibility to affirm the dignity of work, our federal labor and employment agencies have an important role to play by protecting workers, setting boundaries for the healthy functioning of labor markets, and ultimately encouraging wages and conditions for jobs that can support a family.
Overview. The labor agencies covered in this chapter include the Department of Labor (DOL), the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EOC), the National Labor Relations Board (NLRB), the National Mediation Board (NMB), the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service (FMCS), and the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation (PBGC). Congress has provided these agencies with the authority to enforce a wide range of federal statutes regulating workplace conduct, workforce development, employee benefits, labor organization and bargaining, and international labor conditions. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise in the sweep of American history. These authorities are relatively new. They largely come from Congress's attempts in the middle of the 20th century to resolve major political questions brought about by labor conflict, the civil rights movement, and the emergence of the modern workplace. The 21st century has brought about new challenges, ranging from collapsing manufacturing sector employment and a decrease in family-supporting jobs, to the massive expansion of an increasingly radical human resources bureaucracy. In many cases, these challenges are as significant as the 20th century labor crises and workplace changes that the agencies were developed to manage. But the agencies have failed to respond to these challenges. Despite significant progress by the Trump administration, a massive administrative state now hangs over productive industry and labor organization, acting as a damper on social and economic life. And under the Biden administration, that administrative state has imposed the most assertive left-wing social engineering agenda in the agency's history and ratcheted up regulatory costs on small businesses and other productive industry. The agency's authorities have been abused by the left to favor human resources bureaucracies, climate change activists, and union bosses, all against the interest of American workers. Needed reforms. Reverse the day revolution in labor policy. Under the Obama and Biden administrations, labor policy was yet another target of the diversity, equity, and inclusion day revolution. Under this managerialist left-wing race and gender ideology, every aspect of labor policy became a vehicle with which to advance race, sex, and other classifications and discriminate against conservative and religious viewpoints on these subjects and others, including pro-life views. The next administration should eliminate every one of these wrongful and burdensome ideological projects. Eliminate racial classifications and critical race theory trainings. The Biden administration has pushed racial equity in every area of our national life, including in employment, and has condoned the use of racial classifications and racial preferences under the guise of day and critical race theory, which categorizes individuals as oppressors and victims based on race. Non-discrimination and equality are the law. Day is not. Title VII flatly prohibits discrimination in employment on the basis of race, color, and national origin. The President should issue an executive order banning, and Congress should pass a law prohibiting the federal government from using taxpayer dollars to fund all critical race theory training (CRT). Direct DOJ and EOC to enforce Title VII. The President should direct the Department of Justice and Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to enforce Title VII to prohibit racial classifications and quotas. Department of Labor and related agencies including human resources classifications and day trainings that promote critical race theory. Eliminate EEO-1 data collection. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission collects EEO-1 data on employment statistics based on race/ethnicity, which data can then be used to support a charge of discrimination under a disparate impact theory. This could lead to racial quotas to remedy alleged race discrimination. The Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs (OFCF) also has a right to the data EEOC collects. Crudely categorizing employees by race or ethnicity fails to recognize the diversity of the American workforce and forces individuals into categories that do not fully reflect their racial and ethnic heritage. Amend Title VII. The next administration should work with Congress to amend Title VII to prohibit the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from collecting EEO-1 data and any other racial classifications in employment for both private and public workplaces. Eliminate disparate impact liability. With interracial marriages in America increasing, many Americans do not fit neatly into crude racial categories. 1. Under disparate impact theory, moreover, discriminatory motive or intent is irrelevant. The outcome is what matters. But all workplaces have disparities. Congress should eliminate disparate impact as a valid theory of discrimination for race and other bases under Title VII and other laws. Disparities do not and should not legally imply discrimination per se. The President should sign an executive order explicitly forbidding OFCF from using disparate impact in its analysis. Eliminate OFCF. The Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs (OFCF) exists to enforce Executive Order EO 11246.2. That order was originally signed in 1965 to require federal contractors and subcontractors to commit to non-discrimination. It gave enforcement authority to the Department of Labor, up to and including debarment from federal contracting. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has since mandate for leadership, the conservative promise grown, often making OFCF's authority redundant and imposing a second regulatory agency under whose rules businesses must operate. In addition, under EO 11246, the President and DOL can force a huge swath of American employers to comply with rules and regulations based on novel anti-discrimination theories, such as sexual orientation and gender identity theories, that Congress had never imposed by statute. Rescind EO 11246. The President should eliminate OFCF by simply rescinding EO 11246. Federal contractors would still be bound by statutory non-discrimination law but would no longer work under overlapping regimes. Contractors' residual obligations under Section 503 of the Rehabilitation Act and Vietnam-era Veterans Readjustment Assistance Act (VEVRA) could be enforced by EOC or DOL. Contractors also would be less subject to the changing political whims of a president that might impose significant new costs or burdens on the contractors. Sex discrimination. The Biden administration, LGBT advocates, and some federal courts have attempted to expand the scope and definition of sex discrimination, based in part on the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock v. Clayton County. Bostock held that an employer who fires someone simply for being homosexual or transgender violates Title VII's prohibition against sex discrimination. The court explicitly limited its holding to the hiring/firing context in Title VII and did not purport to address other Title VII issues, such as bathrooms, locker rooms, and dress codes, or other laws prohibiting sex discrimination. Notably, the court focused on the status of the employees and used the term transgender status rather than the broader and amorphous term gender identity. Restrict the application of Bostock. The new administration should restrict Bostock's application of sex discrimination protections to sexual orientation and transgender status in the context of hiring and firing. Withdraw unlawful notices and guidances. The President should direct agencies to withdraw unlawful notices and guidances purporting to apply Bostock's reasoning broadly outside hiring and firing. Rescind regulations prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, and sex characteristics. The President should direct agencies to rescind regulations interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. Department of Labor and related agencies direct agencies to refocus enforcement of sex discrimination laws. The President should direct agencies to focus their enforcement of sex discrimination laws on the biological binary meaning of sex. Pro-life measures. Promote pro-life workplace accommodations for mothers. Federal law should protect life and promote pro-family policies. Current law, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, 3 provides non-discrimination protections in the workplace for pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act 4 requires employers to make reasonable accommodations for women to the known limitations related to the pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions, unless the accommodation would impose an undue hardship on the operation of the employer's business. The Americans with Disabilities Act (ADA) also provides non-discrimination and accommodation protections in the workplace for certain pregnancy-related disability. 5 None of these laws requires an employer provide health insurance benefits for elective abortion. Pass a law requiring equal or greater benefits for pro-life support for mothers and clarifying abortion exclusions. Congress should pass a law requiring that to the extent an employer provides employee benefits for abortion, it must provide equal or greater benefits for pregnancy, childbirth, maternity, and adoption. That law should also clarify that no employer is required to provide any accommodations or benefits for abortion. Keep anti-life benefits out of benefit plans. Some benefits attorneys and pro-choice advocates have argued since the Supreme Court's Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization Decision 6 that the long-standing doctrine of Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 (ERISA) 7 preemption should block individual states' efforts to prohibit employers from helping employees procure abortions via offering various kinds of coverage under employee-sponsored benefit plans. ERISA should not be allowed to trump states' ability to protect innocent human life in the womb. Congress and DOL should clarify that ERISA does not preempt states' power to restrict abortion, surrogacy, or other anti-life benefits. Religion. Provide robust protections for religious employers. America's religious diversity means that workplaces include people of many faiths and that many employers are faith-based. Nevertheless, the Biden administration has been hostile to people of faith, especially those with traditional beliefs. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise about marriage, gender, and sexuality. The new administration should enact policies with robust respect for religious exercise in the workplace, including under the First Amendment, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993, 8 Title VII, and federal conscience protection laws. Issue an executive order protecting religious employers and employees. The President should make clear via an executive order that religious employers are free to run their businesses according to their religious beliefs, general non-discrimination laws notwithstanding, and support participation of religious employees and employers as federal contractors and in federal activities and programs. Clarify Title VII's religious organization exemptions. Congress should clarify Title VII's religious organization exemptions to make it more explicit that those employers may make employment decisions based on religion regardless of non-discrimination laws. Provide robust accommodations for religious employees. Title VII requires reasonable accommodations for an employee's sincerely held religious beliefs, observances, or practices unless it poses an undue hardship on the employer's business. These accommodation protections also apply to issues related to marriage, gender, and sexuality. Unless the Supreme Court overrules its bad precedent, Congress should clarify that undue hardship means significant difficulty or expenses, not more than a de minimis cost, as the court has previously held. General EEOC reforms. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EEOC) does not have rulemaking authority under Title VII and other laws it enforces, yet it issues guidance, technical assistance, and other documents, including some that push new policy positions. EEOC should disclaim its regulatory pretensions and abide by the guidance reforms discussed below. EEOC should disclaim its regulatory pretensions. Affirm decision-making via majority vote of commissioners. EEOC should affirm as policy the Title VII requirement that it exercise substantive power via majority vote of commissioners, not by unilateral chair action or by delegation to staff. Department of Labor and related agencies disclaim power to enter into consent decrees. EEOC should disclaim power to enter into consent decrees that require employer actions that it could not require under the laws it enforces. Reorient enforcement priorities.
EOC should reorient its enforcement priorities toward claims of failure to accommodate disability, religion, and pregnancy, but not abortion. Refocusing labor regulation on the good of the family. The day revolution in labor affected not only the administrative state, but it has also targeted much of the private sector. Owing to the combination of regulatory pressure and eager human resources offices in the private sector, much of American labor and employment policy has become institutionally oriented toward woke goals. Retracting regulations that support this revolution is a good first step, but more is needed. We must replace woke nonsense with a healthy vision of the role of labor policy in our society, starting with the American family. Allow workers to accumulate paid time off. Lower and middle-income workers are more likely be in jobs that are subject to overtime laws that require employers to pay time and a half for working more than 40 hours a week. Congress should enact the Working Families Flexibility Act. The Working Families Flexibility Act would allow employees in the private sector the ability to choose between receiving time and a half pay or accumulating time and a half paid time off, a choice that many public sector workers already have. For example, if an individual worked 2 hours of overtime every week for a year, he or she could accumulate 4 weeks of paid time off to use for paid family leave, vacation, or any reason. Congress should incentivize on-site childcare. Across the spectrum of professionalized childcare options, on-site care puts the least stress on the parent-child bond. Congress should amend the Fair Labor Standards Act (FLSA) to clarify that an employer's expenses in providing on-site childcare are not part of an employee's regular rate of pay. DOL should commit to honest study of the challenges for women in the world of professional work. The Women's Bureau at DOL tends towards a politicized research and engagement agenda that puts predetermined conclusions ahead of empirical study. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise the Bureau should rededicate its research budget towards open inquiry, especially to disentangle the influences on women's workforce participation and to understand the true causes of earnings gaps between men and women. Equalize retirement savings access across married households. The limit on individual contributions to a 401k, 403(b), or similar work-based retirement account is $22,500 for 2023. Individuals who do not work or do not have access to a work-based retirement account can save up to $6,500 in an IRA. This individual-based system creates a disadvantage for married couples with only one spouse who works or with 2 working spouses, one of whom earns less than the maximum retirement account contribution. To equalize access to tax-free retirement savings for married couples, the limit for married couples on 401k and similar work-based retirement savings accounts should be double the limit for individuals, regardless of the allocation of work between the couple. Family statistics. Every month, DOL's Bureau of Labor Statistics surveys tens of thousands of households to generate detailed estimates of labor market conditions and price levels. And every quarter, the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Economic Analysis estimates the change in the entire economy's output to the fraction of a percentage point. Yet data on the state of the American family and its economic welfare are released at best annually, and generally a year or more after the fact. Metrics like marriage and fertility rates, the share of children living with both biological parents, the cost of a standard basket of middle-class essentials, and the share of families whose highest income worker earns more than twice the poverty threshold should be measured and reported monthly and in real time, and incorporated in releases for other labor statistics. Congress should establish an Assistant Commissioner for Family Statistics within the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Congress should require the Bureau to establish a pilot survey with a sample comparable to the BLS Current Population Survey that would publish monthly estimates for measures of the American family's well-being, and appropriate sufficient funds for that purpose. Congress should require that the Consumer Price Index market basket include measurable family essential goods. Department of Labor and related agencies' alternative view.
While metrics on the state of American families and civil society are important and useful, monthly statistics would be of little additional value and could end up causing unnecessary confusion and concern. Funding should be oriented towards improving the timeliness of annual family statistics. Sabbath rest. God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest, and until very recently the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day. Moreover, a shared day off makes it possible for families and communities to enjoy time off together, rather than as atomized individuals, and provides a healthier cadence of life for everyone. Unfortunately, that communal day of rest has eroded under the pressures of consumerism and secularism, especially for low-income workers. Congress should encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act FLSA 9 to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath. That day would default to Sunday, except for employers with a sincere religious observance of a Sabbath at a different time, for example, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. The obligation would transfer to that period instead. Houses of worship, to the limited extent they may have FLSA-covered employees and employers legally required to operate around the clock, such as hospitals and first responders, would be exempt, as would workers otherwise exempt from overtime. Alternative view. While some conservatives believe that the government should encourage certain religious observance by making it more expensive for employers and consumers to not partake in those observances, other conservatives believe that the government's role is to protect the free exercise of religion by eliminating barriers as opposed to erecting them. Whereas imposing overtime rules on the Sabbath would lead to higher costs and limited access to goods and services and reduce work available on the Sabbath, while also incentivizing some people, through higher wages, to desire to work on the Sabbath. The proper role of government in helping to enable individuals to practice their religion is to reduce barriers to work options and to fruitful employer and employee relations. The result, ample job options that do not require work on the Sabbath, so that individuals in roles that sometimes do require Sabbath work are empowered to negotiate directly with their employer to achieve their desired schedule. Teleworking. COVID made telework ubiquitous, but the law and regulations are still stuck in an era when telework was unique. Congress should clarify that overtime for telework applies only if the employee exceeds 10 hours of work in a specific day and the total hours for the week exceed 40. Mandate for leadership. The conservative Promise LDOL should clarify that an employee given the option to telework need only record time if the quantity of work assigned for that day exceeds the usual amount of work that employee performs, so that the employee need not track every time he logs in and out and the employer need not do so either. LDOL should clarify that a home office is not subject to OSHA regulations and that time to set up a home office is not compensable time or eligible for overtime calculations. DOL should likewise clarify that reimbursement for home office expenses is not part of an employee's regular rate, even if those reimbursements are repetitive, such as for internet or cell phone service. Making family-sustaining work accessible. Our national work ethic is an American hallmark. As Benjamin Franklin once said, America is the land of labor. Much of American life is mediated by Americans coming together to take responsibility for solving problems and helping their communities. Our labor agenda must allow community institutions, including small businesses, schools and universities, religious organizations, and worker organizations, to thrive. Protect flexible work options and worker independence. Independent contractors. Roughly 60 million Americans across all income groups, ages, education levels, races, and household types participate in independent work, including full-time, part-time, or as a side hustle. People choose independent work for a variety of reasons, including flexibility, earnings potential, and the desire to be one's own boss. An economic analysis of data from 1 million Uber drivers found that they valued the flexibility of the platform at 40% of their earnings, and the average Uber driver would not work at all if he or she had to submit to a taxicab schedule. The value of flexibility extends beyond ride-sharing and other platform work.
More than half of people who did independent work in 2021 said they cannot work a traditional job because of personal or family circumstances such as their health or caring for a child or family member. Independent workers, or contractors, are also critical to entrepreneurship and small business growth and success. On average, employers with 4 or fewer employees rely on 7 contractors to run their business. Without the ability to hire those contractors, many small businesses could not compete with larger ones that can afford to employ workers in-house. Businesses and workers currently must navigate many different definitions of who is and who is not an employee or an independent contractor based on federal and state employment, compensation, tort, tax, and pension laws. This complexity often leads to confusion, improper classification, and costly litigation. The Trump administration finalized rules to provide clarity on which workers Department of Labor and related agencies qualify as an independent contractor or employee under the FLSA and NURA. The Biden administration is replacing those rules with vague and expansive definitions that would add uncertainty, increase costs, and reduce options for Americans who want to work independently. LNLRB and DOL should return to the 2019 and 2021 independent contractor rules that provided much-needed clarity for workers and employers. Congress should establish a bright-line test, based on the level of control an individual exercises over his or her work, to determine whether a payee is an employee or an independent contractor, across all relevant laws. This would prevent continued uncertainty as well as provide continuity across federal laws. Congress should provide a safe harbor from employer-employee status for companies that offer independent workers access to earned benefits. Doing so would increase access among independent contractors to traditional pooled workplace benefits such as healthcare and retirement savings accounts. Protect small businesses and entrepreneurship. Joint employer. Millions of businesses across America engage in mutually beneficial affiliation arrangements with other businesses. These arrangements include janitorial services, staffing firms, construction contractors and subcontractors, technology support services, and many other vendor and contracting services. They also include the nearly 775,000 independently owned franchise businesses, which employ 8.2 million workers across the United States. The franchise structure offers a proven business model for individuals who want to own and operate their own small business. An Obama-era regulation changed the definition of a joint employer to make corporate franchisors jointly liable for employees of individual franchisee owners, even without the franchisor exercising any direct control over those employees. The Biden administration is advancing an even more expansive definition of a joint employer that would upend the franchise business model, taking away ownership and income opportunities from small business entrepreneurs, costing jobs, and raising prices. LDOL and NLRB should return to the long-standing approach to defining joint employers based on direct and immediate control. Congress should enact the Save Local Business Act, which would codify the long-standing definition that has existed outside the Obama era and Biden proposed rules. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise overtime pay threshold. Overtime pay is one of the most challenging aspects of the Fair Labor Standards Act rules. Non-exempt workers, for example, workers whose job duties fall within the law's power or whose total pay is low enough, must be paid overtime 150% of the regular rate for every hour over 40 in a work week. Overtime requirements may discourage employers from offering certain fringe benefits such as reimbursement for education, child care, or even free meals because the benefit's value may be included in the regular rate that must be paid at 150% for all overtime hours. And because some of these fringe benefits may be more valuable and often come with tax preferences that benefit the worker, the goal should be to set a threshold to ensure lower-income workers have the protections of overtime pay without discouraging employers from offering these benefits. LDOL should maintain an overtime threshold that does not punish businesses in lower-cost regions, for example, the Southeast United States.
The Trump-era threshold is high enough to capture most line workers in lower-cost regions. One possibility to consider, likely requiring congressional action, would be to automatically update the thresholds every 5 years using the Personal Consumption Expenditures (PCE) as an inflation adjustment. This could reduce the likelihood of a future administration attempting to make significant changes, but would also impose more adjustments on businesses as those automatic increases take hold. Congress should clarify that the regular rate for overtime pay is based on the salary paid rather than all benefits provided. This would enable employers to offer additional benefits to employees without fear that those benefits would dramatically increase overtime pay. Congress should provide flexibility to employers and employees to calculate the overtime period over a longer number of weeks. Specifically, employers and employees should be able to set a 2 or 4 week period over which to calculate overtime. This would give workers greater flexibility to work more hours in 1 week and fewer hours in the next, and would not require the employer to pay them more for that same total number of hours of work during the entire period. Compliance assistance programming. Labor agencies are often tempted to encourage overcompliance by companies subject to regulation by pursuing regulation through enforcement strategies. Rather than giving regulated entities clear boundaries for what they can and cannot do under the law, the agency's Department of Labor and related agencies rely on the vagueness of the law to bring enforcement activity against businesses that fail to meet an inspector or agency head's personal standard. This is not fair to regulated parties and results in disfavored companies bearing the brunt of the agency's enforcement efforts even though their behavior may be within the mainstream of employer behavior. Labor agencies should provide compliance assistance to help businesses and workers better understand the agency's position on their own rules, and should do so in a way that makes it easier to follow those rules. This frees people to focus on their work rather than slogging through an ever-growing body of laws, rules, and guidance documents generated by the agencies. Clear and restrictive rules on guidance documents. Federal agencies not only issue regulations to fill in gaps left by legislation, but also supplement those regulations with guidance documents that occupy a unique and often confusing area between law and helpful advice. Unfortunately, wielded by overzealous enforcement agents, such guidance, some of it even hidden from public view, morphs into binding law used against unsuspecting employers. Guidance can be a tricky thing and can be used for good or bad. It should be used to make complicated regulations easier to understand, so that businesses can do their actual jobs and focus on providing jobs to American workers and value to consumers, really, compliance assistance. But guidance is often used to create new rules overnight without following legal requirements, like giving the public an opportunity to provide valuable input. This wrongful use of guidance hurts workers and those who employ them. In October 2019, President Trump signed an executive order ending this abusive practice and created a new, fairer system for American businesses and their employees. In response, DOL published its Pro-Good Guidance Rule 10, which expressly limits its use of guidance in enforcement actions and gives the public the opportunity to submit comments to influence the department's decisions on creating, revising, and even rescinding guidance. Under this rule, agencies cannot treat guidance as legally binding and must make all guidance documents readily accessible on their searchable online databases. This rule was immediately rescinded by the Biden administration. DOL should reinstitute the Pro-Good Guidance Rule via notice and comment. Congress should amend the Administrative Procedure Act 11 to explicitly limit the use of guidance documents. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise exemptions from regulations for small business. Burdensome regulations have anti-competitive effects. In general, larger, higher-margin businesses are better able to absorb the costs of regulatory compliance than are small businesses, and under the Biden administration, big business lobbies have affirmatively embraced certain regulations, such as the COVID vaccine mandate for private employers, to reduce competition from smaller businesses. Research suggests that labor regulations may pose the highest aggregate regulatory cost for small businesses. The labor agencies should exercise their available discretion and duties under the Regulatory Flexibility Act 12 to exempt small entities from regulations where possible. Congress should enact legislation increasing the revenue thresholds at which the National Labor Relations Board asserts jurisdiction over employers to match changes in inflation that have occurred since 1935 and better reflect the definition of small business used by the federal government. Congress and DOL, in its enforcement discretion, should exempt small business, first-time, non-willful violators from fines issued by the Occupational Health and Safety Administration. Education and vocational training, apprenticeships. The next administration should return to prior policy and implement an industry-recognized apprenticeship program separate from the Registered Apprenticeship Program (RAP) and explore how best to modernize, streamline, and eliminate duplication in the RAP. For roughly 80 years, the RAP, which requires conforming to government standards and includes federal funding, tax credits, and other federal resources, has dominated apprenticeship programs in the U.S. Organizations across the political spectrum have noted that the overly burdensome requirements of RAPs have contributed to limiting them to legacy trades, failing to meet growing industry demands such as in healthcare and technology. A 2017 study estimated that the number of occupations commonly filled through apprenticeships could nearly triple from 27 to 74, that the number of job openings filled through apprenticeships could expand eightfold to 3.2 million, and that the occupations ripe for apprenticeship expansion could offer 20% higher wages than traditional apprenticeship occupations. The Trump administration expanded apprenticeship options through the creation of the Industry-Recognized Apprenticeship Program (IRAP), and more than 130 IRAPs were created. The Biden administration rescinded the IRAP regulations. Department of Labor and related agencies tell Congress should expand apprenticeship programs outside of the RAP model, recreating the IRAP system by statute and allowing approved entities such as trade associations and educational institutions to recognize and oversee apprenticeship programs. In addition, religious organizations should be encouraged to participate in apprenticeship programs. America has a long history of religious organizations working to advance the dignity of workers and provide them with greater opportunity, from the many prominent Christian and Jewish voices in the early labor movement to the labor priests who would appear on picket lines to support their flocks. Today, the role of religion in helping workers has diminished, but a country committed to strengthening civil society must ask more from religious organizations and make sure that their important role is not impeded by regulatory roadblocks or the bureaucratic status quo. Encourage and enable religious organizations to participate in apprenticeship programs, etc. Both DOL and NLRB should facilitate religious organizations helping to strengthen working families via apprenticeship programs, worker organizations, vocational training, benefits networks, etc. Hazard order regulations. Some young adults show an interest in inherently dangerous jobs. Current rules forbid many young people, even if their family is running the business, from working in such jobs. This results in worker shortages in dangerous fields and often discourages otherwise interested young workers from trying the more dangerous job. With parental consent and proper training, certain young adults should be allowed to learn and work in more dangerous occupations. This would give a green light to training programs and build skills in teenagers who may want to work in these fields. LDOL should amend its hazard order regulations to permit teenage workers access to work in regulated jobs with proper training and parental consent. Workforce Training Grant Program. The federal government spends more than $100 billion per year subsidizing higher education, but close to zero supporting people on non-college pathways. Congress should create an employer grant worth up to $10,000 per year or prorated portion thereof for each worker engaged in mandate for leadership, the conservative promise on the job training, defined as some share of paid time spent in a formal training program. To qualify, a program, whether run by the employer, an industry consortium, a community college, or a union, would need to define program length, curriculum, career path, and credential, and to report regularly on outcomes for participants. Programs that fail to deliver promised results would be disqualified from continued funding. Funding for employer grants should come from existing higher education subsidies that are currently disadvantaging alternative education options. Federal BA bucks. The American labor market continues to experience a glut of college degrees. The country produces more college graduates than suitable jobs for them to fill. Meanwhile, employers exacerbate the problem, fueling demand for college by needlessly requiring degrees for many jobs. In 2020, the Trump administration took an important step toward pro-worker, skills-based hiring practices. Executive Order 13,932, modernizing and reforming the assessment and hiring of federal job candidates. 13 directed the Office of Personnel Management to reduce degree-based practices in the federal civil service. Maryland's Governor Larry Hogan issued an executive order in 2022 to adopt this rule for Maryland state employees, and Utah's Governor Spencer Cox in December of 2022 announced that Utah would do the same. Today, federal civil service job descriptions must be based on the specific skills and competencies required to perform those jobs, and may prescribe a minimum educational requirement only if it is otherwise legally required. The same policies do not extend beyond the civil service. Federal agencies continue to require college degrees for contract employees, and federal contractors are rarely able to place workers without four-year degrees on federal projects, regardless of their qualifications. Private employers consistently impose a BA requirement on jobs even when existing workers in the role do not have one. Adopt the Civil Service's skills-based hiring standards for federal contractors. The President should direct the Administrator for Federal Procurement Policy to adopt the Civil Service's skills-based hiring standards for federal contractors and issue waivers from degree-based staffing requirements in existing contracts. Prohibit the use of a BA requirement in job descriptions. Congress should prohibit the inclusion of a BA requirement in job descriptions for all private sector employers, or the use of a BA requirement to screen applicants using algorithms, except where a BA from a particular type of institution or in a particular field is a bona fide requirement of the position. Department of Labor and related agencies' alternative view. While the federal government has a duty to promote economy and efficiency in federal hiring and contracting, and thus should base decisions on skills as opposed to degrees, it is not the federal government's role to determine whether private employers may or may not include degree requirements in job descriptions and in their hiring decisions. The inappropriate reverence given to degree requirements is a byproduct of the federal government's heavy subsidization of BA degrees. Phasing down federal subsidies would be a better way to eliminate barriers to jobs for individuals without BA degrees. Federal workforce development programs. Existing federally funded workforce development and training programs should be reassessed to ensure they are outcome-based and truly deliver value to taxpayers and job seekers. As of 2019, the federal government spent approximately $17 billion annually on 43 federal employment and training programs administered across 9 federal agencies, many of which overlap with at least one other program. Many of these programs track only inputs or individuals served, not outcomes or outputs, and do not swiftly identify bad actor grantees. The federal government should identify underperforming programs and eliminate or redirect that funding to programs with strong outcome-based metrics. Evaluate and streamline workforce development programs, ensuring evidence-based outcomes. In its reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act (VOA) 14, Congress should evaluate and streamline the existing workforce development programs to ensure there is no overlap or fragmentation between programs. Congress should also ensure strong evidence-based outcomes for each program and tie federal funding for those programs to the outcomes achieved. Review employment and training programs to ensure outcome-based metrics. DOL and other federal agencies with jurisdiction over employment and training programs should review their programs and utilize all available tools and authority to ensure these programs contain strong outcome-based metrics. To the extent that agencies have this authority, they should reevaluate funding for programs that do not meet those evidence-based and outcomes-based requirements. Finally, strong internal policies should be implemented to ensure bad actor grantees are identified and sanctioned expeditiously. Federal Unemployment Insurance Program. In the post-pandemic landscape, the federal government should restore the unemployment insurance program's purpose with a particular focus on re-establishing program integrity and accountability. The Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act 15 mandate for leadership. The conservative promise unemployment programs were defrauded of hundreds of billions of dollars, including by state-sponsored hacking groups. Not all state agencies are yet through their backlogs of appeals and fraud cases. The recovery of lost funds has been minimal, and fraud has now spilled into the traditional programs. The CARES Act era drastically altered the entire ecosystem. The federal-state partnership shifted toward federal programs and funding, and the social insurance purpose of the program was disconnected as benefits were expanded to more typically uncovered populations, and made exponentially larger. Congress should enact bipartisan common-sense program reforms, including statutory authority for the Labor Office of Inspector General to access all state records for the purposes of investigation and requiring state agencies to cross-match applicants with the National Directory of New Hires. Congress should also develop a framework through commission of a congressional report to serve as a blueprint of technical standards on broader tech topics like usability, state agency cybersecurity postures, data taxonomy standardization, and/or identity verification standards. Congress should provide DOL with more reasonable enforcement tools for the system. Currently, DOL can either send a strongly worded letter or revoke the entire Federal Unemployment Tax Act (FUTA) 16 tax credit, which would place an immediate 6% to 7% tax on all covered employers. DOL should review all actual or planned procurements against the $2 billion under the American Rescue Plan Act 17 for fraud detection, accessibility, and equity investments. These funds do not have appropriations timelines and have very minimal statutory descriptions of the intended purpose. DOL should also review and propose changes to improve state monitoring programs, including developing evidence-based frameworks for evaluating the technical readiness and security postures of the state agencies, strengthen its relationship with the OIG and Government Accountability Office (GAO), and support continued development of fraud prosecution with DOJ, the Department of Homeland Security (DHS), and the financial services community. Ensure administrative and IT funding is outcome-based, and gather and publish best practices from state officials, industry partners, and other vendors who deliver services. Department of Labor and related agencies worker voice and collective bargaining, non-union worker voice and representation. American workers lack a meaningful voice in today's workplace. Between 50% and 60% of workers have less influence than they want on critical workplaces issues beyond pay and benefits. Even managers are twice as likely to say their employees have too little influence rather than too much. But America's one-size-fits-all approach undermines worker representation. Federal labor law offers no alternatives to labor unions, whose politicking and adversarial approach appeals to few, whereas most workers report that they prefer a more cooperative model run jointly with management that focuses solely on workplace issues. The next administration should make new options available to workers and push Congress to pass labor reforms that create non-union employee involvement organizations, as well as a mechanism for worker representation on corporate boards. Congress should reintroduce and pass the Teamwork for Employees and Managers (TEAM) Act of 2022.18. The TEAM Act 1. Reforms the National Labor Relations Act (NLRA) Section 8A 2. Prohibition on formal worker management cooperative organizations like works councils. 2. creates an employee involvement organization, AO, to facilitate voluntary cooperation on critical issues like working conditions, benefits, and productivity. 3. Amends labor law to allow AOs at large, publicly traded corporations to elect a non-voting, supervisory member of their company's board of directors. Alternative view. While some conservatives lament that workers lack sufficient voice in today's workplace, others interpret the rise in independent and flexible work opportunities, significant expansion in family-friendly policies like paid family leave, and the decline in private sector unionization as indicators of workers' increasing competency and control. Another way to help expand workers' freedom and voices in traditional workplaces is by allowing them to choose who represents them in negotiations with their employer. The Workers' Choice Act 19 would accomplish this by ending exclusive representation so that unions in right-to-work states are no longer forced to represent workers who do not want to join them. Union transparency. Private sector unions must file detailed financial information with DOL on matters including union spending, income, loans, assets, membership information, and employee salary. But unions composed entirely mandate for leadership. The conservative promise of state or local employees are exempt from this filing requirement. These disclosure requirements help workers and the public understand how union leaders are raising and spending union dues. They also can serve as a vital source of information that helps workers decide if the unions they are asked to join are good stewards of the funds they collect. DOL, under both George W. Bush and Donald Trump, tried rulemakings known as the Intermediate Bodies Rule that would require some government unions to file the same information that is required of private sector unions. Under President Trump, OMS required unions to disclose involvement in trusts that they either own a majority stake in or control. In the past, union trust spending has been hidden, and it appears that trust assets have occasionally been corruptly spent for the benefit of private interests in union leadership, such as $30,000 spent on a private party, $37,500 spent on a Montblanc pen, condominiums for those in power, golf outings, and a Ferrari. 20. But the Biden DOL eliminated a transparency rule requiring the filing of the T1 Trust annual report. More generally, OMS, which is charged with enforcing the law of union disclosure, has historically been underfunded when compared to other DOL agencies. This relative lack of funding has made ensuring disclosure more difficult. Enact transparency rules. The substance of the Intermediate Bodies Rule should pass into law, either through rulemaking or through legislation. The T1 Trust annual report annual filing requirement should be restored. Increase funding levels. Congress should expand the funding of the Office of Labor Management Standards. Duty of fair representation. Unions have a duty of fair representation to their members, yet they too often abuse that duty to use their members' resources on left-wing culture war issues that are unrelated, and in fact often harmful, to union members' own interests. The NLRB should take enforcement or amicus action advancing the position that political conflicts of interest by union leadership can support claims for breach of the duty of fair representation in a manner analogous to financial conflicts of interest and analogous to breaches of the fiduciary duty of loyalty in other areas of law. Interpreting protected concerted activity. In an effort to prevent employers from retaliating against workers who express a desire to unionize, certain activities are deemed protected concerted activity under paragraph 7 of the NLRA. Department of Labor and related agencies. The NLRB has issued extreme interpretations of these activities, such as determining that a business is requiring its employees to be courteous to customers and one another is an unlawful infringement on the free speech rights implicit in the protected concerted activity protections in the NLRA. Reverse unreasonable interpretations of protected concerted activity. The NLRB should return to the 2019 All-State Maintenance interpretation of what does and does not constitute protected concerted activity, including listing 8 instances of lawful actions by employers. Injunctive relief and worker organizing activities. Within the confines of the more reasonable definition of protected concerted activity described above, the NLRB should increase its pursuit of reinstatement injunctions. Firing workers engaged in concerted activity has an immediate chilling effect on organizing, but remedies under the NLRA typically come only much later and amount only to back pay. In NLRA Section 10J, Congress empowered the NLRB to obtain temporary injunctions that immediately reinstate workers to their jobs in these circumstances. This provides a more meaningful remedy to the worker and creates a significant deterrent to unfair labor practices, because prompt reinstatement will tend to reinforce the legitimacy of the organizing effort. The NLRB overwhelmingly prevails when pursuing an injunction, succeeding 100% of the time in 2020 and 91% of the time in 2021. L. Increase the use of 10J injunctive relief. The NLRB should increase its use of 10J and should articulate guidelines for situations in which it intends to seek injunctive relief. The board should delegate authority to pursue such injunctions to the General Counsel, and the General Counsel should establish a policy of considering them expeditiously in all retaliation cases identified by regional offices. Dues-funded worker centers. Under current law, both labor unions and unionized employers must file financial disclosures with DOL on an annual basis to ward off potential fraud and corruption of the sort that has been seen recently within the United Automobile, Aerospace and Agricultural Implement Workers of America. However, worker centers, which have grown in number and influence enormously over the past decade, are not required to file these disclosures. Investigate worker centers and require financial disclosures. DOL should investigate worker centers that look and act like unions and bring enforcement actions to require them to file the same financial disclosures. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise Office of Labor Management Standards Initiative. Currently, the Office of Labor Management Standards (OLMS) may investigate potential employer malfeasance with regard to union funds in the absence of any complaint by a worker or union, but may not do the same with regard to potential union malfeasance. If OLMS has evidence that a union may be violating the law based on information available to the agency, such as annual financial disclosure reports, information developed during an audit of a union's books and records, or information obtained from other government agencies, it should be permitted to open an investigation. It should have the same enforcement tools available for both employers and unions. Revise investigation standards. The Office of Labor Management Standards should revise its investigation standards to authorize investigations without receiving a formal complaint. Pursuant rule. During the Obama administration, DOL created significant regulatory burdens for employers with respect to the advice that employers receive about union activity. As a general matter, employers who hire lawyers or other consultants to advise employees about union issues must file disclosure forms with the department, as must the lawyers and consultants themselves. Prior to the Obama administration, advice provided solely to the employer required no disclosure. The Obama administration attempted to eliminate this advice exemption with a directive known as the Pursuant Rule, which was successfully challenged in court. In 2018, the Trump administration formally rescinded the Pursuant Rule. DOL should rescind the Pursuant Rule once again should the Biden administration revive it. Unionizing the workplace, card check versus secret ballot. Under the NLRA, instead of having a secret ballot election about the decision to unionize a workplace, a union may instead collect signed pro-union cards from a majority of the employees it wishes to represent and then ask the employer and National Labor Relations Board for voluntary union recognition. That request gives the employer the option to hold a secret ballot election or to recognize the union without any such election. This card check procedure is likely to induce employees to provide their signed cards in ways that do not accurately reflect their true preferences, ranging from a desire not to offend the signature requester to a wish to avoid intimidation and coercion to signing based on false information provided by union organizers. In short, the card check procedure sidesteps many aspects of democratic decision-making that free and fair elections conducted by secret ballot are supposed to accomplish. Notably, the General Counsel of the National Labor Relations Board has recently proposed an esoteric legal theory that card-check Department of Labor and related agencies' decision-making is required under the law, basing this theory on an old NLRB case, Joy Silk, even though the Supreme Court has repeatedly rejected mandatory card-check recognition. Discard card-check. Congress should discard card-check as the basis of union recognition and mandate the secret ballot exclusively. Contract bar rule. Although current labor law allows a union to establish itself at a workplace at more or less any time, the calendar for any attempt to decertify a union is considerably more constrained. If a union is recognized as a collective bargaining agent, then employees may not decertify it or substitute another union for it for at least 1 year under federal law, the certification bar. Similarly, when a union reaches a collective bargaining agreement with an employer, it is immune from a decertification election for up to 3 years, the contract bar. A typical consequence of these rules is that employees must often wait 4 years before they are allowed a chance at decertification. Employees then have only a 45-day window to file a decertification petition. If the employer and union sign a successor contract, then the contract bar comes into play once again, meaning employees with an interest in decertification must wait another 3 years. Eliminate the contract bar rule. NLRB should eliminate the contract bar rule so that employees with an interest in decertification have a reasonable chance to achieve their goal. Tailoring national employment rules. National employment laws like the Fair Labor Standards Act (FLSA) 21 and the Occupational Safety and Health (OSH) Act 22 set out one-size-fits-all floors regulating the employment relationship. These substantive worker protections often do not mesh well with the procedural worker protections offered through the NLRB's collective bargaining process. Unions could play a powerful role in tailoring national employment rules to the needs of a particular workplace if, in unionized workplaces, national rules were treated as negotiable defaults rather than non-negotiable floors. Congress should amend the NLRB to authorize collective bargaining to treat national employment laws and regulations as negotiable defaults. For example, this reform would allow a union to bless a relaxed overtime trigger, for example, 45 hours a week, or 80 hours over 2 weeks, in exchange for firm employer commitments on predictable scheduling. Alternative policy. While some conservatives, including the author of this chapter, believe that it would be a mistake to antagonize unions' core interests, others mandate for leadership. The conservative promise argue that the next administration should end project labor agreement requirements and repeal the Davis-Bacon Act. And while some conservatives have chosen not to address massive federal subsidies for unionized labor, others believe that current laws and regulations that pick winners and losers to the detriment of the majority of construction workers and to all taxpayers should not be ignored. Project labor agreements (PLAS) are short-term collective bargaining agreements that apply to construction projects. There are a few reasons that construction projects may benefit from a PLA, and there are many reasons that even when actively encouraged to do so, public construction projects have declined to use PLAs. Among the consequences, the majority of construction firms and construction workers are not unionized, and their temporary forced unionization results in large-scale wage theft. Construction companies are significantly less likely to bid on projects with PLAs, and PLAs consistently drive up construction costs by 10% to 30%. The Davis-Bacon Act 23 requires federally financed construction projects to pay prevailing wages. In theory, these wages should reflect going market rates for construction labor in the relevant area. However, both the Government Accountability Office and the Department of Labor's Inspector General have repeatedly criticized the Labor Department for using self-selected, statistically unrepresentative samples to calculate the prevailing wage rates that drive up the cost of federal construction by about 10%. The Davis-Bacon Act redistributes wealth from hardworking Americans to those that benefit from government-funded construction projects. Repealing the Davis-Bacon Act would increase worker freedom and end a long-standing effective tax on American families. End PLA requirements. Agencies should end all mandatory project labor agreement requirements and base federal procurement decisions on the contractors that can deliver the best product at the lowest cost. L. Repeal Davis-Bacon. Congress should enact the Davis-Bacon Repeal Act and allow markets to determine market wages. The state's worker-led benefits experimentation. Workers depend on unemployment benefits to navigate inevitable market frictions and seek new employment opportunities. But existing unemployment insurance is bureaucratic, ineffective, and unaccountable. The outdated system's myriad failures during the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for innovations that respond to recipients' needs. The most promising avenue for innovation is to involve workers and private sector organizations more directly, freed from unnecessary bureaucratic strictures. Americans take for granted that unemployment benefits must be administered by Department of Labor and related government agencies, but other Western market democracies feature effective and popular benefits administered by non-public worker organizations. The next conservative administration should encourage innovation by capitalizing on the key feature of the system and principle of conservative policymaking, federalism. State governments already administer unemployment benefits and have broad discretion over their programs. Existing statutory language in the Social Security Act 24 does not prohibit non-public organizations from administering the program, nor does it specifically authorize states to do so. Further, the administration can replicate state-level experiments in welfare programs and empower state officials to adapt to local conditions and needs. L. Approve non-public worker organizations as administrators. DOL should approve, pursuant to paragraph 303(a)(2) of the Social Security Act, non-public worker organizations as administrators. L. Offer waivers for suitable alternatives. DOL should offer waivers from the standard requirements imposed on unemployment compensation by paragraph 303(a) and paragraph 303(d) of the Social Security Act to states that propose suitable alternatives. L. Require organizations to comply with restrictions on political spending. DOL should establish as a precondition for receiving any public funds a requirement that an organization comply with restrictions on political spending as applied to 501(c)(3) charitable organizations. Labor law. The federal laws governing labor management relations have barely changed in generations, and reforms on the federal level have been almost impossible to get through Congress. To modernize labor law, the Congress should pass legislation allowing waivers for states and local governments. To encourage experimentation and reform efforts at the state and local levels, Congress should pass legislation allowing waivers from federal labor laws like the NLRA and FLSA under certain conditions. State and local governments seeking waivers would be required to demonstrate that their reforms would accomplish the purpose of the underlying law, and not take away any current rights held by workers or employers. In addition, waivers would be limited to a 5-year period, after which time they could be modified, cancelled, or renewed. Excessive occupational regulation. Excessive occupational regulation, most typically encountered as occupational licensing, creates underemployment mandate for leadership, the conservative promise and wasted resources, and artificially increases consumer prices. It is a significant problem that is difficult to address at the federal level. Congress should ensure that interstate compacts for occupational license recognition that are federally funded do not require new or additional qualifications, that is, qualifications that do not originate from state governments themselves, for licensed professionals to participate. Congress should ensure that well-qualified licensees are not locked out of the job market by restrictive government programs funded by the federal government. For instance, medical doctors must complete residency training to practice, and because Medicare provides funding for significantly fewer residencies than there are doctors, sizable numbers of MDs are locked out of the job market every year. Wagner pays a staffing flexibility. State agencies that administer unemployment benefits and workforce development programs should be able to hire the best people to do the job and should not be required to use state employees if a contractor can do the job better. Further, the federal government should not force a state to use non-union labor or union labor for these positions. LDOL should re-promulgate the Trump-era staffing flexibility rule, and Congress should codify it. Worker retirement savings, (ES), and pension reforms, remove as considerations from ERISA. Environmental, social, governance, (ES). Investing is a relatively recent strategy promoted by large asset managers that focuses not only on the company's bottom line, but also on the company's compliance with liberal political views on climate change, racial quotas, abortion, and other issues. The ES movement has focused especially on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. For example, ES proponents advocate for divestment from oil and gas companies or the exercise of investor influence to reduce oil and gas production. ES considerations unrelated to investor risks and returns necessarily sacrifice trust law's traditional sole focus on investment returns for collateral interests. And while individual investors may prefer to invest in green companies, woke companies, or companies with greater board diversity, and may even be willing to sacrifice some financial gains to do Department of Labor and related agencies so, the question relevant to DOL is whether, and under what conditions, fiduciaries should be permitted to follow this path as well. While Americans are free to invest their own savings however they wish, in ERISA, Congress imposed strict duties on employer-sponsored worker retirement plans as a prophylactic protection of workers' retirement security in general. Recognizing the unique status of employer-managed retirement savings, in ERISA, Congress required that fiduciaries exclusively seek the best interests of plan beneficiaries. Because as investing necessarily puts other considerations before the interests of the beneficiary, as investing by plan managers is an inappropriate strategy under ERISA. LDOL should prohibit investing in ERISA plans on the basis of any factors that are unrelated to investor risks and returns. LDOL should return to the Trump administration's approach of permitting only the consideration of pecuniary factors in ERISA. However, this approach should not preclude the consideration of legitimate non-ES factors, such as corporate governance, supply chain investment in America, or family-supporting jobs. LDOL should consider taking enforcement and/or regulatory action to subject investment in China to greater scrutiny under ERISA. Many large retirement and pension plans remain invested in China despite its lack of compliance with U.S. accounting standards and state control over all aspects of private capital. Alternative view. Some conservatives believe that ERISA plan investments should be made solely on a pecuniary basis and the consideration of any non-pecuniary factor, ES or otherwise, should be prohibited. Additionally, other conservatives believe that even though ES investing is often not a sound financial strategy, it is not wrong for retirement plans to offer ES investment options so long as individuals explicitly acknowledge and choose to pursue investment options that do not exclusively maximize pecuniary gains. Thrift Savings Plan. The Thrift Savings Plan (Teaspoons) is the retirement savings benefit plan for most federal employees and many former employees. The Teaspoons is managed by the Federal Retirement Thrift Investment Board (FRTIB). At over $800 billion in assets under management, the Teaspoons is one of the largest retirement plans in the world. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise LDOL should reverse efforts to politicize the Teaspoons by removing mutual fund windows that encourage ES, and should clarify the fiduciary duties of the Teaspoons. Recent efforts by congressional Democrats and the Biden administration to politicize the Teaspoons by offering selective mutual fund windows that encourage ES should be reversed by DOL, and the fiduciary duties of the Teaspoons should be clarified by the department to preclude ES investments absent individual stock selection by the participant. The Teaspoons is managed under contract by private sector fund managers. Its current managers are BlackRock and State Street Global Advisors. Both of these managers have demonstrated a public commitment to use the funds they manage to advance ES. The federal government should follow the lead of multiple state governments in removing their pension funds from fund managers such as BlackRock and State Street Global Advisors, and contract with a competitive, private sector manager that will comply with its fiduciary duties. LDOL should also consider bringing enforcement actions against BlackRock and State Street Global advisors for their violations of fiduciary duty while managing the teaspoons. Congress should enact legislation authorizing the FTIB to exercise its independent business judgment in exercising the proxy votes for its holdings of the teaspoons and provide clear proxy voting guidelines for the FTIB to follow. The current proxy advisor market is dominated by two firms, Institutional Shareholder Services and Glass Lewis, which use heavily weighted as criteria in directing the proxy votes of pension plans. If feasible, the new legislation should also offer a streamlined process for other proxy advisors to compete for the teaspoons' business. As the principal retirement savings plan of America's servicemen and women, part of the FTIB's fiduciary duties in managing the teaspoons is a duty not to invest in governments that are enemies of the United States. Yet the FTIB has repeatedly approved the investment of teaspoons funds in Chinese military companies and state-owned enterprises. Under the Trump administration, DOL ordered the FTIB to cease investments in China. However, under the Biden administration, the teaspoons has made available a wide range of investments in China. Department of Labor and related agencies LDOL should exercise its oversight of the FTIB to prohibit investments in China. Congress should enact legislation prohibiting investment of the teaspoons in China. Pension reforms. Public pension plan disclosure. Residents of states that responsibly manage their public pension plans for state and local government employees should not be responsible for bailing out states that do not do so. Money is ultimately fungible, so federal aid to states can effectively be used to free up other state funds for pension contributions. Although the federal government does not impose funding rules on public pension plans, these plans should be required to disclose the fair market value of plan assets and liabilities using the Treasury yield curve as the discount rate on an annual basis. In the aggregate, these plans were underfunded on the market basis by $6.501 trillion as of fiscal year FY 2021, even though the plans reported underfunding of only $1.076 trillion using overly optimistic assumptions. Disclosed the fair market value of plan assets and liabilities. Congress should require public pension funds to disclose the fair market value of plan assets and liabilities using the Treasury yield curve as the discount rate on an annual basis. Multi-employer plans. At the request of multi-employer union pension plans, the government has given such plans much more lenient rules and discretion over funding than it has given to single-employer plans. Multi-employer plans have been severely mismanaged, and the plans have abused the discretion and deference given them by federal law and enforcement agencies to make promises that they cannot keep. As a result, these plans are generally severely underfunded, with $757 billion in aggregate underfunding, and a funding level of just 42%. The Biden administration has provided a massive taxpayer bailout to some of these plans, but without any needed reforms. Even worse, it gave out funds in excess of what the law allows. Congress should reform multi-employer pensions to give participants in these plans the same protections as those in single-employer plans. Liabilities should be measured similarly to single-employer plans. Workers should be able to earn benefits at any employer in the plan, but liabilities should be divided amongst employers, instead of the current illusory joint and several liability under which no one is ultimately responsible for making up underfunding. Troubled plans should be prohibited from mandate for leadership, the conservative promise making new pension promises. More timely and detailed reporting should be imposed. Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation. The Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation (PBGC) insures benefits for private sector pension plans, with separate single-employer and multi-employer insurance programs. The PBGC's annual report must be submitted on time, and with timely data that uses fair market value principles to calculate the PBGC's finances. The PBGC has been submitting portions of statutorily required annual reports many months late and using out-of-date data. And PBGC's data on plans is almost 5 years old. These problematic practices make it difficult for Congress to become aware of serious problems in the insurance programs, which received a bailout of over $85 billion in the 2021 American Rescue Plan Act. The PBGC should use existing statutory authority to protect workers, retirees, employers, and taxpayers by closely monitoring and taking appropriate remedial action with regard to badly run and underfunded multi-employer union pension plans, including termination where appropriate. The PBGC's refusal to use such authority helped cause its multi-employer program deficit to go from less than $500 million in 2008 to over $65 billion in 2017. Congress should increase the variable rate premium on underfunding and eliminate the per-participant cap in order to appropriately take into account risk and limit the degree to which well-funded pension plans must subsidize underfunded plans. Reforms should proportionately reduce the fixed per-participant premium to ease the burden on well-funded plans and also increase premiums on multi-employer plans to match single-employer plans. Improving access to employee stock ownership plans. Employee stock ownership plans (ESOPs) are ERISA-covered employee retirement savings plans that allow employees to receive compensation in the form of equity in their employer business. These arrangements enable employees to formally participate as investors in how their employers' businesses are run. And they also align employer-employee incentives by giving employees a greater financial stake in the success of their employers. With over half of small businesses owned by business owners over the age of 55, ESOPs also create advantageous succession opportunities that support the continuity of local businesses and regional economic Department of Labor and related agencies' development. Finally, ESOPs can enable greater investment returns for employees. However, ESOPs have to date lacked clear rules under ERISA that recognize their unique structure and benefits, and this opacity can serve as a barrier to employers considering adopting ESOPs. Provide clear regulations for ESOP valuation and fiduciary conduct. DOL should make it easier for employers to offer ESOPs by providing clear regulations for ESOP valuation and fiduciary conduct that encourages the participation of employee beneficiaries in corporate governance, while recognizing the importance of financial diversification for retirement security. Alternative view. Conservatives believe that it is important for American families to have control over their savings and to be able to hold diversified assets. While ESOPs can be a beneficial part of a worker's and family's savings, some conservatives believe that the government should not favor one form of investment over another or make it harder for families to have a diversified investment portfolio. Putting American workers first. A labor agenda focused on the strength of American families must put American workers first. As the family necessarily puts the interests of its members first, so too the United States must put the interests of American workers first. Immigration. The H-2A visa, meant to allow temporary agricultural workers into the United States, also suffers frequent employer abuse. The low cost of H-2A workers undercuts American workers in agricultural employment. The H-2A program is not subject to any statutory numerical cap and has been expanding in recent years, surpassing 200,000 visa issuances for the first time in 2019. Cap and phase down the H-2A visa program. Congress should immediately cap this program at its current levels and establish a schedule for its gradual and predictable phase down over the subsequent 10 to 20 years. Producing the necessary incentives for the industry to invest in raising productivity, including through capital investment in agricultural equipment, and increasing employment for Americans in the agricultural sector. Encourage the establishment of an industry consortium and match funding. Congress should also encourage the establishment of an industry consortium of agricultural equipment producers and other automation and robotics firms interested in entering the sector and match funding invested by the industry, with intellectual property developed within the consortium freely available to all participants. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise alternative view. Some conservatives believe that temporary worker programs help to fill jobs that Americans will not fill, prevent illegal immigration by giving farmers and others who hire low-skilled labor access to workers, and keep down the prices of food and other products and services produced by the temporary workers. Some credibly argue that, absent the H-2A program, many farmers would have to drastically increase wages, raising the price of food for all Americans, and that even such wage increases may not be sufficient to attract enough temporary American workers to complete the necessary farm tasks to get food products to market, since those jobs are, by their nature, seasonal. Those who share this view argue that any plan to phase out the program should weigh the program's current costs relatively low and the program's current benefits, makes American farming more profitable and sustainable while keeping down food costs. Phase out the H-2B visa program. The H-2B visa, for non-agricultural seasonal workers, suffers from many of the same harms and abuses as H-2A, albeit of lesser scope because of its cap and distribution across many sectors. Congress should immediately cap this program at its current levels and establish a schedule for its gradual and predictable phase-down over no more than 10 years. Alternative view. As with the H-2A program, some conservatives see the H-2B program as a valuable program that provides low-cost temporary workers in jobs that American companies, by and large, cannot find enough American workers to fill. For example, tourist season childcare providers at ski resorts, swimming instructors at summer camps, housekeepers and groundskeepers at amusement parks, and extra summer cooks at restaurants that serve national park patrons. These seasonal jobs are less desirable to Americans who predominantly prefer year-round work. Labor shortages after the pandemic support this belief. Absent the H-2B program, many of these seasonal businesses would be forced to cut their hours or even close altogether. Any plan to phase out the program should weigh the program's current costs relatively low and the program's current benefits, make seasonal business more feasible. Higher American requirements. When government purchases goods or services, if at all possible, not only should the company be an American company and the products be manufactured in America, but the companies should also be encouraged to hire American workers. Likewise, private employers should be free to prefer our own countrymen. Congress should mandate that all new federal contracts require at least 70% of the contractor's employees to be U.S. citizens, with the percentage increasing to at least 95% over a 10-year period. Department of Labor and related agencies. Congress must amend the law so that employers can again have the freedom to make hiring Americans a priority. Despite the significant advantages that preferring citizens over work-authorized aliens in hiring would provide to American workers, businesses, and the country at large, such a practice has been illegal since 1986.25. This makes no sense. Alternative view. Some conservatives believe that the government has a duty to limit its spending in order to limit how much it takes from American families. This means that when the government spends money, it must find the most economical and effective way to do so. Excessive government spending will be borne by American workers and families through reduced incomes and purchasing power. There may be good reasons to require a certain percentage of American workers on federal contracts, but those decisions should be based on economy and efficiency as opposed to arbitrary quotas. Visa fraud. American businesses that commit visa fraud and hire illegal immigrants should not be the beneficiaries of federal spending. But a 2020 report by the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General (OIG) examined the department's process for excluding employers who commit visa fraud and abuse from federal contracts and found much to be desired. To protect the American workforce from unscrupulous immigration lawyers, employers, and labor brokers, the department must follow the recommendations of the OIG and institute more robust investigations for suspected visa fraud and speedier debarments for those found guilty. International labor policy, leveling the international playing field for workers. As recent decades of intense import competition and offshoring have made clear, American workers suffer when the U.S. opens its markets to foreign nations' minimal labor standards and exploitative conditions. While federal law already prohibits the importation of goods produced with forced labor, the prohibitions are toothless without effective means of enforcement and cover only the most basic of workers' rights. The Trump administration and its United States Trade Representative, Worcester, took unprecedented steps to address the issue for workers. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement (USMCA) contained the strongest and most far-reaching labor provisions of any free trade agreement (FTA), with protections and commitments to reduce labor abuses and raise wages. It also established new modes of enforcement. For future FTAs, the USTR should replicate the labor provisions of USMCA, especially the provisions to mandate for leadership. The conservative promise L eliminate all forms of forced or compulsory labor. L protect workers' rights to organize and participate voluntarily in a union without employer interference or discrimination. L create a rapid response mechanism to provide for an independent panel investigation of denial of labor rights at covered facilities. L shift the burden of proof by presuming that an alleged violation affects trade and investment, unless otherwise demonstrated. For future authorizations of Trade Promotion Authority, the President should urge Congress to L create mechanisms for supply chain transparency. L institute a general prohibition on forced labor conditions. Investigate foreign labor violations that undermine American workers. The United States' embrace of globalization has exposed American workers to unfair competition from nations with cheap, abundant, and often exploited labor. American workers have, as a consequence, seen their earning power erode. While negotiating stronger trade agreements with robust labor provisions should be the primary tool with which to regulate international labor competition, the federal government can also take steps to identify the worst labor abuses and rule breakers. DOL's Bureau of International Labor Affairs (ILAB) plays a critical role in monitoring and enforcing the labor provisions of U.S. trade agreements and trade preference programs, as well as investigating child labor and human trafficking violations. The next administration should focus ILAB investigations on foreign labor violations that do the most to damage American workers' earning power, specifically regimes that engage in child and forced labor, fail to protect workers' organizing rights, and permit hazardous or otherwise exploitative working conditions. Alternative/additional view. Conservatives share a belief in protecting and promoting American workers and their families and orienting international policies with Americans' interests first. Some conservatives believe that the best way to put America first is by making America more attractive. In addition to restrictions imposed on other countries, removing existing barriers to American manufacturing, employment, and commerce can help American workers, entrepreneurs, and families. Department of Labor and related agencies' organizational agenda. Budget L reduce the agency's budgets to the low end of the historical average. The Trump administration's FY 2020 request, $10.9 billion, would provide a workable target for spending reductions for DOL. For example, L spending reductions should occur primarily in the Employment and Training Administration (ETA). L focus health and safety inspections on egregious offenders, as other inspections are often abused and usurp state and local government prerogatives. Personnel L maximize hiring of political appointees. At its best, the Trump administration Department of Labor worked with up to 150 political appointees. That is still a tiny percentage of the department. The number of political appointees should be maximized in order to improve the political accountability of the department. L appoint new EOC and NLRB general counsels on day 1. The Biden administration broke significant precedent by firing the EOC and NLRB general counsels despite their term appointments. The next administration should do the same and expand on the Biden administration's new precedent by refusing to acknowledge terms in other offices, where applicable, and installing acting or full new officers immediately. L implement a hiring freeze for career officials. A hiring freeze imposes financial discipline on agencies' personnel costs and reduces agency bloat. Office of Compliance Initiatives (LDOL) should fully staff the Office of Compliance Initiatives (OCI), which was reopened by the Trump administration after the Obama administration closed its predecessor down.
OCI educates employers and workers on their rights, responsibilities, and available recourse under the many statutes, rules, and regulations administered by DOL. Most businesses want to follow the law, and OCI exists to make knowing the rules easier, which leads to increased compliance. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise improve visa-related labor market monitoring. DOL's Office of Foreign Labor Certification plays an important role in the approval of H-visa applications, but it is currently housed in the Employment and Training Administration, which is DOL's primary grant-making division. LOFLC should be moved out of ETA and made directly accountable to the Secretary with a politically accountable director. Conclusion. The good of the American family is at the heart of conservative labor policy recommendations. The long-standing tradition of a strong work ethic in American culture must be encouraged and strengthened by policies that promote family-sustaining jobs. By eliminating the policies promoted by the DAY agenda, promoting pro-life policies that support family life, expanding available apprenticeship programs including by encouraging the role of religious organizations in apprenticeships, making family-sustaining jobs accessible, simplifying employment requirements, and allowing employers to prefer American citizens when making hiring decisions, among the other policy recommendations discussed above, we can begin to secure a future in which the American worker, and by extension the American family, can thrive and prosper. Author's note: many contributors, listed at the front of this volume, deserve credit for this work, but Orrin Cass, Rachel Rissler, Rachel Morrison, Caleb Orr, and Jonathan Wolfson deserve special mention. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Department of Labor and related agencies and notes. 1. Gretchen Livingston and Anna Brown, into marriage in the U.S. 50 years after Loving v. Virginia, Pew Research Center, May 18, 2017, https://www.presearch.org/social-trends/2017/in-marriage-in-tho-s-v-virginia/ accessed March 4, 2023. 2. President Lyndon B. Johnson, Executive Order 11246, Equal Employment Opportunity, www. presidency.ukes.edu/documents/executive-order-11246-equal-employment-opportunity accessed March 7, 2023. 3. Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978, Public Law, 95-555. The Pregnancy Discrimination Act amended Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. 4. Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2023, Public Law No. 117-328, Div. 2, 136 Stat. 4459, 2022. 5. Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, 42 Us. See paragraph 12101 at Seek. 6. Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, No. 19-1392, June 24, 2022, SupremeCourt.gov opinions/21 PDF/19-1392_6J37.pdf accessed March 7, 2023. 7. Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, 29 Us. See Chapter 18 paragraph 1001 at Seek. 8. Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993, 42 Us. See Chapter 21b paragraph 2000bb at Seek. 9. Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, 29 Us. See paragraph 203. 10. Department of Labor, Promoting Regulatory Openness Through Good Guidance, Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 168, August 28, 2020, govinfo.gov, accessed March 7, 2023. 11. Administrative Procedure Act, 5 Us. See Chapter 5, Subchapter 1, Paragraph 500 at SEC. 12. Regulatory Flexibility Act, 5 Us. See Chapter 6, Paragraph 601 at SEC. 13. Donald J. Trump, Executive Order 13932, Modernizing and Reforming the Assessment and Hiring of Federal Job Candidates, Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 187, July 1, 2020, pages 39,457-39,459, Federal Register. gov/documents/2020/07/01/2020-14337/modernizing and reforming the assessment and hiring of federal job candidates, accessed March 7, 2023. 14. Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, Public Law 113-128. 15. Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act, S.3548, 116th Congress, 2nd Sess. 16. Federal Unemployment Tax Act, IRC, Chapter 23. 17. American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Public Law 117-2. 18. Teamwork for Employees and Managers Team Act of 2022, S3585, 117th Congress, 2nd Sess. 19. Workers' Choice Act of 2019, H.R. 5147, 116th Congress, 1st Sess. 20. F. Vincent Venuccio, Back to Business, October 8, 2020, WashingtonExaminer.com. Back to Business, accessed March 4, 2023. 21. Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, 29 Us. See paragraph 203. 22. Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, 29 Us. See Chapter 15, Paragraph 651 at SEC. 23. Davis-Bacon Act of 1931, Public Law 71-798. 24. Social Security Act of 1935, 42 Us. See Chapter 7. 25. The Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, Public Law 99-603. 19. Department of Transportation, Diana Furchtgottroff. Introduction. America needs transportation that is more abundant and affordable as well as dignified, accessible, and family-friendly. Transportation plays a vital role in the prosperity and flourishing of the United States. Americans use trucks, tankers, and trains to keep our supply chains running, and cars, transit, and planes to go where we want to go. 240 years ago, Adam Smith recognized that connections were a bedrock of society because they stimulate specialization, innovation, and capital investment. In the following decades, America's growth was made possible by transportation, first ports and transatlantic shipping, then roads, canals, and eventually railroads pushing westward to create the nation we call home. Access to transportation is part of what made our country great. The U.S. Department of Transportation, with a requested fiscal year FY 2023 budget of $142 billion, was originally intended simply to provide a policy framework for transportation safety, rulemaking, and regulation. However, it has evolved to believe that its role is to deliver the world's leading transportation system that is, to select individual projects and allocate taxpayer funds in the actual planning, developing, and building of transportation assets. Such a role is held more appropriately by transportation asset owners, primarily states, municipalities, and the private sector.
In addition to providing a safety and regulatory framework through its 11 subcomponents, known as modes, the department has become a de facto grant-making and lending organization. DOT provides approximately $50 billion in discretionary mandate for leadership, the conservative promise and formula grants, known as obligations, annually in areas ranging from transit systems to road construction to universities, and has lent or subsidized more than $60 billion since the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act (TIFIA) program, 3 now managed by the Build America Bureau, was created in 1998. This evolved role as a major, and often primary, funding and financing source is far from the department's original policy framework. It also removes incentives for state and local officials to ensure that investments are worthwhile, because federal money removes the need to get public buy-in to build and maintain infrastructure projects as funding becomes someone else's money. Despite the department's tremendous resources, congressional mandates and funding priorities have made it difficult for DOT to focus on the pressing transportation challenges that most directly affect average Americans, such as the high cost of personal automobiles, especially in an era of high inflation, unpredictable and expensive commercial shipping by rail, air, and sea, and infrastructure spending that does not match the types of transportation that most Americans prefer. Transforming the department to address the varied needs of all Americans more effectively remains a central challenge. DOT is particularly difficult to manage because its 11 major components, 9 modal administrations, the Office of the Secretary, and the Office of the Inspector General, all have their own sets of personnel including administrators, deputy administrators, chiefs of staff, and general counsels. Most grants flow through the modes, such as the Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, and Federal Aviation Administration. The Office of the Secretary contains its own grant-making operation that funds research and some special grants, as well as a major lending operation, the Build America Bureau, that functions as an infrastructure bank. The Office of the Secretary has department-wide offices for such functions as budget and financial management, the General Counsel, policy, the Office of Research and Technology, government affairs, administration, the Office of the Chief Information Officer, small and disadvantaged business utilization, public affairs, drug and alcohol policy and compliance, and civil rights. The modal administrations include the L Federal Aviation Administration (FAA), L Federal Highway Administration (FHWA), L Federal Railroad Administration (FRA), L National Highway Traffic Safety Administration (NHTSA), L Federal Transit Administration (FTA), Department of Transportation L Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation (GLS), L Maritime Administration (MARAID), L Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration (FMSA), and L Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration (FMSA). DOT's fundamental problem is that instead of being able to focus on providing Americans with affordable and abundant transportation, it has become saddled with congressional requirements that reduce the department to a de facto grant-making organization. Yet there is little need for much of this grant-making, for 2 reasons. New technology enables private companies to charge for transportation in many areas, which could transform how innovation is financed. It is vital to consider the role of user fees and other pricing innovations with regard to transportation infrastructure. Airport landing fees for aircraft, toll charges on roads and bridges, and per-gallon taxes on gasoline and diesel fuel are all examples of user charges that affect the decisions of transportation system users. These changes could shift our nation's transportation away from being a top-down system that is misaligned with the needs of so many Americans. Increasing private sector financing could revolutionize travel and increase everyday mobility to its greatest potential in the way that Americans prefer. Doing so would keep transportation decisions out of the hands of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., who are far removed from local problems and preferences. If funding must be federal, it would be more efficient for the U.S. Congress to send transportation grants to each of the 50 states and allow each state to purchase the transportation services that it thinks are best. Such an approach would enable states to prioritize different types of transportation according to the needs of their citizens. States that rely more on automotive transportation, for example, could use their funding to meet those needs. Meanwhile, many Americans continue to confront serious challenges with their day-to-day transportation, including costs that have increased dramatically in recent years. In its current form is insufficiently equipped to address those problems. Discretionary grant-making processes should be abolished, and funding should be focused on formulaic distributions to the states, which know best their transportation needs and are incentivized to think of the mandate for leadership, the conservative promise long-term maintenance costs. At a bare minimum, the number of grants should be consolidated. Would also reduce unnecessary burdens by returning to the Trump administration's rule on rules approach to regulations, implemented in late 2019 as RIN 2105-A84.4. This rule strengthened the administration's effort to remove outdated regulations, find cost-saving reforms, and clarify that guidance documents are in fact guidance rather than mandatory impositions. The Biden administration unwisely moved away from this reform, and the next administration should revive it without delay. Build America Bureau. The Build America Bureau (BAB) resides within the Office of the Secretary and describes itself as responsible for driving transportation infrastructure development projects in the United States. 5. This lofty-sounding goal in practice means that the Bureau serves as the point of contact for distributing funds for transportation projects in the form of subsidized 30-year loans. For higher quality projects, and in certain circumstances, these government loans may disintermediate the private sector from providing similar financing, albeit at higher costs. At certain times in the economic cycle, and for many lower quality projects with more dubious economic return, similar loans from the private sector are simply not available. Should the BAB continue to exist and potentially disintermediate the private financing sector, it must maintain underwriting discipline and continue best practices of requiring rigorous financial modeling and cushion for repayment of loans in a variety of economic scenarios. In addition, the BAB should ensure that these loans do not become grants in another form by maintaining the requirement that all project borrowers be rated at least investment grade by the major ratings agencies and that project sponsors remain liable to ensure that all financing is repaid, even in periods of financial stress and economic downturns. Project sponsors should be required to show that projects have positive economic value to taxpayers, and sponsors should guarantee that all federal financing will be repaid through properly structured loan terms, including a minimum equity commitment from all project sponsors. All projects should also be required to show repayment ability in various interest rate environments, and the BAB should ensure that long-term loans are structured appropriately with regard to the fixing of interest rates and hedging of interest rate risk on the part of the borrowers to avoid financial stress or default driven solely by rising interest rates. Department of Transportation policymakers should maintain awareness and promote transparency regarding the continued existence of this loan program and whether private financiers are being disintermediated by the subsidized BAB lending that the private sector simply cannot match. A cost-benefit analysis of the federal government's potential replacement and disintermediation of the private financing sector regarding infrastructure loans, which is not currently performed, should be conducted on a regular basis. Public-private partnerships. Much infrastructure could be funded through public-private partnerships, P3S, a procurement method that uses private financing to construct infrastructure. In exchange for providing the financing, the private partner typically retains the right to operate the asset under requirements specified by the government in a contract called a concession agreement. In addition, the private partner is given the right either to collect fees from the users of the asset or to receive a periodic payment from the government conditioned on the asset's availability, if a highway is not open to traffic when it should be. For example, the government's payment to the private concessionaire is reduced. The best practice for a government that is interested in using a P3 to deliver a project is for the government first to perform a value for money study, which compares the costs and benefits of procuring the asset under a typical procurement against the costs and benefits of utilizing a P3. Since private equity is involved, the financing costs for P3s are higher, but they also are frequently more than offset by the private sector's ability to generate efficiencies and cost savings in the design, construction, maintenance, and operation of the asset. If the value for money study finds that the efficiencies of a P3 and the value of risk shifted to the private sector exceed the additional financing costs, then utilizing a P3 is good public policy because Americans have better infrastructure at a lower cost. As well as providing better transportation facilities for Americans, P3s offer a number of benefits to governments. Specifically, they provide access to some of the world's best talent with vast experience in delivering infrastructure, create incentives for innovation and creativity, shift unique project risks to companies that are familiar with those risks, and mandate for leadership. The conservative promise allow designers, contractors, and maintenance teams to work together through the delivery of the process to focus on life cycle costs as opposed to just initial design and construction costs. It should be noted that project funding and P3s are not synonymous. Policymakers and government leaders frequently mistake the financing that P3s provide for funding. A P3 allows the government to obtain equity from the private sector, but that equity has to be paid back with interest. Like a loan, a P3 can be used to accelerate revenues and provide needed capital to help pay the upfront costs of a project, but also like a loan, the private P3 investors must be paid back for investors to realize a financial return. Some mistakenly think that using a P3 would allow a road or bridge to be delivered without increases in tolls or taxes. It is important to remember that all funding for governmental infrastructure comes from either taxes or user fees. P3 financing can be used to make those funding sources more efficient, but it cannot replace the need for taxes or user fees to provide the funding for the project. In addition, a poorly managed P3 procurement process, the process government uses to identify the best private P3 partner, can result in excessive consultant costs and years-long delays in delivery. While P3s can offer efficiencies in delivering the project, the P3 procurement process itself can be significantly longer and more expensive than traditional procurement processes. Finally, and possibly most important, a P3 gives a private party the ability to collect fees or payments over decades, a period well beyond the length of the careers of the political appointees who sign contracts with private parties. Thus, P3s create an opportunity for current governmental leaders to obtain a higher upfront payment from the private party in exchange for greater user fees paid by future generations who will use the asset. In other words, a governmental CEO, governor, mayor, head of an authority can use a P3 to impose unnecessarily high costs on users decades in the future in exchange for upfront cash. It is important that contracts be transparent in order to minimize this possibility. A P3's greatest public value is realized when the procurement model is used for a project that is unusually risky or a type of project with which the government has limited experience, such as a tunnel or light rail line. P3s are an excellent tool for transferring risk from the public sector to the private sector and can create considerable value for the tax-paying public. However, a high degree of expertise is required to ensure that the risk transfer warrants the higher financing and procurement costs that P3s impose. Emerging technologies. As private companies develop a future of new, emerging technologies, one role for DOT is driving clarity in the government's role and setting standards for safety, Department of Transportation security, and privacy without hampering innovation. DOT can oversee the testing and deployment of a wide variety of new technologies, allowing communities and individuals to choose what best fits their needs. It is the role of the private sector, not the government, to pick winners and losers in technology development. If a technology underperforms, the private sector should be liable, not the government. The department should ensure a tech-neutral approach to addressing any emerging transportation technology while keeping safety as the #1 priority. As part of this, it should work to facilitate the safe and full integration of automated vehicles into the national transportation system. Over time, these advanced technologies can save lives, transform personal mobility, and provide additional transportation opportunities, including for people with disabilities, aging populations, and communities where car ownership is expensive or impractical. NHTSA's and FMS's current regulations were written before the advent of automated vehicles and driving systems. Both operating administrations have issued advance notices of proposed rulemakings (INPRMS) that begin the process of updating their regulations to reflect this new technology. However, these regulations have stalled under the Biden administration, which has chosen to use the department's tools to get people to take transit and drive electric vehicles instead of helping people to choose the transportation options that suit them best. NHTSA should work to remove regulatory barriers by focusing on updating vehicle standards as well as publishing performance-based rules for the operations of automated vehicles (AVs). FMSA should work to clarify the regulations to align with DOT's Avenue 3.0 guidance, which would allow the drivers to be safely removed from the operations of a commercial motor vehicle. From a non-regulatory point of view, DOT has pivoted from a successful focus on the voluntary sharing of data to improve safety outcomes to adoption of a more compulsory and antagonistic approach to mandating data collection and publication through a standing general order related to automated vehicles. This needs to be reversed. Many of these new and innovative technologies rely on wireless communications that depend on the availability and purchase of radio frequency spectrum, a trend that is consistent with what we see in connectivity in our everyday lives. There is a role for DOT in ensuring that in the fight over spectrum, transportation gets its fair share. For technologies to work in transportation, and in particular to work for transportation safety, they have to meet the unique needs of a transportation mandate for leadership, the conservative promise environment. They need to account for rapidly moving and out of line of sight vehicles as well as pedestrians, bicyclists, and other road users. They should account for the potential for radio interference, and they should address security. This is why in 1999, in response to a request from Congress, the Federal Communications Commission allocated the 5.9 GHz band of spectrum to Traffic Safety and Intelligent Transportation Systems (ITS). In 2020, the FCC took away 45 MHz of the 75 MHz it had added, leaving only 30 MHz for transportation safety and ITS. DOT needs to represent the transportation community and make the case for needed spectrum to the public and Congress. Corporate Average Fuel Economy (CAFE) standards. One reason for the high numbers of injuries on American roadways is that national fuel economy standards raise the price of cars, disincentivizing people from purchasing newer, safer vehicles. Congress requires the Secretary of Transportation to set national fuel economy standards for new motor vehicles sold in the United States. This mandate was established in the Energy Policy and Conservation Act of 1975, EMCA, a law passed in the wake of the Arab oil embargo to promote greater energy efficiency and lessen the national security threat of U.S. dependence on foreign oil. The statute directs DOT to prescribe the maximum feasible mileage requirements for different categories of internal combustion engine (ICE) automobiles for each model year. The standards must be achievable using available ICE technologies running on gasoline, diesel fuel, or similar combustible fuels and must not be set so high as to prevent automakers from profitably producing new vehicles at sufficient volume to meet consumer demand. Congress recognized that the ICE-powered automobile has been instrumental to advancing the mobility and prosperity of the American people, and that the domestic mass production of new ICE vehicles generates millions of jobs and remains critical to the overall health of the U.S. economy and the strength of the nation's industrial base. Accordingly, Congress took care to ensure that the mileage requirements issued by DOT would not undermine the vitality of America's auto industry or interfere with the market economics that drives consumer demand for new vehicles. This rule-making authority, which has been delegated by the Secretary to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, is exclusive to DOT. EPCA expressly preempts states from adopting or enforcing any different requirement related to fuel economy standards for new motor vehicles. While the statute instructs DOT to consult with the Department of Energy and the Environmental Protection Agency (EPA) in formulating its standards, no other federal agency, including EPA, has clear authority to set fuel economy requirements in place of NHTSA. The Clean Air Act 7 gives EPA general authority to establish emissions Department of Transportation limits for new motor vehicles for air pollutants that are found to pose a danger to humans. However, there is no reason to believe Congress ever contemplated that EPA's authority to address automotive air pollution might be used to displace or supersede NHTSA's fuel economy mandate under EPCA. Congress chose to assign the power to set fuel economy standards to DOT rather than EPA. This was not only because DOT understands the technologies and economics of the auto industry, but also because NHTSA is the nation's leading motor vehicle safety regulator, and Congress sought to ensure that fuel economy requirements would not adversely affect highway safety. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has flouted these statutory limitations in nearly every respect. The predictable result is higher expected transportation costs for Americans. In pursuit of an anti-fossil fuel climate agenda never approved by Congress, the Biden administration has raised fuel economy requirements to levels that cannot realistically be met by most categories of ICE vehicles. The purpose is to force the auto industry to transition away from traditional technologies to the production of electric vehicles (EVs) and compel Americans to accept costly EVs despite a clear and persistent consumer preference for ICE-powered vehicles. In further support of this agenda, federal regulators administer a scheme of generous fuel economy credits that subsidize EV producers such as Tesla at the expense of legacy automakers. Moreover, and contrary to Congress's design, the Biden EPA has been given preeminence in the regulation of fuel economy through the setting of carbon dioxide emissions limits for new motor vehicles under the Clean Air Act. Because carbon dioxide emissions levels correspond to mileage in automobiles powered by fossil fuels, these EPA rules are de facto fuel economy requirements that apply independently of NHTSA's standards. The Biden administration has also granted California a special waiver under the Clean Air Act that permits the California Air Resources Board (CARB) to issue its own fuel economy directives, notwithstanding EPCA's prohibition on state standards. Under this waiver, CARB has ordered automakers to phase out the sale of ICE-powered automobiles in California and transition to the production of zero-emission vehicles by 2035. The Clean Air Act allows other states to follow California's requirements. Thus, CARB is effectively determining fuel economy policies for the entire nation. As a result of these regulatory actions, automobiles will be significantly more expensive to produce, there will be fewer affordable new vehicle options for American families, and fewer new vehicles will be sold in the U.S. that will do more than mandate for leadership. The conservative promise translate into a loss of auto industry jobs for American workers. It will also mean a significant increase in traffic deaths and injuries. As fewer new cars are purchased, the price of used cars will rise, and more Americans will be left driving older cars, which traffic statistics show are much less safe than newer vehicles. NHTSA itself has acknowledged that the Biden administration's fuel economy standards will generate hundreds of additional fatalities and thousands of additional injuries on U.S. highways. Because older cars also produce more harmful air pollution, the aging of America's fleet will also have negative consequences for air quality. In addition, the Biden administration's efforts to accelerate EV sales by regulatory fiat work against the national security interests of the United States in contravention of Congress's goals under EPCA. Increasing the production of EVs will make the U.S. more dependent on China and other foreign countries that control the supply and processing of rare earth minerals that are needed for EV batteries. And the faster deployment of EVs will put a major strain on America's vulnerable power grid, requiring large investments in critical infrastructure and a big boost in the nation's electricity production, including from gas-fired and oil-fired power plants. In exchange for all of these harmful effects on traffic safety, consumer choice, American jobs, the nation's air quality, and U.S. national security, the Biden fuel economy regulations are predicted to have no meaningful effect on global temperature trends over the long term. 8. The next administration must return the federal fuel economy program to the limits established by Congress. The standards issued by NHTSA must be reset at reasonable levels that are technologically feasible for ICE automobiles and consistent with an increase in domestic auto production and healthy growth in the sale of safer and more affordable new vehicles. To achieve these goals, the next administration should reduce proposed fuel economy levels. The administration should consider returning to the minimum average fuel economy levels specified by Congress for model year 2020 vehicles, levels aimed at achieving a fleet-wide average of 35 miles per gallon. Consideration should be given to maintaining the standards at those levels for the near term in order to promote the objectives laid out by Congress. Ensure that again exercises priority in the setting of fuel economy standards. Any EPA limits on carbon dioxide emissions, even if authorized under the Clean Air Act, must support and work in harmony with standards and must not override them or usurp regulatory role under EPA. For example, EPA could regulate air conditioning systems and leave engine standards to Department of Transportation revoke the special waiver granted to California by the Biden administration. California has no valid basis under the Clean Air Act to claim an extraordinary or unique air quality impact from carbon dioxide emissions, and EPA is clear that under no circumstances may a state agency regulate fuel economy in place of The federal government should therefore exercise its preemptive authority over CARB and take all steps necessary to invalidate any inconsistent fuel economy requirements imposed by CARB, including its ban on sales of internal combustion engines. Federal Highway Administration. The Federal Highway Administration has jurisdiction over the interstate highway system, which is vital for the transportation of goods and people throughout the country. The FUA, in conjunction with state works to ensure the quality and safety of highways and bridges. However, over the course of decades, presidential administrations and Congress have caused the FUA to go beyond its original mission. The variety of infrastructure projects now eligible for funding through the FUA include ferryboat terminals, hiking trails, bicycle lanes, and local sidewalks. In many cases, such projects should be the sole responsibility of local or state governments, not dependent on FUA funding. For local projects, federal involvement adds red tape and bureaucratic delays rather than value. The Biden administration has broadened the FUA's scope by emphasizing the priorities of progressive activists instead of pursuing practical goals. These policies include a focus on equity, a nebulous concept that in practice means awarding grants to favored identity groups, as well as imposing obligations on states concerning carbon dioxide emissions from highway traffic, areas not encompassed within FUA's statutory authorities. Furthermore, the Biden administration's embrace of the Vision Zero approach to safety often means actively seeking congestion for automobiles to reduce speeds. Finally, the administration has sought to use a guidance memo to impose policies not enacted by Congress. A guidance memo to impose policies not enacted by Congress, most notably to make it harder for growing states to expand highway capacity. Instead, the next administration should seek to refocus the FUA on maintaining and improving the highway system. Remove or reform rules and regulations that hamper state governments. Reduce the amount of federal involvement in local infrastructure decisions. Mandate for leadership.